In the aftermath of a cataclysmic event, the world has succumbed to a new ice age, claiming the lives of 95 of humanity. In his previous life, Shen Heng was betrayed by both his girlfriend and his closest friend. Now, having been reborn, he vows to show no mercy. Astoundingly, upon his rebirth, he discovers the possession of a super vending machine. In a world where the fabric of human law has disintegrated, currency holds no value, even less than a mere biscuit. Yet, through this vending machine, Shen Heng can procure limitless resources, allowing him to indulge in a life of comfort while watching his enemies perish. Chapter 1. The Super Vending Machine. Adulterers, I shall haunt you even in death. Shen Heng gasped, springing upright from his bed. Had he not been slain by his closest friend? Was it merely a dream? Yet, this dream seemed interminable. Groping for his phone, he was startled to see the date. August 8th, 2088. I have been reborn? Shen Heng could hardly believe it. He distinctly remembered his longtime friend Su Chao plunging a knife into his abdomen while his beloved girlfriend, Feng Lu, leaned into Su Chao's embrace, mocking him. Enraged, Shen Heng recalled the 3 months he had survived in the icy apocalypse, relying on his fire abilities alongside his girlfriend and friend. However, as Su Chao developed ice powers, he began to dominate. In a world where the global temperature plummeted to 70 degrees Celsius, the harsh environment amplified the strength of ice abilities, severely limiting the effectiveness of Shen Heng's fire powers to mere warmth, making it nearly impossible to combat the mutated monsters. Oblivious to Feng Lu's clandestine affair with Su Chao, he had simply focused on survival. The fireplace in the living room blazed warmly, a luxury made possible by Shen Heng's prior energy expenditure. This inadvertently aided the treacherous couple. Upon realizing Shen Heng had discovered their betrayal, Su Chao's expression shifted, and he swiftly unleashed a surge of blue energy, encasing Shen Heng in ice. By the time Shen Heng melted the ice, Su Chao had seized a knife from the table and thrust it into his lower abdomen, the most vulnerable point for an ability user, as their powers were sustained by an energy core within. Bleeding profusely, Shen Heng cursed Feng Lu with clenched teeth while Su Chao, reveling in his triumph, revealed that their affair had begun long before the apocalypse. Shen Heng vividly recalled Feng Lu's words, "We kept you alive only to scavenge for food. Now that you know, it's time to die. Blame yourself for being worthless." Su Chao, ignoring the wisdom of the villain falls due to excessive hubris, relentlessly attacked Shen Heng, leaving him as helpless as a fish on a chopping block. In his final moments, Shen Heng spat blood and seethed, "Adulterers, I will haunt you even in death." The next instant, he found himself back in his own bed, reborn. Grasping a glass of water from his bedside, he drank deeply. "If fate has granted me a second chance, I shall not show mercy." Suddenly, recalling the time, he checked his phone once more. It was 2:20 p.m. on August 8th. He cursed under his breath, quickly rising. In just 40 minutes, at precisely 3 p.m., the apocalypse would commence, a date etched vividly in his memory as Feng Lu's birthday. Before his demise, she had confessed to having an affair with Su Chao during her lunch break. Despicable, he thought, but he had no time to waste on Feng Lu. He needed to gather supplies rapidly. While others enjoyed months to prepare for the impending doom, he had a mere 40 minutes. At 3 p.m., dark clouds would suddenly gather, followed by a torrential downpour, plummeting temperatures. By evening, rain would mix with snow, transforming into a blizzard. In his previous life, he had failed to take Feng Lu to the restaurant they had planned to visit. The outside world would become impassable, and by nightfall, heavy snow would fall. Shen Heng had holed up at home, writing novels and stockpiling supplies to survive. Those accustomed to takeout would perish within a month. Su Chao was among them, having run out of food and water after 2 days of snow, seeking refuge in Shen Heng's home. In hindsight, it was evident Su Chao had purposefully moved into the same neighborhood to facilitate his rendezvous with Feng Lu. As he prepared to venture out to gather supplies, he was startled by a sudden voice. "Host has successfully bound to the super vending machine. Please check your personal space." Shen Heng's eyes widened. A system? He delved into his consciousness. Within his mind, a vending machine loomed, occupying a mere 2 square meters, with a height of just under 3 meters. Was this his space? Combined, it barely amounted to 6 cubic meters. Disappointment washed over him. Most awakened individuals had bound to infinite spaces. Why was his so limited? What could he possibly store? He examined the vending machine closely, noting its peculiar design. It was divided into two sections, an upper screen and a lower dispensing slot. The screen bore the word search, appearing rather unremarkable. The dispensing slot is quite spacious. He mused and tentatively typed in Coke. The screen soon displayed results. Coca-Cola, 330 milliliters, 3 yuan ice room temperature ginger heat, stock, infinite. Coca-Cola, 2L, 7 yuan ice room temperature ginger heat, stock, infinite. Pepsi, 330 milliliters, 3 yuan ice room temperature ginger heat, stock, infinite. Various types of soda appeared, including specialty brands. In the lower right corner, a note read, "Prices are in the currency of the Dragon Country. The host may pay with various human currencies or equivalent treasures. Other currencies are not accepted. Current vending machine level. Level 1, remarkably reasonable prices." A coin slot was located at the upper right. He selected Pepsi, opting for ice, and the screen prompted, "Price 3 yuan, confirm payment?" Shen Heng confirmed. Before he could comprehend the situation, he heard the sound of items rolling inside the machine, and a bottle of soda tumbled out. With a mere thought, the bottle manifested in his hand. He could actually retrieve it. His breath quickened. Host has not inserted coins. Account balance is 0, automatically deducted from the host's WeChat. P.S. If the vending machine's experience is depleted, the machine and space abilities will vanish. Please take this seriously. P.P.S. Attempting to pay with ghost coins will result in immediate transport to the underworld. Only then did Shen Heng notice the personal balance displayed in the lower right corner, glaringly marked as 0. He opened a can of cola and took a hearty sip. The refreshing chill surged through him, and he let out a satisfied burp. With this vending machine at his disposal, what did he have to worry about? Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he delved into the machine's interface, searching for handgun. If he could acquire a firearm, he would gain a significant advantage. To his surprise, the machine yielded nearly 1,000 varieties of handguns, with prices ranging from 800 to over 100,000. On the very first page, he spotted the sleek Desert Eagle, priced at a mere 35,000. Alas, the purchase button was grayed out, indicating it was inaccessible. Unlock the purchase of the Desert Eagle after reaching level 5 for the vending machine. Current level 1. Stunned by the explanation, Shen Heng realized he needed to upgrade the vending machine. His gaze shifted to the experience bar. Experience 320000. 3? He was momentarily taken aback by the figure. When had the vending machine accumulated 3 experience points? Wait. Suddenly, it dawned on him. He had just spent 3 yuan on the cola. Could it be that every expenditure on the vending machine translated into experience points? Chapter 2. Occupying the villa. To confirm his hypothesis, Shen Heng purchased another bottle of cola, and the vending machine's experience jumped to 620,000. Just as he suspected, enlightenment washed over him. He began to explore other items available in the vending machine. It had everything one could imagine. Not only did it offer essential survival gear like tactical jackets and blankets, but even aircraft carriers were listed for sale, though at a staggering 10 billion, requiring the machine to be at level 21. Having played numerous games, Shen Heng was well aware that the experience required for upgrades escalated dramatically as one progressed. Who knew how much it would cost to elevate the vending machine to level 21? After experimenting with the machine for a moment, he exited. Glancing at the clock, he noted that only half an hour remained until the impending apocalypse. He surveyed his surroundings. This house had been rented for Feng Lu's convenience, located near her workplace. A cold smile crept across his face. Despite possessing the vending machine, he had no intention of leaving anything behind for Feng Lu. Jiangchen, being a northern city, meant that winter jackets were a necessity. He rummaged through the wardrobe, stuffing all the thick clothing and bedding into the 6 cubic meters of space he had. Next, Shen Heng gathered all the food and snacks from his home, cramming them into the storage area until it was filled to the brim. It seemed that this little space was not without its merits. Looking around the now disheveled house, which resembled a scene of chaos, he felt a surge of exhilaration. In his previous life, had Feng Lu not betrayed him after being enamored with Su Chao's powers, he might have shown her more compassion. But they had already entangled themselves before the apocalypse. They had even reserved a hotel room together that very afternoon. Shen Heng would never allow them to escape unscathed. Damn it, may this pair of scoundrels freeze to death. After purchasing a few miniature cameras from the super vending machine and installing them in the corners, he stepped out of the room. Descending the stairs, he glanced at the sky, which had transformed from clear to ominously overcast. This neighborhood was familiar to him after hiding at home for over a month. Shen Heng had ventured out, relying on his powers to scavenge for supplies. The Taoyuan community was vast, with 20 high-rise buildings standing 30 stories tall, and behind them lay a grand square. Adjacent to Taoyuan Square were 10 rows of row houses, with luxurious standalone villas further back. The quality of the villas was superior. While they could not compare to a safe house, they were certainly better than the high-rises. Moreover, the row houses boasted 2 basement levels. In a scenario where snow piled up to 7 or 8 meters outside, hiding underground would retain a considerable amount of warmth. With less than 5 minutes remaining before the apocalypse struck, Shen Heng had no time for deliberation. He naturally opted for the unoccupied villa. Furthermore, to upgrade the vending machine, he could not stray too far from residential areas. With his meager savings, he could only hope to elevate the vending machine to level 3, leaving him unqualified to purchase even the Desert Eagle. Having experienced the apocalypse before, he knew well that in the future, money would lose its value. There was even a wealthy man who burned his cash for warmth. Hundreds of thousands would not even buy a loaf of bread. Many beautiful stars resorted to degrading themselves for a meal. With a powerful super vending machine at his disposal, he could easily indulge in the company of attractive women. In his previous life, Shen Heng had resided in row house 4 of row 2. The standalone villas, each spaced far apart, would require significant energy to traverse through the blizzard to trade with others. This row house was undeniably more suitable. Each unit had its own courtyard, not far from the towering buildings. Additionally, the basement of each row house connected to an underground passage leading to Taoyuan Square, unlike the standalone villas, which had eliminated such access for security reasons. Upon reaching his target villa, Shen Heng discreetly retrieved the universal key purchased from the vending machine. Spotting a neighbor exiting the adjacent house, he quickly tucked the key away and pretended to be a passerby. He cast a casual glance at the neighbor, a stunning young woman dressed in a Gucci dress, her flowing hair cascading down her shoulders, with captivating eyes, a prominent nose, and a charming smile that exuded allure. He vividly remembered that in his previous life, there had been no one living next door. Now, as he prepared to settle into Villa Number 4, the presence of a neighbor felt oddly desolate. Furthermore, given that people's finances were now primarily digital and cash was scarce, the alluring young woman could serve as a valuable asset in upgrading the vending machine. He glanced at the time. Only 3 minutes remained before the torrential downpour began. Shen Heng deliberately approached her and inquired, "Excuse me, ma'am, do you happen to know someone named Su Chao around here?" Su Chao, feigning urgency, he replied, "I have no idea where that guy has gone. He won't answer my calls. I've been searching for him for days. Just wait until I find him. I swear I'll make him pay." "Ah, pay?" The young woman seemed taken aback, stepping back a few paces as she regarded Shen Heng. "Young man, murder is a crime. If there's something troubling you, it's better to talk it out. You're still young. Don't act impulsively." "I don't wish to act impulsively, but that bastard owes me a considerable sum and just vanished. I still need to pay my employees." Shen Heng gritted his teeth. "He disappears after owing money, leaving me with no choice. I won't let him off lightly, you." The young woman seemed poised to offer more counsel, but at that moment, dark clouds loomed overhead and a torrential downpour cascaded like a waterfall. "Ma'am, could I borrow an umbrella?" Shen Heng quickly moved to stand under the eaves and asked. It appeared she was home alone, cautious enough not to invite him in but preparing to close the door. "Thank you," Shen Heng nodded, opening the umbrella and stepping into the rain. Not a bad heart, and quite vigilant. A smile played on Shen Heng's lips as he turned and approached the door of Villa 4, retrieving the universal key. A product of the system, it was guaranteed to be of high quality. In his previous life, he had wasted an inordinate amount of time opening a door, but this time, it yielded effortlessly. Shen Heng adeptly entered the villa. He had resided here for nearly 3 months before meeting a tragic end. As he surveyed the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. The villa boasted 3 floors above ground and 2 below, all exquisitely furnished. Every floor of the villa encompasses approximately 150 square meters, summing up to nearly 800 square meters in total. In his previous life, he, along with Feng Lu and Su Chao, found such space more than sufficient. It is certainly ample for him alone now. The villa remains as it was before, deserted and impeccably clean, as though the owner had employed a housekeeper for regular maintenance. Standing in the living room, Shen Heng gazes out the window, his expression as somber as the darkening sky. An orphan, he lost his parents in a tragic car accident during his early childhood. The compensation was squandered by unscrupulous relatives, prompting Shen Heng to take up writing at a young age to support himself. Although he faced years of failure, his diligent efforts allowed him to sustain a modest livelihood. Deep within, he harbors an intense yearning for a true home. His relationship with Feng Lu rekindled a sense of love within him. Eager to marry her, Shen Heng transformed into a veritable writing machine, his speed reminiscent of renowned adult film actors. Yet, before he could secure a home and marry, the apocalypse descended upon them. He is grateful for the catastrophic turn of events, as it unveiled the true nature of so-called friends and the woman he loves. Chapter 3. The Gatekeeper, Grandpa Qin. Regardless of the torrential downpour outside, Shen Heng's heart is heavy as he once again tinkers with the super vending machine. The more he searches, the more astonished he becomes. This vending machine is a veritable treasure trove, offering not only snacks and beverages, but also the firearms he had previously discovered, and even vegetables. He purchases a cabbage, admiring its crisp, fresh leaves, seemingly just harvested. The convenience of acquiring fresh produce at any time eliminates the need for stockpiling. Satisfied, Shen Heng nods approvingly. His inquiries extend beyond mere sustenance. He also searches for generators and finds Oni diesel generator priced at 100,000. The vending machine also stocks gasoline and diesel, with the market price for 3 barrels being quite steep. However, in the post-apocalyptic world, acquiring money is no longer a challenge. Whether it costs 7 yuan or 70 per liter, it matters little. After inspecting these items, he procures several brand new cotton mattresses and quilts, alongside a windbreaker. While examining the windbreaker, he suddenly notices an advanced version designed for the apocalypse, boasting the ability to withstand temperatures as low as -80 degrees. Crafted from futuristic high-tech fabric. The label indicates system selected, enhancing its appeal. However, the price is exorbitant, 500,000 for a single piece, and the vending machine informs Shen Heng that he lacks the required level of 8 to make the purchase. It is a higher requirement than that of the Desert Eagle. With a resigned sigh, he opts for some high-quality windbreakers instead. After completing his purchases, his vending machine experience points rise to 8,496 out of 20,000. Leveling up to 2 does not seem too distant. Shen Heng remains unhurried about upgrading. Even with a higher level, the ability to buy firearms is still far off. It is prudent to prepare emergency supplies first. Upgrading can wait a day or two. He recalls that after the apocalypse arrived, it took more than half a month for human order to begin collapsing. This implies that during the initial 2 weeks, everyone coexisted peacefully, merely complaining without any looting. People were simply eager to buy at exorbitant prices. When chaos finally ensues, he will not fear confrontation with firearms at his disposal, especially in a country like Longwa, where gun control is stringent. Possessing a desert eagle would grant him significant power. Suddenly, the phone rings, jolting Shen Heng from his thoughts. Upon checking the caller ID, a wave of disdain washes over him. It is the insufferable Feng Lu calling. He stares at the screen displaying the word darling before reluctantly answering. Hello? His voice softens. Hubby, it's pouring rain outside. Feng Lu's voice chimes through. Are you still at home? I'm at the supermarket right now. Picking up a few things for your birthday tonight. Shen Heng replies gently. What dish would you like me to prepare? It's my birthday today and you're just going to eat at home? How unromantic. Feng Lu pouts in dissatisfaction. Look at Su Chao. When Miao Miao had her birthday, he took her to Jiaxiu Garden, complete with gifts and surprises. What about you? As the night falls amidst heavy snowfall, Hu Miao ends up curled up in the company, tragically freezing to death. In his previous life, Shen Heng heard Su Chao mention that Hu Miao vehemently rejected any intimate advances from him. How dare you compare me to Su Chao's dog? Shen Heng's eyes narrow, yet his voice remains calm. Fine, let's have chicken, shall we? Feng Lu's expression shifts abruptly. What did you just say? Don't say such things. I meant the game, of course. Don't you enjoy playing that? I've been practicing at home lately, Shen Heng clarifies. You don't want to play. I see you always eating chicken with Su Chao. Oh, You meant the game. Feng Lu exhales in relief, forcing a laugh. I was busy at noon, didn't have much time. Busy eating Su Chow's chicken, indeed. Shen Heng scoffs. You always complain that I don't accompany you in gaming. How about I play with you tonight? Thank you, hubby. Feng Lu beams, lowering her voice seductively. Make sure you're clean and ready, I still want to have you tonight. Her alluring tone, reminiscent of past desires, would have stirred Shen Heng before. Yet now, his expression remains cold as he chuckles lightly. All right. After ending the call, Shen Heng walks to the bathroom, feeling a wave of disgust wash over him. How could she utter such revolting words? Did Feng Lu still want him? In the past, he would have reveled in it. No wonder her speech has become increasingly heavy with dialect lately. It now feels rather insipid. The clock reads just past 3, yet outside, the sky is shrouded in ominous clouds, and torrential rain pelts down as if heralding the apocalypse. Shen Heng sits composedly on the sofa, turning on the television. One cannot deny the previous owner's penchant for luxury. The villa's opulence is evident, showcasing a taste that suggests wealth. The sofa beneath him is from Akio by Luwadi, and even the wall-mounted television is a top-tier Samsung 100-inch model, which he has seen in physical stores, renowned for its superior display yet priced at a staggering SUM. This moment, the television broadcasts the news. It has been reported that this is a global downpour expected to last 3 to 4 days. All departments are advised to be vigilant against flooding. Experts recommend temporarily suspending classes for middle and primary school students and transitioning to online learning. Employees should adjust their schedules as necessary. Furthermore, experts urge the public not to panic or resort to hoarding and to refrain from price gouging. Any violations will be dealt with severely. The camera shifts to show people drenched in the rain, courteously boarding a bus. Experts? Shen Heng scoffs. These so-called experts are nothing more than obsolete individuals sitting in front of cameras to serve their sponsors. In his previous life, a meteorological expert lived in the Taoyuan community who insisted everything was fine and dismissed many doomsday predictions. Yet, when Shen Heng ventured out to forage for food, he witnessed the old man pointing at a neighbor, only to see a vine spring forth from his hand, ensnaring and choking the neighbor to death, all while he cackled and scurried off to loot next door. He proclaimed, in the apocalypse, I am a god. Initially, Shen Heng ignored him, but the old man, noticing Shen Heng's daily foraging, plotted to ambush him. Seizing an opportunity, he launched a vine attack, only to be incinerated by Shen Heng's flames. Of course, not all elders are malevolent. Grandpa Qin, the gatekeeper of the community, is quite amiable. However, amid the scarcity of resources, everyone has turned into a rabid dog, and Grandpa Qin stands alone against the tide. Eventually, he took refuge in the villa with a university student named Fu Xiaozhu. What became of them, he wonders. He recalls how Grandpa Qin had saved him on 2 occasions. Remembering this kindness from his previous life, Shen Heng pulls out his phone and sends a WeChat message to Grandpa Qin. Grandfather Qin, the weather has been rather unusual. It would be prudent for you to stock up on some instant noodles, ham, and bread, just in case of unforeseen circumstances. It is only now that the heavy rain has begun, and one can still venture out with an umbrella to procure supplies. However, after a night of drifting snow, when the accumulation reaches knee-deep, movement becomes nearly impossible. That will mark the true onset of hardship.
Chapter 4. The vending machine or a recycling station. Xiao Shun. Didn't the expert say there was nothing to worry about? Surely, there's no need to hoard supplies? I can hardly articulate my thoughts, yet this rain feels peculiarly ominous. The weather forecast promised sunny days ahead. How could it suddenly turn into such a downpour? In this age of advanced technology, there's no reason we shouldn't be able to predict such events, especially when they manifest as a global deluge. Shen Heng patiently sent out a message. All right, I'll step out to buy some food. Elder Qin lived alone. His daughter worked in another city. To save time, he often kept some instant noodles on hand. With his supplies running low, he glanced at the rain outside before bravely stepping out of the security office with an umbrella. Having sent his message, Shen Heng began tidying up the room. He spread out the cotton mattresses and blankets he had purchased, even nailing nearly 5 centimeters of bedding to the walls to serve as insulation, ensuring that the chill from the walls would be absorbed. He then tossed the old blankets and clothes, which were filled with memories of Feng Lu, into the fireplace. Just thinking about that vacuum device made him feel nauseous. In a world on the brink of collapse, he certainly didn't need to cling to such items. After completing these tasks, the sky outside had grown ever darker. The torrential rain fell heavily, mixed with hail that descended from the deep, brooding sky, striking the ground with a crackling sound. Shen Heng lit a cigarette, opened the window, and inhaled the refreshing scent of the air. In just a few hours, he would bid farewell to such a scene. Soon, the world would be shrouded in a desolate white. Having finished his smoke, he noticed the temperature outside had begun to drop, and the hail had intensified. Shen Heng closed the window and ignited the clothing and blankets in the fireplace, swiftly warming the room, albeit with a rather unpleasant odor, the lingering scent of Feng Lu. Rising to his feet, he removed the unburned bedding from the fireplace, intending to discard it outside. However, a sudden thought struck him. He concealed the blankets within his space. Curiously, he tossed an old blanket into the vending machine's outlet, and to his astonishment, a line of text appeared on the screen. Shen Heng eagerly stuffed in all of Feng Lu's old belongings, and the screen displayed the words current balance, 1267 yuan. The old clothes had vanished without a trace. To think I could convert this into cash, how delightful. He grinned, placing an empty soda can at the outlet. The screen soon displayed another message. After confirming, his balance surged to 12,685 yuan. Had he known, he would have sold all the items in his home. However, since he had already disposed of those winter essentials, he felt no urgency to return. What did he have left at home? Even if Feng Lu didn't freeze to death, she would surely starve. It had to be something of his own, right? Nevertheless, Shen Heng felt quite content. He purchased some Australian lobsters and seasoning from the vending machine, humming as he made his way to the kitchen. On the first day of the apocalypse, a steamed lobster feast would be the perfect way to celebrate his rebirth. After cleaning the lobsters, he steamed them for 10 minutes over high heat. Taking advantage of the time, Shen Heng minced some ginger, mixing it with lao gan ma, vinegar, and sesame oil to prepare a dipping sauce. Sitting in the living room with a steaming pot of Australian lobster, he watched the news while cracking open the lobster shell, dipping the tender, delicate meat into the sauce before savoring it. The ocean's fresh and slightly sweet flavor, combined with the delicious sauce, was a true delight. The texture was delightfully firm and chewy. He chewed slowly, relishing the tranquil moment. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Feng Lu calling. Hello? He answered casually. Shen Heng. Haven't you bought the groceries yet? What? Shen Heng feigned surprise and opened the surveillance app on his phone. Beside her sat Su Chao, listening intently. Upon hearing Shen Heng's words, Su Chao relaxed and wrapped his arm around Feng Lu's waist. I didn't even ask you to pick me up. Not a drop of rain should touch me. Are you still a man? You might catch a cold from the rain, but I only have one birthday a year. How can I trust you if you treat me this way? Shen Heng was utterly exasperated. Are you home alone right now? Not overly angry, he gently inquired. Where's Su Chao? Yes. She cast a wary glance around. Although the surveillance camera was small and tucked away, it could still be discovered if one looked closely. The apocalypse had just begun, and Shen Heng intended to enjoy the show. Wait a moment. I'm afraid, hello? I can't hear you. He deliberately moved the phone away, raising his voice to feign poor signal, then hung up the call. It was still early, after all. Feng Lu's eyes sparkled as she glanced out the window. The rain poured relentlessly. He didn't bring an umbrella. Feng Lu complained. How can you promise me happiness if you're unwilling to get wet? Do you still want to marry me? Then we still have time, Su Chao replied. Feng Lu was taken aback, yet her eyes glimmered with allure as Su Chao pressed her down onto the sofa. The two were consumed by passion. Completely oblivious to the snowflakes that had begun to mix with the rain outside, they paid no mind to the concealed camera within the room. Shen Heng observed coolly, unperturbed. Though Feng Lu possessed an admirable figure and beauty, he remained unmoved. In a world on the brink of collapse, there would be countless women like her, especially one with such a tarnished reputation. Having been reborn, how could he easily be swayed by such distractions? After finishing the last of his steamed lobster, Shen Heng contentedly rubbed his belly. With a flick of his mind, the lobster shells on the table were drawn into the vending machine. Recycling price, 2 yuan. Even tossing out trash earns me a bit. Shen Heng thought with satisfaction. He reclined on the luxurious sofa, watching the news. Reports of the storm dominated the headlines, with local stations inviting experts for live commentary. This rain is rather peculiar, the observant viewers might have noted. The hail outside had begun to turn into sleet. Normally, these two weather phenomena do not occur simultaneously, but there is no need for panic. Everything is under our control, a bald-headed expert proclaimed earnestly. Shen Heng scoffed. Continue your nonsensical broadcast. Stay on for another half hour, and you might just freeze to death in the studio. He stood up to clear the table. In his previous life, he had lived with Su Chao and Feng Lu. Now, alone, washing dishes brought forth a sense of solitude. Perhaps. His gaze drifted to the neighboring apartment. That attractive neighbor lady seemed rather appealing. Chapter 5. Acquiring the green plant. Although Shen Heng harbored thoughts akin to that of a rogue, his past experiences rendered him wary of women. Despite having survived only 3 months in the apocalypse, he had witnessed countless couples turn against each other over a mere morsel of food. In this frozen world, human life was as expendable as grass. If this alluring neighbor were willing to willingly surrender both her heart and body to him, he would gladly accept. Yet, human intentions are veiled, and he would never easily trust a woman, especially a stranger. Having been reborn and equipped with the extraordinary vending machine, what kind of woman could he not procure? For now, elevating the vending machine's level remained paramount. Outside, the rain continued to pour in torrents, but the snowfall had increased. Shen Heng added some firewood to the fireplace, causing the room's temperature to rise dramatically. Comfortably nestled on the sofa, he scrolled through his phone. The residents' group chat for Taoyuan community had erupted into chaos. What's going on with this weather? How can it snow in the middle of summer? I've already donned my winter clothes. Don't worry, I just watched the news. The experts say everything is under control. This weather is becoming increasingly erratic. It's nature's revenge. Chen Xiaonya, where are you? Should I bring you an umbrella? As Shen Heng perused the banter, he couldn't help but smile dismissively. Curious Path was a shy, introverted homebody, much like himself, who also enjoyed stockpiling supplies. Regrettably, it lived for merely a month. What a foolish individual. Failing to comprehend the wisdom of not flaunting one's wealth, he had the audacity to boast about his ample reserves to Chen Xiaonya, who was unlikely to harbor malicious intentions. Subsequently, Chen Xiaonya ransacked his home, leaving no trace, not even a single fruit from a pot. It was this very fruit that awakened her ability to pass through walls, allowing her to pilfer from the entire Taoyuan community, drawing the ire of the populace. Chen Xiaonya, whose real name is Chun Mengqing, is pure and beautiful. However, Shen Heng remembers her not for her looks or figure, but because she had stolen from his home 3 times in her past life. After Chun Mengqing awakened her powers, people began to realize the extraordinary nature of the ability fruit, digging frantically in search of it. By chance, Shen Heng consumed an ability fruit, awakening a fire-related power. Meanwhile, Su Chao discovered an ice-related ability fruit, unbeknownst to Shen Heng. With this thought, Shen Heng became invigorated and entered his mental space. At the vending machine, he typed in the words ability fruit. In the next moment, he held his breath, eyes wide in astonishment. Indeed, there were ability fruits for sale. The price was 1 million. However, the fruit was gray, rendering it unpurchasable. The purchase requirement, level 10. It seemed that one needed to reach level 10 to make a purchase, and the cost was exorbitant. Who knows how much one would have to spend to elevate the vending machine to level 10? Since there was an opportunity to acquire something for free, Shen Heng would not let it slip away. He quickly messaged Xujing Tanyu. Brother, has your pothose borne fruit yet? Xujing Tanyu replied. Who has pothose bears fruit? Shen Heng felt awkward and rephrased. Brother, do you have pothose? Xujing Tanyu responded. I have 3 pots. What is up? Shen Heng replied. I just renovated my home and wanted to add some greenery, but I can't go out in this weather. Would you sell me your pothose? Xujing Tanyu chuckled. He was an enthusiast of apocalyptic literature and found the extreme weather rather exhilarating. After all, he had stocked over 10 boxes of canned sausages and instant noodles. Logically, someone astute would quietly hoard supplies or rush to procure necessities. Why on earth was this guy trying to buy pothose? This was pothose, not a cute girl. Which building do you live in? Building 7, Unit 4, 1102. Alright, wait for me, we can meet up. After putting down his phone, Shen Heng felt delighted. 3 pots of pothose cost only 1,500, and he could obtain the ability fruit that granted him wall-passing powers. In his previous life, people would fight fiercely over a single ability fruit. Most ability fruits merely contained powers that enhanced physical strength. Those with special abilities were exceedingly rare. When Chun Mengqing stole from him for the 3rd time, he had pursued her fiercely, but she, agile and swift, had vanished after passing through walls multiple times. Chun Mengqing, in this life, I shall seize your ability fruit. And let us see how you manage to steal. Shen Heng donned a jacket and made his way through the underground parking lot towards Building 7. The temperature had dropped over 10 degrees, completely dispelling the summer heat and replacing it with a hint of coolness. As he walked, he took out his phone to monitor the surveillance at home. After a few adjustments, he found that Feng Lu and Su Chao had vanished. Checking the footage from about 10 minutes prior, he saw that they had already finished whatever they were doing, and upon discovering the snowfall outside, had rummaged through his belongings for warm clothing, with Feng Lu following Su Chao to his home. Unfortunately, he hadn't installed a camera at Su Chao's place. The upcoming days would be quite dull. At that moment, Feng Lu's call suddenly came through. Hello? Shen Heng answered. Feng Lu, through gritted teeth. Accused, someone broke into my house. All the winter clothes and bedding have been stolen. I'm freezing. What? Did someone really break in? Shen Heng exclaimed in shock. Where are you now? I'm at Su Chao's house. Shen Heng's mind raced, and he quickly said, You haven't eaten yet, right? I bought a lot of food and was going to cook your favorite dishes. Braised eggplant, steamed ribs, stir-fried mushrooms with meat, kung pao chicken, stir-fried beef, sweet and sour pork. At the mention of these dishes, Feng Lu's stomach betrayed her with a grumble, and her tone softened. Then come over to Su Chao's place. Isn't that inappropriate? Shen Heng hesitated. Today is your birthday. Shouldn't we celebrate at our home? Forget that. I don't mind. Shen Heng laughed nonchalantly. I'll be home soon. We'll talk later. Feng Lu hung up with a smile towards Su Chao. Bro Chao, let's go. That good-for-nothing is going to cook for us. Su Chao, having labored twice today, was famished and nodded eagerly. Let us go. The two donned thick clothing and hurried downstairs towards Shen Heng's home. Shen Heng's original residence was in Building 2, Unit 1, while Su Chao's home was in Building 7. By now, Shen Heng had arrived at the entrance of the underground passage of Building 7. He didn't ascend, but instead concealed himself in a shadowy corner. After a brief wait, he spotted Feng Lu, clad in Su Chao's coat, hurriedly walking toward the underground entrance of Building 2, hand in hand with Su Chao. The two were oblivious to Shen Heng lurking in the shadows. This brazen woman. As he watched Feng Lu's long legs exposed, Shen Heng's expression hardened. Only when they entered Building 2 did he emerge and make his way into Building 7. He entered Unit 1 and arrived at 702, Su Chao's residence. Shen Heng used his master key to unlock the door with ease, setting up several cameras in the corners before leaving with a flourish. Were it not for seeking a bit of amusement in the apocalypse, he would not have bothered. The air was thick with the scent of aftermath, truly repugnant. Next, Shen Heng approached Unit 4, 1102, the home of Xujing Tongyu. As soon as he knocked, the door swung open, as if the occupant had been waiting. Xujing Tongyu, with his round face beaming, held 3 pots of pot hose. You must be Heng? Indeed. Shen Heng discreetly glanced at the pot hose, and then inquired, is this all you have? If there are more, I'll buy them for 500. That is all I have. Xujing Tongyu lamented. I initially bought 4 pots, but one died, and I tossed it. I'm left with these 3. Shen Heng sighed in relief and nodded. All right. I'll take them. He transferred 1,500 to Xujing Tongyu, who cheerfully bid him farewell as Shen Heng took the elevator down. Success. Once back in the underground passage, Shen Heng's eye sparkled. These 3 pots of pot hose, though appearing ordinary with their green stems and leaves, held the promise that within half a month of the apocalypse, one pot would, as if mutated, bear a dark brown ability fruit. Shen Heng's eyes glinted. In this life, without your wall-passing abilities, we shall settle the score. Chapter 6. Resources were stolen. It is not that Shen Heng holds a grudge, but in his past life, he had been thoroughly robbed by Qin Xiaoyo. Each time he scoured for supplies, Qin Mingxing would arrive precisely at the opportune moment. After the first theft, Shen Heng became wary. Yet, on the second occasion, he was again victimized. This woman moved without a sound, a natural-born thief. On the third occasion, Shen Heng stayed awake all night, vigilantly guarding his supplies, only to doze off just before dawn. At that moment, Qin Mingxing had appeared, swiftly stuffing supplies into her backpack before fleeing. Even with his fire powers, he was powerless to stop her. Humph, this wall-passing ability is mine now. Shen Heng sneered. Though he lacked for nothing in this life, once he acquired the ability to pass through walls, he would be the first to visit Qin Mingxing's home and let her experience the taste of being robbed. Hello? Feng Lu's sharp voice pierced through. Shen Heng's expression was one of resignation. With that, Feng Lu had little more to say, only throwing out a frustrated remark to hurry up before hanging up. Listening to the dial tone, Shen Heng chuckled coldly. 3 years of affection wasted. Did they expect him to cook for this pair of dog lovers? Heh, let them wait. He cautiously placed 3 pots of green pot hose on the corner table in the living room and reclined on the sofa. Outside, the tempest raged with rain and snow. And soon everyone began to react. In the community chat group, a flurry of complaints and panic filled the screen. A gust of wind swept through, and clouds soared. How could this happen? It's summer, yet it's snowing. I am the great and handsome one. The snow is becoming heavier. Could it be the end of the world? Little Peach, stop talking nonsense upstairs. The experts have stated it's merely an unusual weather pattern. This rain and snow will end the summer heat, and we might face an early autumn this year. Shen Heng smirked slightly, coldly perusing the messages. These fools, those with a sense of impending doom, despite the frigid conditions outside, rushed out to stockpile supplies, while those lounging at home, glued to their phones, would succumb first. In the icy depths of winter, with frozen pipes and power outages, survival would hinge on who could endure the longest. The complainers would awaken tomorrow to a world blanketed in white, utterly dumbfounded. Shen Heng glanced at the thermometer. Outside, the temperature had already plunged to -3 or 4 degrees. By tomorrow, the entire world would be plunged into a chilling -30 degrees. The temperature would continue to drop. This snow would persist until Shen Heng's rebirth in a past life. Just 3 days after the apocalypse, the temperature in Jiangsheng had plummeted to -70 degrees. In even more northern regions, it was colder still. After enduring a few more days, the populace would descend into panic and conflict due to a lack of supplies. Looting, violence, and betrayal would become rampant. After a month, with the emergence of supernatural fruits, those who survived would grow increasingly deranged. Shen Heng felt no sympathy for these people and was indifferent to their fates. His act of stockpiling for old Qin was merely a gesture of gratitude for past help. Turning to the news, the bald expert continued to prattle on, and Shen Heng felt a wave of disinterest. He purchased a treadmill from a vending machine, placed it in the corner of the living room, and began his workout. After just 10 minutes, the phone rang again. It was Feng Lu. Shen Heng ignored the call, silencing his phone, and glanced at the surveillance feed. Feng Lu and Su Chao were huddled together on the sofa, anxiously staring at the security door. They were already famished, and with the temperature plummeting, they felt both cold and hungry. They regretted not bringing more clothes. Feng Lu leaned against Su Chao, her face pale as she held her phone. This useless Shen Heng has no idea what he is doing, and he dares not answer my call. This cursed weather. How can it snow in summer? Should I go buy some food? Su Chao, scrolling through his phone, frowned. Your house was robbed. You have no food or drink. And even your winter blankets and clothes were stolen. My house has no supplies, and no one is delivering food. What is the point of buying anything? That is true. Su Chao thought for a moment, and realized Feng Lu made a valid point. Someone in the community group had already posted a video. Several supermarkets in the neighborhood were overcrowded, and fights had broken out over the checkout lines. Even if they went now, they wouldn't be able to grab anything. After all, Shen Heng, that homebody, enjoys hoarding supplies, so he must have bought a lot this time too. Let us call him again. Seeing Feng Lu put down her phone, Su Chao urged, today is your birthday. He must have bought plenty. Perhaps he simply can't answer your call right now. Let us try again. If all else fails, I'll go lend him a hand. After all, he is my good brother. All right. Feng Lu nodded. The phone rang again. Just as Shen Heng felt exhausted, he paused the treadmill, panting as he answered the call. Hello? Hearing Shen Heng's labored breathing, Feng Lu felt a surge of relief. This useless man has indeed bought a lot. He is panting for air. Where are you? Darling, I'm almost there. Shen Heng adopted a submissive tone. I just picked up the cake for you. It's your favorite black swan flavor. And I also bought some duck delicacies and cooked meat. Upon hearing about the food, Feng Lu felt her mouth water. Did you buy too much? Should I and Su Chao go to meet you? Shen Heng feigned shock over the phone, and before Feng Lu could inquire further, he hung up. Feng Lu, being excessively curious, would undoubtedly call back. As expected, moments later, the phone rang again. After several rings, Shen Heng simply hung up. A moment later, the phone rang again. Shen Heng hung up once more. It wasn't he until Feng Lu had called 4 or 5 times that Shen Heng finally answered. What happened just now? Why did you hang up? Feng Lu pressed for an explanation. I was carrying a bunch of bags when you called, just entering the community. And a group of people surrounded me. They stole all the food. Shen Heng's face was a picture of misery. What? Feng Lu's eyes widened. All of it was stolen. There were 7 or 8 of them, and they just took it without hesitation. I couldn't defend it at all. Shen Heng looked utterly wronged. They even took your cake. They slapped me twice and kicked me several times. You useless man. Upon hearing the food was gone, Feng Lu was immediately furious. A grown man. And you couldn't even resist in broad daylight? What good are you? Can you blame me for this? He hung up the phone without hesitation. Hello, you. Feng Lu was enraged. This useless man actually dared to speak to me like that. But just as she opened her mouth, she heard the busy signal on the line, leaving her momentarily dazed. Su Chao leaned over, both cold and hungry. Coupled with the earlier energy bursts, his voice trembled. That useless man had his things stolen. Feng Lu fumed. How dare he retort and hang up on me? He has gone too far. Then she looked visibly aggrieved. Such a man. Does he even deserve to bring me happiness? I've never complained about his low earnings. Yet he dares to treat me like this. We aren't even married yet, and he hangs up on me. What will happen when we are married? Su Chao, growing impatient, interrupted her. Where is he now? Is there nothing left? Even the cake was stolen? Feng Lu's face darkened. From what he said, not even a shred of the packaging remains. Call him again, and be nicer. Let him continue to buy food for us. Su Chao urged. He glanced out the window. At this moment, the rain outside had nearly stopped, giving way to a flurry of snow. Should I really call him again? Feng Lu hesitated. After being hung up on by Shen Heng, calling him again would feel like admitting fault. Am I wrong? Feng Lu pouted, clearly reluctant. Shen Heng, observing this scene through the surveillance, smirked slightly, utterly disdainful. If it weren't for the utter boredom of the apocalypse, he wouldn't bother with Feng Lu at all. Others may not know, but Shen Heng was acutely aware. Without the protection of those with supernatural abilities, these ordinary people would last at most 3 weeks. Even with Su Chao guarding her, Feng Lu was no exception. What a joke. Who is Su Chao after all? Merely a mid-level executive at a small company. It was only through Shen Heng's protection in a past life that Su Chao awakened his ice powers. Without Shen Heng's assistance, could Su Chao survive even 3 weeks? Nonsense. Do you want to go out and buy supplies? Su Chao nearly slapped her. It's already snowing outside. Do you even want to gather supplies? Besides, the weather is far too erratic. Su Chao calmly analyzed. Regardless of what happens in the future, the priority now is to stockpile supplies. If you drive Shen Heng away, who will run errands for us in the future? That is true. Feng Lu nodded obediently. Brother Chao, he is already your man, so I'll listen to you. I'll call Shen Heng right now and ask him to go to the supermarket to buy food and cook for us. Watching the conversation unfold on the monitor, Shen Heng nearly lost his lunch. How utterly shameless. They think they can manipulate me like this? But since they want to play games, I might as well indulge them. After all, I have a vending machine filled with supplies. Chapter 7. Do you not desire to avenge them? In the aftermath of the apocalypse, survival is a daily struggle for everyone. Merely managing to endure a single day is a feat in itself. The psychological aspect is seldom contemplated. Yet, there is Shen Heng, the possessor of an infinite supply of resources akin to a super vending machine, who still finds time to walk his dog, seeking to infuse a modicum of joy into his desolate existence. He yearns for Feng Lu and Su Chao to live in perpetual regret, suffering until the bitter end of this frozen apocalypse. As their discussion draws to a close, Feng Lu once again seizes her phone to dial Shen Heng, whose phone synchronously rings. In his current state of arrogance, Shen Heng has no intention of answering. He dismisses the call outright. Under surveillance, Feng Lu teeters on the brink of rage. How dare this worthless individual hang up on me? Now he won't even take my call. What does he think he is, refusing to answer my phone? This useless fool truly believes he holds some significance. She seizes a cushion from the sofa and hurls it to the ground. Is it possible that our relationship has been revealed to Shen Heng? Su Chao, sitting nearby, furrows his brow in inquiry. Feng Lu pauses, then resolutely shakes her head. Impossible. Knowing Shen Heng, if he were to discover that Su Chao and I have betrayed him, he would not merely hang up the phone. He would at most feel aggrieved about having to brave the rain for supplies. I have yet to pacify him. Feng Lu continues with a cold laugh. He is nothing but a colossal infant. Let me make a call. I shall reason with him. Su Chao responds gravely. We still rely on him for supplies, and given the peculiar weather, we may need to stay home for several days. We cannot prepare meals without him. I will attempt to reason with him, and you should also apologize. That way, he will be wholly devoted to our service. He shakes his phone. No one is accepting delivery orders, and the vendors have closed their doors. We cannot possibly subsist on nothing. Upon hearing Su Chao's words, Feng Lu's rigid expression softened slightly. Very well. Su Chao picks up his phone and calls Shen Heng. Shen Heng smirks as he glances at the incoming call number, raising an eyebrow before answering. Hello, where are you? I heard from Feng Lu that you were robbed. Are you alright? Su Chao inquires with apparent concern. I'm fine. Shen Heng retorts indignantly. If it weren't for her incessant calls, I wouldn't have had to stop and answer. Could I have been robbed? This imbecile. Now here I am, drenched in rain, freezing cold, having lost my belongings, while she is at home, merely hurling insults at me. A worthless being. Su Chao, on speakerphone, observes Feng Lu's pallid face, wishing to curse aloud. However, a glare from Su Chao compels her to grit her teeth and suppress her fury. Alright. Do not be angry. You and Feng Lu have been together for several years. It's merely a bit of grumbling. What is there that cannot be discussed? Su Chao clears his throat. Listen to me. Call Feng Lu, and you both should communicate. She may have gone a bit too far, but as men, should we not possess a modicum of tolerance? What is there that we cannot bear with our own women? I argue with Miao Miao as well, and every time, I yield to her. Shen Heng snickers internally. Feng Lu has been with you in a compromising situation. How can she be considered mine? I am not in the mood. Shen Heng interrupts Su Chao. ISNT, she's still going to scold me? Let her scold away. Before Su Chao can respond, he ends the call. Su Chao stands there, stunned. Good heavens, I had never realized Shen Heng had such a temper. When he attempts to call Shen Heng again, he finds that Shen Heng is no longer picking up. Shen Heng watches the two on the surveillance monitor with keen interest. Su Chao wears a sullen expression, while Feng Lu hurls obscenities. Enough. Su Chao bellows. It's all because of you. Stop cursing. Let us wait until he calms down. You can then coax him. Do we intend to starve tonight? Feng Lu falls silent. Su Chao rises and glances out the window. The snowflakes continue to fall thicker, showing no signs of abating. As it is summer, the ground temperature remains high. Previously, the snow would dissipate upon contact with the ground. However, with the temperature dropping, the snowflakes have grown larger, and a thin layer of snow has begun to accumulate. I wonder how Miao Miao is faring. He whispers softly to himself. Hua Miao Miao possesses an alluring figure and exceptional beauty. He had worked exceedingly hard to win her affections. Regrettably, she has consistently rebuffed his advances. Although they ostensibly cohabitate, they sleep in separate bedrooms, rendering it no different from a shared rental. Still thinking of your girlfriend? Feng Lu interjects with a tinge of jealousy. What is so special about her if she won't even let you touch her? Su Chao chuckles awkwardly, quickly embracing Feng Lu. I was merely expressing my thoughts. I haven't even called her. Now we're getting somewhere. Feng Lu leans against Su Chao. She is already yours, and do you still wish for another? You promised me you would marry me in the future and treat me well forever. Watching the two of them display such affection makes Shen Heng feel nauseous. Yet, Su Chao's words trigger a memory. Hua Miao Miao. She met an untimely end in his past life, and since his rebirth, he had almost forgotten her. He picks up his phone and dials Hua Miao Miao's number. Hello, Shen Heng. The call connects swiftly, her melodious voice resonating through the receiver. Did Su Chao call you? Shen Heng inquires. No, Hua Miao Miao replies, her mood somewhat subdued. I called him earlier, but he did not answer. He is probably busy. Shen Heng scoffs coldly. What's wrong? Hua Miao Miao perceives the sarcasm in Shen Heng's voice and quickly asks. Let us not argue just yet. Hua Miao Miao responds, puzzled. Typically, Su Chao is accommodating towards her. Though she harbors some dissatisfaction with him, she acknowledges that he treats her relatively well. It's just that he often attempts to engage in physical intimacy, which makes Hua Miao Miao feel uncomfortable. What else is there to quarrel about? Just then, her phone vibrates, indicating an incoming video from Shen Heng. Huh, what's this? Upon opening the video, Hua Miao Miao is taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. She quickly glances around, ensuring no one is watching, and retreats to a corner, lowering the volume. All the employees still working late have gathered by the floor-to-ceiling windows, marveling at the falling snowflakes. Oblivious to her predicament. Why is Shen Heng sending me this video? It's so vulgar. Hua Miao Miao's expression darkens. To her, Shen Heng has always been a paragon of virtue. She never expected him to send such content meant for his friend's girlfriend. Is he attempting to seduce me? I am dissatisfied with Su Chao, let alone him. However, just as she is about to close the video and confront Shen Heng, she unexpectedly hears a voice from within the video. Chao Gu, you're so strong. The voice sounds eerily familiar. Hua Miao Miao freezes, finally noticing that the two individuals in the video are Su Chao and Feng Lu. Her complexion drains of color. Su Chao and Feng Lu. How is this possible? Moreover, the surveillance footage clearly indicates they are in Shen Heng's home, with the timestamp in the bottom right corner indicating it was this afternoon. Calculating the time, it coincides perfectly with when she had called Su Chao. As if to validate her suspicions, the video shows Su Chao in the act when his phone suddenly rings. He picks it up, frowning. Meanwhile, Feng Lu wraps her arms around his waist, playfully cooing. Is it Hua Miao Miao calling? Yes, Su Chao nods. Are you going to answer it? If you do, she won't make a sound. Feng Lu teases seductively. Observing her flirtatious demeanor, Su Chao nonchalantly tosses his phone aside and resumes his vigorous engagement. This is the exact moment I called him. Hua Miao Miao's fingers clench tightly as she bites her lip in frustration. At that time, a torrential downpour had just begun, and Hua Miao Miao worried about whether Su Chao would be safe driving home. When he did not answer her call, she thought he must be driving and decided it best not to disturb him. Indeed, Su Chao was driving, driving Feng Lu's little seductive car. The air conditioning in the office blows warm air, yet Huo Miao Miao feels a chill wash over her entire body. She held her phone in a daze, completely oblivious to the young man quietly watching her from the corner of the office. Moments later, Huo Miao turned off the video, rose to glance around, and instead of calling Shen Heng again, opted to send a message via WeChat. When did you find out? A few days ago, Feng Lu was acting strangely. So I secretly installed surveillance. What do you plan to do? Huo Miao sent another message. Su Chao is your best buddy. He has been with your girlfriend. Don't you want to take revenge on them? Huo Miao seemed quite agitated, sending several messages in quick succession. Anger is a good thing. Shen Heng stretched his arms. A broad smile on his face. Keep stirring the pot. Let her maintain that fury. Such a conservative woman would never forgive her boyfriend's infidelity. Let the confrontation begin. How delightful it would be. Don't you want to take his girlfriend and exact a fierce revenge? Shen Heng's eyes widened in shock. Chapter 8. Huo Miao in danger. Take his girlfriend? Su Chao's girlfriend is Huo Miao, isn't it? This is a hint. No, a blatant suggestion. Shen Heng could hardly fathom that the usually reserved Huo Miao would dare to invite him, even if he were to live again. His mind was solely occupied with thoughts of avenging Su Chao and Feng Lu, never considering any involvement with Huo Miao. After all, she was far too aloof. Moreover, according to Su Chao, Huo Miao was reluctant to engage intimately, leading him to suspect that she might be frigid. But now, Shen Heng stood up, gazing at the snow-covered ground, and stepped outside. His mind was filled with the image of Huo Miao's strikingly cold face. Such a woman, entangled with him and Su Chao. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to even imagine it. But now, he had to bring Huo Miao into his life. He excitedly dashed out, only to remember that he had no car. Opening a ride-hailing app yielded no results. Catching a taxi seemed improbable in this weather. He recalled the beautiful young woman living next door. She had seemed to be leaving earlier, but given the heavy snow, she likely remained at home. Perhaps he could borrow her car. If she agreed, he would also help her out after the apocalypse, selling a loaf of bread for 100,000 to others. But only 10 to her would suffice. Ding dong, ding dong. Shen Heng rang the neighbor's doorbell. Moments later, he heard the voice of the lovely young woman from inside. Who is it? It's your neighbor. Shen Heng replied through the door. I didn't expect the snow to come down this heavily. I'd like to borrow your car to pick up my girlfriend. And I'll return your umbrella as well. Borrowing a car? Returning an umbrella? The woman hesitated, seeing through the surveillance that Shen Heng stood alone at her door, holding an umbrella. Isn't he the one from this afternoon? She pondered. To express my gratitude, I brought you a few gifts. Shen Heng lifted several items in his hands, waving them at the camera. This is red wine and seafood I purchased earlier. Given the weather, it seems the snow won't stop anytime soon, and I don't know if you have enough provisions at home. Buffet Winery. The woman immediately recognized it. The market price of this bottle of wine is around 3,000 yuan. Not the most extravagant, but certainly not lacking in quality. Coupled with the seafood in Shen Heng's possession, the cost of borrowing the car had already surpassed 5,000. Besides, what he said made sense. With such unusual weather, she likely wouldn't be able to go out to shop anytime soon. Well, alright then. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded gently. You can borrow the car, but you must promise me one thing. In this age of laws and regulations, where cameras abound, even if Shen Heng tried to steal her car, he could not escape. Moreover, with the current stability of society in Longhua, theft and robbery were extraordinarily rare. Even in the event of a crime, it would be quickly detected by the surveillance network, and the perpetrator would face immediate consequences. A man who could easily produce red wine and seafood wouldn't likely resort to car theft, would he? Jiangxing University? That's quite convenient. Huo Miao's company was near Jiangxing University, requiring no detours at all. Thank you. Shen Heng gratefully took the car keys, noting the woman's name and number. Her name was Yang Jinxian. Her sister was named Yang Mushuan, a graduate student at Jiang University, working on a new research project with her advisor. No wonder she was still at school during the summer break. Shen Heng realized. I noted the weather wasn't looking good, so I wanted to pick her up. And it's fortunate I ran into you. Yang Jinxian smiled. I just spoke with her on the phone. She's in her dormitory, so I appreciate your help. Shen Heng waved his hand, then settled into the vehicle. Yang Jinxian appeared quite graceful, speaking slowly, yet she drove an impressively powerful car, a stark contrast. But that was preferable. Shen Heng, who enjoyed reading automotive news, recognized that this car was quite expensive, boasting robust power and all-wheel drive, making it adept in snowy conditions. Moreover, with the fresh layer of snow on the ground, driving would be a breeze. Watching the car speed away, Yang Jinxian dialed her sister's phone number. Mushuan. He'll pick you up shortly. Remember to ask him clearly for me. Don't worry, sis. Her sister's laughter echoed through the phone. Your husband just passed. And already someone wants to get close to you. Clearly, you have your charms. What charms? Don't tease me. Yang Jinxian gently shook her head. I'm afraid he might be sent by the Song family, deliberately approaching me. I've already given up the Song family's assets. Alright, sis, I'll find out soon enough. Don't be anxious. He might just be an admirer of yours. Yang Mushuan's voice was filled with teasing. Yet there was a hint of seriousness. Those from the Song family are truly relentless. Even after your husband's death, they don't let go of the assets. Yang Jinxian sighed and shook her head, ending the call. Neighbor? And an umbrella? Yang Jinxian's gaze fell. All the villas in this row belong to me. When did I have a neighbor? Huo Miao felt utterly disoriented. She never imagined that Su Chao, who had pursued her for so long, would secretly be involved with Feng Lu. Men are such creatures of base instincts, she muttered under her breath. Then recalled the impulsive message she had sent to Shen Heng just moments ago. I hope he didn't see it. Huo Miao's face flushed slightly. At the same time, she felt a flicker of curiosity. Was that kind of experience truly so pleasurable? The expressions of Feng Lu in the video radiated enjoyment, their heavy breaths causing her heart to race. Just thinking about it made her feel uneasy, prompting her to rise and head to the restroom. The office hallway was deserted. Her colleagues, working late, were all sipping hot coffee, seated by the windows, marveling at the unusual sight of snow in August. The snowflakes fell heavily, and the frequency of snowfall seemed to increase, showing no signs of stopping. Unable to hail a ride, Huo Miao emerged from the restroom, having just washed her hands, when a shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Before she could react, someone tightly embraced her from behind, a hand covering her mouth. MMM. Huo Miao's eyes widened as she caught a glimpse of the person in the mirror. It was her former supervisor Wang Chengwang, who had once pursued her. Huo Miao, while everyone else is admiring the snow, here you are, secretly watching videos. Wang Chengwang's gaze was intense, his hand exploring the softness of her skin. So pure and aloof, yet secretly such a vixen. Wang Chengwang cackled, tightening his grip around Huo Miao. With you being this provocative, isn't watching a video just making you hungrier? Why not engage in a real contest, and let me show you how much I can satisfy you. My size will surely please you more than your boyfriend. I'll let go? Huo Miao struggled against Wang Chengwang. Alas, he was nearly 6 feet tall and weighed close to 200 pounds, remaining unmoved. Stop pretending to be innocent, we're all adults here. Don't worry. Our relationship will be purely transactional. I won't disrupt your daily life. Just a mutual arrangement when the need arises. What do you say? Wang Chengwang had no intention of releasing her. Having discovered Huo Miao's little secret, he aimed to seize the opportunity to possess her. This woman is universally recognized as the beauty of the company, characterized by her aloof demeanor and an abundance of admirers. However, when Huo Miao announced she had a boyfriend, her male colleagues fell into despair and ceased their pursuits. Only Wang Chengwang remained attentive to her. With sufficient effort, even the hardest of obstacles can be overcome. What if she is married? There are still ways to win her over. Earlier, while everyone was gazing out the window at the falling snow, Huo Miao received a phone call, leaving her pensive as she sat at her desk fiddling with her phone. Wang Chengwang stealthily approached, casting a discreet glance. This fleeting glimpse nearly elicited an exclamation from him. He was taken aback to find the seemingly aloof beauty watching short videos alone at her desk. This discovery filled Wang Chengwang with delight. With this leverage, how could Huo Miao possibly escape? He was convinced he could develop a casual relationship with her, believing she would become infatuated with him. As long as he catered to her desires, she would certainly not part ways with him. Seizing the moment when Huo Miao stepped away to the restroom, he quietly made his way to the bathroom and swiftly embraced her tightly. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to reveal your secret of watching videos in the office to everyone. Wang Chengwang sneered, I apologize, but I have already captured your clandestine viewing on camera. Sigh, beautiful Hua, you wouldn't want this little secret to reach your colleagues, would you? Initially struggling fiercely, Huo Miao froze upon hearing his words. I was filmed watching that video. This is quite advantageous. Wang Chengwang nodded in satisfaction, his fingers beginning to explore her body. I merely wish to cultivate a relationship with you. It won't cost you anything, and besides, it is the man who puts in the effort. You simply need to enjoy it. Chapter 9. Shen Heng to the rescue. Wang Chengwang's hand glided over Huo Miao's waist. Her trembling response pleased him immensely. However, at that moment, Huo Miao suddenly raised her foot and stomped back with force. The slender heel of her high-heeled shoe landed heavily on Wang Chengwang's foot. Wearing sandals, he distinctly felt the heel pierce into his foot like a sharp spike. He clutched his foot, howling in pain. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Miao sprinted away. You little vixen. Stop right there. Wang Chengwang's eyes burned with rage as he gritted his teeth. In the silent office building, his sudden cry drew the attention of many colleagues gathered by the window to witness the snow, who swiftly made their way into the corridor. Upon seeing Huo Miao stride away and Wang Chengwang, who was howling in agony, they inquired, what happened to Wang? Huo Miao breathed a sigh of relief. In her high heels, she could not run fast. With so many people present, she believed Wang Chengwang would not dare act recklessly. Catch that vixen. Wang Chengwang glared at Huo Miao, gritting his teeth. She has ruined my foot. My left foot is numb. Damn it, if I can't make this woman my plaything, I shall not bear the Wang name. Wang Chengwang was a member of the company's leadership, held in high regard, and had many sycophants. Hearing their superior's command, 3 male colleagues immediately blocked Huo Miao's escape. Wang Chengwang, what do you mean? Huo Miao's expression turned frosty. Do you want me to call the police? Call the police? Wang Chengwang sneered. Go ahead. I warn you, if you dare to call the police, the video on my phone will be publicized throughout Jiangcheng. Try me. You. Huo Miao's pupils constricted. This man was utterly shameless. If it were disclosed, how could she face anyone? She might not be able to remain in Jiangcheng at all. Seize her. Seeing Huo Miao's face shift between emotions, Wang Chengwang quickly signaled to his subordinates. The 3 men surrounding Huo Miao felt uneasy, afraid of being reprimanded by other colleagues, yet they dared not disobey Wang Chengwang's orders. Reluctantly, they advanced toward Huo Miao. She cast a pleading glance at her colleagues. But even the female employees averted their eyes. As women themselves, they harbored jealousy toward Huo Miao. Why should someone so beautiful, who spoke so coldly, have all the male colleagues fawning over her? Now, with her secret in Wang Chengwang's hands, she deserved it. You dare. Huo Miao exclaimed, her voice fierce yet trembling. Wang Qingguang's eyelids lowered, his expression icy. Huo Miao, be obedient, or else. He was determined to have this woman tonight. At the end of the corridor, a cold voice resonated from the elevator. Who? Wang Qingguang looked up, and everyone turned, curious about the newcomer. A slender figure emerged, walking steadily toward them. Who else could it be but Shen Heng? Huo Miao felt a wave of relief wash over her. In her moment of helplessness, Shen Heng's arrival felt like a fortuitous support. Step aside. Shen Heng approached the crowd with his hands in his pockets. Who the hell are you? One of Wang Qingguang's sycophants grumbled, reaching out to shove him. Shen Heng smirked, swiftly drawing his right hand from his pocket. Under the light, a glimmering blade flashed. The sycophant suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. Looking down, he discovered a deep gash, blood streaming down. Ah! He shouted, clutching his hand in horror. He's killing. Don't worry, it's just a minor scratch, but, Shen Heng coldly stated, if you dare to touch Miao Miao again, I will chop off your fingers one by one. Get lost. The sycophant, pale and trembling, instinctively retreated as Shen Heng advanced. The remaining two men also took several steps back, too intimidated to speak. Are you all right? Shen Heng inquired softly as he approached Huo Miao. I am fine, she stammered. What are you doing? Who let this outsider into our company? Wang Qingguang shouted, glaring. Shen Heng cast a cold glare at Wang Qingguang, who felt as though he had been choked, rendered speechless. In his previous life, although Shen Heng had merely survived while searching for supplies, he inevitably clashed with others over food. To protect himself, his girlfriend, and his close friends, he had taken many lives. Just a single cold glance made Wang Qingguang feel as if he were being hunted by a predator. If he dared to speak again, this man would surely take his life. Shen Heng wrapped his arm around Huo Miao and advanced. Colleagues in the vicinity instinctively stepped back. Wang Qingguang, frightened, could barely move due to his injured foot, and thus could only watch helplessly as Shen Heng approached. Huo Miao, who had been terrified of Wang Qingguang, felt a sense of security in Shen Heng's embrace, something she had never experienced with Su Chao. Slap, slap. Shen Heng crouched down, gently tapping his knife against Wang Qingguang's face. Did you just violate my wife? Wife? Wang Qingguang's face stiffened, the cold blade pressing against his skin rendering him unable to act out, forcing a nervous chuckle. This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding? He had taken the elevator up earlier, and upon opening the door, he had only heard the argument between Huo Miao and Wang Qingguang, without knowing what had transpired. Yet, it was evident that Huo Miao was in danger. He hastily purchased a sharp knife from the vending machine and concealed it in his pocket. Little did he expect it would come in handy. The video you sent me. I just opened it to view, only to have him discover it. Huo Miao blushed, murmuring, he even secretly filmed me watching the video, intending to use it as leverage against me. Shen Heng's expression darkened as he gazed at Wang Qingguang. I flirt with my wife, sending a video to enhance our relationship. What business is that of yours? Ah, this. Wang Qingguang was taken aback. He had never anticipated that it was merely a couple enhancing their intimacy through a shared video. He thought he had found a way to hold Huo Miao hostage. Where could he possibly justify himself now? I told Miao Miao that I wanted to try out the moves from that video tonight, perhaps on the sofa. What business is it of yours? Shen Heng continued. Huo Miao's face grew increasingly flushed as she cast a sideways glance at Shen Heng, then shyly lowered her head. Wang Qingguang's lips trembled, rendering him speechless. To harbor thoughts about my wife, one must be prepared to face the consequences. Shen Heng rose abruptly, swinging a knife with ferocity. By the time Wang Qingguang realized what had occurred, his little finger had already been severed and lay 2 meters away. As he stared at the blood-soaked stump of his finger, he disregarded his left foot and let out a wretched scream. Wang Qingguang, is it? Shen Heng's gaze fixed on the man's badge, his tone chillingly sinister. Losing a finger concludes our business here. If you dare to call the police, I will ensure our game continues. Should I discover that you have reported me, and if I remain at large, you will surely meet your end. Your wife, children, and parents will not be spared either. Shen Heng's voice was soft, yet the menace within it was enough to instill terror. Do you understand? I understand. Wang Qingguang stammered, his lips pale as he nodded in fear. Let us go? Shen Heng turned, wrapping his arm around Huo Miao, as they made their way outside. The crowd, previously shielded from the sight, gasped as they beheld Wang Qingguang's severed finger, a chill creeping over them. As Shen Heng settled into the driver's seat, his austere profile preparing to start the engine, Huo Miao felt a flutter in her heart. The fact that Shen Heng had just referred to her as his wife only intensified her emotions. A voice echoed in her mind. This man is 1,000 times more formidable than Su Chao. Moreover, since Su Chao had pursued Shen Heng's girlfriend, it seemed only fitting that, as Su Chao's girlfriend, she should retaliate with Shen Heng. This isn't infidelity, it's vengeance upon that despicable pair. When Shen Heng turned to fasten his seatbelt, she summoned her courage, seized his face, and kissed him passionately. Shen Heng's eyes widened. The sweet scent of her breath and the tentative touch of her tongue took him by surprise. Who would have thought that Su Chao's icy, aloof girlfriend would be so forward with him? Wait, this isn't the right place. Huo Miao continued to kiss him fervently when suddenly, a voice from the back seat interrupted. Can you at least be mindful of your surroundings? There are others present. Besides, this is my sister's new car. If you two get any more intense and leave marks, it won't be appropriate. Chapter 10. Yang Mushuan others? Huo Miao jumped, abruptly pushing Shen Heng away and retreating to the passenger seat. casting a nervous glance towards the back. Ah, Shen Heng chuckled awkwardly. Young Master Shen, I can now believe that you have no ulterior motives towards my sister. A young woman with playful pigtails blinked at him with mischief in her eyes. She is. Huo Miao's face flushed crimson, embarrassment overwhelming her. I forgot to mention, this is my neighbor's sister. I borrowed their car in my haste to pick you up. Shen Heng explained succinctly, starting the vehicle while introducing Huo Miao to Yang Mushuan. My girlfriend, Huo Miao. Girlfriend? Huo Miao's cheeks reddened again, casting a reproachful glance at Shen Heng. He had just claimed he was eager to pick her up because he received her message. Was he truly so impatient? Men, after all, are creatures of base instincts. Yet upon reflection, if it weren't for Shen Heng, she might have already fallen prey to Wang Qingwan. Oh, Yang Mushuan raised an eyebrow, nodding slightly. Shen Heng chuckled awkwardly, focusing on driving. For a moment, silence enveloped the car. He had initially intended to pick up Huo Miao first. However, en route, he received a call from Yang Mushuan, who informed him she was waiting at the university gate. With the snow falling heavily, Shen Heng felt it inappropriate to leave her waiting. So he diverted to Jiangxing University and picked her up. Once in the car, Yang Mushuan bombarded Shen Heng with questions, her curiosity insatiable, nearly uncovering all his secrets. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, Shen Heng was cautious, providing vague answers to certain inquiries, managing to deceive her. Yet it was clear that Yang Mushuan's keen eyes were skeptical. Shen Heng refrained from elaborating further, driving to Huo Miao's workplace. Shortly thereafter, he appeared with the stunningly composed Huo Miao, and as they entered the vehicle, they shared a passionate kiss, which seemed to convince Yang Mushuan of the truth. Sister, it appears he truly is just borrowing a car to pick up a girlfriend. Clearly not someone sent by the Song family. As for the neighbor, Shen Heng had not specified where they lived. It could very well be a neighbor from the villa behind. You're overthinking it, Yang Mushuan replied, lowering her head to send her sister a few messages. When she looked up, she noticed Huo Miao's arm intertwined with Shen Heng's. Their bond was evidently strong. You two can spare me the public displays of affection while driving, though I know your relationship is solid. Just be cautious. Yang Mushuan rolled her eyes, only to hear Huo Miao exclaim in astonishment. It's snowing so heavily. Yang Mushuan turned to look out the front windshield, witnessing the sky filled with swirling snowflakes cascading from above. Shen Heng had cranked the windshield wipers to maximum speed. As the vehicle traversed the snowy terrain, they could hear the crunching sound beneath the tires. How could this be? Yang Mushuan murmured. Isn't it only August? Snow in August? This weather is bizarre. Shen Heng nodded in agreement, and it seems it won't stop anytime soon. He was well aware that this snowfall had persisted for half a month. Though the snow ceased after 2 weeks, the sky remained overcast, and the entire world had transformed into a white expanse. Human civilization had ground to a halt. With city traffic nearly paralyzed, the heavy snow blanketed the globe, and Jiangxing's elevated terrain meant that the snow covered areas below the 4th floor entirely. Before people could rejoice, after a brief respite, the heavy snow returned. It fell intermittently, and Shen Heng recalled how, in his previous life, Jiangxing had been engulfed in a white shroud. With only some tall buildings and residences visible above the thick snow, the rest of the neighborhoods were buried deep beneath the accumulation. Utilizing his fire-based abilities, Shen Heng had carved a path through the snow, facilitating his search for supplies. It was precisely due to this ability that he could access locations others could not. At that time, Jiangxing was under the control of various powerful factions of supernatural beings, and survival necessitated joining one of them. Shen Heng, unwilling to serve any faction, chose to take refuge in Taoyuan community, where the supernatural beings fought amongst themselves for resources, oblivious to the presence of the 3 of them. In this life, endowed with an unlimited resource vending machine, he had no need to venture out for supplies, as he was already aware of the existence of supernatural fruits, giving him an early advantage. He could even confront the powerful factions from his past life directly. Huo Miao and Yang Mushuan gazed out the window, captivated by the swirling snow. The fierce wind howled, and silver flakes danced through the air. Just yesterday, it had been a sweltering summer day, and in an instant, they appeared to have been transported to a winter wonderland. It's truly incredible, Yang Mushuan murmured. Shen Heng chuckled softly to himself. There were indeed many incredible things to come. If only she knew that in just over half a month, the entire world order would collapse, and people would turn on each other for a morsel of food, she would not be so astonished by snow in summer. The car fell silent as the 2 girls stared dreamily at the falling snow, lost in thought. The rest, like Huo Miao before, remained at the company, waiting for the snow to cease. Many contemplated the absurdity of snowfall in August. With such high temperatures, they believed the snow would soon stop. In his previous life, Huo Miao had thought the same. Yet what was the outcome? The temperature plummeted rapidly, and within days, the air conditioning units were completely frozen. Those who remained in the company without food or water ultimately succumbed to the cold. Upon arriving at Yang Jinshuan's home, she had already donned thick clothing and waited at the door. Sister. Yang Mushuan leaped from the car and rushed to embrace her sister. Yang Jinxian had been anxiously awaiting their return. Truth be told, lending the car to Shen Heng had indeed posed a certain risk. However, in contrast, her greater concern was for her younger sister. What would she say to their deceased parents if anything happened to her sister? Thank you. Yang Jinxian cast a deep glance at Shen Heng. In Shen Heng's embrace, Huo Miao's body became somewhat rigid. Just moments ago, driven by her desire for revenge against Su Chao, and captivated by Shen Heng's heroic entrance, she had impulsively kissed him. Yet, not long into the kiss, she was interrupted by Yang Muxuan in the back seat. Since then, she had remained silent, her face flushed with embarrassment. That kiss was merely an act of revenge. It would lead to nothing. But now, embraced by Shen Heng, her heart, which had just begun to calm, was racing once more. Thank you, Sister Yang. Huo Miao managed to smile. Shen Heng waved goodbye to the sisters and gracefully exited with Huo Miao. Watching their retreating figures, Yang Muxuan leaned closer to Yang Jinxian and whispered, Sister, I don't think Shen Heng is as you imagine. He isn't from the Song family. Yang Jinxian nodded gently. Not from the Song family. That's even better. She took her sister's hand and led her inside. It seemed she had been overly concerned. When Shen Heng mentioned being her neighbor, it had sparked her suspicion, coupled with the death of her husband and her voluntary relinquishment of her inheritance. The Song family should no longer press her. Shen Heng was likely just another neighbor from the other row of houses. As she passed the surveillance room, she instinctively pushed the door open and glanced inside. But in the next moment, her brow furrowed, her gaze fixed intently on the monitor screen. Each villa in this row had been equipped with surveillance devices. However, now, while the cameras in the other villas appeared intact, the monitoring area of her next-door neighbor, Villa 4 in row 2, was completely dark. A line of text displayed, surveillance equipment malfunction, broken. Yang Jinxian squinted. Moreover, all the cameras in Villa 4 were out of order. What a coincidence. Chapter 11. A change in attitude. Someone was next door. Upon seeing the malfunctioning surveillance in Villa 4, Yang Jinxian was struck by this thought. However, it was already late, and with the heavy snowfall, she and her sister were merely two weak women, unable to investigate. Were the Song family members secretly living next door, monitoring her? A cold glint flashed in Yang Jinxuan's eyes. Song Jingming, I am your sister-in-law. Recalling the words of her brother-in-law on the night of her husband Song Guangming's passing. While she kept vigil, Yang Jinxian felt her face flush with embarrassment. That scoundrel Song Jingming actually thought to make me his mistress. He even promised that if Yang Jinxian agreed to accompany him, a portion of the Song family's assets would be left for her. She had firmly rejected such an absurd proposition and hastily moved to Taoyuan community after her husband's funeral. This was her personal asset, unrelated to the Song family. Yet, despite this, Song Jingming had still come to pester her several times. Yang Jinxian was genuinely frightened. Now, was this scoundrel sending people to spy on her again? What on earth was Song Jingming up to? Yang Jinxian bit her lip. Now that Song Jingming was the sole heir of the Song family, what kind of woman could he not have? Why was he fixated on me, his sister-in-law? The thought of Song Jingming's gloomy eyes sent a shiver down her spine. For some inexplicable reason, the figure of Shen Heng suddenly surfaced in her mind. According to her mischievous sister, Shen Heng was quite prudent in his actions. Moreover, he truly had borrowed a car to pick up his girlfriend, having no ties to the Song family. Gazing at the dark surveillance feed of Villa 4, Yang Jinxian hurriedly took out her phone and called Shen Heng. Hello? At that moment, Shen Heng had just arrived at the door of Villa 4 and was about to enter. Receiving Yang Jinxuan's call, he was somewhat perplexed. Shen Heng, there's something I need to trouble you with. Yang Jinxian spoke softly. You haven't gone far, have you? Could you please check why the surveillance in my neighboring Villa 4 is malfunctioning? Surveillance? Shen Heng was taken aback. Yes. Yang Jinxian forced a smile and explained. To be honest, I own all the villas in this row, but I only live in Villa 3, so I installed surveillance in the others. However, now all the surveillance in Villa 4 next door is out. You don't need to go inside. Can you check the monitor at the entrance to see if it's been tampered with? Indeed. Shen Heng looked up and noticed the camera on the wall. The surveillance camera had been smashed. This made Yang Jinxuan's heart shudder, her complexion turning pale. It must have been the work of the Song family. What's wrong? Is someone following you? No, it's nothing. Yang Jinxian managed to smile. Thank you. After hanging up, she rose to secure all the doors and windows, drawing the curtains shut before finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Sister, do you really think it was someone sent by Song Jingming? Yang Muxuan's expression was grave. Probably. Yang Jinxian sighed. Forget it. Let us not dwell on this. What do you want to eat, Muxuan? I'll make it for you. She stood and headed towards the kitchen, busying herself. This beautiful neighbor seems to have a few secrets of her own. Shen Heng put down his phone, chuckling to himself, suspecting that someone was following her. While the end of the world was imminent, to avoid complications, he had stealthily hidden in the blind spot of the surveillance cameras and disabled them upon moving in. Unexpectedly, all these villas in row 2 belonged solely to Yang Jinxian. Who would have thought she was a wealthy woman? Shen Heng shook his head, not pondering further, and stepped into Villa 4. Alongside him was the visibly anxious Huo Miao. Initially, Huo Miao had completely relaxed. Now, the scene felt as though she was secretly accompanying her boyfriend to a hotel. Yet, before this, she and Shen Heng weren't particularly familiar. She only knew he was a good friend of Su Chao, and they occasionally dined together. Reflecting on the passionate kiss she had shared with Shen Heng moments ago made her cheeks flush, and she hurried to follow closely behind him. Once inside the villa, she finally registered the situation. This house. Huo Miao's expression was peculiar. She had visited Shen Heng's home before, which was in a high-rise building in front of Taoyuan community. But now, how had they ended up in a row of villas? Moreover, Shen Heng had the keys and was opening the door with ease. Before I find a better option, I'll temporarily stay here, Shen Heng shrugged. Do you want me to take you to my old place? They're probably still messing around there. Huo Miao pursed her lips, speechless. Yet, she felt a tinge of curiosity. What did he mean by before finding a better option? This was already a villa. Jiangxing is a new second-tier city with high property prices. Wait, Shen Heng wasn't he supposed to be wealthy, right? She hadn't heard Su Chao mention that Shen Heng had bought a villa here. Where did this villa come from? But looking at Shen Heng, who was entering the house with such familiarity, she could ascertain that this was indeed his residence. Shen Heng opened the door, and a wave of warmth enveloped him, allowing him to relax, shedding his heavy outerwear. He turned to Huo Miao in the yard and beckoned. What are you still doing? Come inside. Huo Miao took a deep breath and followed him into the house. Upon entering, she was astonished by the luxurious decor within. The furniture and appliances were all top-tier international brands. Where did Shen Heng find so much money? Huo Miao was filled with astonishment. Shen Heng added some fuel to the fireplace before sitting on the sofa, patting the spot beside him. Sit. Sit, I will. She thought about how she had just kissed Shen Heng and felt there was nothing to worry about. Even if she were to go further with him, it would only be revenge on that scoundrel Su Chao. He had been with Feng Lu since the beginning. Why shouldn't she have her turn? She plopped down beside Shen Heng. What are you nervous about? Shen Heng gently embraced Huo Miao, only to realize her body was trembling, prompting him to chuckle lightly. I am not scared, Huo Miao insisted bravely. Earlier, our intimate moment was interrupted by Yang Mushuan. Should we continue? Shen Heng gazed at her alluring face and gently inquired. Huo Miao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, stammering, no, it's fine. That was just a moment of impulse. Very well. Shen Heng suddenly released Huo Miao, rising calmly. If you wish to continue within 3 days, I shall be here. If you remain indecisive after 3 days, feel free to do as you please. With that, he ascended to the second floor, leaving her in a daze as he closed the door with a resounding thud. Huo Miao sat on the sofa, bewildered. What did Shen Heng mean? Just because I was reluctant to kiss him, his demeanor shifted to such icy indifference? I had already expressed that it was merely a fleeting impulse. She pouted, visibly displeased. As she drew the curtains, she noticed the snow outside had yet to relent, accumulating nearly a foot deep. What a bizarre weather. Huo Miao shook her head. Lying on her plush, luxurious mattress, she reflected on the day's events, unable to find sleep. Her boyfriend of a year had suddenly taken to bed with her good friend's girlfriend, while the company's leader, Wang Qingwang, revealed his predatory nature, threatening to claim her. Shen Heng descended like a heroic figure from the heavens, rescuing her. In a moment of impulsivity, she had instinctively embraced him for a kiss. Oh, how mortifying. Huo Miao buried her head beneath the covers. Yet, the sensation of kissing Shen Heng seemed rather pleasant. She curled up under the blanket, her long legs intertwining unconsciously. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Shen Heng contemplated quietly. His primary task for the coming days was to sell supplies, aiming to elevate the vending machine's level before the collapse of law and order. The higher the level, the more advanced items he could procure for self-preservation. The reason for not selling today was that the apocalypse had only just commenced, and people still had reserves at home. In a few days, when their stockpiles dwindled, he could sell at a premium. As for Huo Miao, while she was exceptionally beautiful, if she was unwilling to take the initiative, then so be it. After 3 days, he would simply cast her out. In this apocalyptic scenario, he had no time to coddle a woman. The reason he braved the snow to save her was solely due to her unparalleled beauty and the fact that she was Su Chao's girlfriend. Being with Huo Miao in the future, her identity as Su Chao's girlfriend would provide an added advantage. However, what he truly desired was a gentle and obedient beauty. With her prideful demeanor, she had likely misjudged him. Shen Heng took out his phone to check the surveillance footage left at home. No one is there. The couple, Feng Lu and Su Chao, who had previously been cozying up in his home, had vanished. Upon switching to the bedroom camera, he discovered the bed was also unoccupied. It wasn't until he switched to Su Chao's residence that he saw the two had already retreated to his home, entangled upon Su Chao's grand bed. Shen Heng chuckled. They hadn't even eaten dinner, yet they still had the energy for more. Su Chao was not worried about exhausting himself. Amused, he turned up the volume, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation, treating it as a form of entertainment. And in Mandarin, no less, which he could understand. To his surprise, just as they began to indulge, Su Chao's phone rang. His expression shifted awkwardly as he urgently told Feng Lu, "It's Miao Miao calling. You need to hide." Feng Lu, flustered and irritated, bit Su Chao's shoulder in annoyance and burrowed deeper under the covers. Seeing nothing amiss outside the blanket, Su Chao sighed in relief and answered the call. In the first floor bedroom, Huo Miao remained oblivious to the fact that, in Shen Heng's eyes, she was merely a tool. If she did not obediently submit to him, she would be cast out into the frigid wilderness after 3 days. How could he be so heartless? Huo Miao pouted. Although it was not her first kiss, she and Shen Heng had barely known each other before. Having kissed, was that not sufficient? While Shen Heng had not explicitly stated his intentions, Huo Miao, being an adult, understood his words' implications. Did he not desire to be intimate with her? The memory of their passionate kiss in the car made her cheeks flush crimson. Yet, the thought of Su Chao's betrayal complicated her feelings. Unable to sleep, she quietly opened her phone and scrolled through her messages with Su Chao. Over the course of more than a year, their sweet nothings and vows were carefully preserved. However, their conversation had abruptly ceased this afternoon, and until now, Su Chao had not called her once. Huo Miao felt a chill in her heart. Although she was not entirely satisfied with Su Chao, he had at least captured her affection somewhat, and they had been together for a year. At 28, she had even prepared herself for marriage with him. But what had Su Chao done? He had betrayed her. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately decided to send Su Chao a video call. After an extended wait, he finally answered. Miao Miao? Su Chao's face appeared on the screen, albeit with an awkward expression. Are you at home? Yes, indeed. Su Chao cleared his throat. Where are you? It's so dark, with all the lights off indoors. He couldn't see Huo Miao. Our company is experiencing a power outage, Huo Miao replied softly. The air conditioning won't work, and it's freezing here. Su Chao, could you drive over to pick me up? Su Chao was about to respond when he suddenly gasped, his expression becoming increasingly uncomfortable. What's wrong? Nothing, nothing. Su Chao awkwardly replied. Meow meow. It's snowing outside continuously. I can't make it. Our car is a two-wheel drive. It simply can't navigate through this depth of snow. Just bear with it, okay? Tomorrow, as soon as the snow stops, I'll come to get you. Tomorrow? Huo Miao's gaze fell. By then, she would likely be frozen solid. Dressed in a short-sleeved top and skirt, how could she endure a night in such extreme conditions without heating? I'm freezing to death. It's so cold, please come get me. Huo Miao bit her lip, struggling to maintain her composure. Why do you keep hesitating? Huo Miao's tone grew cold. I just ate some spicy snacks, it's burning me up. Su Chao stammered. Isn't it Feng Lu eating your spicy snacks? Huo Miao snapped, her patience wearing thin. For the sake of fooling around with Feng Lu, you no longer care about my well-being? Su Chao, who exactly is your girlfriend? Her words left Su Chao pale. Meow meow, what do you mean? Do I need to elaborate further? Su Chao winced as Feng Lu, still under the covers, instinctively bit down on her snack. Despite the pain, Su Chao hurriedly explained, no, meow meow, don't say that. How could I possibly be with Feng Lu? She is Shen Heng's girlfriend. You scoundrel, Huo Miao scoffed, her eyes filled with derision. At this point, you're still lying to me? Su Chao, let us break up. I wish you and Feng Lu the best. Our relationship is over. No. Su Chao bolted upright. If he lost such a gem, he would be at a great loss. At least let him enjoy a little more before ending it. Let me have a taste of something good. But before he could voice his thoughts, Huo Miao had already abruptly ended the video call. Feng Lu emerged from the covers. Frowning. This is all your fault. Su Chao shot her a glare. You had to pick that moment to mess around. And now look. She's broken up with me. Isn't this more thrilling? Feng Lu pouted. You seem to enjoy it. Besides, you promised to marry me. And now that she has broken up with you, why are you yelling at me? Su Chao looked at Feng Lu, filled with helplessness. He invested so much in Huo Miao, finally managing to win her over. Just as he was about to hit a home run, they broke up. What kind of absurdity is this? Still fuming, Feng Lu suddenly had a thought and spoke up. Do you think Huo Miao will tell Shen Heng about us? Does he already know? Otherwise, how could he dare to talk back to me and hang up the phone this afternoon? That shouldn't be the case, Su Chao replied slowly, shaking his head. Huo Miao is not that kind of person, and she is not familiar with Shen Heng. She wouldn't mention such things. She is quite shy. That's good to hear. Who says there is nothing to eat? Su Chao grinned wickedly. Feng Lu seemed to understand, casting a playful glance at Su Chao. As they played poker, Su Chao drew a 6. Feng Lu raised it with a 9. Shen Heng was shaking his head in disbelief. Su Chao was truly reckless. It seemed they had just gotten together. Su Chao was still infatuated with Feng Lu, putting in considerable effort to please her. However, a cold smile crept onto his face. I don't care when you two got together. You betrayed me in my past life and left me in dire straits. This time, I will not let you off easily. Lost in such thoughts, the bedroom door suddenly rattled. Who is it? Shen Heng stood up alertly, only to chuckle and shake his head. There were only 2 people in this house, apart from Huo Miao. Who else could it be? Hadn't she just video called Su Chao? What was she doing up at this hour? As Shen Heng opened the door, Huo Miao's delicate body leapt into his embrace. What is going on? Shen Heng was puzzled. Huo Miao pinned him down on the bed, catching sight of the surveillance footage on his phone, showing Su Chao and Feng Lu playing poker. Her eyes glinting with deep-seated hatred. Shen Heng, love me well, Huo Miao's sultry voice whispered in his ear. Chapter 13. Offering oneself is far from enough outside. The snow fell heavily, and the temperature plummeted. Meanwhile, inside, the two engaged in passionate intimacy, unveiling the allure of Huo Miao that could only be discovered through genuine contact. Her physique was not the frail kind. Rather, it was slightly curvaceous. The places that should be slender were just within a grasp, while the fuller parts had an exquisite texture. Coupled with her enchanting almond-shaped eyes and charming visage, she resembled the legendary Daji. No wonder King Zhou lost his kingdom. Why did you come to my room? After their fervor, Shen Heng asked, holding Huo Miao. I want revenge. Don't say useless things. Weren't you just breaking up with Su Chao? Shen Heng chuckled lightly. Before you broke up with him, you were his girlfriend. That kiss we shared could also be considered revenge, right? Now that you are single, are you just looking for some man to vent your frustrations? Or are you curious to see if it feels good? You saved me, Huo Miao pouted. Am I not allowed to offer myself? This man, with his hands still on her, dared to utter such indifferent words? Offer myself? Shen Heng laughed. In a couple of days, you'll understand that offering oneself is far from sufficient. What do you mean? Huo Miao was taken aback. Shen Heng pulled her close, gazing into her beautiful eyes, and stated earnestly, if you are willing to give, then I want all of you. Not just your body, but also your heart. He squeezed her waist. But if you give your body to me while your heart belongs elsewhere, then such a woman is not worth having. In the face of impending doom, he sought not merely a companion for survival, but a partner to withstand extreme conditions. In his previous life, he had only survived for 3 months. With the snow still falling relentlessly, who knew what other dangers awaited once the snow ceased? Having been granted a second chance at life, endowed with infinite resources, he had the means to thrive. He could also lead his companions to survival. However, if those companions harbored ulterior motives, how could he trust them with his back? Although Huo Miao had given him her first time, who could assure him that she wouldn't betray him in secret when faced with danger? You should rest on the first floor for now, and think it over. Give me an answer tomorrow, Shen Heng instructed. Yet, he was not comfortable with Huo Miao sleeping beside him. If he were to fall into a deep sleep and be betrayed by the woman beside him, he would never forgive himself. Okay, Huo Miao responded, feeling wronged, trembling as she stumbled downstairs. It was her first time. Why was this man so heartless? I have already been with you. Why don't you cherish me? Feeling a surge of grievances, Huo Miao lay on the bed, exhausted, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The next day, upon awakening, Huo Miao was startled to find herself in an unfamiliar room. But a certain pain made her furrow her brow. Last night, she seemed to recall something, hastily throwing off the covers, her expression one of shock. It wasn't a dream. She had indeed been intimate with Shen Heng. Recalling the events of the previous night, her face flushed crimson. Now that she had calmed down, her anger grew. She had entrusted something so significant to Shen Heng, yet he had sent her to the first floor, and he still wanted her heart? Su Chao hadn't even won her heart. What right did he have to be so domineering? After sitting on the bed for a moment, she slowly rose, dressed, and exited the bedroom. You're awake? Huo Miao opened her mouth. Coming from a wealthy family, while not among the top-tier elites, her family's assets were still considerable. Being an only child, she had never cooked. During her time with Su Chao, he never made her cook either, always taking her out to dine. Su Chao had never made me cook. Feeling wronged, yet enticed by the aroma of the stir-fry, she suppressed her emotions and approached Shen Heng. Upon seeing Shen Heng's side profile, her grievances seemed to dissipate. Shen Heng appeared stern, barely glancing at her, as if she were still Su Chao's girlfriend. Nonetheless, his side profile was quite handsome. What do you want me to do? She asked softly. Forget it. Shen Heng, seeing Huo Miao at a loss, said. Take out a plate. I'll put the food in. She quickly found a plate, but while doing so, the pain caused her to accidentally shatter one. Shen Heng sighed, waving his hand, and the shards instantly vanished. They were merely stored in his personal space, tucked away in a corner. Once he found a trash heap outside, he could dispose of them with a thought. He mused that he would need to repurchase all the plates later. If the other Apocalypse male leads knew he was storing broken plates in his personal space, they would surely be aghast. Huo Miao gazed in astonishment. She had intended to fetch a broom, but before she could speak, Shen Heng said lightly, let us eat first. He casually sought at a couple of dishes and steamed a pot of rice. His cooking skills were quite commendable, and with Huo Miao's hunger, she began to eat heartily. By the time she had her fill, Shen Heng had already set down his bowl and chopsticks. When his gaze fell upon her, Huo Miao jolted and hurriedly began to clean up. Good, it seems you are quite sensible, Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. However, before you tidy up, I have something to discuss with you. He pulled Huo Miao into his embrace, her face flushing crimson. What do you want to say? Have you thought about the question from last night? Shen Heng inquired. To claim my body and seek my heart. Huo Miao was taken aback, murmuring softly, I haven't decided yet, but this matter seems to benefit you men, right? You have already. I benefit? Shen Heng scoffed, producing his phone and opening the surveillance. Take a look for yourself. The footage displayed Su Chao's home. Su Chao and Feng Lu were still ensconced in the blankets. Though Su Chao appeared weary, while Feng Lu looked radiant. In such matters, it is the men who tire. Shen Heng's voice echoed in Huo Miao's ears. If you cannot decide, perhaps take a look outside. Outside. Huo Miao instinctively lifted her head, and as she gazed outside, she was utterly astonished. The world beyond the window had transformed into a silvery expanse, with a thick layer of snow nearly reaching the windowsill. Was the snow truly a meter deep? Huo Miao could hardly believe her eyes, staring blankly at the yard outside. How could this happen? Her lips trembled, and the snowflakes in the sky fell like goose feathers, showing no signs of abating. Had it been snowing all night? It still hadn't stopped? Stay with me, and I will do my utmost to protect you. However, if you are unwilling to wholeheartedly remain by my side, I will not hold you back. You may go wherever you wish, Shen Heng spoke softly. Protect? Huo Miao looked at Shen Heng in confusion. Shen Heng did not meet her gaze but instead fixed his eyes on the view outside, murmuring, the apocalypse has truly arrived. Chapter 14. The arrival of the apocalypse. Shen Heng remembered vividly. This snow of the apocalypse was extraordinarily fierce. People scarcely had time to react. Within a single night, the snow had accumulated to a depth of 1 meter. Moreover, the external temperature had plummeted to nearly minus 30 degrees Celsius. With the relentless blizzard, the temperature would continue to drop. By tomorrow, even the air conditioning would be rendered useless. Consequently, humanity would gradually face the grim reality of freezing to death. The apocalypse? Huo Miao's expression was one of disbelief. In this day and age, how could anyone still believe in doomsday theories? It was merely an extraordinary summer snowfall. She turned to speak, but upon seeing Shen Heng's grave expression, she fell silent. Have you considered what would happen if this heavy snow never ceased? Shen Heng asked quietly. Never cease? How could that be? Huo Miao chuckled nervously. What snow could possibly never end? What if it truly never ends? Shen Heng inquired again. Huo Miao was taken aback. Shen Heng's demeanor did not seem casual. Rather, it was marked with seriousness. Just think about it. In a single night, the snow has already reached a meter. If this continues for a week or even longer, what will the world become? Shen Heng raised an eyebrow and turned to Huo Miao, speaking solemnly. With the outside world buried in ice and snow, What will humanity do once the food supplies at home are exhausted? His mindset had shifted. He found Huo Miao to be quite agreeable, especially after discovering their compatibility in bed the previous night. Such a beautiful woman now stood before him, obediently listening. To be honest, Shen Heng was reluctant to cast her out to fend for herself. Therefore, he attempted to reveal certain apocalyptic scenarios to Huo Miao, curious about her choices. What will humanity do? Huo Miao's eyes narrowed at Shen Heng's words. If the world truly transformed into such a state, the notion of people preying upon one another would become a reality. Although Huo Miao was the only child in her well-off family and had been pampered since childhood, it did not mean she was naive. If such a day were to come, I am confident I could survive. Shen Heng's voice echoed softly. But what is the use of surviving alone? Life must offer some joy. For instance, I desire the company of women. No matter how many. Huo Miao's cheeks flushed. Such brazen words left her momentarily speechless. And you are my first choice. Shen Heng's gaze fell upon Huo Miao again. If you are willing to follow me, you must commit entirely. After all, many dangers lie ahead. And I do not wish to witness betrayal from those close to me. At this, he recalled Feng Lu and Su Chao from his past life, his expression turning cold. Why are you looking at me like that? Huo Miao pouted, instinctively lowering her head. I don't know you well enough. Was last night not sufficient for you to get to know me? Shen Heng's lips curled into a smirk. Huo Miao's face turned crimson. Before you truly decide, I will shelter you, but within this household, you must also fulfill your obligations. Shen Heng pointed towards the kitchen. First, learn how to cook properly. So it turns out, he just wanted me to cook. Huo Miao's expression fell as she nodded in agreement. She took out her phone and began browsing cooking videos from food bloggers. However, today, many food bloggers had not updated their cooking content. Instead, they were filming the snowy scenes outside, discussing the bizarre snowfall. Even tropical cities in the south, which rarely experienced snow, were now blanketed in white. The entire world had transformed? After watching a few videos, Huo Miao was left in shock. The popular tourist city of Sanya in the southern part of Longhua had turned entirely white. The once crowded beaches were now frozen and deserted. Huo Miao's expression became rigid as she remembered Shen Heng's earlier words. The apocalypse? If it were truly as Shen Heng said, what should she do? Quickly stock up on supplies, she exclaimed as she rushed to the living room, calling out to Shen Heng. We need to gather provisions right now. It's too late. Owner S group? Huo Miao was momentarily taken aback as she instinctively opened WeChat. The group chat was in a frenzy. Many were lamenting the unusual weather, while others suggested purchasing food and drinks as a precaution. However, soon after, a video of the supermarket was shared. The shelves had been completely emptied by frantic shoppers. Since the previous night, numerous people had been hoarding supplies. The store owner, seeing the business booming, had not closed early. By 11 p.m., everything had been swept clean from the shelves, including toilet paper. The heavy snow had blocked the roads, and delivery trucks could not replenish the stock in time. Thus, the supermarket was now a mere shell of its former self. To even think of stockpiling supplies, it seems your mind is not entirely dull. Shen Heng remarked as he approached Huo Miao, speaking softly. In just a day, this snow has blanketed the globe. Jiangqing now has over a meter of snow, and that is not even the worst of it. Have you considered what kind of predicaments humanity will face in the future? Huo Miao's complexion turned pale. If you sincerely wish to remain with me, I will ensure you are well taken care of. Shen Heng's gaze turned icy. However, if you betray me like Feng Lu, I will not tolerate it. Huo Miao forced a bitter smile. In such extreme weather, I am living in your home. And we have already engaged in that kind of relationship. How could I betray you? Initially, she had only sought revenge on Su Chao, but truthfully, she now reminisced about the connection she shared with Shen Heng last night. Moreover, had it not been for Shen Heng, she would have likely faced dire consequences at the company due to Wang Qingguang. Compared to that rotund man, she naturally preferred the youthful and handsome Shen Heng. Reflecting on Shen Heng's actions, he had welcomed her without pressuring her into any relations. Whether it was kissing or intimate encounters, she had taken the initiative. Let us hope so, Shen Heng replied, observing Huo Miao's pitiful demeanor, and nodded gently. Human hearts are inscrutable. Though Huo Miao had no reason to betray him, Shen Heng was still not entirely convinced. Nevertheless, it appeared Huo Miao was prepared to embrace her role as his woman. That was sufficient. In a few days, when societal order crumbled, she would witness the harsh realities of this cold world, and Huo Miao would naturally become devoted. A woman of such beauty, like Huo Miao, would undoubtedly attract the attention of powerful figures if left unprotected. Shen Heng recalled that in his past life, after the apocalypse arrived, the Song family, under the leadership of patriarch Song Zhengming, ascended from a second-rate family to one of the top forces. Song Zhengming possessed formidable abilities and had gathered numerous skilled individuals. After human civilization had completely disintegrated, he had effectively become the emperor of the northern city, indulging in all manner of pleasures. Furthermore, Song Zhengming had a peculiar obsession with married women. He had heard countless tales of women who had perished at his hands. Huo Miao, a woman with a shattered reputation, had fallen into the hands of Song Zhengming. Would she not be toyed with mercilessly? With this thought in mind, his gaze shifted to the 3 potted plants on the table. Soon, in just 2 weeks, the extraordinary fruit would be unveiled. His eyes burned with anticipation. Once he consumed this fruit, he would possess the ability to pass through walls. Many treasures from his past life would soon be his. Jiangqing would undeniably have a place for Shen Heng. Chapter 15. Harmony brings wealth. Shen Heng reclined on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, while Huo Miao sat nearby. her eyes glued to the television news. Occasionally, her gaze would flit towards Shen Heng, filled with a myriad of emotions. I'm thirsty, Shen Heng suddenly declared. Still focused on his phone. Huh. Huo Miao blinked in surprise. Did he need to give orders for everything? Shen Heng looked up, visibly displeased. Opened the fridge. There's some cola in there. Bring me a can. Okay. Huo Miao quickly rose to her feet. Yet, after just a few steps, pain flashed across her face, and her steps faltered. The previous night's escapades had been a bit too wild, and now she was suffering the consequences. They say it gets better with time, she thought. Observing Huo Miao's figure, Shen Heng sighed softly. Huo Miao was his first woman since his rebirth, a high-cold goddess at that. And treating her this way weighed heavily on his conscience. However, if he didn't act this way, a delicate woman like Huo Miao, even with his protection, might not survive. She must be made to understand the harsh realities of this world. I've already given myself to you. How can you show no tenderness at all? You can't even be bothered to fetch your own cola. Yet, despite her grievances, she dared not voice them. The clothes she wore were still Shen Heng's. The weather app on her phone displayed a chilling -40 degrees outside. In such conditions, how could she dare show any displeasure towards Shen Heng? Upon opening the fridge, Huo Miao's expression soured. There were not the various foods she had imagined, only 2 bottles of cola. She hurriedly searched elsewhere, but after scouring the kitchen, she found nothing but some scallions, ginger, garlic, and a few potatoes and carrots. There was also a small bag of rice in the corner. How long would this meager supply last? Weren't you supposed to have prepared supplies in advance? Why is there nothing in the fridge? Huo Miao gazed incredulously at Shen Heng. I will naturally gather the ingredients when it's time to cook. Don't worry, Shen Heng replied, not lifting his head. Is it hidden in his bedroom on the 2nd floor? Is he guarding against me? Huo Miao shook her head bitterly. Shen Heng was her first man. Last night's encounter had been a mix of revenge against Su Chao and genuine feelings for Shen Heng. If she and T truly cared, how could she have offered her most treasured possession that she had guarded for so long? Yet, Shen Heng seemed to harbor a certain wariness towards her. Perhaps it was due to Feng Lu's betrayal that had made him distrustful of women. She had heard Su Chao mention that Shen Heng had been with Feng Lu for many years. If she were in his place, facing the betrayal of a girlfriend, she too would find it hard to forgive. I'm not like Feng Lu, she murmured softly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Shen Heng remained silent. He heard her, but chose not to respond. Time would surely reveal her sincerity to him. At this moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to. He registered a new WeChat account, and then added this newly created account to the homeowners group using his primary account. Now logged in as the new account, he sent out a message in the group. Harmony brings wealth. Dear residents of Taoyuan community, the heavy snow has paralyzed the city, making it impossible to move. I noticed from the videos shared earlier that the community supermarket has been completely emptied. In such frigid conditions, lacking food and water could be lethal. Therefore, for the safety of the community residents, I am selling a batch of supplies, including instant noodles, hot dogs, cola, cookies, and canned meat. Interested parties please inquire. The transaction location is at the safety passage under the community square. Early in the morning, when the snow had just barely covered his knees, he had already ventured outside to assess the situation. The snowflakes were nearly the size of walnuts, and with the extreme cold, no one was out. In temperatures plummeting below 30 degrees, it was impossible for anyone to remain outside. Exercising in such weather would surely turn one into a frozen statue. Now, it was already 1 in the afternoon, and the snow had nearly doubled in depth. Consequently, even fewer people dared to venture out. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to establish the reputation of his supply account. In the future, when others sought to purchase supplies, they would naturally think of him first. As soon as he sent out the message, the homeowners group erupted into chaos. Gaoshan Lu Shui, brother, Harmony brings wealth. You're a good person. I'm out of food at home. Could you sell me some? I'd like a box of instant noodles and a box of hot dogs. Your family must run a supermarket, right? Do you have any bread? Lao Wang, young man, I don't have much food left either. In this dire situation, shouldn't you demonstrate some spirit and bring me some food? I won't ask for much. Just 3 or 4 boxes of instant noodles will suffice. Hua Kai Fu Gui, Harmony brings wealth. Please give me some too. It's just me and my grandson at home. We don't eat much. Just 1 box will do. Once the snowstorm ends, I will definitely report your good deeds to the community. Such kindness deserves to be on the news. Chen Xiaonyo, Harmony brings wealth. Brother, how much food do you have? Can you sell it to me at a discount? Cute face, the messages flooded in. And Shen Heng's phone vibrated incessantly. Huo Miao approached Shen Heng with a can of cola in hand, opening it and offering it to him. Here, drink. Without lifting his gaze, Shen Heng commanded, use your mouth. Huo Miao's face flushed crimson. Selling supplies? It seemed Shen Heng had indeed hoarded a considerable stock. Was he somehow aware of this extreme weather in advance? Otherwise, how could he have prepared so thoroughly? Huo Miao observed Shen Heng with growing intrigue. The more she looked, the more mysterious he appeared. Could such a person truly be the useless one Feng Lu described? She recalled the surveillance footage of Feng Lu and Su Chao, both trembling under their blankets, starving to the point of dizziness. Since last night, they hadn't eaten a single bite. Even the air conditioning struggled to cope with the extreme cold, humming ominously. Dressed in a thin nightgown, she remained in the warmth of the room with Shen Heng. A vibrant fire crackling in the fireplace, filling the space with a comforting sound. They had just enjoyed a steaming meal, feeling utterly at ease. She even held a chilled drink in her hand. In that moment, she felt somewhat dazed. Earlier, While scrolling through various bloggers' videos, she had seen numerous news reports. In just a day, many lives had been claimed by the freezing temperatures worldwide, especially in tropical countries, where the climate had always been warm. They were utterly unprepared for such cold. Now, a blanket of snow covered the entire tropical coast, transforming it into a winter wonderland. Those with air conditioning fared better, as long as their units still functioned. However, families without air conditioning had turned into ice sculptures. Yet, this surge in demand for electricity had caused a nationwide spike, leading to reports of complete power outages in several Southeast Asian countries. The snow continued to fall outside. If what Shen Heng said was true, would this snow ever cease? What would become of the world? What are you daydreaming about? Huo Miao turned to see Shen Heng looking at her with displeasure, her cheeks flushing. After taking a sip of her drink, she leaned closer to Shen Heng, feeding him. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. The cola, imbued with Huo Miao's essence, tasted even better. Do we still have many supplies left? Huo Miao quietly inquired, seeing Shen Heng's pleased demeanor. What's wrong? Shen Heng turned his gaze. The duration of this snowfall remains uncertain. I believe it is imperative to ensure our livelihoods, selling any surplus supplies thereafter. However, before Huo Miao could continue her thoughts, she noticed Shen Heng intently typing on his phone. A glance at the screen left her utterly astonished and rendered her speechless. The quantities he listed were staggering. 500 loaves of bread, 500 sausages, 1,000 packets of instant noodles, 3,000 cans of meat, and 500 bottles of cola. The pricing left Huo Miao feeling dizzy. Were the currency units in Korean won or Japanese yen? Chapter 16. Exorbitant prices. Fresh vegetables weighed at 1,000 jin. Pork at 3,000 jin, beef at 5,000 jin, and mutton at 3,000 jin. Shen Heng, deliberating over the prices, filled in most of the essential food items, then left a line blank to begin listing other necessities. 10,000 blankets, 10,000 jackets, and 20,000 bottles of oil. Satisfied with his meticulously crafted list, Shen Heng published it in the group chat. Harmony brings wealth. The above are the prices for the supplies I have for sale. Please contact me if you wish to purchase. Kindly note that the prices are in Longwa currency, and these are current prices. Should the weather continue to deteriorate, I reserve the right to adjust the prices accordingly. With the dispatch of his 2 messages regarding the sale of supplies, the entire homeowners group erupted in chaos. Old Wang exclaimed, Harmony brings wealth. Young man, are you robbing us? How can you sell things at such exorbitant prices? Didn't you see what I just said? Hurry and deliver some food to us. Hua Kai Fu Gui chimed in. Harmony brings wealth. Both my grandson and I are starving. Please send us some instant noodles. By the way, you still have oil, right? Bring one over too. This dreadful weather is nearly freezing us to death. Once the snow stops, I will definitely honor you with a banner and promote your business. Gao Shan Lu Shui questioned. Brother, Harmony brings wealth. Are you joking? Are you sure it's not Zimbabwean dollars? 500 for a packet of instant noodles? The group grew increasingly agitated, and many began adding Shen Heng as a friend. Shen Heng had initially deemed it cumbersome to share prices in the group. Those who genuinely desired to purchase would naturally engage politely. As for the elderly who threatened him, he could hardly be bothered to cast them a glance. Tomorrow, temperatures would plummet further. When it reaches minus 50 degrees, the air conditioning units would be completely frozen and utterly useless. Meanwhile, the water pipes at home had ceased to flow even a single drop. Some households had stored food. But who would think to store water? Perhaps a 15-liter barrel of purified water in the tea room could last a few days at best. His prices were already quite reasonable, at least initially, affordable for the impoverished. Nonetheless, 95% of people would ultimately succumb to freezing, and with their demise, their possessions would vanish as well. Those dissipated assets could simply be offered to him, allowing him to upgrade his vending machine. Thus, Shen Heng's strategy was to capture everything in one fell swoop. The initial prices would not be set too high, ensuring they were within reach of the masses. Of course, it was only the first day of the apocalypse, and he did not expect these prices to yield immediate sales. Humanity possesses a universally selfish inclination. Until they approach the brink of starvation, these individuals would be reluctant to part with their money for purchases. However, Shen Heng smiled. There was ample time. They could take things slowly. In the homeowners group, the reactions to Shen Heng's announcement were predictably vitriolic. Old Wang insisted, Harmony brings wealth. This is utterly unacceptable. I am talking about you. If you don't produce the goods now, I will report you for price gouging. Hua Kai Fu Gui concurred. Exactly. Harmony brings wealth. Produce the goods now, and we can negotiate amicably. To these remarks, Shen Heng paid no heed. Some even suggested expelling him from the group. Yet, the group's leader was the property manager, with whom Shen Heng had already communicated. He planned to deliver a stock of instant noodles and sausages to the property manager later that afternoon. Naturally, the manager would disregard the complaints of these individuals. Living within society, no one is a fool. It was merely a homeowners group. Let them continue their tirades. Currently, he was curled up at home, with scant food remaining. This lad, Harmony brings wealth, seemed to understand the situation well, promising to deliver instant noodles, water, and oil. With these provisions, he would escape hunger and cold. Choosing to ignore the group chat, he switched off his phone, unwilling to read any further comments. To those who curse me, especially Old Wang and Hua Kai Fu Gui, even if they offered double the price, I would not sell to them. I will warn you once. Do not make me remember your names. In this frigid climate, if you choose to starve, I am indifferent. With his warning, The tide of insults in the group abruptly ceased. Some had already drafted their responses, but, upon witnessing Shen Heng's fury, quietly deleted their messages. While everyone held a glimmer of hope that the internet and electricity would remain functional, they had already experienced the futility of their situation. Those without stored food found that even calling for help yielded no results. Turning on the news, the previously authoritative bald expert had vanished, replaced by a young anchor with a solemn expression. She repeatedly urged everyone not to panic to trust the government, and to have faith in rescue efforts. Yet now, not a single sign of assistance was in sight. It was not that the authorities did not want to help. The current weather rendered any rescue attempts impossible. The sky was filled with howling winds and drifting snowflakes, grounding all flights. Train stations and airports were overflowing with stranded passengers, and even those passengers could not be attended to. The supplies at the airport and train stations were meager, and the overnight snowfall had completely obstructed the roads, preventing any transport of goods. All the food at the airports and stations had been consumed. Crowds of people were clamoring at the front desks, demanding official rescue. The authorities were too overwhelmed to address even these individuals, let alone those huddled in their homes within the community. In an instant, a wave of pessimism swept across the globe. All of this information was readily available online. Short video platforms were now unmonitored. People began to realize that, in just one day, due to the global snowfall, everyone seemed to be trapped at home, unable to venture outside or procure supplies. What if Shen Heng became enraged and, like Hua Kai Fu Gui and Old Wang, held a grudge against them, refusing to sell them goods in the future? Although harmony brings wealth's prices were steep, they might prove valuable later on. If this snowfall persisted for an extended period, they would have no choice but to purchase at any cost. The homeowners in the community shared a collective thought. Once the snow ceased and social order was restored, they would promptly report harmony brings wealth to the authorities. But for now, it was best not to argue with him. A few members of the group attempted to engage Shen Heng in earnest discussion, hoping to persuade him to lower his prices. Shen Heng was not inclined to indulge them and issued a direct warning. As a result, silence enveloped the group. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. It was essential to put these troublesome individuals in their place. Otherwise, they would continue to take liberties. Did they think to morally bind him? I possess no morals. What can you bind me with? He understood their thoughts, still dreaming that this was merely a bizarre snowstorm and that society would soon return to normal. Unfortunately, they were all lost in dreams. Half a month later, extraordinary abilities emerged. Many humans acquired superhuman capabilities. These gifted individuals established various factions, large and small. Yet even then, the authorities did not intervene. What does this signify? The government was powerless despite its intentions. Moreover, by that time, not only had humans undergone mutations, but even various animals and plants had also transformed. Shen Heng's smile gradually turned solemn. It was not just the mutated flora and fauna, there were also zombies crawling out from the ground. In the frigid weather, humanity was rendered powerless, while the zombies appeared unaffected. These creatures, devoid of sensation or pain, swept away the remnants of surviving humans. People huddled within their safe zones, struggling to resist. Shen Heng closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. This cataclysmic disaster was not solely due to the extreme cold. A multitude of trials awaited humanity. Chapter 17. The thoughts of Hua Miao reclining on the couch. Shen Heng embraced the beautiful Hua Miao, who occasionally fed him. This was a celestial existence he had never imagined. In such a wintry landscape, to live such a blissful life was beyond his wildest dreams. Hua Miao, nestled against Shen Heng, was prepared to deepen their relationship. During her time with Su Chao, she occasionally dined with Shen Heng and Feng Lu. Shen Heng's patience and gentle demeanor towards Feng Lu were truly commendable. In contrast, while Su Chao treated her well, she sensed that he merely sought to possess her. Lacking the patience Shen Heng exhibited towards women. Shen Heng was arguably more handsome than Su Chao, and as a professional writer, his monthly income exceeded 10,000. However, his social standing was relatively low, and he lacked extensive interpersonal connections. At times, she envied Feng Lu's fortune in finding someone like Shen Heng, someone who meticulously maintained their home and took charge of all household chores and meals. Where could one find such a man? Following Su Chao's betrayal, or perhaps out of revenge, Hua Miao had actively sought out Shen Heng the previous night. Today, witnessing the icy exterior of the world, Shen Heng exuded confidence and strategic foresight, revealing another facet of himself to her. She had quietly begun to develop feelings for him. If, as Shen Heng claimed, the apocalypse loomed, who else could protect her? At the very least, she knew Shen Heng well enough to understand the essence of his character. Hua Miao comprehended Shen Heng's assertiveness. After all, it was difficult to accept when a beloved partner suddenly changed their heart. Be gentle, she whispered, her words trailing off as she shyly covered her face. Unbeknownst to her, she was gradually yielding to Shen Heng and even growing attached to him. Although Shen Heng had not disclosed the extent of his resources, his audacity to sell indicated he possessed ample supplies. To have the foresight to stockpile sufficient food before a heavy snowfall and to boldly offer it for sale without fear of price inflation demonstrated his acumen. Hua Miao believed he must have a contingency plan. Even if societal order were to be restored, it was unlikely Shen Heng would face imprisonment. For reasons she could not articulate, she felt a profound confidence in him. The allure of a man's mystery and strength undoubtedly captured a woman's heart. Women are inherently attracted to power, especially independent women like Hua Miao. Ultimately, She was not as independent as she believed. She simply had not encountered a man who could inspire her to become submissive and nestly in his embrace. Previously, she had thought Shen Heng treated Feng Lu well. But now her perspective had shifted entirely. She had never heard that Shen Heng had purchased a villa in the Peach Blossom community. Had he owned such a villa, Feng Lu would not have treated him with such disdain, nor would she have betrayed him. Even though Su Chao was a company executive, his monthly salary only amounted to 20 or 30,000. To afford a villa of that caliber, one would need to forego all expenses for 20 to 30 years. Observing Huo Miao, who lay on the couch with a shy yet affectionate expression, Shen Heng smiled softly, realizing that she had developed genuine feelings for him. Now, he intended to deepen those feelings further. They engaged in a game together, and afterward, Huo Miao's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling enticingly. With her exquisite figure and beauty, she captivated Shen Heng completely. Though Feng Lu was also considered beautiful, she paled in comparison to Huo Miao, who epitomized every man's ultimate desire. Noticing the time, Shen Heng realized it was getting late. Outside, the wind howled and the snow fell heavily, shrouding the world in darkness, while the snowflakes showed no signs of relenting. The accumulation had reached the windowsill, making passage impossible. He needed to bring some food to the property manager. Shen Heng rose, dressing quickly, and inquired, "What would you like for dinner?" "I'm fine with anything, but if you could make something with chives and kidney, I've heard it's good for men." Huo Miao replied, gazing at him with deep affection. Shen Heng chuckled softly. He entered the kitchen, purchasing some meat and vegetables from the vending machine, which he then placed on the countertop. "I have a few matters to attend to, so I'll step out for a bit. Didn't you watch cooking videos online? Why not try making dinner while you're going out?" Huo Miao hesitated. "Maybe you shouldn't go out in this weather." "I'll take the underground passage," Shen Heng replied, offering no further explanation as he waved his hand and headed toward the basement. The villa had 2 underground levels. The first level contained a reception room, study, and movie room, while the second level featured a billiard room, wine tasting room, game room, and computer room, all exquisitely decorated. This was why Shen Heng had chosen to reside here. In his previous life, he had spent the most time in the second basement, often holed up in the computer room playing games. Although the power was out, the villa was equipped with a generator, an unexpected boon. With the generator connected, the house could be kept warm, and he could cook on the induction stove while passing the time with single-player computer games. However, he needed to venture out more frequently to procure diesel for the generator. His frequent absences inadvertently facilitated Feng Lu and Su Chao's clandestine rendezvous, as they sometimes took advantage of his gaming sessions in the second basement. Shen Heng's expression grew complex as he navigated through the corridor, arriving at the entrance to the second basement, where he opened the passage door. The underground passage door of this villa had been fortified, crafted entirely from tungsten alloy and reinforced multiple times. The lock was intricate, operable by both fingerprint and password. However, using a key allowed one to lock the door from the inside and disable the fingerprint and password access. Shen Heng was puzzled by the previous owner's decisions. The passage door was devoid of any password or facial recognition setup, and even the key was conspicuously placed on a table beside the door. He had learned that the series of villas belonged to the neighbor, the elegant Yang Jinxian, and he was curious as to why she had lavishly decorated Villa 4 when she already resided in Villa 3. Why would someone with ample resources go to such lengths? Each villa bore its own unique style, allowing the owner to choose their preferred aesthetic. It was perplexing. Yang Jinxuan's younger sister, Yang Muxuan, was nearing graduation from her master's program, and with Yang Jinxian being her only relative in the city, she intended to gift Villa 4 to her sister so they could be neighbors. After all, her sister was still young and would inevitably want to date in the future. Living together could be inconvenient. Moreover, Yang Jinxian understood the complexities of relationships. She too was still young and realized that even in a loving marriage, one could not remain a widow forever. She might encounter a suitable partner in the future. While living in the same villa could strengthen their bond, it would also complicate matters if either sister found a man. Thus, she had specifically renovated Villa 4 for her sister to reside in. However, no one anticipated that this newly renovated Villa number 4 would ultimately benefit Shen Heng. Chapter 18, The Property Manager's Wife. This security door has certainly spared him a considerable amount of trouble. Among the many features of the villa, Shen Heng's greatest satisfaction lies with this security door. It saved him the hassle of having to replace it himself. He could procure various top-tier security doors from the vending machine, yet the installation process was rather cumbersome. With the biting cold of winter upon him, and lacking the expertise in installation, how could he manage? In the future, he would need to traverse the underground passage for transactions. Given his vast resources, he would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. When people see Shen Heng enter this villa, they would undoubtedly assume he harbors a significant stockpile of supplies within. They would surely devise all manner of strategies to breach the villa. If this security door proves inadequate against even the most rudimentary of attacks, it would be wise to abandon it altogether. "You, be careful," Huo Miao said, fully dressed, as she saw Shen Heng to the door, reluctant to part ways. "All right." Huo Miao nodded earnestly. With a resounding thud, the heavy door closed behind him, and Shen Heng turned to step into the underground passage. His gaze turned icy. This served as a minor test for Huo Miao. The security door had only one key, which Huo Miao was well aware of. If she sought revenge for taking her first time or expressed any discontent, she could easily deny him entry. However, Shen Heng possessed the universal key from the vending machine. What door could it not unlock? Furthermore, Miao had previously inquired whether other rooms on the second floor contained Shen Heng's stored supplies. At that time, Shen Heng had remained noncommittal. If Miao, taking advantage of his absence, stealthily ascended to the second floor for a peek, he would no longer trust her. He had already concealed several miniature cameras in the corners of the second floor. The moment Miao stepped up, the cameras would capture her every move. Miao? Oh, Miao, Shen Heng shook his head. After all, a woman with such pure beauty, a striking figure, and a pristine past was something he truly valued. Yet, if she were to act in such a manner, Shen Heng would not hesitate to cast her into the frigid world outside, allowing her to fend for herself. He would no longer place his trust so easily in women, especially in this apocalyptic world where order has collapsed. Survival is the primary concern. Women are merely an embellishment in life. Shen Heng continued onward through the underground passage. The passageway, lined with row houses, was devoid of other souls. Perhaps the residential area was sparsely populated, or perhaps everyone was huddled indoors. By the time he reached the plaza, he had yet to encounter another person. Upon arriving at the plaza below, the space opened up before him. This indicated that Shen Heng had reached the central part of the community. Further ahead lay 20-30-story apartment buildings. As he walked a few more steps, he began to encounter more people, which was to be expected. With 20 buildings, each containing at least 4 units and standing 30 stories tall, the complex housed no fewer than 7,000 households, with an average of 3 people per household. That accounted for around 20,000 residents. The inhabitants of the Taoyuan community were a vital source for upgrading the vending machine. Moreover, do not underestimate the residential buildings in front. Although they could not compare to the row houses, Taoyuan community, as a premier residential area in Jiangxing, boasted few impoverished residents even among the apartment buildings. Shen Heng was an exception. He toiled diligently at his writing, and fortuitously, one of his books gained a bit of traction online, allowing him to scrape together a down payment to purchase a unit here. The decision to buy in Taoyuan community was also influenced by Feng Lu's insistence. She had stated her desire to reside in such an upscale community, dismissing all others. Su Chao, despite earning a respectable salary, could not afford to purchase a unit here. It was his family who had made the purchase. It could be said that apart from a rare few like Shen Heng, the rest of the homeowners were all minor successes, predominantly white-collar workers. Shen Heng's goal was to quickly secure Taoyuan community, taking advantage of the fact that people were not yet extinct, and to expand outward as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, the vending machine had previously indicated that one could purchase items using equivalently valued items other than Longwa currency, which would also enhance the vending machine's level. Gold and jewels were all accepted by the machine. However, in the later stages, when humanity was largely decimated and the ground was blanketed in deep snow, where would he find the money? Continuing onward, he passed the plaza, where the number of people in the underground passage increased. Many were bundled in thick clothing, seeking some fresh air in the underground passage after being cooped up indoors for an entire day. With the downstairs unit doors locked, they took to the underground passage to stretch their legs, congregating with other residents to discuss the miserable weather. As Shen Heng walked past a group of middle-aged individuals in their 40s and 50s, he overheard their conversations. The snow is still falling, and it seems to be getting heavier. Will it ever end? What nonsense. Do you really believe it's the end of the world? Sigh. Global snowfall has triggered apocalyptic theories again. I'm starting to have doubts. It's the middle of summer, and it's snowing. We're doing all right here in Jiangxing. Winter is usually cold, and we have warm clothes. I heard that in Sanya, quite a few people have frozen to death. Indeed, it's perpetually summer there. Who would have thought, even they are experiencing snow? I saw on the news that Sanya Beach has turned into a solid block of ice. There were still people on the beach, and now they're all ice sculptures. That girl filming the video was so terrified she cried. I've seen that video too. This snow is bizarre. Snow in August? I've never even heard of such a thing. 110 is unreachable now, and we hardly have any supplies left. Our water pipes have frozen, and we can't even get water out. What should we do? Do you know the guy in our group, Hachi Shinkai? He is selling supplies now. Maybe we should buy something from him? Shen Heng paused, eavesdropping on their discussion. The people paid him little mind. In the bustling underground passage, everyone was merely engaging in idle chatter, unfamiliar with one another. With nothing better to do, they chatted away. A bag of instant noodles for 500? A sausage for 500? Are you burning money? Someone immediately retorted, I can't afford that. For $500, I could buy how many boxes of instant noodles? Why would I need him? That's not the point. Even if you have money now, where would you buy anything? The supermarkets downstairs are all empty. Another lamented, if I had known, I would have gone shopping last night. Unfortunately, I was asleep, and by the time I woke up, the supermarkets were out of stock. Now there is nothing to eat at home. If I don't buy, who will? Brother, how about 100 for a bag of instant noodles? You in? What? 100? That is outrageous. Buy it or leave it. Once I finish eating in a few days, there won't be any left. You'll have to go to Hachi Shankai then. No, I want to buy. I'll take 2 bags. The crowd instantly shifted topics, all starting to make purchases. Those scattered around who had been discussing began to converge, drawn by the prospect of trading supplies. Those with money started buying items, while those with supplies eyed each other, cautiously testing the waters for pricing. You're selling instant noodles for 100? Fine, I'll sell mine for 90. One after another, they began to negotiate, hoping to profit handsomely in the harsh winter. It's worth noting that a box of instant noodles typically costs around 100 yuan, yet now, the price of a single bag could exchange for an entire box. Observing the lively crowd, Shen Heng sneered and quietly withdrew from the throng. Let them raise their prices slowly. This was merely the first day of the apocalypse. People had no concept of valuing food. In a few days, once they became accustomed to the inflated prices, they would suddenly realize that the previous vendors were also out of food, and that would usher in a wave of panic. At that point, his supplies would truly become a hot commodity. Entering Building 4, Unit 2, Shen Heng ascended the staircase. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he meticulously observed both the 6th and 7th floors, noting that all 4 doors were firmly shut, exuding a chilling aura. It was then that he procured 3 boxes of instant noodles, a case of mineral water, and a small bottle of oil from his consciousness space. He placed these items on the stairs and subsequently descended, standing at the doorway of the 5th floor to send a WeChat message to the property manager. I have left everything at your doorstep on the stairs. Please come quickly to retrieve it before someone else takes it. Don't blame me if it's gone. The property manager seemed to have been awaiting his message, as shortly after, the door to Unit 601 swung open. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, cautiously peered out, surveying his surroundings before his eyes lit up at the sight of the noodles, prompting him to rush outside. Lao Zhang, put on a coat. It's freezing out here. A woman's voice called from within. Shen Heng was about to leave when he suddenly found the voice familiar, halting in his tracks to take a look. A youthful maiden emerged from inside, gazing affectionately at the middle-aged man. By Shuan? Shen Heng was taken aback. Chapter 19. Shen Heng's White Moonlight. Every boy has his own white moonlight during their school years. For Shen Heng, Bai Shuan epitomized this sentiment. They were classmates in high school, seated one behind the other. Bai Shuan excelled academically, spoke with a gentle demeanor, and possessed a doll-like visage, making her a frequent topic of discussion among the boys after lights out. After entering university, Shen Heng lost contact with her, soon forming a connection with Feng Lu, eventually becoming her devoted admirer. His efforts bore fruit, and by the time they graduated, Feng Lu agreed to be his girlfriend. To his astonishment, Bai Shuan had married the property manager and resided in the same community. Shen Heng had lived in this neighborhood for a year without having encountered her. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After purchasing a property in the Taoyuan community, he had been so consumed with repaying his mortgage that he rarely ventured outside, often immersed in writing. In a small community, it was unlikely for everyone to be acquainted, let alone in a large complex housing tens of thousands. He quietly observed Bai Shuan through the gaps in the staircase. Years had passed. She had gained an alluring charm, her features exuding a captivating allure. In stark contrast, the property manager, an aging man with a corpulent visage, elicited Shen Heng's disdain. Oh, Bai Shuan, you have truly belittled yourself, he thought. Yet, in this world of scarcity, one could not be too judgmental. Shen Heng chuckled softly to himself, silently making his way down the stairs. In apocalyptic times, many men might barter their wives for a morsel of food. The tales he had heard in his previous life echoed in his mind. How the property manager had offered his wife to a thug, merely to receive a box of instant noodles in return. Ultimately, the thug met a tragic end, and the property manager's wife was taken by a construction foreman. After that, Shen Heng had lost track, as his focus was solely on acquiring resources. Not long after, he acquired fire-based abilities, which led him to amass supplies, only to be pilfered by Chen Xiaoyou. His thoughts were consumed with safeguarding his belongings, leaving little room for other considerations. However, in this life, Bai Shuan seemed to have only been taken by the property manager. This thought led Shen Heng to recall Huo Miao back at home. In terms of figure and beauty, Huo Miao surpassed Bai Shuan by a considerable margin. Bai Shuan had classmates, while Huo Miao had her male friends. Shen Heng made his way to the underground level. Entering the passage once again, the discussions that had previously filled the air were now sparse. He ignored the elderly conversations as he proceeded towards the villa district. Arriving at the entrance of Villa 4, Row 2, he rang the doorbell, his expression impassive as he awaited a response. If Huo Miao refused to open the door, he would challenge her to a friendly match before tossing her out. With 30,000 residents in the community, surely he could find a beautiful girl? He recalled that a popular internet celebrity lived in Building 12 of the Taoyuan community. In his previous life, after consuming a fruit of abilities, he was unsure of what power he had acquired. Eventually, he aligned himself with Chen Xiaoyou and left the community for the Song family. Now, with an abundance of resources at his disposal, how could he not win over a mere internet celebrity? As he stood at the door, pressing the doorbell while perusing his phone, he reviewed the footage from the miniature cameras left at home. The recordings showed little of significance, confirming that Huo Miao had not ascended to the 2nd floor after he departed. This brought him a modicum of comfort. He continued to examine the other cameras and discovered that Su Chao and Feng Lu were still nestled in bed. What a peculiar pair. Calculating the time, they had gone a full day and night without food. Were they planning to perish in bed? Yet, it seemed they were not engaged in further antics, but rather conversing softly. Brother Chao, I'm about to starve to death, Feng Lu pouted. Su Chao, growing increasingly irritated, replied, I'm hungry too. If it weren't for you incessantly whining, I'd at least have the strength to get dressed. Now, all I want is a moment of peace in bed. Where on earth did that scoundrel Shen Heng go? It's been a whole day without a word. Feng Lu exclaimed, her face filled with indignation. That rascal has always pampered me, fearing my anger. Now, after a whole day, not a single call. I'm really angry. Why don't you just call him? Su Chao suggested tentatively. I can barely get out of bed. I'm starving. Tell him to bring some food quickly. Let us wait a bit. Feng Lu bit her lip. If I call now, it would mean I'm apologizing. I didn't do anything wrong. He should be the one to reach out. Su Chao was left speechless. What does it matter at this point? You're still hung up on right and wrong. Just apologize to Shen Heng. What's the harm? I'm about to starve alongside you. You're such an airhead. Just wait a little longer. I don't want to easily admit my mistake. Seeing that Su Chao was displeased, Feng Lu nestled into his embrace, playing the charming card. All right. Su Chao nodded quickly. Shen Heng couldn't help but sneer. At that moment, the small light on the security door illuminated, casting a glow on Shen Heng's face. The next instant, the door swung open, and Huo Miao leapt into his arms. Where have you been so long? I was so scared. Huo Miao whispered softly. Right, she exclaimed, and then she knelt down to fetch slippers for Shen Heng, helping him change. Watching her gentle gesture, he embraced her tightly. What are you doing? Hurry and change your shoes. I'm cooking upstairs. Huo Miao's face flushed crimson. Let us not worry about that. This is more important. A new game of cards commenced, with the two engaging in a spirited contest. Huo Miao, having gained experience, sought to turn the tables, but alas, her cravings proved too distracting. Shen Heng felt a surge of affection towards her. His once frozen heart began to thaw ever so slightly. It seemed Huo Miao had passed her preliminary test. Chapter 20. Probing for answers? From Huo Miao, Shen Heng felt a tenderness he had not experienced in quite some time. With Feng Lu, she had never considered Shen Heng's feelings. In contrast, Huo Miao appeared nothing like the Ice Queen Su Chao had described. Now, as she nestled against his neck, she resembled a charming little kangaroo, her demeanor utterly delightful. Oh no! Suddenly remembering something, Huo Miao exclaimed, rising swiftly. She shot Shen Heng an accusatory glance. It's all your fault. My dish isn't finished yet. It's surely burnt now. With that, she dashed back upstairs. Shen Heng chuckled contentedly, following closely behind her. Upon arriving on the first floor, the unmistakable scent of burnt food wafted through the air. The half-cooked vegetables had transformed into a charred, dark brown mass. Dejected, Huo Miao felt the weight of failure. It's all right, Shen Heng reassured her as he entered the kitchen. With a subtle wave of his hand, the burnt frying pan vanished into thin air. His experience with the vending machine had increased by another 60 points. Shen Heng casually purchased a new pan and some fresh vegetables, taking a moment to glance at the vending machine. The experience points had skyrocketed to 1,381, 220, 000, largely owing to the seafood and wine he had previously bought for borrowing a vehicle. Now, however, his bank account dwindled to just over 10,000. As most of his earnings had been handed over to Feng Lu, this remaining sum was secretly saved for Feng Lu's birthday. Unfortunately, it was insufficient to elevate the vending machine to level 2, let alone acquire firearms or other self-defense items. As he skillfully chopped and sought at the vegetables, Shen Heng turned to Huo Miao and inquired, how much money do you have in your account? Taken aback, Huo Miao quickly checked her phone and replied, I still have 150,000 in my account, 20,000 in WeChat, and 80,000 in Alipay. Why? Do you need money? I can transfer it to you. Wow, 250,000? I didn't expect you to be quite the little heiress. Shen Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. With such a sum, he could certainly elevate the vending machine to level 5. Nodding in agreement, he said, please transfer the money, and I'll consider it a loan. What loan? Huo Miao pouted softly, stealing a glance at Shen Heng. You look quite handsome while cooking. She realized that, by a twist of fate, she was now with Shen Heng. Her money felt as if it were an extension of his. Unbeknownst to her, just moments before, Shen Heng had been wary of her. Should she betray his trust, he would unhesitatingly cast her out into the snowy world. Shen Heng's hand trembled slightly. He had heard every word of Huo Miao's quiet muttering and, at that moment, felt somewhat small. He had harbored doubts about her, yet she remained completely open with him. As Huo Miao unreservedly transferred all her funds to his account, Shen Heng pressed his lips together and declared, as long as you are sincerely with me, I will never abandon you. Make sure to remember that. Huo Miao chuckled, rushing to stand in front of Shen Heng and pressing the record button on her phone. Come on, say it again. I need to record it. If you ever bully me, I'll play this recording in your ear, over and over again. Embracing her, Shen Heng spoke earnestly into the phone. As long as Miao Miao stays true to me and does not betray me, I, Shen Heng, will treat her with utmost sincerity and will never abandon her. With a triumphant grin, Huo Miao planted a firm kiss on his cheek before settling onto the sofa, diligently scrolling through cooking videos. She had made up her mind. Once the snow stopped, she would resign from her job and focus on honing her skills in managing a household. This brief time had allowed her to appreciate this lifestyle, nestled at home with Shen Heng, watching the news, admiring the snowfall, and enjoying their sweet, shared moments. With just a glance, Shen Heng could intuit her thoughts, and as he prepared for dinner, he served the dishes onto the coffee table. It seems a bit chilly, Huo Miao remarked, slipping into her pajamas. Chilly? Shen Heng raised his head, noticing the snow had piled against the window. The whirring of the air conditioner grew louder. Struggling to cope with the frigid temperatures, he glanced at the thermometer. It had plunged to a staggering -49 degrees. Go ahead and eat, Shen Heng said, rising to add more wood to the fireplace and retrieving several oil lamps. Huo Miao stared in astonishment. Although she had previously witnessed Shen Heng's abilities twice, his effortless vanishing of broken plates and the burnt pan, it was still remarkable to see him conjure oil lamps with a mere wave of his hand. Are you performing magic? Huo Miao swallowed hard. Let us just pretend I am, Shen Heng smiled. While he had begun to trust Huo Miao, he remained hesitant to reveal his deepest secrets. He believed that in half a month's time, When his powers manifested, she would comprehend everything. She would naturally view his secrets as an early awakening of extraordinary abilities. How impressive! Huo Miao gazed at Shen Heng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. As he lit the oil lamps, the temperature in the room noticeably increased. Shen Heng turned off the air conditioner, knowing it could not endure the impending drop to -60 degrees that night. Even a functioning unit would freeze solid. After completing these tasks, he joined Huo Miao at the table for dinner. Once the meal was finished, Huo Miao took the initiative to clear the dishes while Shen Heng relaxed on the sofa, digesting his meal while watching the news. Every television station was currently airing updates from the official Dragon Country channel, where a beautiful female host, bundled in 3 down jackets, shivered in front of the camera, reporting the dire situation. This sudden blizzard had disrupted lives worldwide, and experts predicted that the blue planet had entered a new glacial period. The officials were working tirelessly to establish transportation routes. The underground rail system was set to be operational soon, connecting Long City with the nation's 10 largest cities, ensuring that aid would be continuously transported. Please hold on, do not give up. If we endure, light and warmth will once again belong to humanity. Our civilization will not fade. Together, we must support one another to survive. Shen Heng shook his head. Civilized society? Indeed, a future civilization may still exist. But this society is far from civilized. Laws and morals have dissipated into thin air. Strength is the only truth that matters. Powerful individuals dominate, surrounded by beauty and throngs of servants. They occupy key resource points. In my previous life, the Song family even seized the official grain depot in Jiang City. This allowed them to rise rapidly as one of the top forces in the region. The authorities, faced with immense challenges, did not even respond to the Song family's audacity. Glacial period? Huo Miao, who had been washing dishes, suddenly looked up, her face etched with concern as she turned to Shen Heng. Will humanity perish in a glacial period? 9 times out of 10, yes, Shen Heng replied, recalling how those who had survived in his previous life lacked any moral compass. He shook his head slightly. But you seem completely unfazed, Huo Miao remarked, placing the dishes down and sitting beside him, leaning against his shoulder. Shen Heng, how much food do we have left? Shen Heng's eyes narrowed as he cast a cold gaze at Huo Miao, realizing that she was indeed contemplating their supplies and attempting to extract information from him. I just thought that if our resources are dwindling, we really don't need to sell anything. Huo Miao continued, oblivious to his scrutiny. Money can be earned again. But if we lose our lives, we lose everything. We must not merely focus on immediate benefits. Consider this. Even the authorities have disclosed this information, indicating the current state of the world has descended into complete chaos. Even if it's just the two of us, there will inevitably come a day when our supplies are exhausted. And then what shall we do? It would only prolong our survival by a little while. Ultimately, we would still meet our demise rather swiftly. Huo Miao sighed. Therefore, we must take action now. Not only to safeguard our provisions at home, but also to diligently seek new resources. In this frigid weather, many items can be preserved for extended periods. What use is money at this moment? The frost in Shen Heng's eyes dissipated. So, Huo Miao thinks this way? Indeed. Huo Miao looked up earnestly at Shen Heng. Did I not transfer you 250,000 earlier? Let us invest all of this money into acquiring supplies. I've noticed discussions about transactions in the owners group. While people are still willing to sell, we should purchase provisions for sustenance, especially items that are easy to store. What do you think? At this point, a glimmer of realization brightened her eyes. Now I understand why you were so active in the group earlier. And you even asked me for money. Were you also considering creating a secondary account to deliberately inflate the prices of supplies, inciting panic among people? Thus, some would sell their resources at lower prices for you to acquire, am I right? Shen Heng chuckled silently. What is this girl thinking? I genuinely intend to sell supplies. She mistakenly believes I am manipulating public sentiment with a secondary account. Furthermore, Shen Heng planned to spend all the money Huo Miao had sent, hoping to upgrade the vending machine to level 5. If successful, they could procure firearms. In that case, during the forthcoming 2 weeks before the arrival of special abilities, they would have some means of self-defense. After all, it wouldn't be long before those unable to endure hunger would resort to wickedness, leading to incidents of breaking and entering, even murder and theft in the community. Once that occurs, it would spiral out of control. With firearms, they could ensure their survival in those initial weeks. However, Huo Miao's words also relieved Shen Heng. She had no intention of encroaching upon his supplies. Instead, she desired him to utilize her funds to continue stockpiling. Rest assured, you need not worry about provisions. I shall not let you go hungry. Shen Heng pinched Huo Miao's nose. Let me reiterate, as long as you sincerely stand by me, I will undoubtedly ensure your well-being. As for the money you have entrusted to me, I have other plans for it. Huo Miao opened her mouth, wishing to persuade Shen Heng further, but upon seeing his gaze, she refrained from speaking. This strong woman had grown accustomed to Shen Heng's domineering nature. Were it not for him, she might have already faced a grim fate at the hands of Wang Qingguang. She dared not even contemplate such an outcome. Moreover, she would have been starving in the office. May I call my colleagues at the company to inquire about their situation? Huo Miao suddenly remembered something and asked. Rest assured, I have no intention of harboring them. I merely wish to know how they are faring. Those colleagues, when she was cornered by Wang Qingguang's 3 subordinates, had not one been willing to assist her. If they were struggling, she would find solace in that. Go ahead, inquire. Shen Heng smiled. Huo Miao, beaming with happiness, dialed her colleague's video call. Huo Miao, are you alright? It was a female colleague from the company. Huo Miao believed they had a decent relationship, yet last night, in the office, she hadn't even stood up to call for help. Now, receiving Huo Miao's video call left her both astonished and pleasantly surprised. She quickly replied, "I'm so sorry about yesterday. I didn't dare to stand up. Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Huo Miao observed her colleague, who was curled up in a chair, trembling. It seemed there was an orange glow from a fire, casting a flush across her face. "Are you still at the office?" Huo Miao inquired nonchalantly. "Yes." The colleague nodded, switching the camera to reveal, in a hushed voice, "It's too cold outside. The air conditioning isn't functioning." Mr. Wang coughed. Wang Qingguang ordered everyone to burn old documents for warmth, but no one has eaten all day, and it's becoming unbearable. In the video, a fire blazed in the large office area, with many people gathered around, warming their hands. Everyone was clad in summer work attire, huddled together in silence. A few colleagues were stiffly tossing documents into the flames. As more documents were added, the fire flared up, but it quickly diminished as the papers burned away. "Hurry! Keep moving the documents." Wang Qingguang's voice echoed. A few male colleagues who had been warming themselves stood up to assist in the task. "Lin, who are you video calling?" Someone inquired nearby. The female colleague paused, chuckling nervously. "It's Huo Miao." "Huo Miao?" Many people perked up, gathering around. Upon seeing Huo Miao seated on her sofa at home, beside a roaring fireplace, their composure faltered. "Huo Miao, you have a fireplace at home. It must be quite warm, right?" A female colleague interjected. Wang Qingguang suddenly turned, and the colleague fell silent. "Huo Miao?" Wang Qingguang approached the screen. Huo Miao trembled at the sight of him and drew closer to Shen Heng. "Do not be afraid." Shen Heng whispered gently in her ear. The camera naturally captured him as well. "Humph." Upon seeing Shen Heng, Wang Qingguang's expression darkened. "You scoundrel, once the snow ceases, we shall settle the score." Wang Qingguang gritted his teeth. His pinky finger was missing. "This enmity shall not go unpunished. Feel free to welcome that." Shen Heng replied with an impassive smile. "I fear you may not survive until the snow melts, frozen to death in the office. Just look at how you're all dressed for summer. The air conditioning has ceased, hasn't it? Is it cold?" "Huo Miao, we've always had a decent relationship. And you even sent me a video. Surely you must be concerned for me, right?" The colleague, Lin, had already switched the camera to the front-facing option, her expression pleading. "Could you come pick me up? Rest assured, I won't take a free ride in your boyfriend's car. I'll offer 1,000. Last night, I saw your boyfriend's car. It's a Mercedes G63, right? That vehicle can navigate through snow. Could he come to get us?" Yes. And us too." "Huo Miao, that car has ample space. We can all squeeze in." Upon hearing Lin, the other colleagues nodded in agreement. Some even reached for Lin's phone, attempting to seize it. "Stop fighting. This is my phone. Huo Miao sent me the video first." Lin exclaimed, desperately protecting her phone, then urgently pleaded, Meow. "I'll give you 1,000, no 2,000. Please have your boyfriend come pick me up. I truly cannot endure this any longer. I will freeze to death. It has been a day since I've had a hot meal. Our company's water pipes have frozen. Only the water cooler is functional. But it has no water left. I beg you, for the sake of our camaraderie, please let him come and get me. I know your boyfriend drives such a fine car. He would hardly care for my 2,000, but you know my circumstances. This is my heartfelt contribution." Observing Lin's pleading expression, Huo Miao chuckled coldly. "You know my husband would not value a mere 2,000? Huo Miao interrupted flatly. "If you know this, then why speak it? How awkward." Meow. Lin chuckled nervously. "This is merely my goodwill. Your life is worth only 2,000. I recall your monthly salary is around 10,000. Huo Miao mocked. "All right then, let's leave it at that. I shall hang up now." "Wait," Lin exclaimed urgently. "You sent me a video to show concern, didn't you? I'm in such dire straits now. I apologize to you first. I didn't stand up to help you yesterday. Wasn't that enough? Since you care about me, what's wrong with your boyfriend picking me up? I'm not unwilling to pay. Firstly, I did not accept your apology, nor will I." Huo Miao retracted her smile and said coldly, "Also, don't mention my boyfriend's attitude. Even if he wanted to pick you up, I would advise him against it. Lastly, the video I sent was merely to see how you were doing. Since you both are not well off, I find solace in that. Farewell, and I wish you good luck. Oh, and don't rush to scold me. You might still be confused about the situation. The company has power, and your phone should be charged too, right? While there's internet. Search for the news about Longwo 1's recent events. No need to thank me." With that, she hung up the phone. "You are quite resolute," Shen Heng remarked with a smile. Huo Miao wrapped her arms around his neck and murmured, "If it weren't for you yesterday, I would be huddled by the fire like those colleagues, not to mention being in a predicament with Wang Qingguang. My kiss yesterday wasn't merely revenge against Su Chao. More importantly, I have always dreamed of marrying a hero. He may not arrive on a colorful cloud, but he must provide enough security that seeing him brings me peace. From the moment you stepped out of the elevator and saved me, I knew you were my hero." Chapter 22. Shen Heng's doubts. Huo Miao spoke passionately, then embraced Shen Heng, initiating a kiss. Shen Heng kissed her back fervently. After a long moment, they parted. Shen Heng looked at Huo Miao with a smile and asked, "Do you truly feel that way?" "Of course." Huo Miao nodded earnestly. "As for those people at the company, as I said, even if you truly wanted to go pick someone up, I would dissuade you. The snow outside had accumulated to over a meter deep, even in a tank. One couldn't reach the company. If the authorities had the capability to rescue, they would have already dispatched the army. The absence of any movement only proves that the official military cannot undertake such rescue efforts. If If the official forces cannot accomplish this, how could I let my husband take such risks? Shen Heng remained silent, tightening his embrace around Huomiao. This woman lived with a profound understanding. He had thought he needed time to guide and educate her, to teach her not to show undue compassion. In his previous life, he had witnessed many lives lost due to a mere touch of mercy. Women, in particular, often succumbed to overwhelming sympathy, attracting unnecessary calamities. Huomiao was truly his ideal companion for the apocalypse. She kept pace with his thoughts and restrained her curiosity about his secrets. As long as he didn't speak, she wouldn't pry. Their intimacy was perfectly in sync. After only a few encounters, she instinctively knew how to respond to his touches. The only drawback was her inability to cook, but Shen Heng had grown accustomed to preparing meals. He silently resolved to procure an ability fruit for Huomiao. He wondered what powers she might awaken. Even the most ordinary physical abilities would suffice for self-defense. Unbeknownst to Huomiao, her words had already carved out a significant place in Shen Heng's heart. He even contemplated acquiring her an ability fruit. Shen Heng was not in a hurry regarding the ability fruit. There were still 14 days until they appeared. If he couldn't find one by then, he could simply upgrade the vending machine and purchase one for $1 million. However, the vending machine only offered one type of ability fruit, and it was unspecified what abilities it possessed, leaving its effects uncertain. By the way, what did you just call me? Shen Heng suddenly inquired. Huomiao, feeling bashful, whispered. Husband. That soft utterance sent a shiver of delight through Shen Heng. In his previous life, even after years with Feng Lu, she had never called him that. He promptly lifted Huomiao into his arms and strode upstairs. That night, Huomiao stayed in the upstairs bedroom beside Shen Heng. Half an hour later, she fell into a deep sleep, her voice somewhat hoarse. When she awoke, she found herself alone. Huomiao dressed and went downstairs, discovering that Shen Heng had prepared breakfast. Come eat. Shen Heng beckoned her. The table was laden with congee, pancakes, milk, sandwiches, and boiled eggs, a sumptuous spread. A warm current surged in Huomiao's heart. How fortunate it was to rely on such a man. Upon opening her eyes, he had already taken care of everything. However, she suddenly recalled something and looked up, noticing the lights on in the room while all the curtains were drawn. Why haven't you opened the curtains? Huomiao laughed as she approached the window. The moment she drew back the curtains, she froze. The snow outside had covered most of the window, making it feel as though they were living underground. From above the glass, she could see the snowflakes swirling, the relentless snowfall continuing to descend. Given such weather, the heavy snow would completely blanket the first floor by nightfall. Shen Heng calmly waved at Huomiao. Eat first. Oh, was the apocalypse truly upon them? Even though the official news announced that, according to experts' estimates, Blue Star had entered an ice age, Huomiao remained skeptical without witnessing it firsthand. However, the recent blizzard had dispelled her doubts. The end was indeed here. How long will this snow last? Her voice trembled slightly. It shouldn't snow endlessly, Shen Heng mused as he took a sip of congee. There will eventually be a day it stops. The key issue now is that people can't go outside, suffering from hunger and cold, compounded by a lack of supplies. Having lived a second life, he now had a clear grasp of the future and thought further ahead. In his previous life, he had constantly hidden, always preoccupied with mere survival. In this life, with the unlimited resources from the vending machine, he could adopt a more comprehensive perspective on issues. Could the authorities truly be powerless in the face of this snow disaster? He squinted, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Ordinarily, this would just be a significant snowfall. Yet, was it reasonable to declare an ice age after just one day of snowfall? According to the authorities' typical responses, they should first unite the people to weather the storm, instilling confidence that help would come. Yet, last night's news felt more like a loss of hope, advising everyone to fend for themselves. This thought crossed Shen Heng's mind after he finished cooking. He had noticed the thick snow in the yard and planned to buy a snow shovel from the vending machine. However, the moment he considered purchasing the tool, he suddenly remembered that the Longwa authorities possessed large snow-clearing equipment. If those snowplows were deployed, the roads would be cleared. Pushing the snow aside, there were also troops stationed near Jiangqing. The army could easily clear a snow disaster and restore transportation. But where were the troops in Jiangqing? Curiosity surged within him. The Jiangqing military camp was located in the northern part of the city, while Taoyuan community was situated slightly north of the city center. Not far from the military camp, just a few dozen kilometers away. He thought of checking the military camp to see what the army was doing. But for now, he had more pressing matters. After breakfast, while Huomiao was tidying up the dishes, Shen Heng opened the window and climbed out. The door to the first floor had completely frozen shut and wouldn't budge. The biting cold wind swept in, and even with his thickened jacket, Shen Heng couldn't help but shiver. It was freezing. The external temperature had plummeted to a staggering -60 degrees. He wielded a snow shovel, meticulously clearing away the snow from the windows and the entrance. During this laborious task, his conviction solidified. Although the snow was thick, it was surprisingly insubstantial, easily pushed aside. If he waited a month or two, as the snow intermittently fell and the sun occasionally shone, it would become denser, making removal all the more challenging. Where were the authorities and the military during this crisis? Chapter 23. Departure. After shoveling a path through the snow in the yard that led beyond the front gate, Shen Heng purchased a snow vehicle from the vending machine. Initially, he harbored concerns that the vending machine's small dispensing slot would render his purchase futile. To his astonishment, moments later, a palm-sized snow vehicle tumbled forth from the machine. Before he could fully register the event, the snow vehicle dramatically expanded upon touching his consciousness, transforming instantaneously into a normal size. So this was how it operated. No wonder vending machines could dispense aircraft carriers. With a mere gesture, the snow vehicle appeared beside him. He paid it little mind and instead turned to enter the house. The vending machine was only at level 1, allowing him to acquire only basic snow vehicles, costing him 10,000. However, this also elevated the vending machine to level 2. The current status of the vending machine was level 2, with an experience value of 195. 640,000. An expenditure of 40,000 was required to upgrade it to level 3. Astonishingly, the experience had doubled. Shen Heng raised an eyebrow, pondering if the experience would indeed escalate to 80,000 upon reaching level 3. If this doubling continued, level 4 would necessitate 160,000. After a simple calculation, he realized that upgrading to level 5 would require a total expenditure of 300,000. Even with Huo Miao's contribution, he was still short. He felt an urge to slap himself. What a folly it was to be so subservient, giving away all his hard-earned money to Feng Lu. Had he held back just a little, he would have had enough to reach level 5. Then, he could venture out armed, ensuring his own security. Now was not the time for such musings. Shen Heng beckoned to Huo Miao, who was obediently seated on the sofa. Come here and assist me. All right. Huo Miao swiftly approached. Shen Heng conjured a variety of materials, announcing, these are all insulation materials. We shall use this adhesive to affix them to the walls and windows. He had inspected the villa the previous night. Although it had been constructed without cutting corners, it was still insufficient to withstand such extreme weather. With snow blanketing the surroundings, heat would continually dissipate. The thin, film-like material was only available after upgrading the vending machine to level 2, and it was noted as high-tech insulation material. The system also offered rigorously selected insulation materials, akin to the high-end jackets that required level 8 for purchase. For now, they would have to make do with this insulation material. The adhesive for affixing the insulation was also strong glue sold by the system, purchasable only at level 2. This was why Shen Heng had prioritized acquiring the snow vehicle. He needed to elevate the vending machine to level 2 to obtain these supplies. The strong glue, small as it was, cost 100 each. Understood. Huo Miao nodded, and the two swiftly set to work. Shen Heng stripped the cotton material from the walls and replaced it with the insulation film. The 100 adhesive worked wonders, with just a minimal application. The insulation film was securely bonded to the wall, impervious to any tugging. Huo Miao diligently wrapped the insulation film around the windows. While doing so, she caught sight of the snow vehicle parked in the yard, momentarily stunned. She distinctly remembered that when she arrived at the villa 2 days prior, there had been nothing in the yard. Moreover, it had snowed all day yesterday, and she had gazed out the window, noticing no such object. Had Shen Heng cleared the snow and then placed it there? But from where had this snow vehicle come? She recalled how Shen Heng had waved his hand, and the insulation film had suddenly appeared. These materials were lightweight yet remarkably effective, but she had never seen them before. Shen Heng harbored too many secrets. How could he summon such items with a mere gesture, like a master magician? Yet Shen Heng chose not to divulge his secrets. Being a perceptive woman, Huo Miao refrained from probing further. In this extreme weather, being by Shen Heng's side meant she was fortunate indeed. No matter what extraordinary abilities he possessed, she knew that as long as she remained obedient and considerate, she could continue to thrive alongside him. After spending 2 days together, she had begun to understand Shen Heng's character. The more compliant and agreeable she was, the more he would cherish her. Even a gentle display of affection would elicit a smile from him. Conversely, if she exhibited a strong-willed demeanor, he would not indulge her. Feng Lu had been just such a domineering personality. In essence, Shen Heng was the male counterpart of Feng Lu. As long as she grasped this dynamic, she could accompany him, remaining agreeable and understanding, ensuring his fondness and satisfaction. Doomsday Huo Miao cast a lingering glance at the thick blanket of snow outside. The snow continued to fall relentlessly from the sky. Moments ago, Shen Heng had shoveled the snow, and already a new layer had formed on the ground. To survive alongside Shen Heng, she needed to be a sensible woman. He had even prepared the snow vehicle in advance, thus ensuring her maximum safety. Of course, she had also come to rely on him. No more idle thoughts. It was best to focus on completing the house. In short video platforms, many were lamenting their plight, crying for food and water. Yet in such extreme weather, with snow covering the ground, no one could venture outside. Who could help whom? Some had already succumbed to the cold. She should feel grateful to reside in such a warm villa, with food and drink at her disposal. After Shen Heng had secured the insulation on the first floor, he checked on Huo Miao's progress and found her work meticulous. She had even trimmed the insulation film to fit snugly in the corners. Shen Heng nodded approvingly and purchased a substantial amount of insulation film from the vending machine before addressing Huo Miao. Miao Miao, I need to step out for a bit. Continue applying the insulation film at home. The weather will worsen, so ensure every wall in the house is covered, understood? You're going out again? Huo Miao expressed concern. It's so cold outside. Is there something urgent that requires you to go now? It's rather important. Her worry deepened at his words. Don't fret. There's truly nothing to worry about, but the distance is considerable. Shen Heng leaned closer, and Huo Miao instinctively embraced him, sealing their affection with a kiss. After a moment, she reluctantly released him, gazing into his eyes. Please be careful. I will wait for your return. A tremor coursed through Shen Heng's heart. nearly prompting him to embrace her for another round of passion. When a cool, beautiful woman becomes affectionate, what man could resist? However, with such uncertainty in his heart, he knew he must investigate further. Dressed in a thick fur hat, thermal goggles, a heavy mask, and warm winter gloves, Shen Heng was fully armored against the cold. Yet even so, as he stepped outside, a biting wind swept through, enveloping him in a chilling embrace. It was unbearably cold. Moreover, the wind howled fiercely, causing snowflakes to swirl in the air. Fortunately, the snow vehicle was equipped with a windshield, and after purchasing several thick blankets to drape over it and himself, he finally felt a modicum of warmth. Let us go. Be careful. Upon entering the kitchen, she noticed an abundance of ingredients had mysteriously appeared beside the cutting board. The same had occurred yesterday. Shen Heng had not ascended to the second floor, and there was nowhere to store anything. How had he procured so many supplies? And what about the insulation film materials she had never heard of? Most importantly, where had that snow vehicle come from? Which ordinary person prepares a snowmobile at home? It seems that Shen Heng had long anticipated this snow disaster. Yet, curiously, there had been no mention of an ice age in the news prior. How did Shen Heng come to know? And what of the second floor? She curiously glanced towards the other rooms upstairs. How many supplies had Shen Heng concealed within? Chapter 24. Shen Heng sped across the flat expanse of snow. The once grand villa now stood with only the second and third floors protruding, the first floor nearly submerged. In his previous life, he had never ventured out so boldly. However, now armed with a super vending machine and foreknowledge of future events, his worries had diminished. With the powers yet to be revealed and strict firearm regulations in Dragon Country, he felt relatively secure. The roar of the snowmobile was unmistakable, and Yang Jinxian, next door, was among the first to hear it. Mu Xian, did you hear that noise just now? Yang Jinxian, bundled in layers of clothing, turned to her sister. Yang Mushuan, equally adorned in warm attire, nestled her head down and whispered, I think I heard the sound of an engine. It seems quite close. Perhaps from next door? Yang Jinxian frowned slightly, nodding. I believe it is indeed coming from next door. There must be someone there. It must be the Song family. The thought of that annoying Song Zhongming made Yang Jinxuan's head throb. She had seen the news from Dragon Country. Even in such dire circumstances, he still refused to leave her be. With so many mouths to feed in the Song household, shouldn't they be gathering supplies instead of troubling her? Unbeknownst to her, the occupant next door was Shen Heng, who had once borrowed a vehicle from her. Sister, should I go outside to take a look? Yang Mushuan asked quietly. Yang Jinxian cautiously shook her head, yet her sister's words prompted her to rush upstairs to investigate the source of the noise. Shen Heng, however, did not direct the snowmobile towards the high-rise residential complex, but instead headed towards the detached villas at the back. The detached villas were situated at the northernmost part of Taoyuan community, with snow piled so high it nearly engulfed the community's walls. Why would he choose to venture far when he could simply drive straight out? He accelerated the snowmobile, the surroundings devoid of any human presence, save for the pristine blanket of white. As Yang Jinxian reached the second floor and glanced towards the sound, she caught only a glimpse of a figure driving away on the snowmobile. It must have originated from the neighboring villa number 4. She bit her lip, contemplating whether anyone remained next door. Should she venture over? However, the risk loomed large. Should anyone still be present? Her approach would be akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. Song Jingming, what cunning schemes you devise to monitor me? You have even prepared snowmobiles for your people. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Was she truly destined to be at his mercy? The world around her felt like a painting, enveloped in absolute tranquility, with only the thunderous roar of the snowmobile's engine breaking the silence. Though she had never operated a snowmobile before, the desolate road offered little challenge. Shen Heng navigated the vehicle with ease, heading north while identifying the buildings around him. Upon reaching the detached villa area, he suddenly noticed someone waving a bedsheet from a window on the second floor. As he approached, the individual increased their frantic gestures, evidently attempting to capture his attention. Shen Heng furrowed his brow and slowed down. As he drew nearer, he saw that the one waving the bedsheet was a woman, which slightly eased his tension. To be honest, his means of self-defense were still lacking, and had the individual been a burly man, he would have turned and fled without hesitation. Is there something you need? Shen Heng inquired, halting the snowmobile outside the villa's yard. The distance from the yard wall to the second floor window was minimal, allowing them to see each other's faces clearly. The woman was quite beautiful. Shen Heng raised an eyebrow. In fact, she was almost on par with Huo Miao, who was already considered a stunning beauty. He hadn't expected to find such a lure in the detached villa area, where the owners were predominantly affluent, making it plausible for such beauty to exist. As he pondered this, his thoughts began to race. In this apocalyptic world, with an abundance of supplies, the prospect of indulging in varied experiences with women was tantalizingly within reach. To win a woman's affection often required testing. Huo Miao was barely adequate and would need further evaluation before he could fully trust her. However, he was willing to exchange supplies for a game. The woman on the second floor, noticing Shen Heng had stopped, eagerly opened the window to speak, but as she did so, a cold gust of wind rushed in, causing her to cough violently. What is it? Shen Heng asked, his expression impassive. You were trying to greet me, correct? Do you require assistance? He remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings. In his previous life, he had heard tales of wealthy individuals who, lacking resources, would send their wives to entice those with supplies, only to ambush them when their guard was down. However, nothing appeared out of the ordinary. Hello, the woman managed to smile. I am Qin. Have you not heard of me? Qin? Shen Heng blinked, quickly recognizing her. No wonder she looked familiar. She was a prominent star. Qin relaxed upon seeing Shen Heng nod slightly in acknowledgement. It's good that you know me. I have been filming in Jiangxing these past few days, which is why I am residing in this community, she continued. Yet, Shen Heng coldly interrupted. Speak plainly. No need for unnecessary pleasantries. Qin's expression turned slightly awkward, a hint of frustration bubbling within her. Since entering the entertainment industry, she had enjoyed a smooth journey, landing lead roles and earning the affectionate nickname Drumstick Girl from fans, becoming the ideal of many men. Why was this man before her so unyielding? However, considering her predicament, she could only force a smile. My home lacks warmth and water. We have run out of food. Could you possibly sell me some supplies? She quickly added, I'm willing to pay a premium. A female star? Shen Heng's eyes brightened. You will be the key to my first firearm. Are you part of the community's owner group? Shen Heng inquired. Huh. Qin hesitated, instinctively replying, no, not at all. She typically resided in Modu, and the Taoyuan community in Jiangxing was merely one of her many properties. After earning money, she had felt a lack of investment acumen and thus purchased several homes, including one in Jiangxing, a second-tier city. She had quietly come to stay there recently while filming, preferring to avoid the hassle of being followed by reporters while staying at the cruise hotel. As for any owner group, she had never joined. No matter, Shen Heng explained. There are transactions happening in the owner group. A packet of instant noodles or a sausage is priced at 500. So expensive? Despite her relatively high pay, Qin could not help but be astonished. Is this a scam? Or have prices in Jiangxing skyrocketed? This is just the beginning. Shen Heng scoffed. Look at the snow. It hasn't stopped falling. If it continues tomorrow, your second floor may very well be completely submerged. By that time, Qin's complexion had turned pale. She had never developed a habit of storing food at home. Her busy filming schedule meant that her assistant typically handled all purchases. However, upon awakening, she discovered that snow had already blanketed the outside world. The snow had accumulated to over a meter in depth, and her assistant was unable to come. Left with no choice, Qin had to huddle at home. Unfortunately, the water pipes had frozen, leaving her without a drop to drink. After searching for quite some time, she found only 2 bags of chips. Over the course of 2 days, she had subsisted solely on those 2 bags of chips. I'll buy? Qin exclaimed hurriedly, fearing that Shen Heng might leave. Do you need bottled water? Shen Heng inquired. The pipes are frozen. And I assume you have no water at home either? I can also bring instant noodles, eggs, ham, and canned meat. By the way, your air conditioning must be broken too, right? Qin nodded repeatedly. At minus 60 degrees, the air conditioning had frozen long ago. I have some oil heaters. I can bring you 3 units, along with some self-heating hot pot meals. Stop talking. Just hurry. Listening to Shen Heng list the food items, Qin felt her mouth watering profusely. I want it all. Qin managed to force a smile. Name your price. Name my price. Shen Heng chuckled, his gaze roaming over Qin. To his surprise, even after 2 days without washing her face, this star still looked stunning in her natural state. Unlike many celebrities who relied solely on makeup, under Shen Heng's intense scrutiny, Qin instinctively adjusted her collar, realizing that the transaction he proposed might not be as straightforward as she had thought. He seemed to desire more than just money, leaving her with a tinge of regret. Was it too late to reconsider? Chapter 25, The First Customer. You name your price. Under Shen Heng's penetrating gaze, Qin felt a surge of fear. Yet after 2 days of hunger, she could hardly endure any longer. The independent villa had no passages, meaning she could only stay by the window, waiting for someone to pass by. For 2 days, she had remained in this spot. Even though it was colder by the window, she had no better options. The snow continued to fall heavily, showing no signs of abating, and she could no longer rely on her assistant or the crew. All she could do was hope for a passerby to lend her a hand. If this continued, she would surely become the first star to perish from starvation. She thought with a hint of self-mockery. The snow outside nearly covered the first floor, and she had not seen a single pedestrian. Despair was creeping in. When she caught a glimpse of a shadow racing through the snow, she initially thought she was hallucinating from hunger. It wasn't until that shadow approached that she set aside her doubts and frantically waved a bedsheet, hoping the person would notice her. Now, that figure had stopped in front of her. Observing the stranger, she noted their vitality. They appeared unconcerned about food, especially since the individual had a snowmobile. Where couldn't they go in this frigid weather? Yet Shen Heng remained silent, his gaze fixated on her, causing her to feel a twinge of fear. Although the entertainment industry was chaotic, Qin still held a sense of self-respect. After several years, she had managed to become a prominent figure among second-tier actresses. Had she been more open, she could have easily been pushed into the first tier by the industry. But her unwillingness to compromise her integrity, even with her innocent visage, had limited her resources. Did she really need to sacrifice her virtue, preserved for over 20 years, just to secure a meal? Qin pursed her lips, her expression growing increasingly troubled. 100,000, Shen Heng suddenly declared. I will bring you instant noodles, ham, and other storable food items, along with water and a portable stove. In return, I asked for 100,000. All right. Qin was taken aback by Shen Heng's unexpected offer after scrutinizing her for a while, and she nodded in agreement without hesitation. As long as it's not for yourself. At this thought, her cheeks flushed. Pay in advance. Shen Heng produced his phone. Qin hurriedly scanned the payment code. After the transaction was successful, Shen Heng pocketed his phone and stated calmly, I will definitely come by this afternoon at the latest. Rest assured, I will not deceive you. Okay. Chen Qin nodded obediently. Shen Heng's gentlemanly demeanor left her with a favorable impression of him. Even though 100,000 far exceeded the value of the supplies, she felt that Shen Heng would not betray her trust. Moreover, for a star like her, 100,000 was not an insignificant amount. Yet it was not something she would mourn losing. Wait a moment. Observing Chen Qin's obedient demeanor, Shen Heng reached into the blanket and quickly purchased a pack of instant noodles and ham from the vending machine. When he pulled his hand out again, he was holding 2 food items. Here, take this pack of instant noodles and ham to tide you over. Eat slowly. I didn't bring any water, so don't choke. Thank you, thank you. Chen Qin accepted the instant noodles and ham, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. All right, close the window. Chen Qin's face flushed as she lowered her head and murmured a soft "oh." Shen Heng added, when I come to find you, I will knock on your window and send you a message on WeChat in advance. Okay. Chen Qin nodded obediently. After Shen Heng arranged everything, he left only after confirming that Chen Qin had drawn the curtains. He did not wish to sample Chen Qin just yet. After all, she was the dream girl of many men. However, the timing was not right. He had deliberately scrutinized Chen Qin, and he believed she had noticed. If it had been a more brazen celebrity, she might have already made a move. But Chen Qin did not act that way. Instead, she curled up slightly and continued to insist on making a purchase. Though he didn't fully believe it, Shen Heng sensed that the circle of female stars was likely small. This only fueled his desire to conquer. With those more casual celebrities, he would merely seek a fleeting encounter and leave them with some provisions before departing. But with Chen Qin, as he drove his snowmobile out of the Taoyuan community, a smile graced his lips. If this woman could be obedient, he wouldn't mind bringing her into his home. After all, he only had the food-loving Hong Yao at home, who had already been begging for mercy halfway through the game. Furthermore, he would face more challenges ahead and would require plenty of assistance. Even if Chen Qin did not harbor feelings for him, he would welcome her as a fellow player. Lost in thought, he suddenly recalled Old Man Qin. He wondered how Old Man Qin was faring. In his past life, Old Man Qin had survived until his death, and now that he had offered a warning, Old Man Qin must have stockpiled supplies in advance, ensuring he was safe from any unforeseen circumstances. Shen Heng was uncertain where Old Man Qin had discovered his extraordinary abilities, and he did not wish to interfere prematurely, lest he disrupt the course of his previous life. Although Old Man Qin's abilities were ordinary, merely enhancing physical strength, such talents were essential for establishing a safe haven. Moreover, in his past life, Old Man Qin had saved him on numerous occasions, earning Shen Heng's trust in his character. He could be considered a companion. Talents were scarce. Shen Heng shook his head in lamentation. Exiting through the northern gate of the Taoyuan community, he drove northward along the road. The loud rumble of the snowmobile attracted the attention of several onlookers, who peeked out to catch a glimpse of the outside world. Upon spotting Shen Heng on the snowmobile, those huddled in the nearby buildings revealed expressions of envy. Wow, he has a snowmobile. In such harsh weather, being able to venture out freely was quite impressive. Suddenly, many quick-witted individuals realized that with a snowmobile, he could access the supermarkets without hindrance. From the supermarkets, he could easily procure abundant supplies. In an instant, people from the buildings rushed to their windows, and some even attempted to break the windows to intercept him. However, the snowmobile's speed was too swift. By the time they scrambled to stop Shen Heng, he had already sped far away. Damn, he is really fast. A man in an office building on the east side cursed. They were on the second floor of that building, nearly level with the snow outside. Just moments ago, Shen Heng glided past them, a missed opportunity. Zhang, I believe he resides in the Taoyuan community based on his exit position. A young man wearing glasses leaned in to whisper to Zhang. So what? Zhang's expression darkened. To their surprise, the rain did not cease. Instead, snow began to fall incessantly. Thankfully, the company had a cafeteria stocked with provisions, but after 2 days, supplies were dwindling. Zhang, accompanied by a group, forcibly entered other companies' premises and, by fortunate chance, managed to scavenge some snacks. He was also concerned about his delicate wife, having video called her only to find her shivering at home. This situation was untenable. Lost in thought, he spotted Shen Heng gliding past again. He contemplated intercepting him for the snowmobile, but before he could open the window, Shen Heng had already zipped away. Suddenly, an idea struck Zhang. Yes, he exclaimed, his eyes brightening. However, he quickly frowned. But that snowmobile is too fast. How can we catch it? That requires cooperation from the building across. The young man with glasses smirked, leaning closer to Zhang to whisper again. All right, let's proceed as you suggest. Quickly, rally everyone. If we manage to stop him, the snowmobile can accommodate too. You and I will take the first ride. Thank you, Zhang. The young man expressed his gratitude and hurriedly turned to instruct his subordinates. Energized by the young man's directions, the subordinates began gathering sturdy cardboard boxes from the building. They tore the boxes apart, opened windows, and tossed them onto the snow-covered ground. Meanwhile, several individuals trapped in the opposing building watched with curiosity. What are you all dawdling for? The young man found a megaphone and shouted toward the opposite building. Bring out your cardboard boxes and throw them onto the snow. The people in their building were puzzled, but soon they saw the occupants of the other building curling up and tossing more boxes onto the street. As the cardboard spread across the ground, a few brave souls tentatively stepped onto the snow. To their astonishment, the soft snow merely compressed slightly without yielding. Zhang and his group were invigorated. The people in the opposite building now understood their intent and hurriedly began to search for boxes as well. Half an hour later, the two groups met. Zhang crouched close to the ground, shaking hands with the leader of the opposing office building, embodying the demeanor of leaders meeting. Zhang, what's going on? The balding leader inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Zhao, did you see that snowmobile just now? Zhang chuckled lightly, but as he smiled, the cold wind rushed into his mouth, prompting him to shut it quickly. He leaned closer to Zhao's ear and whispered, your building's food supplies must be dwindling too, right? With this relentless snow, we are headed for disaster. If we unite, we can seize that snowmobile, what do you say? Zhao's eyes lit up upon hearing Zhang's plan. It's a deal. Chapter 26. The snow removal robot. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, his stylish passage had already sparked collaboration between two buildings on the street. Currently, Shen Heng felt elated. In his previous life, despite possessing supernatural abilities, he had always been tethered to Feng Lu, often hesitating to join any factions due to her influence. Feng Lu's own words echoed in his mind. I am so beautiful. What would you do if those powerful leaders developed intentions towards me? Reflecting on it, Shen Heng ultimately relented. But now, he mused, wasn't he Feng Lu merely seeking to cozy up in that villa, enjoying her time while stealthily rendezvousing with Su Chao? In his past life, he had relied solely on his fire abilities to melt the thick snow, traversing on foot. Beneath the thick snow of Villa 2, Unit 4 lay countless snow tunnels that Shen Heng had created by melting the snow. He had hardly revealed himself above the snow surface. Now, facing the biting cold wind, Shen Heng felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. He could gallivant across the snow-covered terrain in this apocalyptic world. Moreover, with the super vending machine at his disposal, he had no need to fret over supplies. As long as he continually upgraded the vending machine and enhanced his abilities for self-protection, he could relish the pleasures of life in this new world. Indeed, for others, the apocalypse meant a struggle for survival. For Shen Heng, it represented an opportunity to rise as a sovereign. He was acutely aware that to live without worries, one must possess formidable strength. In the past, he might not have considered establishing a faction, but having been granted a second chance at life, he craved immense power. This was precisely why he aimed to investigate the military camp. Shen Heng had grown up in a lawful society, adhering to rules and regulations. In his previous life, he survived only 3 months post-apocalypse, remaining unaware of the fate that befell the Song family. It was crucial to know whether the Song family had struck some sort of agreement with the military or if, in the military's absence, they were left unchecked. All of this required Shen Heng's exploration. Should the military completely withdraw, he could easily usurp the position once held by the Song family. He aspired not only to replace them, but to unify the entire Jiang city and even expand outward. The higher the vending machine's level, the more funds it demanded. With the apocalypse now underway, Shen Heng found it impossible to amass all the money from the populace at once. In the future, when he could unite Jiang City, the current population of several million would likely dwindle to merely a few thousand. The wealth of the deceased would naturally be greater. However, Shen Heng could not acquire the money of the dead. He needed to expand and grow his own influence. The more land he controlled and the more people he gathered, the greater the wealth would be. As he sped along, the towering buildings began to thin out, signaling that he was nearing the city's edge. Soon, he spotted a green building ahead. Shen Heng's gaze sharpened, and he promptly halted the snowmobile. The distance to the building was still considerable, yet the snow-covered ground bore numerous intersecting tire tracks. Someone had been there. Shen Heng stored the snowmobile in his consciousness space. With the vending machine upgraded to level 2, he could now purchase a variety of level 2 items, and correspondingly, the space occupied by the vending machine had doubled from 6 square meters to 12. Tossing the snowmobile into a corner of the space hardly took up any room. Shen Heng procured some tools from the vending machine and began digging into the snow from a distance. This method was unsustainable. After a while, he was sweating profusely. The military camp was still about a kilometer away. He could dig for ages. He retrieved the vending machine, searched for snow removal tools, and ultimately discovered a level 3 item, a snow removal robot. Good heavens, it was labeled as not intelligent, but rather as mentally challenged. Shen Heng wore an expression akin to an elderly man on the subway struggling with technology. Nevertheless, the robot cost 30,000 and required level 3 to purchase. So it must possess some merit. Purchase it. However, since the vending machine was only at level 2, Shen Heng needed to procure more items to facilitate an upgrade. He bought a substantial amount of strong adhesive, as it occupied minimal space and was quite costly. After spending 10,000 on a box, it barely took up a corner beside the snowmobile. The vending machine's experience reached 1,213,340,000, still needing just under 30,000. Shen Heng pondered for a moment and decided to buy a variety of supplies: instant noodles, ham, canned goods, beverages, bottled water, and oil tinctures, everything needed by Chin Chin. After all, he had accepted 100,000 from her, and the items he procured should not be subpar. However, these supplies were relatively inexpensive, and he was still far from an upgrade. Shen Heng frowned, suddenly recalling that Chin Chin seemed to lack adequate winter clothing. So he decided to purchase a few sturdy jackets. After all, it is only August now, and Chin Chin has come to Jiangcheng to shoot a film, completely unprepared with winter clothing. Moreover, she hardly spends any time in the villa at Taoyuan community, having purchased it purely as an investment, thus lacking appropriate attire. Crouched in a home bereft of air conditioning and heating, It is already fortunate that she has not succumbed to the cold. It is fortunate that Shen Heng arrived just in time. Had he delayed another night, Qin might have frozen solid. After finishing her purchases, he recalled his housemate, Huo Miao, who also lacked proper clothing and had been wearing Shen Heng's oversized garments. Though she showcased her alluring long legs and his baggy clothes, being a girl, she naturally prefers to look beautiful, doesn't she? Shen Heng searched for women's clothing in the vending machine, acquiring undergarments and various nightwear. And after selecting several lovely items for Huo Miao, the vending machine finally reached level 3. Level 3. Shen Heng felt invigorated. This was a watershed moment. At this level, not only could he purchase a snow-clearing robot, but also self-defense items such as daggers and tridents, including a weapon crossbow that had previously caught his eye. The price of a dagger was a staggering 3,000 yuan. He wondered what it was made of, but with his newfound wealth and Qin's financial backing, he was generous and purchased two. Soon, 2 heavy daggers were in his grasp. The grip felt excellent, and the blades were sharp. Shen Heng swung them with satisfaction. Thus far, the vending machine had proven to be quite impressive, adhering to the principle of you get what you pay for. This dagger, even if not capable of cutting through iron, should perform admirably, right? The price of the crossbow left him astounded. A divine arm crossbow cost 30,000 yuan. Initially, Shen Heng intended to buy a standard crossbow, but upon reading the description of the divine arm crossbow, compact and capable of firing 3 arrows in succession, he decided to acquire it. It would serve as preparation for upgrading the vending machine. After purchasing the crossbow, Shen Heng selected some accompanying arrows from the vending machine and concluded his shopping. A glance at the vending machine revealed that, despite spending so much, he had yet to accumulate half the required experience. Indeed, the experience needed for upgrading had doubled to 80,000. He mused about how much it would cost to eventually acquire an aircraft carrier. Pondering such matters was futile. He retrieved the divine arm crossbow from his space and, following the instructions, attached it to his right arm. This crossbow differed slightly from conventional models, featuring 3 strings for 3 arrows. Astonishingly, there was even a slightly protruding button at the base of his right thumb. Setting the crossbow, a press of the button would launch the first arrow at the target, and another press would send forth the second arrow. After 3 shots, he would need to reload. It was indeed a rapid-fire mechanism, though regrettably, after 3 shots, a brief rest was required. Shen Heng murmured to himself, momentarily pausing as his gaze darkened towards the crossbow. It seemed somewhat reminiscent of himself. Now, alongside Huo Miao, after 3 shots, he too would need a moment to recuperate. He observed the crossbow for a while before casually turning away. Once he consumed the supernatural fruit, not only would he awaken extraordinary powers, but his body would also be enhanced. 3 shots were hardly my limit. I am a human Gatling gun. Initially, Shen Heng intended to press on and purchase more items to expedite the vending machine's upgrade to level 5, where he could buy firearms. However, upon calculating his funds, it seemed that after reaching level 5 and purchasing guns, he would scarcely be able to afford ammunition, so he decided against it. After all, today he only planned to quietly observe and investigate. If he could uncover some information, that would be splendid. If not, so be it. After acquiring the snow-clearing robot, he found himself with less than 200,000 left. Fortunately, the vending machine was on the verge of leveling up, requiring only a bit more experience to reach level 4. The robot was quite small, standing less than half a meter tall. Once he retrieved it, Shen Heng couldn't help but wonder about its utility in the 2-meter-deep snow. Yet, the next moment, something astonishing occurred. Upon activating the robot, it immediately darted forward, its claws transforming into spinning tops, rapidly whirling ahead. A hatch opened at its rear, continuously ejecting snowballs. Caught off guard, Shen Heng was bombarded by a flurry of snowballs. Damn, he exclaimed, spitting out snow and shielding his head as he ducked aside. Truly deserving of its moniker, the robot seemed oblivious to its master, relentlessly focused on snow removal. However, the robot had its merits. First, it operated silently. The whirling of its claws made barely a sound. Second, its efficiency was remarkable. Shen Heng discovered that by trailing closely behind the robot, carefully avoiding the snowballs it launched, he could leisurely stroll all the way to the military camp. Perhaps the robot's designation as dim-witted merely indicated a lack of artificial intelligence. It did not speak or recognize its master, only working diligently. But for him, it was perfect. Chapter 27. Eavesdropping comfortably walking behind the robot, Shen Heng crouched low and proceeded cautiously. The robot's efficiency was astonishing. As its claws spun, the accumulated snow ahead was flung aside or instantly transformed into snowballs, which were then shot backward. Moreover, the path cleared by the robot remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of collapse. As long as no one walked above him, he would remain undetected. Naturally, in such extreme weather, it was unlikely anyone would venture outside. The snow outside was not yet solid. Stepping on it would cause one to sink directly into the depths. After walking several hundred meters, Shen Heng surveyed his surroundings, then programmed the robot to continue clearing snow for another 200 meters. He then halted, producing a snow vehicle and mounting it, casting a complex gaze at the robot. After traversing another 200 meters, he would essentially reach the heart of the military camp. He was nearly certain there would be personnel present. Having previously observed several snow vehicle tracks, he was prepared. Should the robot be discovered, he would immediately flee. However, after a moment, the robot came to a stop, evidently having completed its task, standing quietly in place. The area remained silent, and he had not been detected. Shen Heng cautiously approached, stowing the robot away in his space, and taking up a snow shovel to begin clearing the remaining snow himself. Half an hour later, with sweat beading on his forehead, he exhaled in relief. He had cleared the snow around the main building of the military camp, the green high-rise he had seen earlier. This was the office building of the Jiangqing military camp, with the dormitories situated not far away. Shen Heng stealthily approached the office building entrance. He dared not dig too high, uncertain if the soldiers had already cleared the main entrance, so he endeavored to remain as close as possible. Yet, as he drew near, his body froze in place. Ears perked up in tense anticipation. Had Colonel Liu made a decision? Yes, Brother Wang. That is what he told me, came the faint dialogue. The voice of Brother Wang, who spoke first, was coarse and seemed somewhat irritable. If we do nothing about Jiangqing, what will happen to the millions of citizens? I've heard that people are already freezing to death. Shouldn't we take action? However, Colonel Liu replied that he had received orders from higher-ups, and that they would split into two groups, one part heading to Penglai Island, while the other would need to defend Longcheng. Longcheng is the imperial capital of our dragon nation and must not be compromised. The individual speaking was likely the secretary of Colonel Liu, Shen Heng speculated. Brother Wang, do not be angry. This is an order from above. I have inquired with several other military camps, and they all report the same, the secretary continued. This matter is not a secret, and you should be aware that with our country's extensive coastline along Penglai, once nearly all coastal areas freeze, and we truly venture inland, the threat from Longqing will significantly increase. The leaders have already taken refuge. We must leave as well. However, Brother Wang, who had previously been filled with righteous indignation, now appeared somewhat dejected. Is that it? We just leave? He replied. I must obey orders. Wang let out a deep sigh. What is the situation in Penglai? Not very optimistic, the secretary replied. Everyone in the Penglai shelter has evacuated, and now it is solely occupied by the military. We should depart now. Everyone should be ready. All right, Wang acknowledged, realizing the importance of swift action. Given the circumstances, there was no need for further discussion. He sighed once more, but did not leave. As Shen Heng had not heard any footsteps. Penglai? Under the snow, Shen Heng stroked his chin, frowning in contemplation. What significance did Penglai hold? From their words, it seemed that following the global freeze, unforeseen events had transpired along the coastline, and they must be of considerable importance, prompting the official dispatch of troops. Some of the forces stationed in Jiangcheng had been redirected to Longcheng, while others had been sent to Penglai. It was no wonder the military had not provided aid to the city. They had all retreated in the previous life. Pengzi, Zhengming. At that moment, two voices resonated overhead, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching the office building. Pengzi, I apologize for being late, a friendly voice called out, echoing as it entered the building. Shen Heng could even see the snow beneath him compressing slightly as the footsteps passed above. Don't step too hard, he thought, only to hear Brother Wang cautioning. Be careful not to crush it. Just then, a foot descended from the snow, landing atop Shen Heng's head, accompanied by a cascade of snow. Ugh! Shen Heng's eyes widened, and he dared not move, allowing the snow to envelop him. This is quite slippery, the newcomer remarked with a chuckle before embracing Brother Wang. It has been a long time. Pengzi, are you saying you wish to bid me farewell? The newly arrived individual then posed a question. What are your troops planning to do? If it's confidential, you need not disclose. It appeared that this Brother Wang was indeed named Wang Peng. Zhengming. We have been friends for many years, even university classmates. At this juncture, there is little that cannot be discussed. Wang lowered his voice. Many high-ranking officials have received word that the Song family in Jiangcheng can only be considered a second-tier family. It is normal you did not receive the news. The Song family? Zhengming? Shen Heng was taken aback, realizing fully. The individual who had just stepped on his head was none other than the current head of the Song family, Song Jingming. He was also the dominant force in northern Jiangcheng in his previous life, outmatching any other faction. He never anticipated that Song Jingming would also be present. He perked up his ears. Song Jingming brushed the snow from his legs and frowned. I find it perplexing, with the nation facing such a crisis. Why has the military not provided assistance? Where are you headed? This recent snowfall is a harbinger of calamity. Brother Wang stated gravely. Many high-ranking officials have already taken refuge in the Doomsday Shelter. You might not be aware, but there is a shelter in Jiangcheng as well. However, the Song family lacks the qualifications to reside there. Many scholars and professors from Jiangcheng were covertly brought to the shelter last night, along with some affluent families. Those stronger than the Song family, such as the Yi and Qian families, who contributed financially when the shelter was constructed, naturally granting them residency rights. The shelter? Song Jingming narrowed his eyes. Is the world truly coming to an end? Experts estimate a 95% probability of human extinction. As a result, the upper echelons have initiated a human species preservation plan, ensuring the continuation of human civilization through this choice. Brother Wang solemnly declared. Moreover, there have been disturbances along the national, global coastlines, necessitating our military intervention. Therefore, we can no longer attend to the cities. My brother, I must journey to Penglai. It may well be a farewell, and I cannot say when we shall meet again. Wang Peng, are you jesting? Song Jingming's voice took on a more serious tone. Certainly not, Wang Peng replied bitterly. There is one more matter I must entrust to you. My mother is not in good health. Yet I do not possess a spot in the shelter. After much deliberation, you are the only one capable of caring for her. As you are now the head of the Song family, why speak such things between brothers? Song Jingming retorted. Your mother is my mother. When you supported me and dealt with my elder brother, I vowed that as long as I, Song Zhengming, am alive, I will ensure your family suffers no grievances. By the way, is your wife and Xiaodong still at home? I shall send someone to fetch them to the Song family. Do not worry. Good. Wang Peng felt a surge of emotion as he embraced Song Zhengming once more, lowering his voice. Shen Heng stood on tiptoe, trying to listen. He could not help but feel grateful for the earlier step from Song Zhengming, which had compacted the snow overhead, allowing him to hear Wang Peng's faint voice. The grain depot of Longhua is not far from your Song family. With the nation in chaos, it is almost as if the authorities have abandoned the cities to fend for themselves. The depot holds ample supplies, enough for everyone in the Song family. In half an hour, I will lead my troops away. You must seize the grain depot at the earliest opportunity. Consider it the last favor of an older brother. Remember to take good care of my mother, wife, and children. Wang Peng released Song Zhengming and turned. You must leave quickly. Today, none of us have seen each other. Chapter 28. A surprise attack. Shen Heng comprehended everything beneath the snow. So, Song Zhengming and the military had this connection. What a revelation he had received today. He now grasped why Song Zhengming had boldly occupied the grain depot in his previous life. It was due to assurances from the military. With the troops stationed in Jiangcheng preparing to depart, the Song family faced no obstacles. However, what exactly was transpiring in Penglai, as mentioned by Wang Peng? Why had the authorities divided the military, with one portion guarding Longcheng and another dispatched to Penglai? It was not only Penglai but also the coastal regions that appeared to be in distress. Although Jiangcheng's name includes Jiang, it is situated inland in the northern part of the country, quite distant from the coastline. In his previous life, he had survived only a short while and was completely unaware of what had transpired thereafter. Yet now, one thing was certain. The authorities had lost their grip. He began to formulate a plan. If the Song family could seize the grain depot, could he not also capture this strategic location? Though he possessed a vending machine. To develop his own influence, he could not rely solely on purchasing goods from it indefinitely. If it came to that, the secret of the vending machine would surely be exposed to the outside world. Thus, he must also take control of the grain depot, along with the treasury and the bank. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, people had begun to search for supplies, yet no one ventured to the banks. When individuals realized that the snowfall showed no signs of abating and that the authorities had undertaken no rescue operations, what use was there for money? To use it for kindling to stay warm? It would be far more practical to break into a coffin shop. After all, wood burns much better than paper. He had also gleaned a wealth of gossip. It was he who had colluded with Wang Peng to act against Song Guangming in the shadows. However, these matters bore little relevance to him. He merely regarded them as amusing tidbits. Listening to Song Zhengming's footsteps retreating overhead, Wang Peng also turned to leave. Shen Heng quietly slipped away down the snowy path. He quietly traversed the modest snow path, retreating step by step. Glancing around, he discerned a profound silence. As for Song Zhengming, he could not fathom how he had departed. Breathing a sigh of relief, he had just emerged from the snow path when a sudden voice echoed behind him. Indeed, someone was there. Shen Heng's pupils constricted, and instinctively, he rolled forward. In that fleeting moment, a shadowy club descended, striking precisely where he had just peered out. A deep gash immediately appeared in the snow, carving into its depths. Shen Heng adeptly rolled twice and then rose, his expression frigid as he turned to confront the source of the threat. A towering figure withdrew an iron rod from the snow, grinning malevolently at Shen Heng. Not bad, kid. Quick reflexes. But I wonder how many strikes you can evade. He swung the rod again towards Shen Heng. Shen Heng swiftly dodged backward, but the thick layer of snow hindered his movements, ensnaring his legs with every step he attempted to take. Wait, just barely evading another swing. Shen Heng spoke in a low tone. Who are you? I don't believe we've met. Why are you attacking me? His legs were ensnared in the snow, making movement arduous. He regarded the sudden appearance of this brute with caution. In his past life, he had fought for mere survival and had acquired a modicum of combat skills. Yet this man before him was equally formidable. However, the thick snow beneath them hampered both their movements. The man stood at a towering height of nearly 6 feet 3, weighing over 200 pounds. His footfall sank deeper than Shen Heng's. Observing Shen Heng's predicament, the man could hardly suppress his smugness. He had secretly observed Shen Heng earlier, noting the extensive tunnel he had dug beneath the snow. It was inconceivable for a mere human to excavate such a length and depth. All right, Shen Heng thought, his mind racing with curiosity about the man. I am the bodyguard of the Song family patriarch, the man declared. When the patriarch departed moments ago, he noticed your snow tunnel and deemed you a talent worth recruiting. He commissioned me to await your presence. Is that so? Shen Heng raised an eyebrow. But your previous actions hardly suggested an invitation. Recruitment? Had it been at any other time, perhaps Song Zhengming would indeed have sought to enlist him. After all, having excavated such a lengthy tunnel in this frigid weather could make Shen Heng a valuable ally for Song Zhengming. However, Shen Heng was acutely aware of Song Zhengming's treacherous nature and excessive suspicion once he had established himself as the tyrant of the northern city. The man had likely realized Shen Heng had been eavesdropping, which was why he stationed the brute here. Indeed, the man, seeing Shen Heng alone and trapped in the snow without any weapon, felt a sense of relief, treating Shen Heng as nothing more than a plaything. This area is under the jurisdiction of the military. How did you find yourself here? The man inquired again. Is this the second question? Shen Heng retorted. A robot? The man appeared taken aback. I don't believe it. Indeed, Shen Heng replied, rummaging through his pockets until he produced the robot, waving it at the man. It truly is a robot. The man's confusion deepened. He had never heard of a snow-clearing robot. Did such a thing even exist for sale? Even more perplexing was the notion that someone would purchase such a device. How does it clear snow? The man curiously asked. Like this. Shen Heng pressed the activation button, and the robot's claws began to whirl. The man's gaze followed the machine, and in that instant, Shen Heng raised his right hand, aiming at the man. Whoosh. A faint sound of air being pierced filled the air. Before the man could react, a lethal arrow struck through his skull. The force of the arrow was so immense that it propelled the man's upper body backward. Fool. Shen Heng scoffed. Taking advantage of the moment when he had revealed the robot, Shen Heng had quietly loosened the cuff of his right sleeve. The prowess of the crossbow sold by the vending machine was indeed as advertised. Had he not been curious about the man's identity, Shen Heng would have shot the arrow without hesitation. However, the cunning Song Zhengming had proven to be observant, even discovering the entrance to the tunnel Shen Heng had dug. It seemed he must tread more carefully in the future. As for the bodyguard, Shen Heng had no intentions of sparing his life. The instant the man attempted to attack him, he had sealed his own fate. Song Zhengming, Shen Heng narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. In my previous life, you were formidable, but in this one, with the vending machine by my side, the northern city shall undoubtedly be mine. This bodyguard is merely an appetizer. Chapter 29. Extortion. The bodyguard met a grim fate, falling to a single arrow. Due to the proximity, the arrow penetrated his skull and embedded itself in the snow. Shen Heng made no attempt to retrieve the arrow, at a cost of 100 yuan per penetrating arrow. He considered it a fair price for his survival. Moreover, he harbored no concerns about the Song family discovering the incident. The relentless snowfall would soon blanket the body, obscuring it from view. Even if the Song family were to search, they would never locate the arrow beneath the thick snow. Approaching the body, Shen Heng rummaged through the man's belongings and finally found a wallet. Inside, he discovered the man's identification card. In this day and age, carrying an ID when going out? Are you afraid I wouldn't know your name? Shen Heng chuckled, glancing at the card, only to be momentarily stunned. Zhao Jiang. He looked at the name on the ID, then back at the bodyguard's face, bewildered. Iron Tower Zhao Jiang. This name resonated with Shen Heng. In his past life, this individual had consumed an ability fruit, awakening extraordinary powers. Zhao Jiang's physical prowess was exceptional, and his ability was one of immense strength, earning accolades for Song Zhengming in their battles for dominance in the northern city. Unexpectedly, in this life, before his powers could awaken, he had fallen to Shen Heng's single arrow. This development saved Shen Heng considerable trouble, for to unify Jiangqing, he first needed to conquer the northern city. Song Zhengming was an insurmountable obstacle. The elite soldiers under his command would inevitably become his adversaries. Eliminating Zhao Jiang now would simplify matters in the future. As for himself, Shen Heng had no worries. Before venturing out, he had completely concealed himself, donning a fur hat and mask that left only his eyes visible. Even his eyes were shielded by snow goggles. Even if Zhao Jiang had taken a photograph, Song Zhengming would never recognize him. Shen Heng noted that Zhao Jiang possessed a cell phone, which he promptly crushed without a second thought. Observing the time, he realized it was growing late. Additionally, he could hear commotion from the military camp, suggesting that Wang Peng had begun organizing the remaining soldiers for departure. Shen Heng reloaded the crossbow with another penetrating arrow, ensuring the surroundings were clear before retrieving his snow vehicle and heading directly towards the Taoyuan community. The snow fell heavily, and soon, Shen Heng's figure vanished into the white abyss. As he neared the community, a sense of relief washed over him. This outing had proven immensely fruitful. The military's lack of response was due to troubles along the coastline of Longhua that required urgent attention. Moreover, the Song family's occupation of the Jiangqing granary had been orchestrated by Wang Peng within the military. Still, he felt a surge of caution. Had it not been for his combat instincts from his previous life, he might have fallen victim to Zhao Jiang's treachery without understanding how. Had that club struck true, even if he had killed Zhao Jiang, he would likely have sustained severe injuries. I need to find a doctor. The thought of the female doctor clad in black silk and a white coat made Shen Heng yearn for Huo Miao, igniting a desire within him. Here they come. The silence of the outside world was broken by the distant roar of the snow vehicle, echoing as it approached. Crouched outside the northern gate of Taoyuan community, Zhang, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, conversed with Zhao through his mobile. We must remain vigilant. That snowmobile is fast, and if we are not careful, he may escape. We cannot afford another failed ambush. I know, Zhao exclaimed. He is coming. Shen Heng raced through the snow on his snowmobile. Yet he had become increasingly alert. Having been reborn and overheard critical information from the military camp, he had unwittingly altered the course of his fate. Furthermore, the recent ambush by Zhao had made it clear that even with a powerful tool at his disposal, he must exercise utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to disaster. Surrounded by a vast expanse of snow, the world appeared cloaked in pure white. However, as he approached the community, he noticed an unusual yellow object stretching across the road from left to right. What could it be? With heightened vigilance, he instinctively reduced the speed of his snowmobile. As he drew closer, he discovered that the ground was covered with thick cardboard boxes, evidently laid out by someone to facilitate movement. Before he could examine it further, Zhang shouted from the nearby building. Employees on the second floor suddenly pulled taut the ropes they were holding. 3 ropes, previously concealed beneath the snow, snapped into place, blocking Shen Heng's path. He halted the snowmobile, casting a wary glance at the office buildings on either side. Well, little brother, we have finally been waiting for you, Zhang declared, boldly opening the window and stepping onto the cardboard. Behind him followed a dozen eager individuals, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they gazed at Shen Heng's snowmobile. Across the way, Zhao emerged with another group of over 10 people, all carrying cardboard boxes, attempting to encircle Shen Heng. What do you want? Shen Heng asked coldly. Do not be afraid. We merely wish to discuss something with you, Zhang replied, shivering beneath layers of sheets. He took a breath. To be brief, my brother, we have taken a liking to your vehicle. Let us borrow it. You live in Taiyuan community, do you not? You have already arrived home. And this vehicle is of no use to you, but to us, it could be a lifeline. Indeed, Zhao concurred. I am Zhao Yojie from Shanghai Technology. Lend it to us, and I shall owe you a favor. A favor? Shen Heng nearly laughed aloud. In this apocalyptic world, favors were the least valuable currency. And what if I refuse to lend it? He retorted. Refuse? A sinister voice from behind Zhang interjected. You cannot escape the consequences of your refusal. If you do not wish to comply, do not blame us for taking action. At the sound of this threat, the crowd's eyes lit up, and they rushed toward Shen Heng, eager to pounce. Shen Heng observed them coolly. They were still quite distant, and the number of boxes they had appeared insufficient to reach him. Raising his right hand, he aimed at the man with glasses and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, and a spray of blood erupted from the man's neck as he clutched it, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Blood splattered onto Zhang's face. Well, what? Little Wang. He gasped, instinctively turning to Shen Heng, who, expressionless, held his arm poised, the arrow aimed at Zhang. I did not quite catch that. Would you kindly repeat yourself? What do you intend to do if I refuse to lend you the vehicle? Shen Heng inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Yet his tone dripped with menace, sending chills down Zhang's spine. Aye, Zhang stammered, the dark arrow aimed at him causing sweat to bead on his forehead. Even in the frigid weather. He is your subordinate, right? This was your idea? Shen Heng pressed further. Why yes, it was his idea. Zhao interjected, nearly trembling with fear. I never intended to steal the vehicle. I merely wished to borrow it. Shen Heng turned his gaze to Zhao, aiming his right hand at him. You just stated that if I lent you the vehicle, I would be owed a favor. You are unworthy. Feeling the arrow pointed at him, Zhao's scalp prickled, and he frantically waved his hands, forcing a smile. You are right, brother. I am unworthy. You are talking nonsense, Zhang. Zhao exclaimed, startled. Turning to Shen Heng with a forced smile. I was merely influenced by little Wang. It was his foolishness that led to this situation. Ask our employees. They will corroborate my words. Truly. Others exchanged nervous glances, instinctively nodding in agreement. They were uncertain of how many arrows Shen Heng had left to fire, but none dared to test their luck. Shen Heng's aim had proven deadly accurate, targeting the man's throat. Who could withstand such a shot? Do you wish to live? Shen Heng suddenly asked. The group nodded vigorously, fear evident in their expressions. You are from two different companies, correct? Shen Heng continued. They nodded again. Like chicks pecking at grain. Now, stand in pairs, those from one company with those from the other. Shen Heng commanded. Though confused, the threat of Shen Heng's weapon compelled them to comply, forming groups of 2 from each company. Shen Heng counted and stifled a chuckle. Each side had 13 individuals. Had there been more of the man with glasses, grouping would have been more challenging. Zhang and Zhao found themselves awkwardly standing together, forming one of the 13 groups. Now, take out your phones, open WeChat and Alipay, and let your companions verify your balances, Shen Heng ordered. Since you wish to survive, I am granting you an opportunity to purchase your lives. Calculate how much each of you possesses, and transfer it all to Zhao's phone. He pointed at Zhao, who quickly donned an eager smile. After you transfer the funds, I shall graciously spare your lives. Shen Heng smiled. Zhao, once you have gathered all the money, come to me to scan and transfer it. This is a crucial matter. Why not leave it to Zhang? Zhao suggested awkwardly. Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. Wanting to protest, but fearing Shen Heng's wrath, he shot a resentful glare at Zhao while casting a pitiful glance at Shen Heng. Are you joking? If I let you scan, what if you shoot me with an arrow? It's you. Shen Heng snapped, his expression stern. Did you not just introduce yourself and ask me for a favor? My request is quite simple. Will you comply? If not, I shall hand the task over to your companion, Zhang. I will do it. I will do it. Zhao exclaimed, nearly breaking down under the pressure of the crossbow's aim. Nodding frantically in fear of Shen Heng's impending shot, the others began to comprehend the situation. Shen Heng was indeed robbing them. Robbing? Robbing us? One murmured in disbelief. They were bewildered. Brother, we were originally here to steal your vehicle. How did you end up robbing us instead? Shen Heng turned to the pair on his left. The one on the right immediately shouted, No, it wasn't me. It was him. He quickly shifted right, terrified that Shen Heng's aim might falter and strike him instead. Indeed, it is a robbery. Do you refuse to comply? Shen Heng smiled. Or shall I suggest you call the police? The group fell silent. Call the police? If that were effective, they would not be huddled in the office building. They could not even place a call. Who knew where the police had gone? Some, trembling with fear, reluctantly pulled out their phones, unlocking them to show their balances to their companions, then approached Zhao to scan and transfer funds. I only require your WeChat and Alipay balances. I shall not touch your bank cards. Is that not satisfactory? Shen Heng gazed at the few individuals frozen in place and remarked, with substantial sums in WeChat and Alipay, you have no one to blame but yourselves. I shall grant you 2 minutes. If you wish to avoid dire consequences, hurry, and scan the code, although some remained reluctant. Witnessing those around them lining up beside Zhao Yojia compelled them to grudgingly follow suit. They displayed their funds to a member of another company and proceeded to transfer the money obediently. Zhao Yojia also inspected Zhang's phone, his expression darkening as he transferred the funds to him. He was accustomed to storing all his money in Alipay, with little in his bank account. Now, he had just emptied it all out. Once Zhao Yojia received the payment, he approached Shen Heng, nervously eyeing the formidable crossbow in Shen's right hand. He hastily scanned Shen's QR code and completed the payment. Afterward, he raised his phone to show Shen his balance. Indeed, it had dwindled to 0. Shen Heng was thoroughly satisfied, patting Zhao Yojia's shoulder. Excellent. I shall add you on WeChat. Are you still adding friends? I had 320,000 in my WeChat and Alipay combined, and you've taken it all. Do you wish to single me out? Zhao Yojia, startled by the 2 pats on his shoulder, managed to muster a smile. All right. Moments later, his WeChat displayed a new friend named Harmony Brings Wealth. Harmony Brings Wealth. This is outright robbery. Shen Heng suddenly interjected. You must still have a decent sum in your accounts, right? Zhao Yojia's face turned pale with terror. You just said to transfer only through WeChat and Alipay. Rest assured, I am a businessman, not a highwayman. What are you afraid of? Shen Heng furrowed his brow. Zhao Yojia fell silent, realizing the gravity of the situation. This business was undoubtedly lucrative. How audacious to engage in such brazen acts in broad daylight. You probably have little food left, don't you? Since you've added me as a friend, feel free to contact me if needed. I possess plenty of supplies: bread, ham, instant noodles, sunflower seeds, peanuts, beer, everything you could desire. Naturally, as long as you can afford the price. Shen Heng smiled, then turned to the crowd. All right, everyone, step aside. Upon hearing this, the crowd knew Shen Heng was about to leave and hurriedly moved to the sides. A few quick-witted individuals even cleared the cardboard boxes and ropes from the middle of the path, revealing humble smiles toward Shen Heng. As he started the snowmobile, it roared to life, and amid the complex gazes of the onlookers, he drove into the Taoyuan community. Zhang Xiaodian, you've truly led me to ruin this time. Once Shen Heng departed, Zhao Yojia vented his frustration toward Zhang. Ruin? You had over 300,000 in your phone. I had 800,000. Zhang reflected on his savings. Feeling utterly despondent, Zhao Yojia waved dismissively and, with a cold demeanor, led his subordinates back to their office building. The previously close collaboration had devolved into silence as they parted ways. As Shen Heng drove into the community, he felt a sense of ease. This outing had proven immensely profitable. The so-called Zhang and Zhao were merely small-time operators with few employees, yet he had reaped significant rewards. His WeChat now held an additional 1.7 million, while his Alipay saw an increase of 1.2 million. In total, he had amassed nearly 3 million. With this fortune, he need not fret over upgrading the vending machine. However, now that the vending machine had reached level 3, he had gleaned some insights into the upgrading process. Each level upgrade required double the experience. Presently, the machine was close to reaching level 4, and if his calculations were correct, advancing to level 5 would necessitate 160,000. 3 million was merely sufficient to elevate the machine to level 8, just enough to purchase the system's produced tactical jacket. To reach level 9, the experience requirement soared to 2.56 million. Following that, it would be 5, 12 million, 10, 24 million, numbers doubling to a point that left Shen Heng feeling somewhat despondent. Nevertheless, one must take life one step at a time, as the ancients wisely stated. Taking too large a step may lead to misfortune. He resolved to proceed cautiously. With an extraordinary vending machine at his disposal, was there truly any need to worry about upgrades? Progressing gradually would surely elevate his level. Moreover, the essence of survival in a post-apocalyptic world was not solely about enhancing the vending machine's capabilities. Shen Heng was a man without grand aspirations. He simply desired to live well and savor each day. Yet, his determination for dominance was merely a means of ensuring his safety and that of his loved ones. He longed for a life of freedom, unrestrained by the shackles of power. However, without formidable strength and influence, how could one guarantee such freedom? As he drove into the community, darkness had already descended. Since the snowfall began, the sky had taken on a gray hue, though it was only a little past 4. The dim light of evening had already illuminated many villas. Shen Heng dismounted the snowmobile and discreetly stowed it away in an unoccupied corner. He then purchased a pair of skis and donned them. While the snowmobile was useful for long-distance travel, its loud noise made it too conspicuous. Shen Heng had once enjoyed skiing. Though not exceptionally skilled, he could glide smoothly. He also acquired a burlap sack, filling it with instant noodles, ham, self-heating hot pot, and cooking oil from the corners of his space. With the sack in tow, he set off on his skis toward Qinchin's home. Upon arriving outside Qinchin's residence, Shen Heng surveyed the surroundings before cautiously crossing the courtyard wall. The snow had thickened considerably. He recalled that when he had ventured out that morning, he needed a significant leap to scale the wall, yet now the snow nearly matched its height. The entire ground floor was completely blanketed in snow. None of the other residents seemed to notice the view outside, likely because they had sufficient provisions in their villas. Each household had drawn their curtains, for the weather was far too cold, and the windows were prone to drafts. Closing the curtains offered some insulation. However, Qinchin's home remained dark, suggesting that she had heeded Shen Heng's advice. After all, lighting a lamp at night only revealed the presence of inhabitants. In ordinary times, a lit home would deter thieves. But in an apocalyptic scenario, it became a glaring beacon, an open invitation for others to realize that someone was alive and well within. Being alive implied the availability of food and drink. Was this not akin to placing oneself in the crosshairs of a target? It was an obvious invitation for robbery. Shen Heng still hoped to play cards with this beautiful star, for he had yet to experience the allure of a celebrity. If he were to miss his chance, and something untoward befell Qin, it would be a tremendous loss. Yet, he refrained from such actions. The stars of the entertainment industry often carried an air of superiority, their fervent fans elevating them to celestial heights. Without some hardship, how would they ever learn to navigate the world? Shen Heng sought a woman who was understanding and obedient. He had no intention of playing the fool. Before long, the window opened, revealing Qin's pleasantly surprised face. Indeed, Shen Heng nodded. I have brought you those items you purchased. The burlap sack was heavy as Qin took it from his hands, attempting to bring it inside, but realizing that after 2 days without food, she lacked the strength to lift even the sack. Could you help me bring it inside? I have no strength left. Qin's cheeks flushed as she spoke, embarrassed. Are you inviting me inside? Shen Heng raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile on his lips. What are you saying? Qin rolled her eyes. Handsome, I already paid you 10,000. Can't you do me the service of bringing it inside? After saying this, she revealed a pleading look. Please, please, I truly have no strength left. For reasons unknown. The woman who normally kept her distance from men felt little aversion toward Shen Heng. Perhaps it was the fact that, amidst the icy apocalypse, he was the first person she had encountered, and he had aided her. It is possible that Shen Heng had previously sold her supplies without making excessive demands, merely pricing them a tad higher, which she found acceptable. Well, Shen Heng had no extravagant thoughts. He merely wished to tease this much-admired superstar. Of course, should Qin extend an invitation to play cards, he would not mind if something transpired with the esteemed actress. After all, he had nothing to lose. He extracted the items from the sack and tossed them onto the bed one by one, stating, I've placed everything in your room. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Qin stared blankly at Shen Heng. Her fondness for him surged once more. Truthfully, had Shen Heng burst in and forced himself upon her, she would have felt utterly helpless. However, while his words were flirtatious, his actions exhibited a gentlemanly demeanor. As he did not enter the room. Thank you. Qin gazed at Shen Heng with a complex expression. It's nothing. Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively and turned to say, if you find yourself in need of anything, just send me a message. I can sell it to you at a lower price next time. With that, he glided away on his snowboard. Qin wished to say something further, but the words fell silent on her lips as she stared at Shen Heng's retreating figure. His face was entirely obscured, leaving her unaware of his true appearance. Yet, she could discern that he must be quite young. A young man, remarkably, had no unreasonable expectations of her. She was acutely aware that 90% of her fans were male. Many of them idealized her as a pure and beautiful figure, and she understood that these fans harbored fantasies about her. Yet, Shen Heng merely jested with her, taking no actual steps forward. He hadn't even requested an autograph. Seated on the bed, Qin was enveloped in confusion. Was she no longer popular? Or had she grown unattractive? A sudden chill snapped her back to reality. She hurriedly stood up and activated the oil heater. As its temperature began to rise, a hint of warmth permeated the room. Qin placed several bottles of water beside the heater. These mineral waters had turned to solid ice in mere moments. Once the water began to thaw, she carefully unwrapped the packaging of a self-heating hot pot. Within 10 minutes, the hot pot emitted steam, filling the room with an enticing aroma. Qin exhaled warmly and lifted the lid. As she took her first bite, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. She had gone 2 days without food. Finally, on the evening of the 3rd day, she savored a warm meal. She had tasted many delicacies, yet none compared to the hot pot before her. During her tedious days at home, she had watched numerous videos and was well aware that the world had transformed into a frigid wasteland. Just yesterday, many elderly individuals had succumbed to the sudden drop in temperature. With the air conditioning frozen overnight, young people were now perishing from the cold, particularly in Hainan. Where people had no warm clothing, many had already died. In the afternoon, even videos from Hainan were no longer accessible. Her friend Yang Tianbao was vacationing in Sanya with a lover, and Qin wished to inquire about her situation, but she couldn't reach her at all. Hopefully, she was safe. As she consumed the hot pot, a sigh escaped her lips. Presently, she was barely surviving, and concerning her friend's safety, she felt helpless. Qin realized that had she not encountered Shen Heng, she likely would not have lasted much longer. The thought of Shen Heng filled her with gratitude. What did he truly look like? Qin was unaware that a woman's curiosity about a man marks the beginning of her downfall. However, he had already considered Qin as the second mistress of the villa. One day, he would visit her, perhaps to extract some funds, for he believed that eventually, she would be his. Playing cards required mutual consent. Nurturing emotions gradually would allow them to experience a profound connection of souls. Forcing matters would render one no different from the stray dogs on the street. In the courtyard, the snow he had cleared in the morning had thickened considerably. Fortunately, the door remained visible. Shen Heng followed the sloped path he had dug and gently tapped on the door. After a lengthy wait, no one answered. Shen Heng's expression grew serious. He had regarded Huo Miao as the primary mistress of the villa, yet she would not open the door for him? What was her intention? He instinctively knocked harder, certain that Huamiao must have heard him. After a few minutes of silence, the door still did not budge. Shen Heng's face darkened as he sent her a voice message. What are you doing? I'm outside. In the next moment, the door swung open. And before Shen Heng could speak, Huamiao rushed into his embrace. What's wrong? Shen Heng had initially been angry, but he soon noticed that Huamiao was shivering and on the verge of tears. Someone came after you left. Someone came. Shen Heng was taken aback, his voice turning cold. Who? I don't know. Huamiao curled into herself, whispering. I didn't open the door. I just lifted the curtain to take a look. They were bundled up so tightly, I couldn't see clearly. They? Shen Heng was astonished. There was more than one person? In his previous life, after he had brought Su Chao and Feng Lu to reside in the villa, no one had ever knocked on the door. However, that was 20 days after the apocalypse began. How could anyone come now? He carried Huamiao into the house and inspected the interior, relieved to find no signs of chaos. After removing his outer coat, Shen Heng added some firewood to the fireplace, gently holding Huamiao and patting her back. Everything is all right. I'm here. His words seemed to grant Huamiao immense strength as she wiped her tears and began recounting the events. After Shen Heng left, Huamiao had begun applying insulation film to the second floor. Before she could finish, a sudden knock echoed from downstairs. Before descending, she peeked through the second floor window. The next moment, she saw several cardboard boxes and padding scattered in the snow Shen Heng had cleared. It was worth noting that Shen Heng had left directly in the snowplow. The snow was pristine white, with only 2 tracks visible. There was nothing else. Huamiao felt a surge of caution and leaned forward to glance at the front door. To her astonishment, 2 figures stood outside, clad in thick down jackets. Completely different from Shen Heng's attire when he had departed. Huamiao dared not make a sound and quietly crouched by the second floor window, carefully observing the scene below. The 2 figures trembled as they knocked insistently on the door. Huamiao did not recognize them and thus did not dare to open the door. After knocking for a while and receiving no response, they began tapping on the glass. Huamiao silently opened a crack in the second floor window, allowing the cold wind to rush in, but she paid it no mind, focusing instead on eavesdropping. Brother, it seems this villa is only occupied by that guy who drove the snowplow. A short, stout figure spoke to the tall, lean one. The latter nodded slightly before knocking again on the window and whispering something to the stout one. However, the howling wind drowned out their words, and Huamiao could not hear clearly. She observed as the 2 began searching the courtyard for suitable tools to break the window. Fortunately, this house had been intended for Yang Jinshuan's sister, and during renovations, they had specifically replaced the glass with thicker panes. The 2 brothers attempted to smash the window for quite some time, but were unable to break through, with the wind and snow growing fiercer. They were soon panting and utterly exhausted. Let us go, the tall one urged in a low voice. He has a snowplow. He can easily go out to find food. We don't have much to eat left. All right. The stout brother gritted his teeth in agreement. The 2 of them trudged through the snow, departing one after the other. Huamiao exhaled a sigh of relief and attempted to call Shen Heng, only to discover that his phone was unreachable. She curled up in her home, too frightened to make a sound. She dared not turn on the lights, hiding alone in the bedroom closet, consumed by fear. She didn't even dare to descend to the basement. In the eyes of the average person, a basement may be a place to store food and drink. If those 2 intruders were to break in, they would likely search the basement. However, what food could possibly be stored in the villa's bedroom? They might not even glance at it before moving on. She had thought that the brothers had returned, causing her heart to race with anxiety. As the knocking grew louder, Huamiao was nearly brought to tears. Her legs felt weak, and she dared not approach the window, fearing that the brothers might see her. Just then, her phone vibrated with a message from Shen Heng. Relieved, she hurried downstairs to open the door. After listening to Huamiao's account, Shen Heng comforted her with an embrace. Although a sharp, icy glint flickered in his eyes. How dare they covet my family's peace? Chapter 32. Uninvited guests. Everything is all right, dear. I am here for you. Shen Heng soothed, gently stroking her hair. After a moment, Huamiao blushed and wiped her tear-streaked face, asserting, I am fine now. Clearing his throat, Shen Heng instructed. You start cooking, and I will deal with those 2. He glanced towards the kitchen, his heart aching. The vegetables he had left for her that morning remained untouched. Clearly, she hadn't had the chance to prepare a meal before the uninvited guests arrived, intent on breaking in through the windows. Huamiao must have felt utterly despondent hiding in the wardrobe. With that thought, he felt an even deeper compassion and pressed a kiss to her forehead. As for Huamiao's claim that she couldn't reach him by phone, it was likely due to the signal interference present at the military camp. Shen Heng sank into thought while sitting on the sofa, contemplating the vending machine. After a quick search, he discovered a high signal, ultra-clear intercom that could only be purchased at level 5. This is the one. Shen Heng's eyes lit up. Other intercoms were also within his reach, but this particular model had a level requirement. The product description indicated that it was a carefully selected item by the system. Even a single purchase would cost 50,000. Quality comes at a price. He noted that the prices displayed by the vending machine were fair market rates. The intercom priced at 50,000 would undoubtedly be worth every penny. With this intercom, he would no longer worry about Huamiao being unable to contact him due to signal loss. He needed to upgrade the vending machine. Upon further examination, he realized that many desirable items required a higher level to purchase, and the prices were not insignificant. For instance, the insulation film recently affixed to the walls could be upgraded to a stronger variant once the vending machine reached level 7. There were also various types of high-density bulletproof glass, thermal blackout curtains, fully enclosed density glue, infrared laser detection mirrors, outdoor combat gloves, and an array of firearms, all of which would be useful for him. Shen Heng even stumbled upon wild game for sale, though it was dead and only suitable for cooking. He called out to Huo Miao, who was busy in the kitchen. "Let me know when the food is ready. I need to check the basement." In the basement's wine tasting room, he purchased several large freezers, placing them against the wall. He bought a plethora of seafood and stuffed them into the freezers, followed by instant noodles, hot dogs, canned goods, bread, and beef, purchasing everything that came to mind. After all, these items were intended for sale to the residents of the community. As he stocked up, the vending machine's experience points surged. It was already on the verge of leveling up, and after acquiring some supplies, it successfully ascended to level 4. Leveling from 4 to 5 would require a staggering 160,000 points. He sighed. Although the initial upgrades were swift, the experience needed would double thereafter. Once reaching level 10, the cost to upgrade would exceed 10 million. No wonder level 10 granted access to the ability fruit. To elevate the vending machine to level 10 would require a total expenditure of over 20 million, truly exorbitant. Despite his internal musings, Shen Heng's hands worked swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the floor of the wine tasting room was piled high with supplies, and the vending machine upgraded once more to level 5. The experience needed for the next level was 320,000. Shen Heng paid no mind. He had prepared himself mentally for this. In the search bar, he typed in the coveted term handgun. Rows of previously grayed out handguns were now available for purchase. Shen Heng excitedly browsed the different firearms, ultimately deciding on 2 Walther handguns, reasonably priced at 6,000 each. These handguns had appeared multiple times in the classic Blue Star film series 007. They were lightweight and compact, making them ideal for Huo Miao's self-defense. However, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. If he gifted Huo Miao a handgun, would she someday turn against him and fire it? Having experienced betrayal in his past life, he found it hard to trust women easily. He did not wish to relive the tale of the farmer and the snake. According to the previous life's script, Huo Miao had perished in the company's cold embrace. He had saved her, yet he was entirely uncertain of how she would act thereafter. Entrusting his back to a woman he had only known for a few days left him uneasy, even if she had given him her first and obeyed him completely. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately placed the handgun into the corner of his consciousness space and purchased 2 Colt 1911s from the vending machine. This masterpiece by firearms expert Browning was not only classically handsome, but also powerfully effective. He had refrained from purchasing the Desert Eagle, despite its stylish appearance, for its recoil was excessive and impractical for anything other than show. He also bought several magazines, all of which he stored in his consciousness space. Should he run out of bullets while firing, he could summon the magazines to his hand with a mere thought. He suddenly remembered that while handguns had limited ammunition, submachine guns could unleash a barrage of fire. He quickly searched for them, only to find that all types of submachine guns required the vending machine to reach level 9. Shen Heng sighed. When the vending machine attained level 9, he would push it to level 10 in one go. After all, level 10 would grant access to the ability fruit. What need had he for a submachine gun? Nonetheless, with handguns now in his possession, he felt a modicum of confidence. To level up from 5 to 6 would require 320,000 points. He transferred the entirety of his funds from Alipay and WeChat to the vending machine account, noting that he still had nearly 2.7 million left. He had merely exhausted the funds Huo Miao had given him. To progress from 6 to 7 would demand 640,000, and from 7 to 8, 28 million. Shen Heng calculated mentally, identifying a pattern. For instance, advancing from level 6 to 7 required 640,000 points, while the total expenditure for the first 6 levels amounted to 620,000. Thus, reaching level 8 would necessitate a cumulative expenditure of 28 million plus the previous 620,000, totaling 9 million. He sighed again. Even though his current balance seemed ample, it would suffice only for reaching level 8. Ascending from 8 to 9 would require 56 million, and from 9 to 10, a staggering 12 million. In other words, to elevate the vending machine to level 10, he would need to invest over 10 million in total. Financial prudence was essential. He continued to purchase various supplies before transitioning to household items. Although he had only recently applied insulation film, Shen Heng could now buy the system's premium insulation film. He had no intention of tearing down the current film. Instead, he planned to purchase the new one and layer it atop the existing material to ensure the temperature within the home remained stable. Additionally, the high-density bulletproof glass, though costly, is essential to procure. However, how is this glass to be installed? As he pondered, his gaze fell upon a powerful adhesive in the corner of his consciousness. Indeed, it would suffice to affix the bulletproof glass directly onto the existing windows of the villa. He purchased an array of items to reinforce the villa, and the vending machine had already reached level 7. Initially, Shen Heng intended to elevate the vending machine to level 8 to acquire a system-selected tactical jacket to wear. After all, although the jacket he currently wore was thick, it was cumbersome and not particularly warm. With temperatures plummeting to minus 60 degrees outside, riding the snowmobile felt rather cold. The night would pass, and tomorrow the temperature would continue to drop. Ultimately, it would stabilize at a chilling minus 70 degrees. Regrettably, A system-produced tactical jacket required 500,000. It was far too expensive. By the time he reached level 8, his balance would be insufficient. He needed funds. Shaking his head, he ascended the stairs, arms laden with his purchases. Huo Miao had just finished cooking and set the dishes on the table, saying, "Let us eat." "All right," Shen Heng replied, feeling hungry after a long day, and he sat down beside Huo Miao. He also informed her that they would continue applying insulation film later, and that the curtains in their home needed to be replaced with high-quality selections from the system. Huo Miao nodded with a smile, enjoying the feeling of decorating their home. Moreover, the insulation film looked splendid. Even when applied to the walls, it resembled wallpaper and blended seamlessly. As Shen Heng relayed his thoughts, he contemplated the need for additional microcameras to ensure that anyone approaching could be detected from a distance. Just then, a sudden loud bang resonated from the window. Following that, an excited voice echoed from the yard. "Bro, this thing is effective. I've already made a small opening. Let us push harder and break the window to get in. That guy has snowmobile ISNT here, so there's definitely no one inside." Another voice chimed in. "If he can freely come and go on that snowmobile, he must have plenty of valuable supplies." Huo Miao stiffened in his arms, instinctively trembling. It was the two uninvited guests from the afternoon. "Don't worry," Shen Heng reassured her, rising to head outside. His expression had turned grim. How dare they attempt to rob him? Chapter 33. Brother, don't shoot. Outside. The two brothers were still at work, the lanky one directing his portly sibling as they swung a golf club repeatedly against the glass. Bang. Though the glass remained intact, it had sustained a noticeable dent. Hope ignited in their eyes. The weariness they had felt along the way vanished in an instant. As they prepared to continue their assault, the door swung open unexpectedly. A chilling voice reached their ears. "What are you doing?" "Huh." The brothers jumped, quickly turning around. They were met with Shen Heng, whose expression was far from pleasant. The lanky one raised an eyebrow and chuckled lightly. "Brother, are you home? I didn't hear your snowmobile." As he spoke, he scanned the surroundings. There was indeed no snowmobile in sight. "Did this guy park it at home? Why are you smashing my window?" Shen Heng coldly retorted. "We came by earlier and saw you leave." The lanky one replied with a grin. "We wanted to say hello. I'm in Villa 3, number 5. Surely you have plenty of supplies to share with us?" Shen Heng smirked. They didn't even mention buying. They just demanded a share? What do you think you are? Seeing Shen Heng smile, the lanky one chuckled in return. "I'm the CEO of Jining International." Before he could finish, Shen Heng lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to his face. The lanky one didn't even have time to react before he was sent sprawling into the snow like a toppled tree. "Dare to hit my brother?" The portly sibling seethed, raising the golf club to strike Shen Heng's head. Though terrified, Huo Miao stood by the window, her face pale as she nearly screamed. Just as it seemed Shen Heng was about to be struck, he suddenly ducked, narrowly avoiding the blow, and then swept the portly brother off his feet, sending him crashing to the ground. "How dare you come to my door?" Before the portly one could rise, Shen Heng's foot pressed down onto his face. "You." The portly brother felt utterly humiliated and attempted to struggle to his feet, but the pressure from Shen Heng's foot only intensified. He could only whimper, "Please, don't hit me. We'll compensate. Fine. Leave me $1 million and get lost." Shen Heng replied nonchalantly. "Huh, $1 million?" The portly brother was taken aback. "Not agreeable? Then we can continue this little game," Shen Heng said ominously. Not far away, the lanky one struggled for a long time before finally crawling out of the snow, his face a mask of humiliation. He wanted to advance, but halted upon seeing his brother beneath Shen Heng's foot. "You heard what I said, right?" Shen Heng's voice turned icy. $1 million. And you both leave. If not, we continue. Don't hurt my brother." The lanky one took a deep breath, his expression grim. "We'll pay. Just don't harm him." Shen Heng produced a QR code, sliding his phone across the ground toward the lanky one. With a sullen expression, the lanky brother glanced at Shen Heng, who regarded him with cold eyes. Finally, he gritted his teeth and completed the payment. "It's done." The lanky one looked up. "Can you let my brother go now?" With a cold snort, Shen Heng lifted his foot from the portly brother's face, coldly stating, "You can leave now. You." The lanky one's teeth rattled. Though wealthy, $1 million was still a substantial sum. "Anything else you wish to say?" Shen Heng's gaze was piercing. The lanky one took a deep breath and slowly spoke. "Brother, we've paid. So may I propose a business deal? Where's your snowmobile? Name your price. I'll buy it." "You want to buy my snowmobile?" Shen Heng was momentarily taken aback. He had to admit, this lanky one was quite the character. Despite being bullied, he managed to swallow his pride. A person capable of great things. However, in his past life, he seemed not to have encountered these two, unaware if they perished at home or fell under the influence of another powerful force. "What price are you offering?" Shen Heng smiled. Another $1 million was incoming. Now, he had the funds to purchase the system-selected tactical jacket. If he could amass more money to elevate the vending machine to level 9, he could obtain a submachine gun or even landmines. Shen Heng had already formulated his plans. Even after awakening his powers, he intended to fortify the villa into an impenetrable fortress. Only then could he ensure a peaceful rest without fear of intruders. Should someone like Chun Xiaonyo from his past life, who could walk through walls, attempt to invade, he would ensure they experienced the taste of landmines. 100,000? The lanky one tentatively offered. "Your snowmobile should normally cost around 10,000. I'm willing to pay 100,000 for it." Shen Heng shook his head with a chuckle. "Are you joking? I'm selling a pack of instant noodles for 500. My prices have inflated 200-fold. To buy my snowmobile, you'd need to offer at least 2 million to show sincerity." Are you trying to insult me? The lanky one frowned. What is your asking price then? With that snowmobile, I could go out searching for food. Flat price, 2 million. Shen Heng stated, uninterested in further discussion. 2 million? Why don't you just rob a bank? The lanky one exclaimed in shock. Shen Heng shrugged. Buy it or don't. If you can't afford it, then get lost. With that, he turned to leave. Wait, I'll buy it. The lanky one gritted his teeth. Where's the snowmobile? I want to see it now. In such weather at home, a snowmobile is indeed a treasure. I certainly cannot just abandon it in the yard, can I? What if someone like you secretly steals it? Shen Heng remarked deliberately. Indeed, it was kept at home. The tall, slender figure's eyes gleamed with excitement. Very well, we will purchase it. The tall one nodded and exchanged a knowing glance with his chubby brother. The chubby brother immediately understood, nodding slightly to convey his comprehension. Show us first. If the snowmobile is in perfect condition and operational, I shall pay you. The tall one nodded. No problem, right? Of course, no problem. Shen Heng smiled and turned to open the door. Die. At that moment, the two brothers behind him sprang into action, brandishing baseball bats and striking fiercely at Shen Heng's head. Be careful. Huo Miao, standing by the window inside, turned pale upon witnessing this and screamed loudly. Is there a woman? She is truly beautiful. As a small-time boss, he was no stranger to women. In fact, he had been surrounded by many. However, none could compare to Huo Miao's exquisite quality. Earlier that morning, he and his brother had indeed only seen Shen Heng leave alone. This meant that the beautiful woman was home when they came to knock. She just hadn't opened the door for them. Realizing this, the tall one's heart flickered with regret. Had he known such a beautiful woman was hiding at home, he would have broken the glass and rushed in. Regardless of the consequences, how could he allow such a beauty to be left alone at home in solitude? Brother can keep you company. The tall one gazed intently at Huo Miao when suddenly, there was a loud bang. The brother beside him, who was ready to attack Shen Heng with the bat, collapsed into the snow, blood gushing from his neck. The tall one was dumbfounded. The dark muzzle of a .45 caliber pistol was aimed at his head. A gun? The tall one was struck dumb, his face drained of color, and he hastily dropped the bat to the ground, raising his hands high. Big brother, please, don't shoot. Chapter 34. The price of survival supplies. The tall one never expected that Shen Heng would possess a firearm. His heart was filled with bitterness. Had he known the man had a gun, he would never have dared to approach. The strict gun control in Longhua made it evident that this household had a profound background, far beyond what a mere small business owner like him could challenge. Brother, I was wrong, please don't shoot me. The tall one anxiously watched the gun barrel, fearing an accidental discharge, and knelt down to plead. I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Now you realize your mistake? Shen Heng smirked coldly. I truly know I was wrong. I truly do. The tall one fervently bowed his head and pleaded loudly. No wonder the women in his house were so beautiful. A powerful man who could wield a gun would naturally attract stunning companions. How much money do you have left on your phone? Shen Heng suddenly inquired. Huh. The tall one was taken aback, and upon seeing Shen Heng's impatient expression, he quickly checked his phone and stammered. Big brother, I still have one. 2 million. Only a little over 1 million. And you dared to nod at 2 million to buy my snowmobile? Shen Heng glared. The tall one awkwardly chuckled, explaining. I just intended to agree and then rob the vehicle when you weren't paying attention. But big brother, I definitely lack the courage now. Please let me go. Still have one. 2 million? Fine, transfer it all. Shen Heng impatiently demanded. The tall one felt no remorse, quickly transferring the money. Shen Heng, satisfied, glanced at the phone balance. Very well, another profit. As Shen Heng turned his attention to his phone, a flicker of hatred flashed in the tall one's eyes, followed by a painful glance at his brother's lifeless body. He then noticed Shen Heng looking up, hastily concealing his expression and adopting a forced smile, gazing at Shen Heng with a fawning demeanor. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Rest assured, brother, once I am outside, I will find a way to kill him and avenge you. And that woman inside the house, I will also take my revenge on her. Leave, Shen Heng scoffed, pointing at the body on the ground. Take him away, don't leave him in my yard, it's bad luck. Yes, I will leave right away. The tall one nodded eagerly, a sorrowful expression as he dragged his brother's body step by step toward the exit. The snow in Shen Heng's yard had been cleared earlier that morning, forming a slope. From the yard, one could directly reach the wall of the courtyard along the snow slope. In the past, this villa's wall was quite tall, but now, the snow had piled up to match its height. As the tall one dragged his brother's corpse away, his face was already filled with hatred. I will kill him. I must kill him. How dare he kill my brother? I will absolutely take my revenge. You two stay well inside the house. Don't let me see you go out. If you dare leave this villa, I will smash your window and deal with that woman first. As he crossed over the courtyard wall, he turned to glance at Shen Heng, his face now adorned with a smile. Big brother, I will take my leave now. Shen Heng nodded slightly. As the tall one dragged his brother's corpse outside, Shen Heng suddenly called out, Hey, huh. The tall one paused, turning around. The next moment, he saw Shen Heng's gun once again aimed at him, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The handgun erupted with a deafening sound. The tall one staggered, disbelievingly looking down at his abdomen. Though he wore thick clothing, the bullet had penetrated, blood gushing forth. Moments later, a searing pain surged through his mind. Aye. The tall one gazed incredulously at Shen Heng. Hadn't this man said he could leave? Why did he shoot again? You smashed my window and intended to attack me. How could I let you leave safely? Shen Heng sneered coldly. The tall one wanted to speak, but could not utter a word, instinctively clutching his stomach as blood continued to flow, staining the pure white snow beneath him. The external temperature was frigid, and soon, his wound began to freeze. Even the cold wind passing over it dulled the pain. His consciousness grew hazy. I only asked you to drag that body out of my yard. Shen Heng shook his head with a cold smile, slowly advancing to aim the gun at the tall one's head. Goodbye. He pulled the trigger. With the gunshot, the tall one collapsed heavily to the ground, his eyes wide open, staring at Shen Heng, seemingly unable to close his eyes in death. Shen Heng paid it no mind. In his previous life, he had witnessed the ruthless nature of humanity. For a morsel of food, people fought to the death. Now, he had merely killed two without any psychological burden. It was just that these two bodies lying by the edge of the courtyard wall were somewhat bothersome. Husband, you are so powerful, even possessing a gun. She felt her heart racing. However, you've killed someone. You will surely be caught. By the way, are you injured? Let me see. Seeing Huo Miao's concerned gaze, Shen Heng almost inclined to give her the two small firearms stored in the space for her protection, but he restrained himself. He was not yet entirely confident in her. I'm fine. Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively. As for your concern about being caught, you've been home these past few days. You must have seen similar news on short videos, right? Not to mention the police responding. Can you even reach the emergency hotline now? Huo Miao had yet to experience the apocalypse firsthand. In this world, strength was everything. It was purely the law of survival in the wild. Beyond that, there were no other constraints. Laws and morals were utterly worthless. Huo Miao was taken aback. Just as you feared this afternoon. You were anxious about those two intruding. Why should you worry? Is it not simply a fear of their intentions towards you? Shen Heng kneaded the snow-white hand of Huo Miao. Why should you be afraid? Is there not the law? Huo Miao was at a loss for words. You are an intelligent person, you should understand. Shen Heng remarked coolly, since the official announcement of the global ice age, not a single official has been seen. Which signifies that those of us remaining in the city are no longer under anyone's care. The authorities desire us to fend for ourselves. Huo Miao shivered. What I say is merely to make you comprehend that only by believing in oneself is there truth. Shen Heng continued. Now, it is the end of days. Huo Miao nodded gently. Shen Heng smiled with satisfaction. Holding two joyous beans, he felt a surge of interest. However, there were still tasks to complete. He released Huo Miao and began affixing the high-density glass he had previously purchased to all the windows. Layers upon layers were applied inside and out to ensure that no one could break in. Shen Heng felt quite assured about the quality of the goods sold by the vending machine. These glasses had cost him over 400,000. Huo Miao also sensed the impending crisis, diligently applying insulation film to the walls. After completing these tasks, Shen Heng placed numerous miniature cameras in various corners of the yard. By the time he finished, 2 hours had elapsed. He embraced Huo Miao on the sofa and opened his phone. He first checked the chat records in the group. Discovering that today, more people were frantically tagging him to purchase supplies. Even instant noodles priced at 500 yuan per pack seemed acceptable to everyone. Unfortunately, it was like throwing a stone into the sea, as he had blocked the owner group. As for those who had sold supplies yesterday, they too had fallen silent after realizing that the heavy snow showed no signs of stopping for 3 consecutive days. They had ceased their activities. And with no word from the authorities, it was best to conserve what little food remained. Once the household supplies were exhausted, no amount of money would be of any use. These people had become docile. Shen Heng chuckled, sending a message in the group. Is anyone looking to buy? Very well. But I must clarify that the prices I posted yesterday reflect yesterday's market. Today, all prices have doubled. Those who wish to purchase, please contact me. With this message, the entire owner group erupted. Many were frantically tagging Shen Heng. Brother, how could you do this? 500 yuan for a pack of instant noodles was already outrageous. Now you want 1,000? Can you lower the price? I truly have little money left. Happiness, a peaceful approach to profit, 1,000 for a ham? You might as well rob a bank. Wu's automotive trade. Have you gone mad? What's wrong with you? Trade is free. I am merely announcing my pricing. If you do not wish to buy, kindly step aside. I warn all of you who tagged me and insulted me in this group yesterday that I would not sell supplies to you. Do not think that even 1,000 yuan per pack of instant noodles would compel me to sell. I would not sell even for 10,000. Instantly, the insults in the group diminished significantly, though Happiness and Wu's automotive trade continued to shout. Shen Heng frowned, contacted the group owner, and promptly removed these two individuals from the group. The property manager now heeded his words, having received supplies. Some residents had not a single grain stored and had been starving for 3 days. Meanwhile, he had just enjoyed a hot bowl of sauerkraut beef noodles with his newlywed wife. Were it not for this benefactor, he might have been faint from hunger. A group of fools dared to insult his benefactor? Chapter 35, Censorship Gunshots? While Shen Heng was busy, the sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan, huddled together for warmth next door, simultaneously looked up. Sis, that gunfire must be coming from next door. Yang Mushuan's expression turned grave. Yang Jinxian pursed her lips, remaining silent. Despair filled her heart. This was undoubtedly the ruffians sent by Song Jingming. He still would not let her go. Even though the authorities could not provide rescue in this blizzard, he was sending people to keep watch over her. Wait, the authorities cannot attend to rescue operations. Her face suddenly paled. If even the authorities could not manage the vast populace, did that not imply that social order was on the brink of collapse? Would she then be entirely at the mercy of Song Jingming? As Song Jingming's sister-in-law, she was acutely aware of the twisted nature of his psyche. She had witnessed firsthand how he had put a woman he had grown tired of on a dog leash, with nothing on her body, and made her lie in the yard for his friends to admire. Would she also find herself in such a predicament? The thought sent tremors throughout her being. Unbeknownst to her, the figure she had always feared next door was actually Shen Heng. The owner group gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, Shen Heng became busy. People had started requesting to add him as a friend. Shen Heng accepted all requests. Soon, a newly added friend sent a message. Brother, I want to buy 5 boxes of instant noodles, 100 eggs, 100 sausages, and bottled water. By the way, do you have a gas stove? I want that too. Can you give me a discount? Ah, the first customer is quite wealthy. Shen Heng raised an eyebrow, clicked on the person's profile, and soon realized. This was a rich second generation living in the villa behind him, surnamed Wang, quite affluent indeed. These villas were often purchased for mistresses. On the day of the heavy rain, he had come to spend the night with his mistress and unexpectedly got trapped. Having been hungry for a day, he hastily inquired after seeing Shen Heng selling supplies. Shen Heng was somewhat puzzled. Logically, such a top-tier wealthy individual should have been taken to a shelter by now, as Wang Peng had stated. How could he still be hiding in the villa of Taoyuan community? He was unaware that this young Master Wang had spent the night with his mistress and only awakened at noon the next day. By then, the snow had piled up so deep outside that escape was impossible. When his father managed to contact him, the helicopter could not fly out, and he could only advise him to wait until the blizzard ceased before coming to pick him up. During this blizzard, he had to figure out how to endure. Upon seeing Shen Heng's announcement about selling supplies, young Master Wang did not hesitate to reach out. He had never experienced hunger. Let's make it a round number, 1,000,000. And I assure you, you won't lose. Deal. This rich second generation was quite straightforward, immediately agreeing, then asking, how do we transact? If I give you the money first. What if you scam me? He was wealthy, but not foolish. You live in the independent villa at the back, right? I'll deliver it to your door. Just tell me the exact location. In villa number 1. You know the way, right? After you arrive, send me a WeChat message, and I'll let you in. No, I'll open the window. Young Master Wang replied. All right, it's a deal. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. This first order was a significant business opportunity, a promising start. Moreover, this young Master Wang likely had plenty of money left. He needed to be well taken care of, lest he perish. Shortly after, more individuals sent messages, all seeking to purchase supplies. However, these requests were considerably less than that of young Master Wang. Most were merely asking for a few packs of instant noodles and some water. A few who added him and then raged were calmly blacklisted by Shen Heng. Those who did not wish to buy, but still had the energy to curse would soon find themselves begging him for supplies in a few days. Some people had simply been living in peace for too long and were still deluded. Soon, he recognized a familiar name that contacted him. A Little Sand. This was an online celebrity, quite popular. With a delicate video of a graceful dance, she swayed gently to the music and became an overnight sensation, amassing 1 million followers within 24 hours. Subsequently, she transitioned to a full-time internet celebrity, becoming a leading figure in the influencer realm. Could you possibly lower the price a bit? This is far too expensive. A message from a certain Little Sand appeared, accompanied by a pouting emoji. I could also barter with goods. After all, Little Sand's youthful appearance and voluptuous figure were topics of admiration among many male fans. I'll buy it, she declared. Having made numerous purchases, her spending rivaling only that of young Master Wang. Typically, she employed a cook, but after the cook departed 2 days ago, a heavy snowfall ensued. With only a few provisions left in the refrigerator, she managed to survive for 2 days. However, as of today, her pantry was completely bare, and the air conditioning was non-functional, rendering her home akin to an icebox. Cold and famished, she felt that if she did not consume a warm meal soon, she would perish from the chill. Previously, she had perused the owner's group and noted that Shen Heng was selling supplies. This morning, she attempted to add him as a friend. Unfortunately, he had not been active on WeChat, so her request went unapproved. Until just now, upon seeing Shen Heng post again, she hastily reapplied. This time, her request was finally accepted. Transfer 300,000 to me, and I assure you, it will be worth every penny. Little Sand felt a twinge of regret. Although she was an influencer and earned money swiftly, this individual known as Harmony Brings Wealth seemed to be even more prosperous than herself. Fine, she thought. Even if it pains me, now is not the time to dwell on that. She promptly nodded in agreement. In half an hour, I will conduct the transaction at the lower level of the underground passage. At that time, you can come down to collect your goods. Shen Heng sent another message. Young Master Wang's villa was quite distant and lacked an underground passage, but he was a significant client, so Shen Heng could afford to make a special trip. As for the row houses and the owners of the high-rise apartments nearby, he was too lazy to make extra trips. With so many people, if I were to become a delivery person and visit each household, I would surely exhaust myself. All right, Little Sand acquiesced. She was curious why, being a paying customer, she had to go downstairs for the transaction. When I order a delivery, it usually comes to my door, she thought. And for supplies worth 300,000, I still have to make a trip downstairs. However, she dared not voice her concerns. Cities everywhere had descended into chaos. In such circumstances, if someone was still willing to sell supplies, she could only feel fortunate. She curled up, wrapping herself tightly in her blanket. What if she angered Harmony Brings Wealth, and he refused to sell her the supplies? Would she starve to death? Glancing at the group chat, she noticed that Old Wang and Prosperity had already been blacklisted. Not long ago, Harmony Brings Wealth had declared that even if those two were willing to pay 1,000 for a pack of instant noodles, he would not sell. Moreover, anyone in the group who was found to be reselling supplies to those two would also be barred from future transactions. Indeed, Shen Heng, leveraging his abundant resources, had completely shut out these two individuals who thrived on moral coercion. Chapter 36. Customer Phone Lu. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, the earlier incident involving the shooting of the two brothers had instilled a sense of fear in the neighboring sisters. His phone buzzed incessantly with friend requests and inquiries, keeping him busily engaged. These were all eager clients ready to offer him their money. The customer is king. Just then, another notification signaled a friend request. Upon recognizing the familiar avatar, Shen Heng chuckled softly. Phone Lu. I thought she had frozen to death alongside Su Chao. To my surprise, she is still alive. After a few days of silence, she was rather bold. Hello, I would like to purchase supplies. Could you offer a discount? As soon as the friend request was accepted, Phone Lu politely messaged. Shen Heng was using a newly created account, and Phone Lu was unaware that she was communicating with her boyfriend. After sending the message, he activated the video surveillance. It had been over a day since he last checked, and to his astonishment, Su Chao and Phone Lu were still lounging in bed. Were they truly so addicted? Looking at Su Chao, who had become emaciated, he heard him weakly lament, I can't bear it any longer. It's been almost 3 days without food, and I feel like I'm starving. Little Lu, if this continues, you'll drain me dry. Honestly, it's not just me enjoying this. Don't you find it pleasurable too? Phone Lu shot Su Chao a playful look. Besides, with the cold weather, if we don't move around, we might freeze to death. At that moment, her phone chimed, and she quickly checked it. Damn. Phone Lu's expression darkened. As a beloved and attractive woman, she had never been addressed in such a manner. Does that Harmony Brings Wealth still have supplies? Su Chao strained to lean closer. Does he? Phone Lu nodded. A pack of instant noodles costs 1,000, no negotiations. He said if I didn't buy, I should leave. Then buy it quickly. Su Chao urged impatiently. Little Lu, if you delay, someone else might snatch it up. This was indeed a concern. Although Phone Lu had spent the past 3 days cooped up with Su Chao, she had occasionally scrolled through the news and seen the official announcements. No one could save them now. They had to rely on themselves to survive. How much should we buy? Phone Lu hesitated. If we purchase too much and the snow stops in a few days, restoring social order, we could end up at a loss. 1,000 can only buy so many instant noodles. Su Chao nodded in agreement. He got up and pulled back the curtains, glancing outside at the relentless snowfall. I think this snow will continue for at least another 3 or 4 days. Let us buy enough food for 4 days. Eat as we go and monitor the situation. And you should maintain communication with that Harmony Brings Wealth. Cultivate the relationship. We wouldn't want to find ourselves in a position where he runs out of supplies and we can't buy anything. Understood. Upon receiving her message, Shen Heng chuckled coldly. If it were any other man, he might have been swayed by Phone Lu's soft voice. However, he knew all too well that Phone Lu was a femme fatale. Su Chao beside her looked miserable, like he had consumed something foul. Phone Lu was his woman. How could she be flirted with by another? And she didn't even seem angry, engaging in playful banter with the other person. Feeling jealous? Phone Lu glanced at Su Chao after putting her phone down. I'm doing this for our sake. If you had stockpiled instant noodles at home, would I need to negotiate with him? I haven't even met him. He could be a middle-aged miser, and I wouldn't mind. Why do you care? I didn't mean it that way. Su Chao sighed, somewhat at a loss for words. Shen Heng, watching the surveillance, couldn't help but chuckle at Phone Lu's messages. This woman was certainly bold. Brother, aren't you going to deliver it to me? Phone Lu pouted. If you want to taste my free ham, just say so. Shen Heng quipped. If you're willing to savor it, I'll deliver it to your door. If not, you can behave and come down to collect it yourself. All right, fine. Phone Lu clenched her fists, gritting her teeth, feeling helpless. Currently, Harmony Brings Wealth held the supplies, and she could not afford to antagonize him. Not only must she avoid confrontation, but she also needed to foster a good relationship with him. It's just a bit of instant noodles. What else with the attitude? Shen Heng continued to engage with other clients for a while Huo Miao assisted by taking notes. Despite her many questions, she refrained from asking anything. Once there were no further inquiries, Shen Heng stretched and remarked, all right, you stay here. I'll step out for a moment. Shen Heng gently tousled Huo Miao's hair. Darling. Huo Miao hesitated, ultimately whispering, I saw the official news. Blue Star is entering an ice age. Will it last long? It should be quite prolonged. Perhaps we will spend our entire lives in this icy desolation. Shen Heng sighed. He had lived too long in his previous life. Yet, 3 months later, the world remained unchanged, still enveloped in snow and ice, with humanity reduced by over 90%. As time passed, consumable resources dwindled, leading to increased conflict among the survivors. At that moment, Shen Heng even doubted that humanity could endure for more than a few years. However, now he had heard Wang Peng's conversation and learned of the existence of the shelter. He understood that the reason the Dragon Kingdom's officials had vanished was that they could only assist a select few important individuals, striving to ensure the survival of humanity. He did not blame the authorities. After all, the apocalypse arrived unexpectedly, and they could only do their best to aid those deemed significant, such as notable officials and exceptional experts from various fields. It was only natural that he, a mere online writer with no rescue value, was not among those chosen for the shelter. If he were in their position, he might not fare much better. Huo Miao's lips quivered. She understood the weight of the term Ice Age. In Blue Star's history, there had been 3 major ice ages, the Cambrian, the Permian, and the Quaternary. Experts estimated that each ice age lasted for millions, even tens of millions of years. Since we must live under such extreme conditions for our lifetimes, Huo Miao summoned her courage and quietly pleaded, then let us not sell our supplies, shall we? Moreover, currency will soon become worthless. What good is money in the face of an apocalypse? With survival at stake, who cares about money? The funds in her phone were as insubstantial as virtual numbers. Paper currency had limited use. Aside from starting fires for warmth, it was barely useful for anything else. She could not comprehend why Shen Heng insisted on selling his supplies in such weather. Did he wish to court death? Chapter 37. The transaction in the underground passage. Huo Miao's concerns were not unfounded. In this apocalyptic scenario, resources held true value, while money was rendered utterly ineffective. With people facing starvation, what good was wealth? Rest assured, my supplies will be more than sufficient for our survival, enough to last us lifetimes. Shen Heng chuckled, planting a gentle kiss on Huo Miao's lips. This young woman was now considering her own well-being. He felt an urge to bestow upon her the two guns in his consciousness space. However, before that, he decided to let her practice with his own firearm. Once she became proficient and committed to following him wholeheartedly, he would entrust her with the real weapons. Huo Miao gazed at Shen Heng in astonishment, her mind racing. For a lifetime? How much had he stockpiled? As for the selling aspect, he could not explain it to her just yet. She needed to trust him. As long as you understand, Shen Heng spoke softly. Huo Miao nestled against him, her feelings for him evolving beyond mere affection into admiration. Since Shen Heng assured her of ample supplies for their sustenance, she felt relieved. Moreover, she found Shen Heng increasingly enigmatic. He faced the impending blizzard with calmness, effortlessly conjuring snowmobiles and various supplies. Even in the face of such extreme weather, he meticulously reinforced their home, installing insulation and cameras, transforming the villa into a fortress against the apocalypse. Over the past few days, she had observed the homeowner group chat. Many were without food and drink, with some even reported to have frozen to death. She felt grateful to be by Shen Heng's side, warm and well-fed, without a care in the world. As for the starving homeowners, it wasn't that she didn't want to help. Rather, the supplies were Shen Heng's, and she had no authority to make decisions. Furthermore, in this dire situation, everyone had to be frugal. If she shared her supplies, what would happen to her? Huo Miao was no fool. She understood that the depths of human depravity would be fully unleashed in the wake of the apocalypse. Everyone would act selfishly to survive. Who would willingly part with their food to assist others? Even if Shen Heng sold instant noodles for $1,000 a pack, no one would buy them. Let alone 10 or 100,000. Money would be utterly useless. She struggled to understand why Shen Heng insisted on selling supplies. Did he possess a kind heart and wish to assist others? Yet he lacked enough resources to save everyone, leaving him to make painful choices. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, Huo Miao's thoughts were so tumultuous. He nodded, taking her with him toward the basement. Upon entering the wine cellar, they found it brimming with supplies. Huo Miao stood in shock, covering her mouth in disbelief, glancing between the room's contents and Shen Heng. Previously, when she had visited the basement, it had contained little more than wine. Now, even the dining table was laden with instant noodles, canned goods, and various self-heating hot pots. How had he acquired all this? Watching Shen Heng, she noticed him recording the relevant supplies into his consciousness space. They vanished. Huo Miao gasped. Although she had seen it before, the sight still astonished her. The mountain of items disappeared with a mere wave of Shen Heng's hand. It was utterly mind-blowing. Shen Heng waved his hand and turned toward the entrance of the underground passage. All right, Huo Miao obediently nodded. She had never harbored any treacherous intentions. But after witnessing Shen Heng's abilities, she felt even more compliant. If Su Chao could see Huo Miao's submissive demeanor, he would surely be left speechless. Was this still the once aloof ice goddess? Shen Heng exited the underground passage, continuing forward. Even within the passage, the biting cold was palpable. The corridor was now deserted. In such frigid weather, who would venture outside? Most would be curled up under their blankets, shivering. Arriving beneath the square, he first retrieved the abundant supplies from his consciousness space, neatly arranging them before notifying his clients via WeChat to come downstairs for the transactions. Before long, someone wrapped in blankets entered the underground passage, hurrying toward Shen Heng. Upon seeing the array of food sprawled across the ground, the person's eyes lit up. Are you the kind brother selling supplies? They inquired politely. Yes, Shen Heng nodded. What would you like to purchase? The individual quickly produced their WeChat, displaying their conversation with Shen Heng. I'm the one from Sunshine Mansion. I need 4 packs of instant noodles, 1 egg, and 2 bottles of water. Oh, and also a portable stove. Shen Heng scanned the chat record, nodded slightly, gathered the requested items, and added a self-heating hot pot to the bag. That'll be 20,000. I'll throw in a self-heating hot pot as a gift. 20,000. In the past, these items would have cost less than 200. A portable stove was around 100, and the 4 packs of instant noodles and 1 egg would total about 10. Now he sold them for 20,000. Thank you. Despite the exorbitant price, the buyer quickly transferred the funds, expressing immense gratitude as they left. Before the previous customer could depart, another individual descended the stairs, approaching Shen Heng. Brother, I'd like to buy 3 packs of instant noodles. An elderly man, his breath visible in the cold air, whispered, Can you help me cook the noodles? I cannot. The old man's face fell. The gas pipes at home have frozen, and I can't start a fire. If I could cook, would I even need to ask you? Hey, I suggest you assist this old man. I see you have quite a few portable stoves here. Many people gathered around. And someone spoke up. Shen Heng glanced disdainfully at the person. These portable stoves are already reserved. How can they be used indiscriminately? Who will bear the cost of the gas that is wasted? Will it be you or me? The other party pointed at Shen Heng, momentarily at a loss for words. If you want to purchase something, then buy it obediently. Don't try to lecture me. I am merely a merchant. If you have money and wish to buy my goods, you are welcome. If you're not buying anything and still point fingers at me, then you should take your leave. Shen Heng retorted coldly. While others may not know, he was acutely aware. The trembling old man before him had not met an easy end in his past life. Until the moment of his demise, this old man had lived quite well. He was the neighborhood's weather expert, who had awakened his powers in his previous life, snatching food from many neighbors and toying with several young women. He had even tried to take advantage of Shen Heng, being infatuated with Feng Lu. Unfortunately, by that time, Shen Heng had already acquired fire abilities, which were particularly effective against such plants. With a swift flame, he had left this old man in disgrace, fleeing in embarrassment. Shen Heng then glanced at the young man who had stood up for the old man and shook his head slightly. He had no impression of this youth. He probably didn't last long after the apocalypse began. You short-lived fool, how can you advocate for others? Take care of yourself first. Chapter 38. A beautiful thought faced with Shen Heng's blunt rebuttal, the young man felt somewhat embarrassed but could not find the words to respond. He still wanted to purchase supplies and feared offending Shen Heng, which might jeopardize his family's well-being. However, everyone remained silent, quietly queuing in line. Ultimately, the young man had nothing to say and stood there with his head lowered. All right, 3,000. Shen Heng handed 3 packets of instant noodles to the weather expert. The old man's lips trembled, but he sighed and, after scanning the code, shakily departed. Many, though silent, revealed sympathetic expressions. Shen Heng scoffed inwardly. A bunch of fools. Once he awakens his powers, your wives will all become his playthings. Now you pity him, but when he rises again, will he show any mercy to your wives as he tramples over you? Keep the line orderly. Someone had already stepped forward, prompting others to surround him. Shen Heng barked angrily. Anyone who doesn't queue properly will not be served. Do you understand first come, first serve? We will trade only when the line is orderly. Hearing this, those in front turned awkwardly to rejoin the back of the line. Along the way, someone muttered about the cold weather and slow service, only to receive a stern reprimand from Shen Heng. Feng Lu, clad in Su Chao's thick winter clothing, stood at the back of the line, shivering from the cold. She felt annoyed and considered cutting in line. However, after Shen Heng's rebuke, she dejectedly returned to the end of the queue. This man had no understanding of cherishing delicate women. She did not recognize that the person selling supplies was Shen Heng. After all, he was fully equipped, his face almost entirely concealed, rendering his appearance unrecognizable. She merely found the voice somewhat familiar, but did not dwell on it. That useless fellow was probably frozen to death by now, she thought, coldly chuckling to herself. She had long lost patience with Shen Heng. Had it not been for the substantial royalties he earned each month, she would have suggested breaking up long ago. This way was better. If Shen Heng were still alive, she would have to buy him a packet of instant noodles. Could he really afford a packet of instant noodles priced at 1,000 each? Though it was the apocalypse, people still adhered to rules. Upon hearing Shen Heng's admonition, everyone fell silent and quietly continued to queue, not daring to contradict him. In a few days, however, things might be quite different. Some might even resort to theft. Shen Heng contemplated this, but felt no concern. The 2 handguns on him and the divine crossbow on his right arm provided him with immense confidence. As the homeowners approached Shen Heng, they all wore smiles, voluntarily displaying their chat records and making honest purchases. Shen Heng, in turn, generously gifted packets of instant noodles or sausages to several large clients who made transactions exceeding 10,000, ensuring mutual satisfaction. What is all the commotion about? Keep it down. Shen Heng frowned and scolded. That's a little sand. Someone gazed towards the back, exclaiming in surprise. This was the renowned beauty and internet celebrity of the community. Many men instinctively turned to look at her. Despite being bundled in thick clothing and a mask, her presence was still recognized. She could only awkwardly nod at everyone, signaling them to maintain order. Dressed so provocatively, what is the difference between being an internet celebrity and selling yourself? Feng Lu fumed. Although little Sand's perfect figure was concealed by her bulky attire, she seemed to radiate an innate charm. Even half of her face drew attention. Shen Heng was quite pleased. Truly, she was a top-tier internet celebrity with stunning looks. Unlike Hua Miao and Chen Qin, this woman possessed a face that could enchant anyone. Coupled with her alluring fox-like eyes, merely a glance made one feel entranced. Hua Miao exuded a cold goddess vibe, while Chen Qin was pure and radiant. Each of the 3 women had their distinct allure. As the supplies around Shen Heng dwindled, the queue gradually thinned. Although they grumbled internally about Shen Heng's exorbitant prices, given the outrageous weather, what could they say? Even if they wanted to report him, they would have to wait until the snow ceased and order was restored before taking action. Many harbored such a mindset, spending thousands with the intention of reporting Shen Heng once society returned to normal. The crowd became bolder, with some even requesting to buy more than they initially intended. However, Shen Heng declined all such requests. The goods he had were those pre-ordered through WeChat. While vending machines allowed for instant purchases, how would one retrieve their items? He had no desire to be the center of attention. He intended to quietly amass wealth. Those who drew attention typically met unfortunate ends. Soon, it was Feng Lu's turn. Brother, I contacted you on WeChat earlier. Feng Lu chirped sweetly, brandishing her phone to display their chat history. Oh, you're that little vixen, huh? Shen Heng teased deliberately, maintaining his deep voice, so much so that Feng Lu momentarily failed to recognize it. What are you saying? Feng Lu's face turned crimson, overwhelmed with embarrassment. What a crude man. She inwardly cursed. However, wanting to maintain a good relationship with Shen Heng, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Feng Lu was indeed beautiful. With high standards, Shen Heng was already tall and handsome among the affluent, yet even this did not satisfy her. Despite Shen Heng's hard work and monthly income exceeding 10,000, Feng Lu remained indifferent to him. Instead, she grew closer to Su Chao, ultimately sharing a bed with him. The man before her, entirely wrapped up, was unrecognizable in age or appearance, yet he dared to flirt with her. In the past, she would have slapped him. Suppressing her disgust, she forced a smile. Brother, I noticed you've given out quite a lot of supplies to others. I've also purchased over 10,000 worth of goods. Can't you spare something for me? What do you want? Would you like to try my sausages? Shen Heng chuckled lightly. Oh, you really? Feng Lu playfully pouted. I didn't buy a portable stove earlier. Could you give me one? Your audacity truly knows no bounds. A portable stove costs over 100, yet I sell it for over 10,000. You think I'll provide you with a stove after you've merely purchased a few packets of instant noodles? Shen Heng raised his gaze and remarked, such fanciful thoughts. You ought to abandon them henceforth. Feng Lu stood frozen in her tracks. The stove is sold separately. Do not entertain such notions. Shen Heng scoffed. With her face flushed in embarrassment, Feng Lu ultimately nodded, suppressing her fury as she took the bag and managed to utter, Brother, I shall take my leave. Go ahead. Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in offering anything to Feng Lu. Angrily, she turned to leave. She observed others buying supplies worth over 10,000, with Shen Heng even offering them gifts. Yet when her turn came, having spent the same amount, he offered her nothing. Shen Heng paid her no mind. To put it bluntly, the money Feng Lu spent was, in essence, her own. Frankly, the thought of eliminating Su Chao and Feng Lu, this treacherous couple, crossed Shen Heng's mind. It would be a mere trifle. However, he refrained. The apocalypse had only just begun, and he had ample time to toy with them. To dispatch them swiftly would be far too mundane. He intended for this pair to endure despair and suffering before ultimately sealing their fates. Chapter 39. A grain of sand. After Feng Lu departed, Shen Heng engaged in transactions with the remaining individuals until only a grain of sand was left. The girl had purchased quite a bit. Typically, a grain of sand did not hoard supplies, so she acquired not only food and drink, but also thick quilts, portable stoves, and plenty of oil. Brother, this is quite a lot. Could you assist me in carrying some? A grain of sand approached cautiously, testing the waters, and quickly added, I can pay you. How about 10,000? Very well. Once all the buyers had left, Shen Heng had little else to attend to aside from seeking a transaction with young Master Wang. This grain of sand was beautiful, with an alluring figure, and he found himself quite intrigued by her. All right then. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she promptly transferred 310,000 to Shen Heng. He hoisted the bags and followed a grain of sand toward Building 16. Upon reaching the entrance of the corridor, he feigned nonchalance and glanced at the corner. 3 figures lurked there. By now, aside from those engaging in transactions with him, everyone else should be at home. Although their homes were akin to ice caves, they were still preferable to the freezing outdoors. What could those 3 want? However, upon observing their furtive glances, greedily fixed on a grain of sand, Shen Heng understood. It was common knowledge that a grain of sand was beautiful and a top internet celebrity, the object of many men's nocturnal fantasies. These 3 must have intended to take advantage of the chaos to indulge in their desires. Brother, over here. A grain of sand remained oblivious, continuing to lead the way. Upon entering Building 16, she guided him toward the elevator. Let us not take the elevator, Shen Heng interjected. Given the frigid weather, the cable may snap at any moment, and power supply could be unstable. I doubt you wish to be trapped inside, do you? He was not being alarmist. It was a genuine concern. Being stuck in an elevator meant no one would come to their aid. But my home is on the 22nd floor. A grain of sand hesitated, embarrassed. No matter. Seeing her reluctance, she could say nothing more and simply led the way with the instant noodles in hand. Shen Heng trailed closely behind, laden with supplies. As they ascended the stairs, he couldn't help but notice the gentle sway of her rounded form, accentuated by the ascent. She was dressed modestly, which obscured her figure, rendering it somewhat bulky. It was hard to imagine the enchanting sight she would present in a short skirt during the sweltering summer. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Shen Heng's ears perked up. He noticed the 3 figures who had previously hidden in the corner had quietly followed them inside. They were stealthily trailing behind. These 3 were indeed after a grain of sand. Shen Heng narrowed his eyes, feigning ignorance as he continued to engage in casual conversation with her while ascending slowly. Brother, do you run a supermarket? How do you possess so many supplies? A grain of sand continued their conversation. Shen Heng casually nodded. On that stormy afternoon, I happened to stock up on quite a bit, and shortly thereafter, it began to snow, which was quite serendipitous. I managed a small fortune. I don't begrudge you for selling at a high price. I am simply grateful you have supplies to offer, she said with a radiant smile. She was quite the conversationalist, and her voice was melodious. Just then, Shen Heng heard a faint sound from below. Make your move. He glanced down warily. To his surprise, a commotion erupted from above. Suddenly, 4 figures emerged, blocking their path. What do you want? The four menacing figures caused a grain of sand to feel a surge of anxiety. You, sister. You may not recognize them, but you should certainly recognize me, right? The three figures sauntered up leisurely, positioning themselves behind the two. The leader was a 30-something thug with a brash demeanor, sporting a buzz cut, his gaze fixated on a grain of sand. Are you Zhao Weilong? A grain of sand's complexion paled instantly. You. Sasha. Zhao Weilong grinned maliciously. I've pursued you for so long. Why have you refused to acknowledge me? Now that I've finally caught you, let's see how you can escape this time. After saying this, he cast a disdainful glance at Shen Heng and barked. This situation has nothing to do with you. Quickly get lost. A grain of sand's face turned anxious as she implored Shen Heng with her eyes. Oh. Shen Heng set down his burdens and asked, can I take my leave now? Zhao Weilong nodded smugly. The other 6 lackeys wore expressions of cold amusement. Sasha. Now that there are no outsiders, we can finally discuss our relationship. Zhao Weilong advanced step by step, while a grain of sand retreated. But with Zhao Weilong's lackeys blocking her way, escape was impossible. Zhao Weilong, when did I ever have feelings for you? A grain of sand's voice trembled with a hint of tears. You have been the one relentlessly pursuing me. Indeed, I have pursued you incessantly. Yet you reported me to the authorities, you wretched woman. Zhao Weilong's face twisted in rage. Now I offer you another chance. Take your time to call the police. Go on, continue calling. He relished the moment, fully aware that no one could reach them. A grain of sand, frightened to the point of tears, curled up, choking on her sobs. I have sent you so many gifts online, yet you refuse to add me as a friend. Zhao Weilong continued coldly. What? Do you think my gifts are insufficient? You only associate with those top-tier big shots, looking down on fans like me who offer fewer gifts? No, I didn't. I never. A grain of sand hastily clarified. I haven't added anyone from the leaderboard. I truly. Enough. A grain of sand felt utterly helpless as the surrounding men chuckled and closed in. That's enough. A voice echoed from downstairs. Zhao Weilong was taken aback and turned to look down the staircase, bellowing, who's down there? Get out here. You're the one who should leave. Upon seeing Shen Heng, Zhao Weilong sneered and pointed down. What? Trying to play the hero, are we? Perhaps you should take a good look in the mirror and see what you're capable of. The others erupted in laughter. You had your chance to flee. But since you chose to stay, you can remain. Zhao Weilong's grin widened maliciously. I initially planned to deal with you in a few days. But since you have so many supplies, hand them over, and I might consider sparing your life. He was also in the Owner S group and witnessed He Chi Shankai selling supplies in abundance. Initially, he had planned to rally his brothers in the afternoon to seize Shen Heng, but just as they gathered, he noticed a girl named Xiao Xia hurriedly descending the stairs to join the queue, prompting a change of plans. At that moment, they were all positioned on the 15th floor. 1501 was Zhao Weilong's residence, while his subordinate lived across the hall. With Xiao Xia trapped here, no one would intervene. On the 14th and 15th floors, only their group remained. Oh, Shen Heng smiled as he observed Zhao Weilong approach him step by step, scoffing. You still wish to seize me? I'll grant you an opportunity. Take your people and roll out into the snow, and I might consider sparing your lives. Is that so? Zhao Weilong retorted, exuding arrogance. He raised his hand and poked Shen Heng's forehead. Kid, is there something wrong with you? The moment his hand made contact with Shen Heng's brow, Shen Heng's expression turned icy as he swiftly grasped Zhao Weilong's right hand and twisted it forcefully. Zhao Weilong let out a piercing scream, his body involuntarily toppling to the side. Simultaneously, Shen Heng seized the freshly lit cigarette with his left hand, pressing it brutally against Zhao Weilong's eye. The latter screamed in agony, his body trembling violently. It's gone. He was certain that his left eye was now utterly blinded. Handsome, Shen Heng grinned, leaning closer to Zhao Weilong, softly inquiring, I didn't quite catch that. Would you mind repeating what you just said? Chapter 40. A favor for you. The 6 men upstairs froze upon hearing their leader, Zhao Weilong's agonizing cries. Seconds later, one of the subordinates snapped back to reality, yelling for them to stop while rushing towards Shen Heng. Oh, you still wish to fight? Shen Heng released Zhao Weilong, who lay sprawled in the hallway, hands clasped over his eyes, emitting heart-wrenching cries of I will kill you. I want you dead. How excessively noisy. Shen Heng stepped on Zhao Weilong's mouth, the cold sole of his shoe silencing him. The approaching subordinate's leader had already drawn a dagger, lunging fiercely at Shen Heng. Truly seeking death, Shen Heng raised his hand abruptly, the divine crossbow releasing a faint whoosh as it flew. The subordinates were left dazed. And when they finally managed to rise, they noticed a gaping wound on their comrade's forehead. Blood gushed forth, but due to the frigid weather, it began to congeal almost instantaneously. Dead, someone is dead? They all trembled, gazing at Shen Heng with pallid faces. Though they were ruffians, they typically engaged in mere fights and threats, rarely encountering bloodshed, let alone witnessing murder. Would you care to test your luck? Shen Heng observed their ashen faces, sneering coldly. And no, a blonde-haired thug swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Brother, we were just passing through. He cautiously edged along the wall towards the stairs. Shen Heng maintained a stern expression, remaining silent. The blonde, passing by Zhao Weilong, dared not glance at his leader. Only when he reached the next floor did he exhale deeply, turning to Shen Heng with a face full of gratitude. Brother, rest assured, I would never dare to provoke Miss Xia Xia again. I'll leave right now. Shen Heng nodded slightly. Observing this, the others quickly chimed in. Brother, we were merely passing through, and they too circumvented Zhao Weilong, hastily fleeing down the stairs. Seeing Shen Heng had no intention of attacking them, They fled even faster. You all. Zhao Weilong nearly fainted with rage. Was this the loyalty of his subordinates? They all fled without a second thought. Damn it, I'm still here. And you don't care about me at all? Only you remain. Shen Heng glanced down at Zhao Weilong. The latter immediately fell silent, anxiously watching Shen Heng's right arm. He was close enough to see the divine crossbow clearly. There was a gap on the left side, while two sharp bolts remained in the middle and right. I was wrong. Zhao Weilong's lips trembled, glancing nervously at the crossbow bolts. Brother, I will never dare to offend you again. Do you still dare to harbor thoughts about her? Shen Heng pointed toward Xiaosha. Xiaosha stood there dazed. Ever since Shen Heng had shot down the subordinate, she had been utterly stunned. Having lived in a lawful society for years, she never imagined someone would dare to kill. Even as the thugs fled, her mind was blank, her entire being frozen in place like a marionette. Only when Shen Heng pointed at himself did she slowly come to her senses. And no, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Weilong waved his hands frantically, fearing Shen Heng might kill him on a whim. It was no joke, he had killed without a blink. As a mere thug, how could he afford to offend such a person? I offer you a chance at life, Shen Heng said nonchalantly. What do you mean? Zhao Weilong, perceptive, sensed the underlying meaning in Shen Heng's words and quickly responded. Dispose of this corpse and clean up the blood on the floor. Shen Heng glanced at Zhao Weilong, stating, if it's not cleaned up by the time I descend, then your life is forfeit. Brother, you can count on me. Zhao Weilong nodded vigorously. With your robust physique, it must take you quite a while. I'll clean it up right now? Shen Heng was left speechless. He was too lazy to waste more words, directly pulling Xiaosha upstairs. As he dragged her along, her face flushed crimson. Being an internet celebrity, she had clearly heard Zhao Weilong's words. What did he mean by taking his time and doing it slowly? That was impossible. She didn't even know what he looked like. She glanced up at Shen Heng's profile. Having removed his mask to smoke, it was evident he was quite young, with a beautifully defined jawline. After Zhao Weilong's remarks, he hadn't even retorted. Did this mean he genuinely wished to be with her? Thinking of this, Xiaosha felt increasingly anxious. Although she was an internet celebrity, she had never met those top-tier bosses face to face. They were merely WeChat friends. And she had never sent any personal photos. She often browsed the internet and had read numerous apocalyptic novels, fully aware that once the official announcement of the onset of the glacial period was made, the world would soon descend into chaos. In the aftermath of such an apocalypse, every beautiful woman would become a resource for the powerful. Women were inherently at a disadvantage. Physically, they could not compare to men. She also had a clear understanding of her own appearance and figure. For someone like her to survive, she might have no choice but to barter her body. She discreetly glanced at Shen Heng again. This man seemed to be around her age. As long as he wasn't an oily middle-aged man, she could accept it. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, Xiaosha's mind was racing with thoughts. Upon reaching the door of 2201, he remarked, "This is your home, isn't it?" Ah. She beamed, her smile blossoming so brightly that even Shen Heng found himself momentarily entranced. Struggling to turn his head, he placed a large pile of supplies on the ground and exhaled deeply. Despite having a conscious space, he was unable to utilize it. And dragging so many items up the stairs was truly unbearable. He scolded himself internally. Just because Xiaosha had an alluring figure and stunning beauty, he had carried all these items up the stairs for a mere 10,000. However, that smile truly was captivating, especially her enchanting fox-like eyes, brimming with charm. Leaving one spellbound, he felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead as he removed his snow goggles, turning his head to survey the interior. Not daring to meet Xiaosha's gaze, fearing he might lose control and impulsively push this beauty down. Though Xiaosha, Huomiao, and Chenqin each possessed their unique allure, they were all breathtakingly beautiful. From the perspective of a man, there is no hesitation in choosing Xiaosha. She is a true beauty. Xiaosha was momentarily taken aback, staring intently at Shen Heng. He appeared even younger than she had imagined, looking to be about her age. Moreover, he was quite handsome. Remembering Zhao Weilong's earlier words, her cheeks flushed. Feeling shy and conflicted, she found herself gazing blankly at Shen Heng. Is there something on my face? Shen Heng asked, puzzled, as he touched his own face. After a brief moment, she emerged with a blanket, whispering, "Brother, all the towels at home have frozen stiff and cannot be used. Can you use this to wipe your sweat?" This was the blanket she slept under. She couldn't fathom why she thought to offer it to him. Oh my, Xiaosha, you must be out of your mind. She shook her head vigorously. Shen Heng accepted it and wiped his face, a pleasant fragrance enveloping him. Instinctively, he took a sniff, only to find Xiaosha's cheeks flushed as she looked at him. Clearing his throat, he gently placed a cigarette in Shen Heng's mouth and took out a lighter, softly saying, "Let me light it for you." "Oh, thank you." Shen Heng inhaled deeply, feeling his mind clear. "I don't smoke. This is from a female friend who visited my home last time." After lighting the cigarette for Shen Heng, Xiaosha felt compelled to explain. She didn't know why she was so eager to clarify, even emphasizing that it was from a female friend. Am I starting to develop feelings for him? Xiaosha thought, shrinking her head slightly. Typically a homebody with a penchant for daydreaming, she had always fantasized about marrying a dashing, aloof hero or a powerful CEO. Now, Shen Heng appeared just like the hero from her imagination. Even the fact that he had killed someone didn't frighten her. "Oh." Shen Heng chuckled. "Then I shall gift you a feminine hygiene product." He retrieved a pack of Sophia from his consciousness space. "Ah, thank you." Xiaosha was momentarily stunned, instinctively accepting it. Hygiene products were exceedingly rare in this apocalyptic world. She had just run out, and given the timing, her menstruation was imminent. Since it was a gift from her heroic savior, she had no reason to refuse. Shall I help you with that? Shen Heng teased, observing her alluring expression. Xiaosha's eyes widened in shock. Brother, you light my cigarette, and I help you with that? How can that be the same? Chapter 41. The wealthy Wang Ji, seeing Xiaosha's adorable and surprised expression, Shen Heng couldn't help but smile. Faced with such a goddess, he felt compelled to joke. Xiaosha's face grew even redder. All right. To Shen Heng's surprise, Xiaosha blushed deeply and nodded, gazing at him with a tender expression. What on earth? This left Shen Heng momentarily bewildered. Cough. Weren't you going to help me? Though you haven't started your period, I could give you this opportunity. Xiaosha leaned closer. Her face flushed, but her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Shen Heng. What's wrong? Are you afraid? She understood well that if it weren't for Shen Heng, the consequences would be unimaginable. She harbored strong feelings for him. If it were anyone else joking in such a manner, she wouldn't even bother to look at them. Yet, in front of Shen Heng, she felt no anger, only nervousness and anticipation. Shen Heng fell silent, slightly frowning. He had long heard about the chaotic internet celebrity scene. This Xiaosha was the type of influencer with an enviable figure, mostly attracting male fans. No wonder she was so bold. At worst, I could just use a little umbrella, he thought, as he suddenly scooped Xiaosha up and dashed into the bedroom. Xiaosha's figure was a bit more voluptuous than Hong Yao's. She was curvy in all the right places, perfectly balanced. Xiaosha was deeply emotional. She realized that in this apocalyptic world, a woman like her would face a dire fate without a protector. Without Shen Heng, she would have been ravaged by Zhao Weilong and his companions. In a few days, she might encounter someone even more ruthless, and Zhao Weilong would directly offer her to that person. And what then? She would be like a toy, passed around like merchandise. Rather than that, it was better to actively align herself with Shen Heng. The man before her was not only of a similar age, but also quite handsome, and he had just saved her. More importantly, he possessed abundant resources. Xiaosha understood very well that in this world, having resources meant survival. Without resources, what use was having money? As a top streamer, her bank account had long surpassed 10 million. But without resources, that money was merely a number. She had already considered this as she ascended the stairs. Although unclear on Shen Heng's intentions for money, in this apocalypse, resources equated to life. Possessing resources meant having absolute leverage. Even though the government announced that this ice age would be brief and social order would soon be restored, she could still earn money. But that was only if she survived until then. Having gone nearly 2 days without food, she was truly unwilling to endure another moment of hunger and cold. Every second was torment. Thus, when Shen Heng teased her earlier, she didn't scold him. Instead, she nodded in agreement, filled with deep emotion. Considering everything, this man was her better choice. With audacity, she leaned in to offer a kiss. Influencers certainly were bold. However, Shen Heng quickly noticed that this influencer seemed rather inexperienced. Though she put on a good act, Shen Heng chuckled inwardly, preparing to take the next step. Just then, his phone rang, causing both of them to halt. Shen Heng had initially intended to ignore it. After all, Xiaosha was a prominent influencer with millions of fans. Yet, the persistent ringing reminded him of Hong Miao, who was left at home. Rising from Xiaosha's embrace, he retrieved his phone. It was a voice call from young Master Wang, who had ordered 500,000 worth of supplies. Was he urging for delivery? Shen Heng dared not neglect this important client, and quickly answered the call. He was relying on this esteemed customer to upgrade his vending machine. Hello, young Master Wang. Brother, have the supplies started to be delivered? Came Wang's polite inquiry from the other end. I'm currently in the underground passage, trading with the higher-ups. Given the number of people here, the deal will conclude shortly, and I will deliver it to you personally. Shen Heng replied, gently rubbing Xiaosha's arm. She remained silent, her complexion rosy, gazing at Shen Heng with adoration. Brother, do you have anything else available? Young Master Wang inquired. If there's anything worthwhile for sale, I want it. Rest assured, money is no object. Shen Heng was somewhat taken aback. Young Master Wang had already purchased 500,000 worth of goods. Why would he want more? Are you referring to? Shen Heng hesitated. Anything warm and high quality, I'm interested. Young Master Wang expressed, seemingly anxious but cautious. Clearing his throat. It's too cold in my place. Just let me know if you have any items. If they're good, I'm ready to buy. All right, I understand. I will head over now. Shen Heng nodded, ending the call. Did this young Master Wang know something? Previously, he bought 500,000 worth of supplies without concern. But now he suddenly sought more? In any case, Wang Ji's eagerness to acquire large quantities of supplies was a positive development. His vending machine could continue to upgrade rapidly. And soon, he would unlock extraordinary abilities. What? What just happened? Little Shotzi's rosy face peeked out from under the covers. Her voice barely a whisper as she inquired. She was prepared. Regardless of who Shen Heng was, surely he would not abandon her after discovering the blood he had collected. Moments ago, when Shen Heng's phone had rung, she had secretly glanced over, thinking it was his wife calling. To her surprise, the contact was none other than Wang Ji. Shotzi was quite familiar with this national heartthrob. Wang was a wealthy second-generation heir, and he had garnered considerable fame online. Numerous internet celebrities had sought his attention, and he had never turned anyone away. There was a saying that aptly described him: ironclad Wang, flowing female internet stars. In recent years, The array of internet celebrities around him had changed frequently, yet none had spoken ill of him after parting ways, which spoke volumes about his charm and financial prowess. She never expected that this charming young man had ties to Wang Ji. Wang, being an early internet sensation, had diminished his online presence in recent years due to his family's economic crisis, stepping into the family business to manage the fallout, leaving little time for courting online. Nevertheless, the legend of this top-tier heir continued to circulate in cyberspace. As an internet celebrity herself, Shotzi had certainly heard of him, but she remained indifferent. Her rise to fame had been swift. A few short videos had garnered her millions of followers in mere days, leading her to financial independence. While she was not particularly enamored with Wang, she recognized that, even as his family faced financial difficulties, he remained out of reach for someone like her. Moreover, Shen Heng's demeanor shifted upon receiving Wang's call, his brow furrowing as he became preoccupied. Before she could ponder further, Shen Heng had already donned his coat and turned to her, stating, "I have a few matters to attend to. If you wish to reach me, just send me a message on WeChat, and I shall respond promptly." As Shen Heng prepared to leave, he performed a sleight of hand, producing a bag and placing it at the door. "This is a little reward for you. I am quite pleased." Seeing Shen Heng about to exit, Shotzi hurriedly exclaimed, I am Song Yinsha. Please remember my name." After stepping out of bed to lock the door, she glanced down at the bag and was taken aback. Inside were an assortment of fruits, including pineapples and durians. What astonished her further was that these fruits were not frozen. They appeared remarkably fresh. Where had these come from? Had they been concealed within his coat? Noticing the fruits beginning to chill in her grasp, Song Yinsha quickly grabbed the bag and tucked the fruits under her covers. But why had he left her with such a bounty? From his words, it seemed he intended to provide her with even more supplies next time. Truly, I am not that kind of person. She buried her head in the blankets. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, as he departed, Yinsha was indulging in her own speculations. Yet in his mind, he had indeed perceived her as one who was rather carefree. After all, as an internet celebrity, how many could claim to be entirely virtuous? A fleeting encounter, a few provisions, and he felt justified. Besides, all he had done was share a kiss with her. As the saying goes, where there is grain, the chickens shall flock. The chickens in the countryside gather around the grain, and so do the city girls. What was her name again? Shen Heng paused, scratching his head. It matters not. He only sought to savor the experience. Chapter 42, The Wang Father and Son Within Villa Number 1. Wang Ji huddled under a blanket on a genuine leather sofa, his brow furrowed in concern. Beside him, 3 lovely young women curled up together, trembling from the cold. The flickering flames in the fireplace cast dancing shadows across Wang Ji's face as he recalled the conversation with his father. "Ji, your mother and I are in a shelter. Rest assured, but for now, we cannot venture out to rescue you. The storm is intensifying, helicopters cannot fly, and all the snowmobiles are currently engaged in transporting supplies. Additionally, there have been some issues within the shelter, causing friction. Even the police dispatched to maintain order are struggling. For the time being, remain in the villa and do not wander. You must find a way to survive. As soon as the storm abates, I will ensure they come to fetch you. Our family has invested heavily in constructing the shelter for the government, even facing financial difficulties that necessitated the sale of numerous properties. The authorities are aware of this, and they have promised to retrieve you as soon as it is safe. You are our only child. You must endure." Upon hearing his father's words, Wang Ji quickly replied, "Father, I will take care of myself. I heard someone in Taiyuan community is selling supplies. I spent 500,000. After listening to Ji's account, his father narrowed his eyes. He is selling to other residents as well? Yes, many are seeking to purchase. He went ahead to make transactions. As there is an underground passage connecting the high-rises and townhouses, he will personally deliver the goods to my detached villa later, Ji explained. His father remained silent for a moment before saying, "Inquire how many supplies he has and buy as much as you can. I will transfer you some more funds." "What is it, father?" Ji was taken aback when his father sent him another 100 million. This storm will last a considerable time, and money can always be earned again. But if life is lost, our Wang family will be extinguished. His father spoke earnestly. Never be concerned about money. Survival is the primary goal. Understood. Despite appearing to be a playboy, Wang Ji was far from foolish. On the contrary, his father had sent him abroad at an early age to cultivate his independence. Ji not only developed a strong character but also excelled academically, gaining admission to a prestigious university, eventually completing his doctorate. Upon returning home, Ji realized he need not toil excessively, as his family business was thriving and his father was in his prime, allowing him to enjoy a life of luxury without exerting himself. This led him to pursue romantic entanglements and embrace freedom. After hanging up, Ji remained silent for a while. His father's implication was clear. This weather would not clear up anytime soon. After all, his father was in the shelter, and although he held little power, this year the Wang family had invested significantly in constructing the shelter for the government. Even within the shelter, they would possess a degree of privilege due to their contributions. With various experts present, Ji's mind began to whirl. If experts suggested continued snowfall, it would be unwise to remain idle. He should procure more supplies. His father often reminded him, to live is the foremost objective. He promptly picked up his phone and dialed Shen Heng's number. Upon reaching the 15th floor, Shen Heng noticed Zhao Weilong respectfully standing by the stairwell. The corpse of the small-time thug had vanished, and even the bloodstains on the ground had been cleaned up by Zhao. Upon seeing Shen Heng, Zhao Weilong was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a humble smile. So soon? Quite ineffective, isn't it? He mused internally, but he dared not voice such thoughts. Is everything cleaned up? Shen Heng nodded, then tossed 2 packs of instant noodles to Zhao Weilong. Watch over Sha Sha for me. If anything happens to her, I will not spare you. He had yet to enjoy Song Yuncha's company. As for Zhao Weilong, Shen Heng had already discerned that he was the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. A show of strength combined with a little incentive would ensure Zhao's compliance. As for Yunsha, even if Zhao were to gather the courage, he likely would not entertain any notions. Furthermore, since Zhao lived below Yunsha, he would be able to keep an eye on the hallway, with him watching over her. Shen Heng felt at ease. As anticipated, Zhao Weilong nodded repeatedly, smiling as he reassured, elder brother, rest assured. I will certainly protect sister-in-law. Though he regarded Shen Heng as merely a popular figure, it was evident that the man had not yet exhausted his capabilities. In truth, he was utterly terrified. Having relinquished all thoughts regarding Song Yunsha, the individual before him was truly capable of committing murder. The image of his subordinate's lifeless body being tossed from the balcony lingered in his mind. The sight of his wide-open eyes, seemingly unable to find peace, filled Zhao Weilong with dread. He thought to himself, if I obediently follow orders, there will be ample benefits for me in the future. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction, handing Zhao Weilong 2 more sausages before turning to descend the stairs. In that fleeting moment, Zhao Weilong's eyes widened in shock as he caught sight of the gun's grip nestled within Shen Heng's collar. Did I just see that correctly? Is that a firearm? Connecting this with the prior reports in the neighborhood group about gunfire echoing from the row of villas, Zhao Weilong's complexion grew increasingly pallid. This amiable and prosperous figure had come from the villa area. Could it be that the earlier gunshots were fired by him? He swallowed hard, glancing once more at the instant noodles and sausages in his hands, his resolve solidifying. This formidable individual was far beyond the reach of someone like him. It was best to dutifully stand guard for the big brother. Elder brother, rest assured, I will protect sister-in-law, unless I perish. 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 sausages were but a trivial expense. The cost of a few coins for a subordinate was a bargain indeed. Moreover, as a small-time hoodlum, Zhao Weilong was clever and adept at his tasks. What more could one desire? He had already formulated a plan. To establish himself in this apocalyptic world, he must swiftly elevate the vending machine's level. This would not only augment his combat prowess and enhance his chances of survival, but would also ensure that, should he delay, the populace of Jiangxing, lacking resources, would soon succumb to hunger and cold. Presently, most individuals were utilizing digital currency. A glance at their phones revealed nothing but a string of numbers. Once these people perished, their devices would be inaccessible, and his progress would inevitably stagnate. A single misstep would lead to a cascade of setbacks. Undoubtedly, he was destined to leave Taoyuan community in the near future. Unless he managed to sufficiently upgrade the vending machine and find a genuine safe house, Shen Heng would never consider settling down. Otherwise, he must hasten to become a competent vendor. When he eventually departed from Taoyuan community, he would leave behind some supplies. What if there were still individuals with wealth seeking to purchase resources? And those he left behind must be loyal subordinates. Zhao Weilong was his first chosen candidate. If this fellow proved sufficiently astute and capable of handling significant matters, Shen Heng would be inclined to nurture him further. In this apocalyptic reality, providing him with sustenance would ensure that he would not surreptitiously abscond with his funds. After all, in this dire world, what use was money? Only a fool would betray him. Chapter 43, System Selection, Premium Goods. Unbeknownst to Zhao Weilong, he had already been considered as a potential subordinate by Shen Heng. However, reflecting on it, he felt somewhat superfluous and ultimately decided to take out his phone and apply to add Song Yuncha's WeChat. Was this guy still not done? No wonder so many people enjoyed romance and kissing the opposite sex. The feeling was indeed intoxicating, especially when reminiscing about that affable fortune maker. With that thought, she pouted. She realized she did not even know his name. Did he dislike her? She glanced at the fruits hidden beneath the covers. No. A woman like her surely could not be unappealing to men. It seemed he regarded her merely as a commodity. How infuriating. Song Yunsha struck the fruit with her fist, only to be met with a painful reminder as she realized her punch had landed on a durian. Ouch. At that moment, her phone chimed. Could it be that the gentleman had sent her a WeChat message? Her eyes brightened as she hastily picked it up. Yet upon seeing a friend request, she curled her lip and casually clicked it open. Soon after, her eyes widened in astonishment. This Zhao Weilong had the audacity to request her friendship? Did he not know she was the woman of the wealthy brother? How dare he harbor inappropriate thoughts? One need not question how Song Yunsha was aware of Zhao Weilong. His friend request clearly stated, I am Zhao Weilong. He seemed desperate for recognition. Without a moment's hesitation, she declined the request. However, Zhao Weilong quickly sent another request. This time, he added a note. Sister-in-law, I am Zhao Weilong. Rest assured, I will not disturb you. It is elder brother who instructed me to protect you. Song Yunsha, half convinced, accepted his friendship. Once she did, she promptly sent a message. Is he the one who instructed you to protect me? Should Zhao Weilong utter any nonsense or attempt to annoy her, she would not hesitate to block him. Zhao Weilong replied earnestly, elder brother provided me with supplies and instructed me to stay here to protect you, as well as to keep an eye on the corridor to prevent other men from bothering you. His honesty served as a warning to Song Yunsha. You are now elder brother's woman. Do not even think about flirting with other men. Should I catch wind of it, I will promptly inform elder brother. Understood. Song Yunsha nodded, feeling pleased. Clearly, In the eyes of the wealthy brother, she held significant importance. He had even specially assigned Zhao Weilong to protect her discreetly. The reason for not finishing earlier must have been due to pressing matters. After all, it was a call from young Master Wang. Men and their careers, after all. At that moment, Shen Heng had already descended, entering the corridor. The space was littered with surveillance cameras, and the moment Shen Heng appeared on screen, Huo Miao noticed him. She flung open the door and leaped into Shen Heng's embrace. All right, Shen Heng chuckled. I have a matter to attend to and must step out again. Out again? Huo Miao pouted, her face filled with disappointment. Shen Heng playfully pinched her nose. Huo Miao, having experienced his advances, had become quite enamored. Though her skills were lacking, she relished the thrill, often pleading for mercy after being bested by him. After a day without intimacy, Shen Heng was feeling a bit of desire, especially with Huo Miao nestled in his arms. He was tempted to indulge right then and there. However, this was not the time for such pursuits. Young Master Wang was eagerly awaiting him. Moreover, he was the first customer, deserving of ample emotional value. Young Master Wang had assured him not to worry about the monetary aspect. So Huo Miao had meticulously organized all the supplies, arranging them with precision. Instant noodles, sausages, and canned goods were no longer a concern. They were to be properly arranged for their esteemed customer. What else did they lack? Shen Heng pondered, pulling out items like cling film and sealing glue. Of course, all these were purchasable at the vending machine's initial level. He had previously heard Huo Miao mention that the items selected by the system were of a quality she had never even seen before. The materials were quite unique, perhaps even unheard of in Blue Star. Although it was now an apocalyptic world filled with trepidation, Shen Heng was not willing to part with the finest goods. What if someone with ill intentions took notice and sought to trouble him in the future? He discovered a product named the upgraded snowmobile, requiring a level 5 vending machine for purchase. The product description boldly proclaimed, stable, quiet, and swift, the perfect companion for your clandestine endeavors. Such a description was rather domineering. Shen Heng chuckled and made the purchase. This vehicle came with a hefty price tag of 280,000, truly exorbitant. Shen Heng recalled the advanced jacket that could only be purchased at level 8, costing a staggering 500,000. Intrigued, he decided to acquire it. Moments ago, he had engaged in transactions with nearly 100 individuals, accumulating a staggering 800,000 in total. Among these, a substantial contribution of 300,000 came from Xiaosha. In comparison to the entire community, nearly 100 participants seemed rather insufficient. However, this was to be expected. After all, the apocalypse had only just begun. Many households had supplies stocked, while others preferred to bide their time. Shen Heng understood the prevailing mindset of most people, which was merely the belief that their selling prices were exorbitant. They still clung to the notion that this was merely a fleeting dream, convinced that order would soon be restored. But what was there to fear? It was just a heavy snowfall. Consequently, by the 5th or 6th day, hunger drove people to forsake the boundaries of law and morality, fiercely competing for resources. If they wished to starve, so be it, Shen Heng scoffed. Tomorrow, these items would no longer be available at such a price. Nevertheless, it was merely a few 100,000. It could also enhance the experience of vending machines. So there was no hesitation. He made the purchase. Upon acquiring the jacket, he held it in his hands and discovered it was surprisingly thin, resembling a sun-protective garment. Could this truly provide warmth? Shen Heng pondered. If he ventured outside wearing this, he might turn into an ice sculpture. However, when he tentatively stepped outdoors, he was astonished to find he felt no chill whatsoever. Moreover, the jacket was remarkably lightweight, dispelling any sense of clumsiness. It fit snugly, yet instead of comfort, he felt as if he could soar like a swallow. No wonder it bore such a hefty price tag. Such a remarkable piece of technology was likely beyond the reach of Blue Star's current capabilities. As for those slightly cheaper alternatives, they were probably nearing development given the current technological level, hence their relatively lower prices. Shen Heng's deductions proved correct. Just like the snow removal robots priced at tens of thousands, they would likely be mass-produced within a year, given Blue Star's capabilities. However, such intelligent snow removal robots would still cost over 2 million each. In other words, even with another 50 years of research, Blue Star would struggle to replicate such items. The jacket Shen Heng wore shared the same principle. A mere frost-resistant jacket would typically cost around 3,000 to 4,000. Such items were also available in vending machines. Yet, the one he possessed was priced at 500,000 solely because the vending machine system recognized that Blue Star's technology could not replicate it. Darling, aren't you cold? Huo Miao, concerned, stood behind Shen Heng, holding out a coat she intended to drape over him. There's no need, he replied. Although Huo Miao's figure was not as striking as Xiaosha's, she nonetheless possessed long legs and beauty. Wearing such heavy attire daily seemed too cumbersome. It paled in comparison to this jacket that perfectly accentuated his physique. Oh, Huo Miao obediently nodded, having grown accustomed to Shen Heng's peculiar acquisitions. Shen Heng then decided to retrieve the upgraded snowmobile he had purchased earlier. The system described it as quick and silent, precisely what he needed. Given the frigid, snowy landscape outside, venturing out could easily attract unwanted attention, especially since traditional snowmobiles were notoriously loud, failing to conceal one's presence. With a wave of his hand, Huo Miao gasped as a vehicle the size of a compact car appeared in the yard, its design quite unique. It resembled a car, yet upon closer inspection, its 4 wheels had been replaced with ski tracks. Shen Heng stuffed all his supplies into the trunk, even piling them onto the seats, before sliding into the driver's seat. The driver's area resembled that of a car, complete with a steering wheel and several gears for forward and backward motion. He pressed the ignition button. The vehicle shuddered slightly, but emitted no sound. Sitting in the driver's seat, Shen Heng understood the vehicle had been activated. He shifted into gear, and the ski tracks beneath quivered, propelling the vehicle effortlessly down the snow slope of the yard. Silent as a whisper. Chapter 44. Brothers like flesh and blood. Shen Heng waved to Huo Miao before turning to drive. He was utterly enamored with this vehicle, just as the system had described. It was silent. Without the cacophony of revving engines, he could venture out at will. Moreover, the vehicle was pure white, blending seamlessly into the snow-laden environment, making it difficult for anyone to spot it. Truly a perfect snow-traversing machine. Shen Heng gripped the steering wheel, finding it remarkably easy to maneuver. It responded precisely to his commands, gliding effortlessly across the snow without slipping or losing control. He drove near young Master Wang's villa, stopping discreetly and concealing the vehicle. The neighboring villas prioritized privacy, with tall walls and ample distance between each residence, ensuring the owner's seclusion. This arrangement suited Shen Heng perfectly. He had no fear of being seen. He unloaded all his supplies onto the ground, securing them with ropes and placing sturdy cardboard beneath. He then donned his skis. With a swift glide forward, he dragged the substantial load behind him. While it was somewhat exhausting, he was not far from young Master Wang's villa number 1. Perseverance would see him through. After a brief period of sliding with the supplies, Shen Heng found himself panting and drenched in sweat. At that moment, the benefits of the system's selected jacket became apparent once more. Though he was perspiring profusely, the moisture was rapidly wicked away and expelled. Was this jacket breathable? Yet despite its ventilation, he felt no chill. It was truly a miraculous garment for traversing snowy landscapes. Shen Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement. With the upgraded silent snowmobile and this jacket, he felt invincible. He could go wherever he pleased. He arrived outside young Master Wang's villa and promptly sent a message. Wang Gongzi, the supplies have arrived. In the next moment, the window on the second floor of Wang Gongzi's home opened, revealing his head nestled in blankets. Brother, over here. Wang Jai beckoned. Shen Heng, breathless, dragged the supplies over. Upon seeing the multitude of bags trailing behind him, Wang Jai's eyes lit up. Good heavens, so many supplies. Wang Gongzi. These are all essential items for survival in the apocalypse. Shen Heng exclaimed, opening the first bag. Here are various canned goods that are easy to store, as well as instant noodles, ham, and beef. He opened the second bag. This one contains bottled water, portable stoves, and oil. He continued with the third bag. Here are some insulation materials and strong adhesive. If you apply these to the walls, they can help maintain the indoor temperature. In the fourth bag, he revealed thick blankets, warm mattresses, and electric blankets. The fifth bag contained firewood for the fireplace. The sixth bag, stop. Wang Jai interrupted. His gaze fervent. I want them all. Just tell me the total price. He could already envision that with these supplies, he would no longer need to worry about survival. Shen Heng was simply unparalleled. He had even thought to bring firewood. He had even thoughtfully included seafood and various snacks. What do you want to choose? I want it all. All of it. Shen Heng hesitated. Wang Gongzi, you know that if I were to set a price, there are plenty of wealthy individuals in our community who would be eager to snatch them up. Therefore, since my brother appreciates my offerings, I cannot let you incur a loss. Wang Jai waved his hand grandly. Just name your price. As long as it's reasonable, I won't haggle. Truly, he was extravagant. Shen Heng stroked his chin and glanced at Wang Jia. Behind Wang, 3 young women stood, each curiously peering through the window at him. Goodness. These 3 women were undeniably stunning. It seems the big shot knows how to indulge. Do you desire them? Wang Jia was taken aback, following Shen Heng's gaze towards the women behind him. If you want them, that's fine. No, let us discuss finances instead. Shen Heng reluctantly diverted his gaze, wearing a sincere expression. I'm just jesting. I have plenty of resources. Although these women are beautiful, Huo Miao and Xiao Shatzi are not lacking in charm either. In fact, in Shen Heng's eyes, they surpassed Wang Jia's trio in beauty. After all, the demeanor of these 3 women reeked of worldly experience. Oh, Wang Jia chuckled. Brother, my 3 girlfriends are internet celebrities with millions of followers. It's not easy for others to even arrange a meeting with them. If you want, feel free to choose. He then winked at Shen Heng. But you can't take them all. Otherwise, I'd be left alone in the villa without any fun, would I? There's no need for that. Shen Heng quickly waved his hands. However, a twinge of confusion crossed his mind. These 3 women are also internet celebrities? That is similar to Xiao Shatzi's profession. Why is it that with Xiao Shatzi, there is no sense of that worldly aura? He was unaware that Xiao Shatzi was his first kiss. Naturally, she couldn't be compared to the women around Wang Jia. Wang Jia raised an eyebrow. Honestly, in the past, 20 million could buy a warehouse of these items. But now, in this apocalypse, it's a different story entirely. My father still resides in a palace-like villa. Now, he is also cooped up in a shelter. Compared to the 100 million my father gave me earlier, I don't think Shen Heng's offer is excessive. He nodded in agreement. All right, I'll take it. Truly a big shot. Shen Heng was overjoyed. 20 million. This would be sufficient to elevate the vending machine to level 10. Level 10 would mean the ability to purchase ability fruits. Tonight, he would acquire powers. Shen Heng enthusiastically shook hands with Wang Jia, who felt he had gained quite the bargain and warmly embraced Shen Heng. Brother, why not stay over tonight? Wang Jia patted Shen Heng's back enthusiastically. I'm not too adept with this insulation film. You could guide me, right? We're not just in it for one transaction. You can't just take the money and neglect after-sales service. Wang Jia had been quite famous a few years back, and Shen Heng had watched many of his videos. He knew Wang had a straightforward personality, saying whatever came to mind. Thus, he didn't refuse any longer and nodded. All right. Shen Heng climbed through the window into the villa, and Wang Jia embraced him once more. If it weren't for the three lovely ladies at his home, Shen Heng would have suspected this fellow had a preference for men. Little did he know, Lao Wang had already been in contact with Wang Jia and informed him of the significance of this disaster. The authorities had calculated that this calamity would claim at least 98% of the global population. Humanity was on the brink of extinction. The various shelters were nearly humanity's last hope. As for how many would survive in a city of 10 million, no one held any confidence. Moreover, the official snowmobiles had all been dispatched to seize supplies. Some large supermarkets and warehouses were already under the control of armed officials, filling snowmobiles to transport goods to the shelters. Only after all supplies were retrieved could they come to pick up Wang Jia. Though Wang Jia was displeased, he concluded that all he needed was one snowmobile to be picked up, yet they were unwilling. This suggested that, in the eyes of those in the shelter, Wang Jia's life was worth less than a vehicle full of supplies. Even Lao Wang had no power over this. And now, Shen Heng had delivered so much cargo for a mere 20 million. Just look, this brother only asked for 2 million and provided me with such ample resources. While you all would rather haul another vehicle of supplies than take me in, Wang Jia felt deeply moved, saying earnestly, you shall be my brother from now on. Turning to the three enchanting women in the room, he added, brothers are like limbs, women are like garments. Whatever attire my brother wishes to don, he shall wear. That night, I shall possess powers. Shen Heng did not immediately engage the women in games. Instead, he first guided them to cover the walls with insulation film. Following that, he retrieved thick glass from a large bag and affixed it to the windows with strong adhesive. Although this glass did not match the quality of that chosen by Shen Heng's system, it was sufficient to withstand considerable cold. Once these tasks were completed, he added firewood to Wang Jia's fireplace, organizing various supplies and the women neatly in the living room. All right, darling, be careful. I will obediently stay at home, one of the women said. Shen Heng shook his head. He couldn't shake the feeling of betraying a wife he didn't have. All 5 oil lamps were opened in the living room, and soon, the space warmed up. Wang Jia had tossed aside the blanket draped over him and was now excitedly cooking instant noodles on a portable stove. The other 3 women were also preparing various dishes on the stove. Shen Heng had brought no less than 7 portable stoves, with gas canisters totaling over 30. Brother, how did you prepare so many supplies in advance? Wang Jia inquired, his face glowing with warmth and the aroma of food wafting through the air as he slurped up his noodles. I'm a survival enthusiast. Shen Heng had long prepared this explanation, chuckling lightly. I have some savings, and I don't have other hobbies, so I stockpiled plenty of supplies. Especially during that heavy rain, I sensed something odd about the weather, so I ventured out in the rain to the supermarket and bought hundreds of thousands worth of goods. I never expected the apocalypse would truly arrive. You're quite impressive. Wang Jia gave Shen Heng a thumbs up. Unlike me, who just plays all day, that is nothing. It's merely a stroke of luck. Shen Heng shook his head, smiling wryly. In truth, I'm not in it solely for the money. Given the thick snow, no officials have come to help, and they've announced the onset of an ice age. It seems society may never return to normal. Wang Jia was taken aback, narrowing his eyes but remaining silent. Needing your money is merely for psychological comfort. I want my deceased parents to see that their son possesses some business acumen. I managed to pull in 2 million from young Master Wang. Shen Heng added deliberately, having noticed Wang Jia's momentary daze. It was understandable. Young Master Wang came from a prominent family and was a resident of the capital. How could he possibly be denied entry into the shelter? Even if his father had sold off many assets, a starved camel is still larger than a horse. The Wang family's assets far exceeded those of certain wealthy families in Jiang City. If the top tycoons of Jiang City could enter the shelters, why could Wang Jia not? Could it be that the shelters were currently too preoccupied to pick up young Master Wang? Only 20 million. Wang Jia chuckled. Brother, if I'm fortunate enough to be picked up, cough cough, rest assured I will give you all the money I have left. Seeing the sorrow in Shen Heng's eyes, Wang Jia felt a pang of sympathy. Despite his carefree demeanor, he had never committed any wrongdoing. Thus, even though he enjoyed revelry, Shen Heng still harbored a favorable impression of him. Wang Jia cleared his throat, then returned to slurping his noodles. He almost let slip that his father had instructed him not to disclose this information to the outside world, to avoid causing further panic. In the face of this disaster, while the authorities wished to help, they hoped the public could maintain a semblance of stability. Revealing news of the shelters would mean the public would understand that the authorities had utterly abandoned their people. What chaos would ensue then? Haha. Since the world is in such turmoil, let us take it one day at a time. Shen Heng chuckled. The beer on the table had frozen into a solid mass. But now, as the warmth of the room enveloped it, it had completely melted. Wang Ji finished his bowl of noodles and tossed a bottle to Shen Heng, insisting, drink. Shen Heng clinked his bottle with Wang Ji's, and they both gulped down a substantial amount. At that moment, the other 3 women approached, seating themselves on either side of Wang Ji and Shen Heng. The remaining one nestled between them. Wang Gu, I want a drink too. The girl in the middle purred while leaning against Wang Ji's arm. Help yourselves. Wang Ji waved dismissively, and pointed at Shen Heng. This is my brother. By the way, brother, what is your name? Shen Heng, he replied. This is my good brother. You can just call him Shun Gu tonight. You all need to keep him company. Whatever he wants, you must comply, Wang Ji declared. The woman with red hair, embracing Shen Heng, teased, Wang Gu, if Shun Gu desires it, do we comply as well? Of course. Wang Ji nodded. Treat him as you would treat me. Remember, without my brother Shun, we would still be starving and freezing. Who can guarantee their survival for even a few days? Reflecting on the heavy snow that fell outside, blanketing the world in a soft white, the three women shivered at the thought, their gazes towards Shen Heng igniting with fervor. Shen Heng's handsome features surpassed even those of Wang Ji, prompting the women to become even more forward. Shen Gu, thanks to you, our home is so warm, the red-haired woman cooed. I'm feeling quite hot now. Wang Ji's taste was undoubtedly refined. The three women were stunning, especially the redhead, who feigned a delicate demeanor while holding Shen Heng's hand. Don't be shy. Little brother, Wang Ji chuckled, pulling one of the women into a passionate kiss. The red-haired woman and another with long black hair also moved closer to Shen Heng. As the three women eventually succumbed to exhaustion, Wang Ji lounged on the sofa, smoking. Shen Heng, weary, bid him farewell and climbed out through the window. Wang Ji did not try to stop him, merely telling Shen Heng to come back whenever he wished to play. Shen Heng nodded, surprised by Wang Ji's extravagant lifestyle. The three girls, considered goddesses in the outside world, were utterly devoted here, revealing their wild sides before Shen Heng and Wang Ji, showcasing an array of skills that left Shen Heng astounded. Indeed, wealth and power reigned supreme in this world. In times of peace, riches allowed one to enjoy everything, while power enabled one to seize all. In this apocalyptic scenario, even a top-tier rich second generation like Wang Ji was willing to befriend him. Was it not due to his own abundance of resources? As he reminisced about the absurdity of it all, Shen Heng shook his head slightly. It seemed Wang Ji had wanted to share something about the shelter before he left, but ultimately sighed in silence, unable to communicate due to certain constraints. Shen Heng, however, was indifferent to the shelter. After all, in his past life, he had lacked nothing for over 3 months, but still met his end at the hands of Feng Lu and Su Chao. Now, with the vending machine providing infinite resources, he knew he could survive without a shelter. Surrounded by darkness, the ground beneath him appeared like a vast white ocean, while the ebony sky loomed above, resembling a colossal beast relentlessly unleashing heavy snowfall. Huo Miao was already asleep upstairs as Shen Heng descended to the basement, his eyes gleaming with determination. With 20 million in his account, it was time to enhance the vending machine. Chapter 46, System Upgrade. The vending machine was currently at level 8. To elevate it to level 9, he required 2.56 million, while the total expenditure from levels 1 to 8 had been 2.54 million. Thus, to reach level 9, he would need a total of 5.10 million. Level 9 to 10 required an additional 5.12 million, culminating in a grand total of 10.22 million to achieve level 10. This was an amount that had previously filled Shen Heng with despair. Each subsequent level would demand a cumulative sum of the previous costs. Although Wang Ji had spent 20 million, it barely sufficed to elevate the vending machine to level 11. Ascending from 11 to 12 would require a staggering 20.48 million. The financial demands would escalate exponentially, becoming a staggering figure. Sitting in the basement, Shen Heng found himself at a loss as to what to purchase. Did the vending machine expect him to provide for the world? This peculiar thought crossed his mind before he shook his head dismissively. Provide for the world? Why should I undertake what even the authorities have not? Moreover, the vending machine requires money as well. After some contemplation, he resolved to purchase additional supplies, including a women's windbreaker tailored to Huo Miao's size. Each jacket cost 500,000, and immediately, his experience bar surged significantly, coupled with the acquisition of numerous food items. The vending machine quickly ascended to level 9, which allowed for the purchase of submachine guns and landmines. Shen Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly began to make purchases. The submachine guns were not cheap, and with the addition of landmines, the experience bar skyrocketed, propelling him directly to level 10. Shen Heng rubbed his hands together in exhilaration. After 3 days of the apocalypse, he would finally possess supernatural powers. It was known that the supernatural fruits would only appear half a month after the apocalypse began, but attaining powers now would give him a head start over others. Just as he prepared to search for the supernatural fruits, a sudden message illuminated the vending machine. The vending machine system is about to upgrade, and the host will receive a gift. Please open the vending machine to claim it after the upgrade is complete. Before Shen Heng could fully comprehend the situation, he found himself tumbling out of his consciousness space. Hey, hey, Shen Heng exclaimed, bewildered, attempting to re-enter the consciousness space but failing miserably. Upon entering, he was engulfed in darkness, with only a glowing line of numbers illuminating the void. 235, 957, 2359, 56235955. The numbers began a slow countdown. This indicated that the vending machine would require 24 hours to complete its system upgrade. Shen Heng scratched his head, glancing at the clock. It was already 2 a.m. This meant he could only access the vending machine again by 2 a.m. the following day. I still have many items in the consciousness space. He had not retrieved the submachine guns and landmines he had just purchased. They had yet to be utilized, and he feared an accidental explosion in the basement could be fatal. Thus, he deemed it safer to keep them in the consciousness space. Who would have thought that after elevating the vending machine to level 10, it would still require a system upgrade? Sighing deeply, Shen Heng lamented. If I had taken out the landmines, I could have had something to do tomorrow, perhaps burying them. Instead, he would have to continue trading and selling supplies. The prospect of visiting the detached villa was also dashed, as the snow vehicle remained stored away. Huo Miao suddenly awoke, rubbing her sleepy eyes. I'll make you some food. No need. I'm not hungry, Shen Heng replied, pulling her into his embrace. Have you been drinking? Huo Miao detected the scent of alcohol. Yes, he admitted. A bemused feeling welled up within Huo Miao as she considered the icy world outside, realizing Shen Heng had been drinking somewhere. Feeling drowsy and having consumed alcohol, Shen Heng soon drifted into a deep slumber, holding Huo Miao close. As she gazed at his face, her brow furrowed when she noticed a single strand of red hair around his neck. Red hair? That clearly belongs to a woman. Moreover, apart from the scent of alcohol, there lingered a subtle fragrance of perfume on Shen Heng, delicate and seemingly of high quality. Had he found a woman? Huo Miao was taken aback. She longed to rouse Shen Heng and inquire, but then reconsidered her own position. What right did she have? She gently extricated herself from Shen Heng's embrace and rose to her feet. The room was warmed by several oil lamps, and a humidifier luxuriously sat on the floor, dispelling any dryness. She pulled aside a corner of the curtain and beheld the swirling snow outside. Indeed, she sighed. In this apocalyptic world, she was merely one of Shen Heng's women. Shen Heng had displayed his prowess before her. With a mere wave of his hand, an abundance of resources could materialize. Just earlier, when Shen Heng had departed, she had seen numerous complaints in her chat group. Many friends were trapped at home, unable to venture outside in the snow. Accustomed to ordering takeout, with their homes stocked only with snacks and little else. In stark contrast, she was still able to enjoy a variety of seafood, fresh vegetables, meat, and even fruits at home. While others huddled in their homes, shivering, she lounged on the sofa in her thin pajamas, playing on her phone. Two girls from her group, who lived together, had gone silent. Some speculated they had starved, while others claimed they had been forcibly taken by men. Compared to other neighborhoods, the Taoyuan community, being an upscale residential area, housed individuals of considerable wealth and restraint. However, in poorly managed old buildings, looting had begun to occur. Those two girls resided in a typical urban village, surrounded by a diverse mix of people. The girls in the chat lamented, each one steeped in pessimism. Huo Miao, living in a villa, free from worry and cherished by Shen Heng, was exceptionally fortunate. What grounds did she have to question him? Moreover, after spending these days together, she had realized that Shen Heng was a man who responded to gentle persuasion rather than harshness. If she displayed anger, he would certainly not show her kindness. Yet if she complied, his mood would brighten considerably. Had Shen Heng gone out to seek another woman today? The thought of him having left her earlier, with those brothers incessantly knocking at the door, sent a tremor through her heart. With his resources, it was only natural he could attract women. Although Huo Miao struggled to accept this mentally, she understood that in this apocalypse, societal rules had all but vanished. In this world, it was candidly stated that men held the spotlight, while women merely adorned the stage. This was an intrinsic truth dictated by physiology. In both intellectual and physical labor, men generally excelled. In the apocalypse, this reality would be magnified. Men with power or capability would command more resources, which naturally included women. In her eyes, Shen Heng was no exception. Historically, men have been known for their romantic pursuits, and particularly in a post-apocalyptic world. A man of substantial resources seeking numerous women was hardly excessive. Huo Miao sighed deeply. This troublesome man, despite my sincere affections and unwavering desire to be with him, why must he seek out other women? Is my worth not sufficient? Huo Miao, being astute, understood that it was more advantageous to be strategic than confrontational. The hair around Shen Heng's neck had already ignited a sense of urgency within her. If one day his new love captured his affection, would she lose his protection? The thought was alarming. Huo Miao's mind raced with anxiety as she furrowed her brow. What should she do? Suddenly, she recalled the sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Muxian living next door. In terms of appearance and character, they were not inferior to her. Moreover, with the bond of sisterhood, they would be a formidable asset. If these sisters could move in and serve Shen Heng alongside her, he would have little time to entertain other women. Huo Miao recognized her own limitations and knew she needed allies. After all, she was the first woman to follow Shen Heng. By inviting them into the villa, they would surely stand united in the future. It was settled. A glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes. Tomorrow morning, she would speak with them. Surely, Shen Heng would not refuse the overture of these eager sisters. Chapter 47. Feng Lu's call. The next day, Shen Heng awoke leisurely, only to find his lovely companion absent. He descended the stairs and discovered Huo Miao clad in an apron, preparing a meal. Hearing the commotion upstairs, she looked up and smiled warmly. You're awake? However, after dressing, he couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. Why should I feel guilty? Even if I were to indulge in infidelity, I need not be concerned about Huo Miao, right? If I hadn't taken her in, she would have perished from the cold. Did she expect to govern my private life? Unbeknownst to him, Huo Miao had already made her preparations. They silently shared their meal, each harboring their own thoughts. Just as they were dining, Shen Heng's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, he was surprised to see a video call from Feng Lu. How brazen of her to initiate a video call. Initially, he considered hanging up, but, glancing at the food on the table, he relaxed and lazily accepted the call. Shen Heng, where are you? Feng Lu inquired, clearly caught off guard by his swift response, her smile faltering. As she finished her question, her eyes widened in disbelief. Where was Shen Heng? She was shivering at home, having just crawled from under the covers to eat a pack of instant noodles. In stark contrast, Shen Heng wore only a light sleep shirt, his complexion rosy, and he was even holding a pan-fried bun. Were they truly living in the same world? I'm at home. Of course, Shen Heng shrugged nonchalantly. What is up? This isn't our home, is it? Feng Lu asked, her tone dry. The decor of the room visible on the edge of the video was distinctly different from her own. Wait, did he have another home? Feng Lu's tone soured. Where are you living? Why didn't you mention you had a place in Jiangqing? Did you buy a house behind my back? What are you implying? Shen Heng grinned, stuffing the bun into his mouth. We're not together anymore, right? Why are you questioning me like that? The bun was fragrant, with juices spilling out as Shen Heng savored it, prompting Feng Lu to swallow hard in envy. What do you mean? Shen Heng chuckled, shaking his head. That sounds like a question I should be asking you, Miss Feng. What is your intention? If there is nothing else, I'll hang up. Wait. Feng Lu interjected hastily. She was ravenous. Although she had purchased a few packs of instant noodles, it was clear that such meager provisions were insufficient. Besides, she felt her own noodles could never compare to those Shen Heng prepared. If he were around, he would never allow her to eat such subpar food. In an instant, tears welled in her eyes as she softly pleaded, Shen Heng, can't you be a little accommodating? I realize my mistakes. Where are you? I miss you so much. Miss me? Shen Heng nearly choked on his bun. How could she utter such nauseating words? He retrieved another phone logged into a secondary account to check the surveillance at Su Chao's house. Subsequently, he chuckled silently. Feng Lu was still cocooned in her blankets. Feng Lu, while on the video call, was oblivious to Su Chao's presence, who was lurking just out of the camera's view, watching eagerly. Indeed, I truly miss you. Feng Lu, with a face full of grievance, murmured, in our previous disputes, you always conceded to me. Why is it that this time you refuse to do so? Don't you love me? Aren't you planning to marry me? Must I bow my head and admit my fault for you to relent? Fine, I acknowledge my mistake now. Are you satisfied? She pouted, please don't be angry with me, okay? Not only did he need to embrace Feng Lu and offer her comfort, but he also had to double his efforts in household chores and prepare a delightful meal for her. Yet, he had now discerned Feng Lu's true nature and was determined not to repeat the past mistakes. Moreover, he cast a glance at the stunning woman seated opposite him. Miao, how could one not relish the company of such beauty? In terms of looks alone, Feng Lu paled in comparison to the three girls from last night. When Shen Heng was with Feng Lu before, he had to tread carefully, always mindful of her moods. Do you genuinely realize your mistakes? Shen Heng deliberately retorted. Indeed. Feng Lu confessed, after leaving you, I realized how foolish and ignorant I had been, failing to cherish what we had. We will never argue again, will we? All right. Shen Heng nodded. Suddenly, he sensed movement beneath his feet. Looking down, he smiled. Upon glancing at Miao, he noted the jealousy etched on her face as she glared at him. You agreed? Feng Lu was momentarily stunned, entirely oblivious to Shen Heng's subtle actions. Since you have admitted your fault, what more is there for me to contest? Shen Heng replied nonchalantly. Was he still considering rekindling his relationship with Feng Lu? Where are you now? I will come find you. Yes, Shen Heng smiled and nodded. Although the consciousness space was now sealed and he could not connect to the vending machine, there remained only a day until the upgrade. Once it was completed, he would possess extraordinary powers. There was no need to worry about Feng Lu revealing his location. Furthermore, he had 2 handguns and a powerful crossbow in his pocket. If any fool dared to come looking for him, it would be the perfect opportunity to resolve matters and assert dominance in the neighborhood. Are you still in Taiyuan community? Feng Lu's eyes widened in urgency. Have you bought another house? When did you make that purchase? How was I unaware? Realizing her words were heavy, she added with a look of grievance. Did you not hand over your monthly manuscript fees to me? When did you secretly stash away so much money? You still do not regard me as your girlfriend. Distant relatives? Why have I never heard you mention that? Feng Lu pouted, while Su Chao anxiously nudged her, signaling her to get to the point. What does it matter at this point? I am on the verge of starving to death. He had just witnessed Shen Heng indulging in pan-fried buns, with grease glistening on his lips, making Su Chao nearly swallow his tongue in envy. It had been snowing for 4 days, and Shen Heng was still able to enjoy such delicacies. It was simply unimaginable. His distant relative's house must be stocked with an abundance of supplies. Coughing to indicate that Su Chao should stay out of sight to avoid revealing their ruse, Su Chao sulkily curled up in a corner. What's wrong? Shen Heng, having seen their little antics through another phone, feigned ignorance and asked, Is there anyone else with you? No, not at all. Feng Lu awkwardly laughed. I am at home. Is that so? Shen Heng raised an eyebrow in surprise. But the decor behind you resembles Su Chao's place. Didn't you say your home was broken into, and all your warm clothes and blankets were stolen? So where did this blanket come from? Chapter 48. Doubtsa. Upon hearing Shen Heng's inquiry, Feng Lu was left speechless. It was Su Chao beside her who managed to force a smile, leaning into the camera and awkwardly saying, Shen Heng, your house was burglarized, and there were no warm clothes left. Feng Lu was nearly freezing to death. Thank goodness I let her come to my home and lent her a few of my warm clothes. By the way, as good brothers, you wouldn't doubt that I would get involved with her, would you? Of course not. You are my good brother. Shen Heng emphasized the words good brother. That's a relief. Su Chao sighed in relief. I knew it. Rest assured, Feng Lu has been staying at my place these past few days, and I have taken good care of her. However, As you know, there isn't much food at my house. We have run out of everything. And I had to bargain with that guy in the community selling supplies to buy a few packs of instant noodles. That guy is a crook. One pack costs $1,000. Once you and Feng Lu are reunited, you must remember my kindness. I bought her overpriced instant noodles. That is certain. Shen Heng smiled and nodded. Huo Miao is with you too, right? With your girlfriend nearby, how could I worry that you would fool around with Feng Lu? Huo Miao had already perceived the playful tone in Shen Heng's words and understood he was teasing them. A smile returned to her face. Last night, Shen Heng had not played cards with her, and she missed him. Oh, she is definitely here. Su Chao, eager to avoid provoking Shen Heng's ire, could only nod in agreement. She just went to the bathroom. She has been accompanying Feng Lu these days, and they are staying in the secondary bedroom. So do not worry about my good brother trying to steal your girl. Hearing Su Chao mention her name in the video, Huo Miao silently scoffed. Yet, when she glanced at Shen Heng, her eyes were filled with affection. Oh, Shen Heng nodded. By the way, where are you now? We are nearly starving. And by the way, I see you look quite warm. We are coming to find you. Wait a moment. Shen Heng picked up a bowl of wontons from the table, blew on them, and after consuming a couple, he slurped down some broth. The sounds clear on the other end of the call. Feng Lu and Su Chao watched in envy, their mouths watering. They felt as though their stomachs were being tightly squeezed. Shen Heng, we are on the brink of starvation and freezing. You must speak up. Do you not love your little Lu anymore? Feng Lu's voice quivered with a hint of tears. Listening to her delicate tone, Shen Heng nearly spat out the soup in his mouth. Su Chao, we have been brothers for years. It's not that I do not want you to come over. I have my own difficulties. Shen Heng grabbed a leftover lobster from the table. He had intended to throw it away, but Huo Miao could not bear to waste food, so she had reheated it in the morning. In fact, she had saved that single lobster for Shen Heng instead of eating it herself. Although he was not particularly hungry, this leftover lobster was the perfect prop at that moment. Su Chao and Feng Lu stared intently at the lobster in Shen Heng's hand. There is still a lobster? Eating lobster this early in the day? How extravagant. What difficulties do you have? Su Chao gazed at the lobster in Shen Heng's hand, watching as he leisurely peeled off the shell, his throat desperately swallowing saliva. Feng Lu's eyes were fixated on the lobster. Though she did not speak, it was clear that all she could think about was that lobster. Though we are brothers, it seems somewhat inappropriate for my girlfriend to stay at your place after our quarrel. If this gets out, how will I face others? Shen Heng shook his head, helplessly saying, you just mentioned that Huo Miao is staying with Feng Lu. It's not that I do not trust you, but you should at least have Huo Miao tell me. That way, I can feel better about it. Just let Huo Miao video call me, and I will believe you. After all, Huo Miao often works late. I even suspect she isn't home. If she isn't there, then you have a man and a woman together in a room for 2 or 3 days, and Feng Lu has already quarreled with me. I fear she might retaliate and purposely get involved with you. Upon hearing this, Feng Lu's eyes widened. Shen Heng, do you really not trust me? Do you think I am that kind of casual woman? What have I become in your eyes? If you are unwilling, it only proves you have something to hide. Why do you think I would bring you two over? Shen Heng shook his head. With such heavy snow outside and my supplies dwindling, I can't afford to share too much. He rose and walked into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator and switching to the rear camera. If I were to eat alone, there is enough food here to last me several days. But if you all come over, that adds several more mouths to feed. What if you betray me? Bringing you over would make me look foolish. Feng Lu was about to retort angrily, but Su Chao held her back. You do have a point, he said. He raised his voice and called out, Huo Miao Miao Miao. After a few attempts, Su Chao chuckled awkwardly. It seems Miao Miao might have an upset stomach. Then wait until she's finished before sending me a video. Shen Heng abruptly ended the video call. What more was there to discuss? Did they expect him to rekindle old flames with Feng Lu? Huo Miao, her cheeks flushed, playfully glanced at Shen Heng. Aren't you satisfied with what you have? Or is it that I can't compare to Feng Lu's allure? She teasingly adjusted her thin nightgown. Shen Heng could no longer contain himself. He scooped Huo Miao into his arms, and they both tumbled onto the spacious sofa. Meanwhile, Su Chao was still trying to speak when he suddenly realized Shen Heng had hung up, leaving him momentarily stunned. What do we do now? Feng Lu's expression darkened. Shen Heng actually doubts our relationship. Of course he does. If Huo Miao stays at Shen Heng's for 3 days, I wouldn't trust her either. He's useless, but not stupid. Su Chao warned. Don't act too brazenly in front of him. If he regains his composure, your charms won't work on him. Be more seductive. Like how you are with me. No man can resist your enticing gaze. Use your strengths wisely, understand? Me seduce him? Feng Lu grimaced. If you don't want to, then forget it. Su Chao replied coldly. I saw his refrigerator packed with food. Even steak, pig trotters, chicken feet, and ribs. Upon hearing about the food, Feng Lu felt her mouth watering. It had been 4 days since she had eaten anything but instant noodles. She felt like she was starving. All right, I'll listen to you. She quickly agreed. Is that enough? Not quite. Su Chao sighed, frowning. Shen Heng has to see Huo Miao in person. But given the cold weather, Huo Miao won't forgive me if she discovers our relationship. After a pause, his eyes suddenly lit up. I have an idea. Huo Miao must be curled up at the company right now. If I appeal to her emotions and reason, and tell her that if she cooperates, I will rescue her. Surely she will agree. Then we can split the food at Shen Heng's. She must be starving too. He eagerly picked up his phone and dialed Huo Miao's number. Chapter 49. Su Chao's plan. Huo Miao's phone rang. Who is it? She frowned. This call was quite inconsiderate. So annoying. Upon looking at the screen, she saw it was Su Chao calling. She furrowed her brow, contemplating hanging up. Just pick it up and listen, Shen Heng said with a smile. Huo Miao sighed. having grown accustomed to following Shen Heng's advice. Despite her reluctance to speak with Su Chao, she felt compelled to answer the call since Shen Heng had spoken. Hello. She answered coldly. Meow meow, you finally answered. Su Chao exclaimed eagerly. After several attempts, Huo Miao had finally picked up, and he was overjoyed. However, he hadn't considered that if Huo Miao had stayed at the company all this time, she might have already frozen to death. Everyone was dressed for summer, and the air conditioning was no longer operational. Who could endure such conditions? Is there something you want? Huo Miao asked frostily. Right, you're still at the company, aren't you? Su Chao coughed lightly. What of it? Huo Miao scoffed. I know that your company doesn't have much food, and given this cold weather, Su Chao continued. Huo Miao, even though we've broken up, as your ex-boyfriend, I still wish for your well-being. You're in a bind, and I can help you. Oh. Huo Miao scoffed, her voice dripping with sarcasm. She had switched to speaker mode so Shen Heng could hear everything clearly. How are you going to solve my problem? Aren't you cozy with Feng Lu and Taiyuan community? How can you possibly help me from so far away? I absolutely can. Su Chao quickly replied. Shen Heng has a plethora of supplies. It's been snowing for 4 days, and his refrigerator is stuffed. Plus, his place seems warm. He is only wearing a thin nightgown. Huo Miao, you must know that air conditioning is ineffective in this weather, right? Don't you want to stay in his warm home? Huo Miao remained silent, casting a flirtatious glance at Shen Heng. I'm not just staying over, I've been with this man. Feng Lu and I want to move into Shen Heng's place, but he suspects something inappropriate between us. At this point, Su Chao had no intention of hiding anything. He spoke candidly. He wants you to prove that you've been staying with Feng Lu in another room at our place these past few days. So I need your help. Of course, I know you want the help for free, so I hope we can cooperate. How do you propose we cooperate? Huo Miao asked lightly, noticing Shen Heng signaling her. You just need to send a video to Shen Heng, proving that you've been living with Feng Lu. And you don't need to worry about being accused of cheating. Help me? Are you joking? Huo Miao retorted mockingly. You couldn't even pick me up in the downpour, and now with all this snow, what do you expect to do? You just want to use me. Why don't you believe me? Su Chao pressed, growing anxious. Why would I lie to you at this point? After a moment of hesitation, he continued. Near your company is Jiangqing's university town, and I have a younger sister living in a housing complex there. I'll have her pick you up. I asked her. And she usually stocks up on food, so if you go there, you won't have to worry about food and drink for a while. After a few days when the snow calms down, I'll have her bring you back. This should work, right? How will she come get me? Huo Miao scoffed, shaking her head. Am I a fool? I've never heard you mention a sister before. And even if she has food stored, why would she share it with me? What isn't it for her? Su Chao hesitated, glancing at Feng Lu beside him. But with his stomach growling, he gritted his teeth and said, She is someone I dated before. She even had my child, but I didn't agree to marry her, and I made her have an abortion. Yet she still has feelings for me and will do whatever I ask. You should believe me now, right? By the way, she is a skier and has the equipment. Do you think this distance would pose a problem for her if the snow stops? The main thing is that she has skis, so she can go out easily. He had called her earlier, and she agreed to help. Now it's up to your attitude, Su Chao said, closing his eyes and revealing everything. Feng Lu widened her eyes in disbelief as she stared at Su Chao. You claimed that was your good friend, didn't you? Feng Lu asked, bewildered. Su Chao sighed with a bitter smile. Xiao Lu, I did deceive you, but I had no choice. I truly have feelings for you. Rest assured. I have severed ties with her completely. Everything I am doing now is merely to ensure our survival. I swear I will have no further dealings with her. As long as we can survive, I will erase all her contact information immediately. You lied to me, you deceived me. Feng Lu's expression turned frenzied as she clawed at Su Chao's face with her sharp nails. Enough. Su Chao pushed her away, his voice rising in anger. Feng Lu, if you continue this way, do not blame me for turning against you. What time is it? Why are you being so childish? If we stay hungry any longer, we will surely perish. If you wish to die, do it on your own. I have no desire to accompany you. Feng Lu paused, and this time, she fell silent, refraining from further aggression. Seeing her calm, Su Chao could not help but embrace her, speaking softly. I have nothing to do with that woman anymore. Just as I have broken up with Huo Miao, we will have no other connections. I intend to marry you, so have faith. Really? Feng Lu inquired. Of course. Su Chao attempted to reassure her, but was interrupted by Huo Miao. All right, I understand. I will contact Shen Heng now. While Su Chao and Feng Lu argued, Shen Heng had already leaned in close to her ear, discreetly instructing her to do so. Shen Heng was curious to see if there truly existed a woman so infatuated that she would go to such lengths for someone like Su Chao. After all, in the university district, even if the distance was short, venturing out in such weather was perilous unless one had a snow vehicle, otherwise, one would likely freeze to death. Su Chao was that charming. He found it hard to believe. Chapter 50. Prices have doubled in this frigid climate. Shen Heng had no intention of allowing Su Chao and Feng Lu to die easily at home. It was only the 4th day of the apocalypse. If it was that simple to perish, it would be rather dull. There were still many days of the impending ice age ahead. He would deal with them when he no longer wished to play this game. However, this time frame was limited to 15 days into the apocalypse. After all, on the 15th day, the ability fruits would appear. If Su Chao obtained an ability fruit and activated ice powers, resolving the situation would become quite troublesome. Shen Heng was unwilling to leave himself with potential threats. Let us extend your lives for another 10 days. Do you agree? Su Chao beamed with a smile. Huo Miao coldly hung up the phone. After setting her phone down, she pouted. Why do you still want me to collaborate with him? Don't you find it amusing? Staying cooped up at home all day offers little entertainment. Consider it a spectacle. Shen Heng chuckled. Rest assured, I won't let them in, and more importantly, I no longer harbor any feelings for Feng Lu. A woman like that wouldn't even warrant a second glance from me. My eyes only have room for you. My darling. Hubby. Huo Miao offered a passionate kiss. She felt touched yet couldn't help but sigh. If your heart only has room for me, then there wouldn't be any other woman's red hair around your neck. After all, Shen Heng was fully armed when he left, unless he had been intimate with a woman. How could he possibly have hair on his neck? What if that woman really came to our company, and I wasn't there? After a moment of kissing, Huo Miao suddenly recalled this concern and inquired. That's simple, Shen Heng chuckled. Didn't you already call your female colleagues at work? Just make another call. Upon hearing his words, Huo Miao chuckled and shook her head before dialing Ling Ling's number. This was the female colleague she had contacted previously. She wondered if Ling Ling had frozen to death yet. As soon as the phone rang, Ling Ling answered. Huo Miao, why are you calling me? Her voice dripped with resentment. Previously, she had pleaded with Huo Miao for help, but how had Huo Miao responded? She told them to perish. Are you curious if we're alive or dead? Sorry, we're doing just fine. Would you like to have a video call to see for yourself? Ling Ling curled up her body closer to the fire. Not just me. Many of our colleagues are still alive. Ling Ling sneered, including President Wang and the others. Beside her sat several dispirited colleagues. When they had contacted others, everyone had rallied together, but their friends and family were unable to come to their aid. After 4 days, they had nearly all given up hope. Even upon receiving Huo Miao's call, they merely glanced at it before lowering their heads, listlessly tossing pieces of wood from dismantled desks into the fire. Ling Ling, do you want to live? Huo Miao ignored Ling Ling's scorn and spoke directly. Of course. Who doesn't want to live? Ling Ling mocked, but you needn't put it that way. You want to flaunt how well you're doing, right? I don't want to hear it. If you wish to survive, you'd best listen to what I have to say. At this, Ling Ling fell silent. I have an online friend, one of those wonderful sisters I met on the internet, who lives near the company. She is a professional skier and can easily reach the company to rescue you. Huo Miao continued. I am safe now, but I feel guilty towards you. Hence, I lied to her, saying I was still at the company, just to ensure you could leave smoothly. Ling Ling's pupils constricted, and she remained silent. I already mentioned she is an online friend, so she has never seen my photo, only knows my name is Huo Miao. Huo Miao added. When she arrives at the company, I will message you in advance. Once you meet her, just say you are Huo Miao, and she will take you away. If you are unwilling, I will contact other colleagues. I am willing, Ling Ling exclaimed excitedly. However, her voice had risen a bit too loud, and she quickly shrank back, clutching her phone and stepping outside. Once in the hallway, she hurriedly asked, Huo Miao, what you just said is true. Would I lie to you? Huo Miao rolled her eyes. And no, that's not what I meant. In any case, if I can leave the company, I will be incredibly grateful to you. Ling Ling's eyes brimmed with tears. As long as I can leave the company and survive, I, Feng Ling, will never forget this great kindness for the rest of my life. Don't make a fuss. Keep it a secret from the others, understand? Huo Miao instructed. Ling Ling nodded vigorously. The fatigue and cold of recent days vanished in an instant. However, Feng Ling was unaware that while she was on the phone in the hallway, Wang Qingguang was lurking behind a nearby door, his eyes gleaming as he watched her. Huo Miao hung up the phone and turned to Shen Heng. Don't rush. Let them stew for a bit, Shen Heng replied, glancing at the surveillance. Su Chao had managed to soothe Feng Lu, and the two were embracing once more. How had he never noticed before that Feng Lu was so easily appeased? Or perhaps this woman had her heart completely tied to Su Chao, completely devoted to him. Shen Heng zoomed in on the surveillance, scrutinizing Su Chao's various quarters. He recalled quite clearly that Feng Lu had purchased 4 sausages and 8 bags of instant noodles from him. What he did not expect was that these two fools had devoured all the instant noodles. The bags of instant noodles and sausages were carelessly strewn about on the floor, matching the quantity perfectly. After starving for so long, they consumed 8 bags of instant noodles in a single day without fearing they might burst. Now they were hungry again. Shen Heng lazily picked up his phone and sent a message in the homeowner group. Politeness breeds prosperity. Supplies are still available for sale. However, given the weather shows no sign of improvement, my stock is limited. Today, the prices of supplies have doubled. That means 1 bag of instant noodles will cost 2,000 yuan, and 1 sausage the same price, and so on. Tomorrow, based on the weather conditions, prices may be adjusted. Supplies are limited today, first come, first served. Several individuals cursed and complained about Shen Heng's exorbitant prices. Originally, 1,000 yuan was already outrageous, and now he was doubling it. A package of instant noodles for 2,000? How many boxes can you buy with 2,000 yuan? Shortly after, Shen Heng received a private message from the property manager. Brother, would you like me to pin the message you just sent? I have already muted those fools who insulted you. His words were laced with flattery. You didn't kick them out of the group, did you? Shen Heng asked. Of course not. I wouldn't dare do that without your orders. The property manager hurriedly explained. That's good. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. Manager Zhang, is there not much food at home? I'll be trading in the underground passage shortly. You should come down as well. Don't be at the front. Be the last one, and I'll get you some supplies. Sure, thank you, brother. If you need anything, just let me know. The property manager's eyes sparkled with gratitude. This brother is quite savvy. He directly added Shen Heng to various groups in the Taoyuan community, beginning to promote him. With just a few taps on his phone, gifts were being delivered. It was merely a small favor for a brother. Moreover, he felt somewhat guilty for receiving Shen Heng's resources for free, so he was determined to promote him vigorously. Meanwhile, more people in the group began to fervently add Shen Heng as a friend. Just yesterday, they were skeptical about Shen Heng's vast resources. Many were still doubtful as they purchased supplies from the underground passage. But today, their skepticism had vanished entirely, especially upon seeing the words limited supplies, first come, first served. They became frantic, scrambling to make contact. Yesterday, only about 100 people had reached out to him, which was a mere drop in the bucket for a large community of 7,000 households. Yet, people were now convinced of the power of harmonious wealth. He had a wealth of supplies. Thus, even if prices doubled today, the owners, starving and desperate, started contacting Shen Heng one by one. Of course, many were hoarding supplies as well. It had only been 4 days, and those accustomed to cooking still had plenty to eat. However, the scarcity of water posed a significant problem. Even if they had food at home, one cannot survive without water, can they? They too began reaching out to Shen Heng. After melting, isn't it just water without roots? It lacks nutrition, but surely it won't kill anyone? Just as everyone was seeking supplies from Shen Heng, someone suddenly posted in the owner group, "Damn, don't drink the snow outside. My neighbor's family of 3 went outside to gather some snow, drank it, and all of them died." Chapter 51. The snow is poisonous. This statement stirred a tempest of fear. The owners who had initially sought supplies were taken aback. Someone trembled and asked, "Is that true? My dad just went downstairs to get some snow. He drank it only a few minutes ago. The snow is poisonous." Another voice followed, this time in a voice message. "I just drank snow water. It's so disgusting, and I feel dizzy." The voice abruptly stopped. A chill ran down everyone's spine. Although they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they were still shaken. "My friend is downstairs. He told me to drink some snow water, but now I can't reach him." Messages poured in, sending shivers down everyone's backs. At this moment, the individual who had inquired earlier tagged Shen Heng in despair. "Harmonious wealth, do you have any medicine? My dad is vomiting constantly. He drank the snow water just a few minutes ago and is already..." He paused, overwhelmed. "I have money. If you save my dad, I'll give you 100,000. No, 200,000. The group fell silent. Shen Heng shook his head. In his past life, someone had died after drinking snow water. Hence, he had always avoided it, even making sure to keep snow away from himself. Later, he discovered a shop selling drinking water, which solved his issue with hydration. Similarly, this life too would witness deaths from drinking snow. Shen Heng was not a saint. He had no desire to offer reminders. In this apocalyptic world, too many people died for him to save. Reflecting on his previous life, it seemed that it was indeed snow water that led to death 4 days into the apocalypse. He never expected it to be the same this time. "Harmonious wealth, I'm sorry, but I'm not a doctor. I can't save anyone." The individual fell silent, presumably in despair. However, at this moment, someone in the group spoke up. "A leaf knows autumn. Harmonious wealth, do you have any laxatives, emetics, or antibiotics? I'm a doctor and hope to help in any way I can." "A doctor?" Shen Heng raised an eyebrow. He was secure at home, yet in this frigid weather, he might find himself in need of a doctor. Besides, he didn't particularly enjoy relying on the blue pills. Who knows? If Miao were to become pregnant in the future, he might need a doctor to assist with the delivery. Though in the midst of an apocalypse, Shen Heng still hoped to have his own child. With the vending machine, even if he had a child, he wouldn't face any difficulties. If possible, he hoped to make use of this doctor. "Harmonious wealth, a leaf knows autumn. I do have medicine, but the laxative is 50,000. The emetic is 80,000. And the antibiotics are 100,000. If you want all of them, it's 200,000 for the package." Previously, Shen Heng had gone on a shopping spree to upgrade the vending machine, and naturally, he had stocked up on medicine. Now, with the outside world freezing at dozens of degrees below zero, Shen Heng, being an ordinary person, could easily catch a cold. Should anything happen to him, it would be far too regrettable. Not just cold medicine, he had procured quite a few other medications as well. After gaining his abilities in his previous life, his physical condition improved significantly, including his cold resistance. But now, he had no abilities, so to ensure his safety, he placed medication on par with food. Moreover, medications don't take up much space. In the wine cellar, Miao had already organized the medicines, neatly stacking them in a corner. "A leaf knows autumn. 200,000 is too expensive. Why don't you go rob a bank?" The group erupted in outrage. "Harmonious wealth, if you think it's expensive, you don't have to buy it. I'll reiterate, I'm just a businessman, not a charity." A leaf knows autumn fell silent. He felt he had been maneuvered into a corner. After all, he had just stated in the group that he would pay 200,000 if someone could provide treatment. Damn it, this guy really asked him for 200,000. The key was that he truly did not have that much money. "A leaf knows autumn. These medications are not particularly expensive. You don't need to inflate the price like this, do you? Even as a businessman, you should possess some human compassion, right? Harmonious wealth, money isn't made this way. Harmonious wealth, a leaf knows autumn. If you don't want to buy, then keep quiet. You're not a saint. You can pay for it." Shen Heng scoffed. "So what if you were a doctor?" There were many people living in this community. There was certainly more than one doctor. But ordinary people wouldn't typically stock laxatives and emetics. "I won't sell them to you. You figure it out." After all, many people had also gone outside to shovel snow and drink snow water. If I sold the medications cheaply, they would swarm in to snatch them up. How could I upgrade the vending machine then? A leaf knows autumn fell silent. Although the others in the group didn't dare to criticize Shen Heng, some began to offer suggestions. Maple by the river, a leaf knows autumn. There's a hospital right next to our community. Why don't you try going there? Fantasy candy. Yes, it's not far from the community. The hospital must have those medications. Old Wong. 200,000 is outrageous. Harmonious wealth. Why don't you go rob a bank? This is just outrageous. Shen Heng, having refused to sell food to Old Wong, was now beyond caring. At that moment, a leaf knows autumn spoke up in the group. Unit 2602, Building 16. Ning Yao sighed. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses and looked helplessly at her phone, observing the conversations in the owner group. The blizzard obscured the sky, and she hadn't eaten anything for over a day. Moreover, her husband works at a research institute, which is quite distant from the Taiyuan community. Since yesterday, she has been unable to reach him. As a physician, her primary vocation is to save lives. Thus, even while enduring hunger, upon seeing a distress signal from someone, she instinctively reaches out to offer assistance. Naturally, if her efforts to heal could also procure some food in return, that would be even better. Her online alias is a leaf knows autumn. However, she was taken aback when she discovered that the local tycoon in the group was selling a medic, laxative, and antibiotics at exorbitant prices. Although she possesses some wealth, it is unreasonable for her to finance medication for others in the group. Regrettably, she lacked these medicines at home. After exiting the group chat, she inquired with her colleagues at the hospital. The on-call staff were not faring well. They were all huddled in the hospital. The hospital's vast expanse meant the cafeteria was a considerable distance from the inpatient wing. In such frigid weather, the entrance on the first floor was entirely covered in snow, rendering it impossible for them to reach the cafeteria. Had the colleagues resorted to drinking snowmelt? A weight settled in Ning Yao's heart, and she quickly cautioned, please, do not continue drinking that. It must be contaminated. There was no need to elaborate. She had to go save lives. Setting down her phone, Ning Yao rubbed her temples. Her face etched with despair. She bit her lip, closing her eyes in anguish. Chapter 52. The sense of crisis for Huo Miao. As a distinguished medical doctor who has studied abroad, Ning Yao is exceptionally skilled in her craft. At not yet 30 years of age, she has already ascended to the position of head of the emergency department, accustomed to the cycle of life and death. The current apocalyptic scenario, coupled with her husband's unavailability and her prolonged exposure to the cold and hunger, made her acutely aware that her husband had likely encountered some misfortune. The research institute where her husband worked was a sterile chemistry laboratory, devoid of any provisions, containing only precision instruments. How could one possibly survive in such an environment? Moreover, her husband had no habit of carrying a charger. Even if he were alive, he would now be confined within the laboratory, and his phone had likely run out of battery long ago. She could not even step outside, let alone search for him, feeling utterly powerless. Someone in the homeowners group had tagged her. Ning Yao felt a tinge of disappointment, but still opened the group chat. She was taken aback. She had not anticipated that her helpless suggestion would elicit such disdain from others. Am I in league with that money-grubbing individual? She thought incredulously. Anger coursed through her, causing her to tremble as she typed furiously. Yet, just as she was about to hit send, she paused, ultimately deleting her message. Regardless of the circumstances, she identified herself as a doctor from the Jiangxing People's Hospital's emergency department, named Ning Yao. She had just spoken with her colleagues, and many within the hospital had also resorted to drinking snowmelt. Their supplies of medication were completely depleted, and even if one sought them now, it would be futile. Subsequently, she shared screenshots of her conversations with her colleagues. Old Wong fell silent. Li Li, anxious, exclaimed, Dr. Ning, I have heard of you. What should I do? My father. Your father has the financial means. I suggest you approach that money-driven individual for medication. If that fails, there are no other viable options. You must decide for yourself. As a doctor, she had witnessed too much in terms of life and death, and merely offered the most pragmatic advice. Whether the patient's family chose to heed it was beyond her concern. Old Wong retorted, look at that. You claim you're not in cahoots. What other suggestions do you have besides soliciting that profit-driven scoundrel for supplies? Ning Yao's temper flared. Do you have a better idea, Old Wong? If you can save them, then by all means, take the lead. Old Wong fell silent again. Shen Heng, wearing a smile, reclined on the sofa with Huo Miao, enjoying the unfolding drama in the group. This group was indeed lively. He mused, by the way, Old Wong will be the first to perish. A cold smirk crossed Shen Heng's lips. Let us see if you'll be the first to starve when I withhold supplies. He rose to gather provisions, aware that today his access to the conscious space was locked, and he would need to transport everything on his own. However, he knew he could no longer sell thick quilts today. He would only offer more convenient food items, such as instant noodles and bread. This approach was beneficial. The homeowners would soon realize the limited nature of what he was selling and would likely scramble to purchase them, allowing him to inflate the prices. He and Huo Miao filled burlap sacks with supplies, binding them to a bicycle. The bicycle's basket, sides, and rear seat were all stuffed with bulging sacks. Fortunately, the underground passage was spacious and devoid of people, enabling Shen Heng to wobble onto his bike and ride forward. To avoid drawing attention, he layered a thick outer jacket over the system-selected tactical jacket. Although this made him appear somewhat bulky, it did not significantly hinder his movement. The system-selected tactical jacket was, in essence, akin to a fitted garment. In this apocalyptic world, while others were bundled in heavy clothing weighing over 10 pounds, Shen Heng's attire was comparatively lightweight. I'm off. Shen Heng flashed a smile at Huo Miao and gave her a quick kiss. Take care. Huo Miao nodded obediently. Though she was still uncertain about Shen Heng's motives for selling supplies, and aware that their stock in the basement was dwindling, she wisely refrained from asking questions. If Shen Heng was reluctant to share, then she should not pry. However, she couldn't shake off the image of the red hair around his neck, which she found somewhat difficult to accept. It was evident that Shen Heng would attract many women. With his vast resources, it was inevitable that women would vie for his attention. Rather than let that unfold, she resolved to establish her own position as the first among his harem. If she solidified her place in his heart, she would be the matriarch. Furthermore, she intended to cultivate good relations with each of Shen Heng's women and stand united with them. Only then could her own security be assured. She turned her gaze towards the securely shut door of the underground passage of Villa Number 3, her eyes narrowing. If she could introduce a few more women into Shen Heng's life, he would be overwhelmed. In such a scenario, he would scarcely have time to seek pleasures outside. Although she contemplated knocking on the door, she feared exposing herself. In this apocalyptic context, even if the underground passage was deserted, it was best not to linger outside. Upon returning home, Huo Miao noticed Shen Heng's old phone still resting on the sofa. This was his previous device, logged into his original WeChat account. He now carried a new phone, designated for business dealings under the alias Harmonious and Profitable, lacking access to the conscious space. Shen Heng had to minimize the items he carried, leaving the old phone behind. Shen Heng's phone was still here. Huo Miao's eyes brightened as she quickly picked it up. Shen Heng had long since shared the password with her, as he was a devoted admirer of Feng Lu and had no secrets to keep. He had also recently informed Huo Miao that this phone could be used to monitor Su Cha and Feng Lu, allowing her to keep an eye on the pair. This arrangement worked to her advantage. Huo Miao unlocked the phone and promptly located Yang Jinxian's WeChat. She shared her contact card with herself and added Yang Jinxian using her own device. Chapter 53. The younger brother, Gui Yuping Shen Heng. Unaware of Huo Miao's plans to secure herself a place among his future wives, would surely commend her if he knew what a clever and considerate partner she was. Moreover, she intended to invite not one, but two sisters into the fold. Such a wife was a rarity, even in dreams. Currently, he struggled to ride his bicycle southward. Fortunately, the underground passage was level and spacious. Though pedaling was laborious, it was still far superior to dragging sacks on foot. After the system upgrade, I am determined to purchase a pickup truck. Shen Heng, panting heavily, mused to himself, driving a pickup to transport supplies will be exhausting. Arriving at his designated spot, he unloaded the burlap sacks onto the ground before sitting down on a small stool. Subsequently, he sent a message in the owner group. I have arrived. Those wishing to purchase supplies, please come down now. However, supplies are limited. Once they are gone, they are gone. Do not utter any nonsense about reservations. I only recognize money, not people. As soon as this message was sent, people began to emerge swiftly. The benevolent and profit-driven individual had made it clear. He only recognized money, not people. A young man dashed towards Shen Heng, glanced at the burlap sacks, and inquired, Brother, are you selling everything here as a bundle? Bundle? Shen Heng replied, astonished. The young man nodded. I saw you say you only recognize money, not people, so I wanted to ask if you would sell everything to me. If not, that is fine. I can buy normally. Shen Heng studied him. The young man appeared to be of similar age, exuding a sense of maturity paired with sharp intelligence and sincere eyes. His humble speech left a favorable impression on Shen Heng. Why do you wish to buy everything? Shen Heng asked. The young man had already been waiting in the underground passage, eager to meet the benevolent trader privately. No worries, just speak to me. If you can convince me, I won't sell to anyone else, even if they arrive, Shen Heng said with interest. All right, Gui Yuping? Shen Heng was taken aback. That name sounded vaguely familiar. He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, after Song Zhengming unified the northern city, he gained a strategist named Gui Yuping. Among the various forces in the city, Song Zhengming was unparalleled, and others were wary of his encroachment. Initially, he had planned to advance westward, gradually consuming territory. However, after bringing Gui Yuping under his command, he unexpectedly changed his strategy, opting to fortify the north and manage his resources. Meanwhile, other factions in Jiangcheng, seeing no movement from Song Zhengming, began to clash among themselves. When Shen Heng met his demise, the other forces were embroiled in conflict while Song Zhengming remained inactive. He certainly did not believe that the madman had such strategic foresight. Now, Gui Yuping's earnest words stirred within Shen Heng a desire to take him under his wing. Regardless of whether he was the same Gui Yuping, he seemed quite astute, and it would be worthwhile to grant him an opportunity. Shen Heng squinted, observing the crowd forming behind Gui Yuping. The young man noticed too, appearing somewhat anxious. He had been watching the group for 2 days and had even observed Shen Heng's transactions yesterday. This benevolent trader had an overwhelming amount of supplies, everything one could desire. Even oil essence. Gui Yuping was nearly envious to tears. Unfortunately, he had only observed yesterday and had not prearranged a purchase with Shen Heng. Today, he had added Shen Heng on WeChat, expressing his desire to buy oil essence, but Shen Heng had informed him that it was temporarily out of stock. However, before Gui Yuping could feel disappointed, Shen Heng explained that oil essence would be available tomorrow. This revelation astonished him. Given the inconvenient weather, it was surprising that this mysterious trader could have supplies today, and even more so, restock by tomorrow. Such a notion seemed absurd. Thus, he boldly approached to inquire about the benevolent trader. Despite the trader's seemingly irritable demeanor, Gui Yuping had deduced from the group discussions that he was quite reasonable. He would not intervene in normal discussions, but would swiftly silence shameless remarks from others like Old Wang. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity, Shen Heng nodded. I will sell you these supplies as a package. He gestured to the burlap sacks for Guo Yuping to inspect, then asked, I want to disclose the quantity. You may propose a suitable price. He intended to test the young man's judgment. Guo Yuping hesitated. You want me to set the price? He leaned in, scrutinizing the sacks, and tentatively suggested, I estimate you have around 5 boxes of instant noodles, approximately 140 packets, and about 80 loaves of bread, calculating at 2,000 per packet. That totals around 440,000. If you are willing to sell these, I can round it up to 500,000. Is that acceptable? Sharp-eyed indeed. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. Yesterday, when he had come to the square and retrieved supplies from his consciousness space, he had indeed brought a substantial amount. Today, he had only transported a limited quantity on his old bicycle, which aligned closely with Guo Yuping's estimates. All right, we have a deal at 500,000. Shen Heng affirmed. I will sell you everything. But remember, I will not sell to those I have already mentioned in the group. Guo Yuping nodded eagerly. Those you wish to cut off are my enemies. Excellent. Shen Heng grinned. I will observe you for a few days. If you prove suitable, I will consider you one of my own, and I shall provide your family with provisions free of charge, as long as you remain honest in following me. I would be more than willing. Guo Yuping exclaimed joyfully, never expecting that this powerful figure would take him under his wing and provide for him. Despite his own assets from the used car business, most were tied up in vehicles, and his cash flow was limited. If Shen Heng continued to sell at this rate, the prices for supplies would double in a few days, which he could not bear. But now, with this opportunity presented to him, what was there to hesitate about? Guo Yuping was ready to kneel in gratitude. Shen Heng stopped him, saying, let us proceed with the transaction first. Guo Yuping transferred the money to Shen Heng. Shen Heng instructed, these supplies are now entirely yours. You may dispose of them as you wish. Keep them for yourself or sell them. I will not interfere. However, I advise you to keep enough for today, as I will bring better provisions tomorrow. Tomorrow, his consciousness space would unlock, offering an abundance of items, rendering concerns over bread and instant noodles unnecessary. Understood, I shall heed your words. Guo Yuping nodded vigorously. Additionally, here is a gift. Shen Heng produced a dagger, discreetly offering it to Guo Yuping while lowering his voice. In these dire times, one cannot discern the hearts of men. This is for your self-defense. Thank you, esteemed one. Guo Yuping accepted the dagger, overwhelmed with gratitude and at a loss for words. By the way, my surname is Shen. You may call me Brother Shen, Shen Heng said, patting Guo Yuping's shoulder before riding his bicycle towards Unit 2 of Building 4. In his basket, he carried a small bag containing supplies for the property manager. He found himself oddly yearning to see the plump fellow after a day apart. Of course, it was the property manager's wife, Bai Shuwan, from his school days, whom he truly missed. In his previous life, the property manager, short on food, had sent Bai Shuwan away in exchange for supplies. This time, having provided for him, the manager ought to understand and willingly present Bai Shuwan to him, right? Chapter 54, Exchanging for Other Goods, Old Zhang. Didn't he, the benevolent trader, go to the underground passage for transactions? He promised to provide you with food. Why are you not hurrying? What is the rush? He relies on me to facilitate transactions in the group every day. Shouldn't he bring it to my doorstep? Going out in this cold could freeze a person to death. What do you have to be proud of? Don't provoke him. We'll end up hungry. Would he dare? Huh. Even if he refuses, my wife can step in. That fellow would kneel in submission immediately. What nonsense are you talking about? Haha, just kidding. I'm heading to Unit 2, Building 4, right now, standing at the entrance of Room 601. Shen Heng listened to the laughter echoing from within and shook his head with a smile. Connecting in the group? How embarrassing. I just sent out the sales materials. If Guo Yuping performs well, I won't need you anymore. Moreover, if it weren't for your wife, Bai Shuwan, do you think I would be delivering materials to you? At that moment, the property manager arrived at the door, opening it while turning his head to say, you should stay at home. Don't go out flaunting yourself and trying to seduce men just because I'm not around. What are you saying? Bai Shuwan retorted playfully. You know I'm not good in that department. I can only say such provocative things to feel something. I truly love you. The property manager offered a few reminders. And as he opened the door, he was startled to see a figure standing at the entrance. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Shen Heng, his smile suddenly stiffening. He hoped he hadn't overheard his previous conversation with his wife. Shen Heng was dressed as he had been the day before, a leather hat, snow goggles, and a pure black mask. The property manager stammered, trembling. B-boss, what brings you here? Bai Shuwan, hearing the conversation at the door, hurried over. Upon seeing Shen Heng, her face flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but glare at her husband before quickly speaking. You must be Mr. Harmonious Wealth, right? Old Zhang has spoken highly of you. Thank you so much for the materials. Please come in. Yes, please come in. The property manager finally realized, stepping aside hurriedly. Shen Heng strode into the room, placing the bag on the table, and instantly, the couple's eyes were drawn to it. The property manager wanted to open the bag to see what was inside, but felt too embarrassed to do so in front of Shen Heng and could only stand still. Please, take a seat. The couple's eyes sparkled with excitement. And there are these items. Nowadays, even a pack of instant noodles is selling for 2,000. How much would the self-heating hot pot and rice cost? It's simply unimaginable. Old Zhang, Shen Heng suddenly spoke. He had previously referred to him as Manager Zhang, but now he had changed his address. However, the property manager didn't mind, maintaining a flattering smile. You say? You are truly fortunate. Shen Heng turned and gazed intently at Bai Shuwan. After years apart, she had matured significantly since their school days, possessing a newfound charm. Although her looks and figure paled in comparison to Hong Miao, she was still an enchanting beauty. Not to mention, there was the added nostalgia of being classmates. Bai Shuwan, feeling Shen Heng's gaze, blushed and lowered her head shyly. So that is how it is. Shen Heng understood. He had thought that after years apart, Bai Shuwan had become vain. However, given her appearance, she could easily find a wealthier partner instead of wasting her youth on a mere property manager. What could compel her to marry a man a decade older, overweight and greasy? It turned out to be an act of gratitude. I'm here to inform you that you no longer need to assist me with the Owner S Group. Shen Heng turned to the property manager. I've subcontracted the sales of materials to someone else. Huh. The property manager was taken aback. What does this mean? It means I won't be selling things anymore. Shen Heng smiled as he stood. I won't be coming out tomorrow. By the way, let me remind you. Tomorrow's materials will at least double in price. So if you can buy some now, it's best to stock up, considering the snow could fall indefinitely. The couple felt a jolt of shock, instinctively glancing out the window. Outside, the heavy snow continued to fall, the sky still gloomy, showing no signs of a pause. In the courtyard of the community, the snow had accumulated significantly. It had just reached the first floor yesterday, and now it was nearly at the second floor balcony windows. If this continued for another week, wouldn't the snow drown out our sixth floor? What was even more alarming was that the materials would double in price. A pack of instant noodles was already 2,000. If it doubled, wouldn't it be 4,000? Who could afford that? Previously, with Shen Heng providing the materials, they were not worried. But now, hearing that Shen Heng would no longer be selling materials, the property manager was utterly panicked. Brother, boss, you're not selling anymore? Then, what are we to do? Shen Heng remained silent, furrowing his brows as he looked at the property manager. His savings were nearly depleted. Reflecting on the foolish things he had done a few days ago, he felt like slapping himself. What good was that money for? But he had heard that Bai Shuwan's brother was about to marry, and fearing his wife's family would come asking for money. Was he wrong for this? Bai Shuwan's family had exhausted their funds to treat her father's illness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have resorted to stealing from them. Now, hearing Shen Heng's words, the property manager was thoroughly alarmed. First, what you do is none of my concern. Shen Heng stated flatly. Let us be clear, it's merely a transaction of interests. You let me post about selling materials in the group, and I give you some materials. ISNT every Owner S Group, just an advertisement for selling things? Have they ever given you money or items? To put it bluntly, you've benefited from our arrangement, wouldn't you agree? The property manager nodded awkwardly. As for your future, you can purchase materials from my subordinates, Shen Heng added. Considering our relationship, tomorrow I'll sell a pack of instant noodles to others for 5,000. But I'll let them give you an 80 discount, selling it to you for 4,000. How does that sound? I'm taking good care of you, right? The property manager's lips trembled. A pack of instant noodles for 5,000? And even if he got an 80 discount, he would still have to pay 4,000. It was utterly ridiculous. But what could he say? There were plenty of wealthy residents in the community, let alone 5,000. Many would even rush to buy it for 10,000. It was already generous of him to offer a discount. He silently calculated his savings and sadly realized that he couldn't even afford a box of instant noodles. Please help us. We will be eternally grateful. Bai Shuwan's face turned pale. She was no fool and could imagine that without materials, they wouldn't survive for long. Heh. Shen Heng gazed at Bai Shuwan's lovely face and slowly said, if old Zhang has no money, he could exchange other things. Well, I'll take my leave now. Shen Heng turned and smiled at the property manager before exiting the room. Other things? Bai Shuwan was somewhat perplexed. Frowning as she pondered, old Zhang, do we have anything valuable left? After painstakingly saving over $1 million, you've paid off the mortgage. And now the family's savings are just a bit over 100,000, right? Plus my gold and silver jewelry, it probably isn't much. Old Zhang wore a bitter smile. As a man, he naturally understood what Shen Heng's words implied. Moreover, those words were directed at Bai Shuwan. Damn it. Although I said those things to my wife to stimulate myself, I never thought I would actually send my wife to someone else. Chapter 55. Being my husband's girlfriend, Shen Heng stepped out of the corridor and glanced at the clock. It was already 4 p.m. Winter had suddenly descended. The night stretching long, and the sky turned gray. Walking into the underground passage, he could see a crowd gathering not far away around Guo Yuping, who was methodically selling materials and adding others on WeChat. In 2088, the infrastructure of Long Country had become quite advanced. Electric cables and wires had all been buried underground. High-rises stood tall, with signal towers erected on every rooftop to ensure people could communicate. In the previous life during the apocalypse, even at the moment of his demise, there was still a network signal. It was only in certain areas where heavy snowfall interfered with signal transmission, resulting in poor connectivity in localized regions. Moreover, with no one to repair the damage, over time, the signal worldwide began to dwindle, ultimately leading to a complete outage. The power outage occurred 15 days after the apocalypse, attributed to the emergence of the ability fruit. People fought fiercely over a single ability fruit, including those who had already acquired powers. The extraordinary beings could no longer be described as human. Their actions could wreak havoc. Consequently, underground cables were severed, leading to widespread power failures. After the outage, even the extraordinary beings faced hardships, let alone the ordinary people. The number of humans who survived for more than half a month dwindled sharply once again. Shen Heng shook his head, pondering the origins of these ability fruits. Furthermore, their emergence had indeed caused significant human casualties. In the lawless chaos of the apocalypse, humanity resorted to indiscriminate slaughter for selfish gains. Suddenly, he recalled that in his previous life, someone had mentioned that an ability fruit had sprouted in the underground passage near the entrance of Building 16. Shen Heng quickly made his way there. Upon arriving at the entrance of Building 16, he meticulously observed and soon discovered a small patch of green grass stubbornly growing in the crevice of the stairs in Unit 2. Despite the frigid weather, the grass exhibited remarkable vitality, having survived the frost. It was no larger than a pinky finger, defiantly thriving. Could this little thing really bear an ability fruit? Shen Heng felt skeptical. However, aside from this spot, there was not a trace of greenery to be found elsewhere. It was improbable for an ability fruit to simply emerge from stone. After all, it was not as if it were a mythical stone monkey. At that moment, Zhao Weilong emerged from the building, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Shen Heng, before approaching with a broad smile. "Hello, big brother." Shen Heng nodded. "Big brother. Are you here to see sister-in-law?" Zhao Weilong inquired, leaning closer. "I've added sister-in-law on WeChat. Rest assured, I'm not bothering her. I informed her that if she encounters any danger, she should notify me immediately. So far, sister-in-law hasn't given me any other instructions. And I've been keeping an eye on the stairwell without noticing anything unusual." Fearing that Shen Heng might doubt him, he even pulled out his phone to show their conversation. Shen Heng nodded again, his gaze still fixed on the small grass. Could such a diminutive plant yield a sizable ability fruit? Though only the size of a strawberry, the weight of an ability fruit would be an immense burden for this little grass. "Brother, what's wrong?" Zhao Weilong, noticing Shen Heng's silence, leaned in curiously to examine the grass. In such cold weather, how does it manage to survive? This question genuinely stumped Zhao Weilong, who scratched his head. Perhaps it's because the underground passage is free of snow? Shen Heng was taken aback. It seemed that this might indeed be the case. The plants buried beneath the snow in the outside world would mutate after the appearance of the ability fruits, and they would not bear any ability fruits. This detail appeared to have escaped the notice of many. Taking a deep breath, he looked solemnly at Zhao Weilong. "You truly are my fortunate companion. Be vigilant regarding the indoor plants. Can you still rely on those subordinates of yours?" Upon hearing Shen Heng's words, Zhao Weilong's face flushed with embarrassment. It was precisely because those subordinates had scattered in a panic that he had ended up getting beaten. "Well, they can still be considered reliable. They usually stick with me. But yesterday you were too intimidating, and it startled them," Zhao Weilong replied sheepishly. "Then discreetly gather more subordinates. I will provide supplies. You must consolidate them all." Shen Heng narrowed his eyes. Loyalty is not a prerequisite, but with the promise of supplies, they will surely flock to you. Have them contribute their household plants. And also secretly gather plants from others' homes. You can exchange supplies for them. "All right." Zhao Weilong nodded eagerly. He was unsure of Shen Heng's intentions regarding the plants. But since it was his elder brother's directive, he dared not question it. All he knew was that following his elder brother meant there would be food to eat. And that was enough. Shen Heng was also eager to see how many ability fruits could be harvested from the plants he managed to collect from the homeowners, once they began to bear fruit. In this weather, no household had any food. Offering food in exchange for plants would be a foolish refusal. "I'll seek out Gui Yuping, the young man who sells supplies." Shen Heng pointed into the distance and said, "Just tell him you're one of Shun Ji's people, and he will surely provide you with some supplies." At present, he had no excess food, and since he intended to cultivate Zhao Weilong as a subordinate, it was essential to secure his loyalty. "Tomorrow, I'll arrange for more food for you. Today, all that's left are instant noodles and bread, so make do with that for now." Shen Heng patted Zhao Weilong's shoulder. "He is also my subordinate, so when you gather your brothers, ensure they keep a close watch on Gui Yuping and prevent any mishaps." "Rest assured, Shen Gu," Zhao Weilong responded, filled with gratitude as he nodded repeatedly. "If you don't abandon me, I would be honored to call you my adoptive father." Observing Shen Heng's grand vision, he felt truly fortunate to have him as an ally. "Shen Gu, aren't you going to check on sister-in-law?" Zhao Weilong inquired softly as he noticed Shen Heng preparing to leave. Shen Heng hesitated for a moment. Truth be told, he was quite intrigued by Xiao Shatzi. However, just prior to coming out, he had engaged in a fierce altercation with Hou Miao, and now he felt somewhat drained. "You should continue to protect her discreetly. I have some other matters to attend to." Shen Heng waved his hand. "Shen Gu, take care." Zhao Weilong respectfully watched as Shen Heng rode away on his battered bicycle before pulling out his phone to contact his subordinates. "Ertzi, come out. We have work to do." "Ban Siyuan, come downstairs now. By the way, I remember you have a few potted plants at home, right? Bring those along too. Xiao Lu, go ask your neighbor. I recall he has a rubber tree that's about waist high, right? See if he would be willing to trade it for a pack of instant noodles." Zhao Weilong efficiently delegated tasks. Meanwhile, Hou Miao added Yang Jinxian on WeChat. Looking at the business card recommended by Shen Heng, she thought nothing of it and directly accepted the friend request. She then perused the other moments. Seems to be Shen Heng's girlfriend. Why is she adding me? Out of politeness, Yang Jinxian took the initiative to send a message. "Hello, is there something you need?" However, upon reading the reply, she was utterly flabbergasted. "Would you like to be my husband-as girlfriend together with your sister?" She recognized each word, yet when strung together, the meaning eluded her comprehension. Chapter 56. Replacement Su Chao and Feng Lu huddled at home. They had also begun to imitate some neighbors by burning furniture for warmth. It was simply too cold. As night gradually descended, the chilling aura pressed down from the sky. Even when cocooned in blankets, they felt a shiver coursing through their bodies. By nightfall, the entire neighborhood was ablaze with firelight, as if the whole community were engulfed in flames. Feng Lu, basking in the warmth, felt the ice within her gradually dissipate. As if her body were coming back to life. She exhaled a puff of mist and turned to Su Chao. Has Huo Miao contacted Shen Heng? It's already dark, and if she hasn't gained his trust, we may have to endure another night in this cold house. She recalled the video, where Shen Heng was dressed in a thin nightgown. It was unimaginable how warm his home must be. More importantly, he was enjoying steaming fried buns, sipping hot wontons, and even indulging in luxurious lobster for breakfast. The mere thought of that scene made Feng Lu's mouth water. Why not ask Huo Miao again? Feng Lu inquired. If it gets any colder, I shall surely develop rheumatism. Su Chao nodded in agreement, picking up his phone to message Huo Miao. He cast a glance at Feng Lu, feeling an increasing sense of disdain. Despite her merits, her disposition was exceedingly extreme, devoid of any sensibility. Just moments ago, they had a heated argument over that female skier from the university town. He had to employ emotional appeals and rational arguments to pacify her. Humph, for now, you still hold some value. Once I reach Shen Heng's residence and eliminate him, I shall undoubtedly cast you aside. With Shen Heng's refrigerator brimming with provisions, what manner of woman could I not attract? After sending the message to Huo Miao, he glanced at the owner's group chat. A woman had already posted her alluring photograph, seeking a morsel to eat. The price to be paid was understood without words. One woman's photograph made Su Chao's heart race. He even secretly added her on WeChat, waiting to contact her after dealing with Shen Heng. Yet, at this moment, he still required Feng Lu's assistance. That evening, Feng Lu could actively entice Shen Heng. He must have been pinned up for days and would naturally succumb. At their critical moment, Feng Lu would deliberately cry out, a prearranged signal. Su Chao would seize the opportunity to burst through the door and eliminate Shen Heng. What is this? Am I not expressing myself clearly enough? She was about to continue messaging Yang Jinxian when a knock resounded at the door. Upon checking the surveillance and discovering it was Shen Heng, Huo Miao displayed a sweet smile and quickly opened the door. Thereafter, she leapt into Shen Heng's embrace. Let me take off my coat first, Shen Heng gestured, heading to the bathroom to wash his hands meticulously before changing into his pajamas and joining her in the living room. Sitting in his familiar spot, Huo Miao nestled closer to him, asking, Darling, what would you like for dinner? I'll go prepare it. While at home, she had been diligently practicing various recipes she found online, and now she considered herself a competent little chef. Anything will do, Shen Heng replied, wrapping his arms around Huo Miao and relaxing, planting a kiss on her forehead. Who messaged you on WeChat? Shen Heng inquired. I don't know, she stammered. Fearing it was Yang Jinxian's message that Shen Heng might see. Would he resent her for taking the initiative in arranging a concubine for him? Surely not. Don't men prefer understanding women like herself? Fortunately, Shen Heng had settled on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, allowing Huo Miao to discreetly glance at her device. It was an inquiry from Su Chao. Huo Miao, have you been in touch with Shen Heng? He believes our words, right? My friend is ready to set off. It's quite chilly, and traveling at night isn't wise. Once you've made contact, I can have her pick you up. Oh, and I told her you are my cousin, so remember not to slip up. We must cooperate to survive together, right? Huo Miao chuckled. This fellow was indeed impatient. If it were her, she wouldn't even bother with that pair of dogs. But since Shen Heng wished to watch the drama unfold, she would comply obediently. Just say you've confirmed with me and see how he reacts next. Shen Heng leaned in, intrigued. I've already contacted him. He believes I'm currently living with Feng Lu. You can have your skiing friend come to pick me up, right? Su Chao was anxiously awaiting Huo Miao's reply when he received her message, his face lighting up with joy. She had reached out to Shen Heng. He turned to Feng Lu, saying something, then hastily sent Huo Miao a voice message. Her name is Lu Chenxi. You mustn't reveal our relationship to her. Otherwise, she might kick you out, and you can't blame me. I'll contact her now and have her come for you. After listening to Su Chao's voice message, Huo Miao relayed the information to her colleague Fong Ling Ling Ling. Her name is Lu Chenxi, and she will soon be on her way to pick you up. Remember to say your name is Huo Miao and that you are Su Chao's cousin. Only then will she take you away, understood? All right, Miao Miao, I've got it. Fong Ling promised excitedly, eager to escape the company. Here, her very survival was in jeopardy. Moreover, she was clad in thin summer clothing, practically freezing to death. The neighboring company had already commenced their revelry. She overheard them saying they wanted to celebrate heartily before their demise. As those sounds occasionally wafted in, many male colleagues in her company cast more meaningful glances at their female counterparts. However, Wang Qingguang incessantly ordered everyone to move desks and chairs to keep the bonfire alive, preventing anyone from daring to act. It was utterly terrifying. Fong Ling secretly sighed in relief. But just then, Wang Qingguang's voice suddenly rang out. Ling Ling. Who are you chatting with? You seem so happy. Fong Ling jumped, hastily shoving her phone into her pocket, stammering. No one, just a good sister. Mr. Wang, how could I be happy, trapped in this place? The snow outside shows no sign of stopping. I barely have time to cry. Wang Qingguang remained silent, wearing a forced smile before turning away. Combining this with Fong Ling's earlier phone call in the hallway, he had already concluded that she was indeed seeking someone to come rescue her. In such heavy snow, how would anyone reach her? Wang Qingguang pondered. However, as long as someone came, couldn't he just seize their means of transportation? Chapter 57. I am pregnant with your child. Huo Miao busied herself in the kitchen. And soon, the aroma of food wafted through the air. Shen Heng, meanwhile, sat on the sofa, chatting with Guo Yuping on his phone. The sight of a gracious and beautiful woman cooking in the kitchen while he assumed a leadership role, delegating tasks, was a life he had never dared to dream of. He even felt a hint of gratitude for the apocalypse. Had it not been for the icy cataclysm, he would still be that miserable, beleaguered scribe. Guo Yuping reported that they had sold quite a bit of supplies in the afternoon, but then Zhao Weilong came by. And he shared a significant amount of food with him. Naturally, working under Brother Shen, he wouldn't accept any payment. Shen Heng offered words of comfort, expressing satisfaction with his actions, and indicated that the supplies for tomorrow should also be entrusted to him for sale, even allowing Guo Yuping to forego payment, as long as he transferred the money back to him afterward. Grateful for Brother Shen's trust, Guo Yuping vowed to remain loyal, ensuring he wouldn't secretly skim a penny from his boss. Assurance? In the apocalypse, who would heed such empty promises? Shen Heng certainly wouldn't easily believe that Guo Yuping would remain devoted to him. He directly messaged Zhao Weilong, instructing him to send 2 astute subordinates to check on Guo Yuping the following day. On the surface, they would appear to be interested in purchasing supplies, but secretly, they would need to keep a vigilant watch over him. Zhao Weilong promptly acknowledged the instructions. At that moment, Su Chao initiated a video call. Hello? Shen Heng lazily answered the call. Good brother, Huo Miao must have called you, right? Su Chao chuckled awkwardly. She was in the bathroom. I asked her to use her phone to call you. Now you must believe me, right? Naturally, Shen Heng nodded. After all, you and I are brothers. You wouldn't do anything so vile, would you? Su Chao's smile wavered. If they truly committed such an atrocity, he would certainly suffer the most grotesque fate imaginable. Su Chao's expression darkened as he struggled to maintain his smile. I shouldn't have doubted you. I was simply too suspicious. Shen Heng sighed, shaking his head. Let us not dwell on that. Su Chao took a deep breath. My family has burned through much of the furniture. Where are you staying? If you don't let us over, we'll freeze to death. Indeed, indeed. Feng Lu chimed in, leaning toward the camera with a pitiful expression. Shen Heng, don't you care for me at all? The situation has grown dire, but why should it concern me? Shen Heng was taken aback. Feng Lu was equally astonished. Huh? What do you mean? Haven't we broken up? Shen Heng chuckled and replied. Seeing you struggle brings me some solace. Apologies, but I must eat now. Goodbye. He abruptly ended the call. Time to eat, darling. Huo Miao urged upon hearing Shen Heng hang up. Looking up, she noticed a sumptuous spread of dishes on the table. Sweet and sour ribs, fish-flavored shredded pork, mapo tofu, and hand-torn cabbage. 2 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, accompanied by steaming pumpkin porridge and whole wheat pancakes, filled the air with delightful aromas. As Shen Heng sipped the porridge, warmth enveloped his stomach, and he eagerly sampled the dishes, nodding in approval. Meow meow, your culinary skills have improved remarkably in just a few days. This feast is impressive. I started preparing the sweet and sour ribs right after you left this afternoon, and I marinated the fish-flavored pork in advance, so I spent quite a while cooking. Huo Miao explained with a smile. But as long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. To capture a man's heart, one must first win over his stomach. Though she had never cooked before, she discovered a natural talent for it, producing dishes that looked and tasted delightful. Shen Heng savored the food and offered suggestions, which Huo Miao patiently noted, determined to improve further. I will cook according to your preferences next time. Meanwhile, Feng Lu, infuriated by the abrupt end to the call, trembled with rage. If Shen Heng were in front of her, she would gladly mar his face and tear his lips apart. Was he just toying with her after all this time? Calm down, calm down. Su Chao interjected, frowning at Feng Lu. What else can you do? Just take a deep breath. You can always call him again. He added with gravity. He has cared for you for years. Does he truly have no feelings left? He is just sulking. Besides, we need him to get through this situation. If you anger him and he cuts off contact, what will we do? Spend the night in this freezing place? Feng Lu's eyes brightened. She did not wish to endure this any longer. This place was hardly habitable. She noticed Shen Heng had changed into a thin short-sleeved sleepwear. Was his living situation really so comfortable? Fine, I'll call him again. I'll admit my mistakes and make him happy again so he stops being angry and brings us over. Feng Lu declared earnestly. Even if it meant begging on her knees, she was prepared to do so. But Shen Heng, enjoy your arrogance while it lasts. You think you have the upper hand? Wait until we are in bed together. You will regret it. She dialed Shen Heng's video call once more. The phone rang on the table, and Shen Heng picked it up, grinning. It was Su Chao calling. He gestured for Huo Miao to be quiet, then answered the call. Huo Miao, sitting beside him, discreetly pulled his left hand onto her lap. Shen Heng glanced at Huo Miao, surprised to find her gazing at him with affection. This girl was playing a game. Huo Miao found it thrilling to engage with him while he was on video call with Su Chao. In the video, Feng Lu's voice turned coy. I admit, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have snapped at you. Do you really want to break up with me? Pouting and with tears in her eyes, she continued. If I stay in this room, I might freeze to death. Would you truly let me die? What do you want? Shen Heng shook his head, picking up a piece of sweet and sour rib and savoring it. The flavor was exquisite, tender, and falling off the bone. You're still eating ribs? Feng Lu stared intently at the bones he discarded, swallowing hard. It was unimaginable that Shen Heng was dining so well. Su Chao beside her bit his lip, almost consumed with envy. Shen Heng deliberately sipped his porridge, then remarked, You were the one who wanted to break up. During that torrential rain, I was out shopping alone. And you didn't even ask how I was. Even when the snow fell for 3 consecutive days, you only sent me a video then. Do I still exist as your boyfriend in your heart? Yes, of course you do. Feng Lu pleaded earnestly. I truly know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Will you? Do you want me to kneel and beg? Shen Heng chuckled, unconvinced. Fine. Feng Lu lowered her head, her teeth chattering, but eventually knelt before the phone. I'm kneeling for you. Shen Heng, look at me. I truly understand my mistakes. We've been together for 3 years. I admit I have a bad temper, and you have always tolerated me, but I genuinely regret it. Given our long-standing relationship, can't you forgive me? I beg you just a few days ago. I was vomiting and my period has been absent. I might even be carrying your child. How can you bear to let a pregnant woman freeze in this cold? Desperate to survive, she spoke without thinking, tears streaming down her face, as if she were entirely sincere. Really? Shen Heng's previously calm expression shifted dramatically. How long has it been? Have you taken a test? I haven't yet. I intended to surprise you on your birthday, Feng Lu stammered. Her hair disheveled. I just didn't expect. Feng Lu, I can accept you, but only for the child's sake. After a long pause, Shen Heng sighed, picking up a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork and chewing slowly, seemingly gathering his thoughts. Feng Lu and Su Chao watched him intently, as if they could smell the enticing aroma from the screen. However, my supplies are running low. Shen Heng lowered his voice, inquiring, is Su Chao still with you? Feng Lu hesitated. Su Chao waved at her from the side. No, he isn't here, she replied, catching on. What's wrong? My supplies can last just over 2 weeks for the two of us. I believe the snow will stop within that time, and I can venture out to find food. To sustain the two of you. Shen Heng tapped his fingers on the table, but his left hand lingered on Huo Miao's thigh, his expression serious. But you know Su Chao's appetite. If he joins us, Huo Miao will need to come too, right? With my current supplies, it can only last 4 people for a week before it runs out. What will we do then? Starve? I could go hungry, but your child cannot. Shen Heng's expression turned pained. Thus, it would be best for you to part ways with Su Chao, for the sake of survival and the child. I can only accept you. Chapter 58. Shen Heng's address. Feng Lu was taken aback by Shen Heng's unexpected proposal, while Su Chao beside her was equally furious. His face darkening. Why not let them come too? After all, Su Chao has sheltered me for 3 days, Feng Lu suggested cautiously. No way. Shen Heng rejected without a moment's thought. Su Chao eats like a pig. He can consume as much as 2 of us. And Huo Miao can eat quite a bit as well. Huo Miao, feeling insulted by Shen Heng's remarks, pinched him sharply at the waist, turned his head and saw pouting and grinning at him, which instantly brought a smile to his face. He reached deeper with his left hand, causing his pupils to widen in disbelief as she looked at him, her face flushed, desperately covering her mouth. How naive, still trying to compete with me, chuckled. His left hand darting forward and stabbing back, leaving slumped in her chair, her hands clasped over her mouth, terrified of making a sound. Deep down, she was somewhat swayed. Just look at the lavish meals had prepared. It was simply too indulgent. Moreover, the room was warm, an extraordinary comfort indeed. After all the effort to earn trust, should she not grasp this opportunity? Was no saint either. He had deceived her into bed, making her believe she was his true love, only to discover today that he had a skiing sister on the side. Cheating once is bad enough. Who knows how many other entanglements he has, like a skating sister or a gaming sister. While contemplating this, completely cleared herself of guilt, forgetting that she too had betrayed. Let me think, murmured. You must decide quickly. Don't let the child face any mishaps. Urged earnestly. Once you've made up your mind, turn your back on and contact me discreetly. All right, nodded. I'll hang up now. I haven't had dinner yet. Picked up a piece of, savoring the flavor with delight. You better save some for me. I'm starving. I'll contact you shortly. Said hurriedly. However, before she could finish, had already reached out and ended the video call. What are you doing? Glared at, her anger boiling over. What do you think? Retorted, equally indignant. If I hadn't hung up, you would have spilled our entire plan too, wouldn't you? Just look at your pitiful self. As knelt, her knees aching, she stood up in frustration. I've been following your plan, continually apologizing to, even kneeling before him. Now that has forgiven me, but once he let you into his room, you're getting anxious? All you do is rage and impotence. Before she could finish, slapped her hard across the face. Stumbling back, clutched her face in disbelief. You hit me? Are you trying to scare me? With a cold expression, replied. Can you not use your brain? Is clearly trying to sow discord between us. Do you still fantasize about him letting you into his house? We are on the same boat. Only by working together can we seize home and survive. I warn you, abandon such fantasies, and should you consider leaving me, I will reveal everything to. Humph, I want to see if after being with me, will still want you, the damaged goods, and continue to cherish you. Froze, narrowing her eyes at. Indeed, they were now united. If discovered her affair with, he would never forgive her. What she did not anticipate was that would strike her. This is the first time you've hit me. You never even dared to scold me before, she murmured softly. With a sigh, pulled into his embrace, gently coaxing. I'm afraid you might abandon me. I'm sorry, does it still hurt? We truly love each other. I worry you'll be deceived by. In my moment of jealousy, you can rest assured, I will not act like this again. However, disdain flickered in his eyes. If we're not useful, he would have relished the thought of ending her life. A woman who fails to achieve anything but brings trouble, with a beautiful figure but a dull mind. You dare treat me like this? Sobbed pitifully in his arms, her face pressed against his neck, hatred flashing in her eyes. Now you dare to hit me while secretly having other women behind my back. A fickle man is utterly unreliable. Yet at that moment, she saw no way to escape him. She decided to bide her time. Once inside's home, she would reveal his plans to and unite with him to take down. I will be the first to silence him to prevent any loose tongues. Though they embraced tightly, each harbored ulterior motives. As night deepened, after finished his meal, he refilled the hot water tank with bottled water and took a romantic bath with. Meanwhile, and finally reached a consensus. They could not sever ties. If one attempted to contact alone, the other would spill the beans. During their bath, was oblivious to the incessant ringing of his phone. He remained in the massage bathtub, enjoying the warmth with. After their bath, as they lay on the bed, the phone rang again. This time, it was a video call from. Chuckled. Realizing the woman was unable to contain herself tonight, spoiled and accustomed to comfort, she could hardly endure hardship and likely wished to move in immediately. Unfortunately, I am not a place for discarded items. I do not desire anything so broken. Holding the fragrant, with her stunning beauty and ample figure, how could I ever be interested in a woman like? With just over 5 hours left until the system upgrade concludes, after which I can spend $1 million to be the first to acquire the supernatural fruit. At that time, I will no longer have to live in fear. I wonder what powers the vending machine's supernatural fruit will bestow upon me. What are you doing? Why haven't you answered my call for so long? Pouted, her voice sulking through the dark screen. Yet, on the other phone, a monitoring device clearly displayed shivering under the blankets on his bed while he sat across from her, staring intently. Just took a bath. What about you? Have you decided? Feigned ignorance, fully aware that the two could never part ways. Bath. Was taken aback. Yet, seeing damp hair and bare shoulders, she knew he could not be lying. Glancing at herself, she realized it had been days since her last bath. She looked disheveled. Like a beggar. In such cold weather, with frozen pipes, water was a luxury, yet had managed to bathe. She could hardly imagine how warm his home must be. Tu recognized this, his eyes wide with shock. We have plenty of bottled water at home, although the pipes are frozen. I managed to pour the bottled water into the heater for a makeshift bath. Shrugged. One bottle of water costs only $1, though the massage bathtub is large. Filling it requires at least a dozen boxes of water. But it's worth it. The total cost of filling it is only $400 or $500. Now, a pack of instant noodles sells for $2,000, so after deducting the cost of bathing, I still net over $1,000. It's all profit. Without a care in the world, bathing with bottled water, S lips trembled. What a waste, what a waste. While others struggled to buy a single bottle for $2,000. Had the audacity to bathe with it. Such extravagance. Now, with the snow outside harboring viruses, making it undrinkable, the price of bottled water had skyrocketed. Those who could not secure supplies were even willing to pay $3,000 for a single bottle. And yet, was using bottled water for his bath. If you're willing to come over, you can bathe here too. I see your hair is greasy. It's been days since you last bathed, hasn't it? Isn't it uncomfortable? Feigned concern. His words made feel an unbearable itch all over. She was about to speak when she suddenly noticed Su Chao's unfriendly gaze across from her. Quickly regaining her composure, she whispered, Shen Heng, I'm currently in the hallway. Su Chao is in the restroom. I want to find you now. I can sneak out quietly. He won't notice. Would you be willing to come and meet me? However, you just finished showering, and going out might make you catch a chill. Perhaps you could tell me your exact location, and I'll come to you. Shen Heng nodded. In that case, come over. I'm at the row of townhouses. Row of townhouses? What number? Feng Lu's eyes lit up, and Su Chao held his breath, ears perked. If they could discover Shen Heng's address, he wouldn't be able to escape, especially since there was an underground passage connecting the townhouses to the high-rise where they were. She felt fortunate that Shen Heng resided in the townhouses, had it been in the isolated villas at the back, with the fierce snowstorm raging that night. They might not have made it over, and would likely freeze in the snow. Row 2. Shen Heng paused, suddenly frowning and asking. You're not in cahoots with Su Chao, trying to set me up, are you? Row 2. What number in row 2? Come on, say it. Feng Lu was anxious. But she turned to survey her surroundings, and then softly replied, How could that be? You are my boyfriend. I surely love you the most, and would never deceive you. Please tell me, what number is it in row 2? Oh no, my phone is dying. I forgot to charge it, and it's about to shut off. Shen Heng looked at the screen, momentarily stunned, his expression apologetic. Hold on while I charge it. Otherwise, it could shut down at any moment. After saying this, he swiftly ended the video call. The give and take only made things more thrilling. He was curious whether Feng Lu would indeed come with Su Chao. After all, he had installed miniature cameras near the villa. With the nighttime temperatures plummeting, he wondered whether these two would brave the cold to come out. He intended to toy with them, letting them endure a bit of torment before meeting their end, thus alleviating Shen Heng's pent-up resentment. Darling, what wicked scheme are you concocting? Hua Miao nestled in Shen Heng's embrace, her complexion rosy from recent nourishment, making her even more beautiful. When you mentioned row 2, I thought you might actually divulge our exact location. What, are you feeling jealous? Shen Heng chuckled. Rest assured, I would never rekindle ties with such a woman. What kind of woman would capture your heart? Hua Miao's expression was tinged with melancholy as she gazed deeply at Shen Heng's neck. Today, she hadn't noticed any strands of another woman's hair on him, but her sense of unease had not diminished. By the way, you should urge Su Chao to give them a sense of urgency, Shen Heng whispered to Hua Miao. She nodded and pulled out her phone. Having spent the past few days at home, browsing videos, cooking, and tidying up, although being with Shen Heng was warm and joyful, it inevitably became a bit dull. Now, accompanying Shen Heng, she found amusement in the unfolding drama. She sent a message to Su Chao, urging him to quickly contact the snowboarding girl to pick her up. In the message's closing, she threatened Su Chao that if the snowboarding girl didn't arrive that night, she would reach out to Shen Heng and disclose everything. Su Chao, eager to enter Shen Heng's home, complied without hesitation. After charming the snowboarding girl, he instructed her to pick up Huo Miao. The snowboarding girl, Lu Chenxi, though reluctant, donned thick clothing and grabbed her snowboarding gear before heading downstairs, unable to comprehend her own reasoning for braving the stormy night to fetch Su Chao's cousin. Forget it. Su Chao had promised her that once the snow ceased, he would take her to his home and they would be happily together. With that thought, Lu Chenxi felt the coldness of the storm dissipate, replaced by a warm fervor within her. As a provincial ski team athlete and an experienced player, she usually indulged in the nightlife after training, often getting closer to some appealing men. However, upon meeting Su Chao, she had fallen for him. Matters of the heart are difficult to articulate. Lu Chenxi and Su Chao had only shared one night, yet she was already ensnared. Moreover, Su Chao was handsome and had a good job, always gentle and affectionate when they were together, unlike other men who treated her like a mere bicycle, pedaling furiously. Lu Chenxi tried to settle her heart, even once taking the opportunity to secretly puncture a condom while Su Chao was in the shower, successfully becoming pregnant. When she revealed the news to Su Chao, he appeared troubled and reassured her for a long time, stating that he was in a crucial phase of his career, soon to be promoted. He didn't want to jeopardize his future due to other issues. Under Su Chao's sweet words, she ultimately decided to have an abortion. However, Su Chao promised that once his career stabilized and he ascended to a leadership position, he would marry her as his future sister-in-law. She wanted to leave a good impression on his future cousin-in-law, right? The snow intensified. Lu Chenxi tucked her chin into her collar, adeptly fastening her snowboard, and then leaped onto the snow, gliding swiftly toward Huo Miao's company. Huo Miao's company was not far from Lu Chenxi's home, just over a kilometer away. But in such harsh weather, the streets were deserted. Not everyone was a seasoned skier like Lu Chenxi, nor did everyone possess snow gear. The night was dark, but fortunately, the streetlights were still functioning, illuminating the wide, empty streets. The only sound was the howling wind, and truthfully, Lu Chenxi felt a twinge of fear, especially as a girl. Yet, thinking of Su Chao's promises filled her with courage. Upon receiving Huo Miao's call, Fang Ling's tired eyes couldn't hide her surprise. She would be leaving the company tonight. Huo Miao was indeed a good person. As for Huo Miao's instructions, she committed them to memory. When she met the girl named Lu Chenxi, she would introduce herself as Huo Miao. Su Chao was her brother. She was somewhat puzzled as to why Su Chao was referred to as Huo Miao's boyfriend. Yet now he was her brother. However, she refrained from asking. Huo Miao had told her how to respond, and since the girl had come to rescue her, she didn't want to risk Huo Miao changing her mind by asking too many questions. Gossip was important, but it paled in comparison to her life. In the company's office, a roaring fire burned brightly, and several colleagues had already fallen asleep around the flames. Following Wang Qingguang's orders, someone had to keep watch each night, primarily to ensure the fire didn't extinguish. Otherwise, everyone would freeze to death in the middle of the night. Originally, Fang Ling was not supposed to be on watch that night, but she had voluntarily swapped with another girl. She set her phone to vibrate, ensuring that when Lu Chenxi arrived downstairs, she wouldn't disturb her colleagues. She glanced around. "I'm sorry, dear colleagues, but what can I do? Huo Miao is my best friend. I must go." She was acutely aware that nearly half of the office desks had burned down, and the remaining ones wouldn't last long. More importantly, there was no food or drink available at the company. Staying here meant certain starvation. Since there was an opportunity to leave, she would seize it without hesitation. Not far away, Wang Qingguang leaned against the wall, eyes closed in slumber. He squinted, secretly observing Fang Ling. From her decision to volunteer for night watch, he deduced that someone was indeed coming to take her away. She was planning to leave quietly. This indicated that only a few could be taken, perhaps just one person, making it unwise for Fang Ling to be public about it. But since she could leave, what harm could there be in one more person joining her? If only one person can be taken away, then why can't it be me? Wang Qingguang struggled to maintain his consciousness. Having gone more than 4 days without food, he was finding it increasingly difficult to endure. Just then, Fang Ling's phone vibrated softly. A call. Fang Ling felt a surge of excitement as she quickly retrieved her phone, only to discover it was an unfamiliar number. Her joy intensified. This had to be a call from Lu Chenxi. Wang Qingguang became fully alert, noticing Fang Ling glance in his direction. He promptly closed his eyes and feigned a faint snoring sound. Excellent. Everyone else is asleep. Fang Ling's smile widened as she quietly rose and made her way toward the corridor. Once she departed, Wang Qingguang hurriedly stood up and cautiously approached the office door. Peering out, he saw Fang Ling answering the call while walking towards the stairs. "Is it Sister Chenxi?" Yes, I'm Huo Miao. I'm currently on the 4th floor of the company. Where are you? On the 2nd floor? Wait for me. I'll open the window, and I've brought my clothes. Thank you. Yes, you open the window first. I'll come in. And you can get dressed before coming out, especially since it's so cold outside. Lu Chenxi stood by the window on the 2nd floor, her breath visible in the frigid air. Having traveled such a distance, her face felt nearly frozen, and the weight of her backpack made her feel as if she were drenched in sweat. After all, Huo Miao had been working overtime at the company and was clearly dressed for summer. If they were to go out together, she would surely freeze. If Huo Miao were to perish from the cold, Su Chao would never forgive her. Is someone there? Fang Ling paused, sensing a presence. Had she caught a glimpse of a shadow? But when she had stepped out moments ago, all her colleagues were fast asleep. She stood still for a moment longer. Yet no figure appeared at the office door. It must have been a trick of the light. After days of hunger, dizziness was to be expected. Huo Miao had mentioned that Lu Qinxi's home was stocked with plenty of food. She couldn't wait to finally have a hearty meal. She dashed down the stairs in excitement. Wang Qingguang, hidden within the office, exhaled deeply. To his surprise, Fong Ling was quite alert. However, Fong Ling had just mentioned on the phone that she was Huo Miao. What connection did she have with Huo Miao? The mere thought of that name ignited a flicker of hatred in Wang Qingguang's eyes. The loss of his little finger was entirely due to Huo Miao's husband. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, Wang Qingguang knew that Fong Ling had descended. Why ponder so much? He decided to follow her and see for himself. With a chuckle, he turned and stealthily grabbed a long stick from Fong Ling's desk, weighing it in his hand before silently exiting the office. Chapter 60. Discovered what on earth is the number for row 2. Feng Lu and Su Chao were currently fuming. Shen Heng's words had left them hanging. He hadn't clarified anything. It was crucial to note that row 2 had 10 villas. Were they expected to visit each one in the dead of night? They'd either freeze to death or exhaust themselves. Moreover, access to the row of villas was only possible through an underground passage, and this passage led to the basement of the villas, specifically the second basement. If Shen Heng were asleep at home, even if they shouted at the top of their lungs, he likely wouldn't hear them from upstairs. Why aren't you answering? Feng Lu's eyes were red as she dialed Shen Heng's video call again, but he didn't answer. Damn it, is his phone out of battery? She called him again, only to be met with a notification that his phone was turned off. Gritting her teeth in frustration, she kicked the wall and then clutched her foot in agony, squatting down with a grimace. It hurt like hell. Meanwhile, Su Chao remained deep in thought, seemingly oblivious to her pain. Feng Lu's resentment grew. In the past, if she were in pain, Su Chao would have been the first to show concern. Yet now, he didn't even notice her. Once I get into Shen Heng's house, I will definitely team up with him to kick you out. Humph. You won't even need my hands. You'll freeze to death outside on your own. Do you think Shen Heng has figured out we're deceiving him and is just toying with us? Su Chao suddenly spoke. That is impossible. Feng Lu, suppressing her pain, pondered for a moment before confidently replying. With his intelligence, he would never suspect me. You've forgotten that in the past, all I had to do was act cute. And he practically wanted to hold me in his arms. She pointed at Su Chao. You're nothing like him. Su Chao nodded, but logically. Once Shen Heng realized his phone was dead, he should have immediately searched for a charger. Why is his phone still off? How would I know? Feng Lu rolled her eyes. Su Chao's obliviousness infuriated her further. What a dampened relationship. Here I am, trying to give you a way out, and you're indifferent. So don't blame me for choosing Shen Heng and abandoning you. Let us wait 5 minutes before trying to call Shen Heng again, Su Chao suggested. I'm tired. I'm going to take a nap. With that, he lay down on the bed. Feng Lu was furious. Oh really? You want me to keep trying to contact Shen Heng while you just sleep? Who isn't tired at this hour? Why are you sleeping? Su Chao opened his eyes in annoyance. Once we get to Shen Heng's house, I'll be the main force. I need to conserve my energy. As a seasoned player in the game of love, he had certainly noticed Feng Lu's earlier hints, but he had no intention of indulging her. Both hungry and cold, he thought, why should I provide you with emotional support? I'm no fool. Moreover, when they met Shen Heng, he was determined to strike first and decisively. After that, it would be Feng Lu's turn. Theoretically, their sizes and weights were evenly matched. If Shen Heng caught on, their struggle could easily become a stalemate. At that point, it would all depend on Feng Lu. But how could Su Chao trust Feng Lu? She had already shown signs of wanting to abandon him. He knew that fate must be in his own hands. He was determined to take out Shen Heng with a single blow. Cocooned beneath the covers, he closed his eyes. Yet his mind raced with thoughts. Feng Lu hadn't left yet, likely fearing that if she did, he would reveal their secret affair to Shen Heng, leading to mutual destruction. However, once Feng Lu entered Shen Heng's door, whom she chose would be her freedom, regardless of who Feng Lu sided with. That person would likely emerge victorious. Thus, it was best to ambush Shen Heng first, and then eliminate Feng Lu as well. Su Chao and Feng Lu lay on the same bed, one turned on their side, the other sitting at the edge. Just days prior, they had been in a passionate relationship, but now each harbored ulterior motives. Wang Qingguang quietly ascended to the second floor. The indistinct sounds of Fong Ling's conversation had grown much clearer. Sister Qinxi, I've just arrived on the second floor. Where are you? Oh, I see you. Fong Ling exclaimed as she spotted a figure outside the window, waving earnestly. Her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. Wang Qingguang crouched down, inching closer. With a swift motion, Fong Ling opened the window, a gust of cold air rushing in, causing her to shiver. Yet, her heart raced with exhilaration. Finally, salvation had arrived. Sister, let me help you, she offered, extending her hand. No need, just move away from the window. It's too cold outside, Lu Qinxi instructed. Then gracefully leapt into the office. Wang Qingguang, hidden under a desk, trembled from the cold. Fortunately, after Lu Qinxi jumped in, she quickly shut the window, and he heard the sound of a zipper. I don't know your size, but these are all sportswear, and they're all large. They should fit. Hurry up and put them on. Okay, thank you, sister. Fong Ling replied, feeling a rush of gratitude. I'm Huo Miao, Su Chao's sister. She didn't forget to introduce herself. Lu Qinxi looked puzzled. Didn't we just discuss this on the phone? I know you're Huo Miao. A Fong Ling laughed awkwardly, coughing a couple of times before quickly putting on the clothes. All right. She nodded rapidly. Lu Qinxi added, Fire ham. As Lu Qinxi pulled out a renowned snack, Fong Ling unabashedly seized it and forcefully tore open the packaging. She then took a hearty bite. Slow down, you might choke. Lu Qinxi admonished, shaking her head. Aside from training at bars, she spent her time holed up at home playing computer games. Fortunately, just a couple of days prior, she had stocked up on supplies, coinciding perfectly with the arrival of the snowstorm. However, with 2 people now in the house and her provisions consisting mainly of snacks, they would be depleted within 3 to 4 days at most. Lu Qinxi was acutely aware of the scarcity of resources. Although prices in her area were not as outrageous as those in Shen Heng's Taoyuan community, they were still exorbitantly high. Take your time. Once we warm up, we can head out. There's a supermarket we can sneak into from the 2nd floor to grab some food, Lu Qinxi suggested, patting the large bag behind her. She had planned ahead. The bag was filled with clothes, and once Huo Miao changed into them, it would be empty, allowing for a trip to the supermarket. All right. Fong Ling nodded eagerly. By the way, are you Su Chao's cousin? I don't recall him mentioning you before, Lu Qinxi casually inquired. She instinctively felt that Fong Ling was not truly related to Su Chao, perhaps merely a good friend from outside. After all, a man like Su Chao, who could easily arrange a meeting with her, could not possibly be as naive as he appeared. Yes, we had dinner together a few days ago, but my company is far from his, and he is usually busy with work, so we can only meet occasionally on weekends, Fong Ling replied. Lu Qinxi thought to herself that this girl was rather average-looking. Even if she were not Su Chao's cousin, she posed no threat to her. After a brief moment, Fong Ling declared, all right, let's go. Suddenly, Fong Ling shuddered as if struck by lightning. Wang, President Wang. She forced a laugh, quickening her pace to climb through the window. Bang! Fong Ling fell to the ground. Dressed in layers, she hardly felt any pain and quickly scrambled to her feet. Glaring angrily, what do you want? What's a few minutes? Wang Qingwang chuckled, his gaze drifting towards Lu Qinxi outside the window. Beautiful lady, why don't you come inside? We can have a nice chat. What do you want to talk about? Fong Ling's expression turned tense. Wang Qingwang smiled faintly. Let's discuss why you, who clearly go by Fong Ling, suddenly have adopted the name Huo Miao. Huo Miao is also an employee at our company. Did you two swap names? Even changing your surnames? Chapter 61. Reaching an agreement. Fong Ling's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Wang Qingwang's words. Damn it. He must have overheard me on the phone. She had sensed someone lurking in the office earlier. It turned out to be this man. Shut up. You. Fong Ling's face turned pale, her bravado faltering. What do you mean? Lu Qinxi furrowed her brow. She sensed something was amiss after Wang Qingwang's statement. How could this woman, named Huo Miao, be referred to as Fong Ling by a man? Just 4 nights ago, Huo Miao had indeed been trapped at the office. But later, during a sleet storm, her husband had picked her up. Wang Qingwang's expression darkened when he mentioned Huo Miao. However, he was unsure of Lu Qinxi's relationship with her and dared not reveal any animosity. Yet, this woman, who had never met Huo Miao, why would she come to pick her up? Her husband? Lu Qinxi felt perplexed. Su Chao hadn't mentioned any of this to her. What was her husband's name again? Su Chao, yes, that was it. Wang Qingwang slapped his forehead. Lu Qinxi swayed slightly, exclaiming loudly, no, that's impossible. What is impossible about it? We knew Huo Miao had a boyfriend named Su Chao, but we never expected they would marry in secret without inviting any of us colleagues to the wedding. Wang Qingwang stated nonchalantly. It was only that night that I finally met her husband. He was somewhat handsome, about 178 centimeters tall. Lu Qinxi's face went ashen. No, you must be lying. What's there to lie about? There are plenty of company colleagues upstairs, all asleep. Why not wake them up to verify? Wang Qingwang observed her reaction. This woman had a special bond with Su Chao. Remembering the man who had severed his own pinky, he felt a surge of rage. He never imagined that scoundrel could play so well, deceiving even her. As Wang Qingwang's words sank in, Lu Qinxi took a deep breath, fixing her gaze on Fong Ling. You need to explain this to me. Fong Ling curled up slightly, stammering. I am called. She is called Fong Ling, as I just mentioned, Wang Qingwang interjected, producing his phone and displaying the company's employee information to Lu Qinxi. Here, this is our company's employee list. It includes photos of both Huo Miao and Fong Ling. See for yourself. Lu Qinxi trembled as she accepted the phone. Although it was merely an ID photo, she quickly realized that the woman she had been trying to save was indeed Fong Ling, not Huo Miao. Huo Miao was exceptionally beautiful, even in her ID photo. She was captivating. Lu Qinxi had to concede that Huo Miao was significantly more attractive than she was. How could this be? If he has already rescued Huo Miao, why would he deceive me into coming out? Lu Qinxi murmured, lost in thought. What does he want? I even sacrificed for him, yet he continues to deceive me. Is this all just a game to him? Wang Qingwang chuckled as he processed the situation. Are you pushing Su Chao to marry you? Yes, Lu Qinxi sighed, her body swaying unsteadily. Clearly, Su Chao was straddling 2 boats. Wang Qingwang asserted, your pressure for marriage is too intense, but he only wants to have fun with you. To be frank, if you were Su Chao, who would you choose? Huo Miao or Lu Qinxi? Lu Qinxi remained silent, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Homegrown flowers lack the fragrance of wildflowers. He is merely toying with you, Wang Qingwang continued. Now, with this terrible weather, he has managed to rid himself of you. Consider this. While you may know how to ski, the journey from your home to our company would be quite difficult. In this frigid weather, if you dress too lightly, you could easily freeze to death outside. As far as I know, there have already been widespread fatalities across the country, even globally, and the authorities have yet to make an appearance. Once the snow clears and societal order is restored, if you perish outside, who would remember you? The news will simply report the number of deceased nationwide, and your cause of death will be either freezing or starvation. Even if you die on the road dressed warmly, it can be explained away. Lacking supplies at home, you ventured out searching for food and unfortunately froze to death. Of course, it is highly likely that no one will care, and your life will merely be a statistic in the news. Lu Chenxi's pupils contracted. Indeed, Wang Qingwang's analysis held considerable weight. Otherwise, why had she undergone the abortion alone? Su Chao had not even bothered to show his face. In her earlier call, she had thought Su Chao had finally come to his senses. Reflecting on it now, she realized she was the fool. Scoundrel. Hatred filled Lu Chenxi's eyes. This bastard actually wanted her dead. Did he feel no remorse at all? I despise Su Chao, and so do I. Wang Qingwang raised his hand. You see, because I teased Huo Miao, that stormy night he came to the office and severed my pinky before whisking Huo Miao away. I think we could form an alliance. Alliance? Lu Chenxi was taken aback. It's simple. You're a single woman, right? Wang Qingwang smirked coldly. If you want to take revenge on Su Chao, it would be quite challenging with just a woman's strength. But with my help, it would be an entirely different matter. Lu Chenxi instinctively nodded as she regarded Wang Qingwang. He was tall and sturdy, making him an appealing ally. Once the snow ceases, I will ensure he pays the price. Perhaps even take his life. Wang Qingwang's teeth clicked together. As long as it was done without leaving traces, the authorities would likely attribute his death to the snowstorm. Given the multitude of corpses, the authorities would undoubtedly require a considerable amount of time to manage the situation. Those who survive the snow disaster are likely too preoccupied with their own survival to concern themselves with trivial matters. In the aftermath, as society strives to rebuild, the imperative to develop and ensure the continuation of the human race will overshadow all else. At this moment, Lu Chenxi wore a grim expression, nodding coldly. Despite her affection for Su Chao, the fact that he now sought her demise left no room for forgiveness. This scoundrel must not be spared. Wait. Fong Ling panicked, recalling that Lu Chenxi had come to rescue her. What should I do? You? Wang Qingwang scoffed. You conspired with Huo Miao to harm this lovely lady. And now you expect her to take you with her? I can only take one person. Lu Chenxi's gaze towards Fong Ling was icily resolute. Before Fong Ling could utter another word, Wang Qingwang lunged at her, pinning her down and swiftly stripping her of her clothing to don it himself. Give me back my clothes. Fong Ling cried. Get away. Wang Qingwang kicked her aside. He then followed Lu Chenxi out through the window. The biting cold sent a shiver down Wang Qingwang's spine, but breathing the fresh air invigorated him. They had escaped. Fong Ling, weeping pitifully, saw Wang Qingwang follow Lu Chenxi out and lunged at him in desperation, clutching him tightly. You're asking for trouble. Wang Qingwang's eyes glinted with menace as he grabbed a wooden stick from the office and struck Fong Ling's head with force. Yet, she stubbornly clung to his clothing. Let go of me. Let go, let go. Wang Qingwang, his face contorted with fury, struck her repeatedly until she lay silent, slumped against the window. He grunted in satisfaction and moved behind Lu Chenxi, embracing her tightly. Let us go, beautiful, he said. Lu Chenxi, her expression complex, nodded slightly, though her face betrayed discomfort. Don't hold me so tightly. I have no choice. This jacket is a bit snug, and if I don't hold you close, the cold wind will seep in. Otherwise, I might freeze to death on the way to your home. Wang Qingwang tightened his grip. There's a reasonably sized supermarket nearby. Let us go there and grab some food. I can also find something to wear. Lu Chenxi fell silent, leading Wang Qingwang as they glided away. Behind them, on the second floor, Fong Ling remained motionless against the window, the cold wind howling around her. Chapter 62. I have no morals upon arriving at the supermarket. Wang Qingwang used the stick to smash the glass door. It shattered easily. He widened the opening and climbed inside, pulling Lu Chenxi in after him. The supermarket supplies were not extensive, but it showed no signs of having been ransacked. Clearly, the chaos had erupted during the stormy night when many had taken what they could. After finding 2 garments, Wang Qingwang felt significantly warmer. He stuffed various useful items into a bag. Lu Chenxi was taken aback by Wang Qingwang's close proximity and stepped back, blushing. Why not just take everything tonight? We can make multiple trips. Given that it has snowed for 4 consecutive days, it's unlikely anyone will come here anytime soon. Lu Chenxi fell silent, her cheeks reddening. This middle-aged man genuinely cared for her. Observing her expression, Wang Qingwang smirked. They say women are vulnerable after a breakup. Indeed, it's easy to charm them. Although Lu Chenxi may not be a top beauty, she was still quite appealing. With a little effort tonight, I shall claim her. In this frigid weather, embracing such a woman, feasting together, and playing cards would be the ultimate indulgence. After exiting the supermarket, they continued to glide along. This time, Lu Chenxi appeared unbothered by Wang Qingwang's close embrace. In fact, he even leaned against her, and she showed no reaction. Tonight holds promise. Wang Qingwang's eyes gleamed. He felt compelled to thank Su Chao. If not for that scoundrel, he would never have encountered such a woman. Just moments ago, he learned that Lu Chenxi was a competitive skier, undoubtedly possessing a splendid physique. After enjoying her company, when I reappear before you, Su Chao, I shall see if Huo Miao remains devoted to you. With Huo Miao's icy demeanor, she would undoubtedly break ties with you. Perhaps I shall seize the opportunity to taste Huo Miao as well. His hands grew restless. Lu Chenxi playfully chided. What are your hands doing? Don't you like it? Wang Qingwang teased, rubbing her through her clothing. Lu Chenxi fell silent, huffing softly, and continued gliding. Tonight is absolutely going to be a success. Wang Qingwang was filled with excitement. If it weren't so cold outside, he would have taken Lu Qinxi right then and there. Su Chao, you are indeed the catalyst. Unbeknownst to him, the Su Chao he was so grateful to was actually Shen Heng. Neither Su Chao nor even the oblivious Su Chao realized that Lu Qinxi would end up entangled with Huo Miao as superior. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach Shen Heng, with his phone switched off, Feng Lu erupted in anger. Enough with the noise. Su Chao snapped, his expression dark. How can I confront Shen Heng later if I can't even get a moment of peace? What do you mean by confront? We don't even know which villa he is at. Feng Lu retorted defiantly. Are we supposed to search each one? Su Chao, suddenly enlightened, replied, you're right. Feng Lu looked perplexed. There are only 20 villas in total, 10 on the east side and 10 on the west. However, in this frigid weather, Feng Lu shivered, reluctant to venture outside. Unless you want to spend the night here? We've burned everything we could at home, leaving only this double bed. If we burn that too, we'll have to sleep on the floor. Su Chao frowned. We have to at least try. If we don't, we'll definitely be stuck here tonight. Reluctantly, Feng Lu nodded. Let us go. Su Chao and Feng Lu bundled up in blankets, armed with a flashlight, and made their way down the stairs. Unbeknownst to Shen Heng, the butterfly effect of Wang Qingwang, saving Huo Miao, had also led to his own salvation, which in turn fueled Wang Qingwang's desire for revenge against Su Chao. Now, embracing the fragrant and delicate Huo Miao, he switched off his old phone and browsed through his secondary WeChat account. Scrolling through the news, he noted the abundance of posts, a testament to the self-media era where anyone could be a reporter. Most were lamentations about hunger and the harsh cold. Some warned against drinking melting snow, claiming it was toxic. It was evident that the population across the nation was dwindling. Even those residing abroad shared similar grim reports. The government of the United States quickly mobilized their military, seemingly indifferent to the suffering of the populace. Everything now depended on self-rescue. A sense of despair began to spread. Shen Heng deliberately searched for news related to the coastal regions of the Dragon Nation, hoping to uncover relevant updates. Currently, half of the military had been dispatched to the coast, though their purpose remained unclear. After much effort, he finally stumbled upon a coastal report, the title reading, "Shocking. The Dragon Nation's coast has encountered." Just as he clicked on it, a message appeared, indicating the report had been deemed false and deleted. In such dire circumstances, does the government still have the resources to delete news? What truly transpired at the coast? He shook his head. There were less than 3 hours remaining until the system upgrade concluded. He did not even engage in any intimacy with Huo Miao, fearing that it would exhaust him into a deep slumber. His sole desire was to endure until around 2 in the morning, waiting for the system upgrade to seize the opportunity to purchase the extraordinary fruit. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang. Shen Heng furrowed his brows. The account Harmony Brings Wealth had added numerous residents from the neighborhood. However, everyone was aware that when this esteemed individual did not post any messages in the group, no one was to disturb him. Any proactive contact would result in immediate deletion and blacklisting, along with a refusal to sell any supplies to the offender. Upon opening the message, he found it was from Yi Zhiqiu. Forgive my audacity for disturbing you at this late hour, but do you have any montmorillonite powder? The child next door is suffering from diarrhea, and I do not have any of this medicine at home. She had been married to her husband for a short time and did not yet have children, so it was natural that she wouldn't have diarrhea medication for a child on hand. Just as she had settled down to sleep, she was interrupted by a knock from next door. The young couple from across the hall, knowing that Ning Yao was a specially recruited medical expert at Jiangqing People's Hospital, had come seeking help with their child. As a compassionate healer, Ning Yao could not abandon the opportunity to assist. However, without the appropriate medicine, she found herself at an impasse. It was then that she thought of Shen Heng. With a mindset of giving it a try, she sent him a message. Yes, I have it. 1 box for 50,000. 50,000. At the hospital, 1 box costs 15 yuan. Why don't you just go to the hospital to buy it? I am merely a merchant, not a saint. Are you aware that because of those 3 medications, you sold for 200,000? That resident named Li on the grassland, his father has passed away. Ning Yao was incensed. You could easily sell it for less. Even if it were 10,000 a box, his father might not have died. Are you truly so blinded by greed? He willingly offered 200,000, claiming he could save his father. Therefore, I concluded he had the means. Shen Heng retorted disdainfully. Yet when I initially quoted him 200,000, he hesitated and did not buy. His father's death is not my concern. Dr. Ning, you should ask him. When faced with the chance to save his father against the price of 200,000, he chose money. How can I be blamed? Ning Yao fell silent. After a moment, she sent another message, this time a voice note. Can you perhaps lower the price this time? After all, it's for a 4-year-old child. 50,000 seems excessive. Her voice was melodious, tinged with a hint of vulnerability. However, this was of little consequence to Shen Heng. Dr. Ning, it's a fixed price. If you want to buy, then buy. If not, then forget it. Have you ever seen a patient haggling with a hospital? Those who cannot afford treatment, do they think they can plead with hospitals to reduce their surgery fees? If you wish to play the saint, you can spend your own money, but don't morally bind me. I am a merchant, and I'm afraid I possess no morality. Listening to Yi Zhiqiu's voice, it was evident she was a young woman. If she could be of use to him, Shen Heng would be quite pleased. Having a doctor by his side, particularly a young and beautiful one, would indeed be a bonus. After all, no one desires an elderly companion. Yet, in comparison, money held greater importance. Money was his fundamental cornerstone. Without it, the vending machine could not be upgraded, and he would ultimately fade into obscurity. As for doctors, there were plenty in Taoyuan community alone. A little food and drink would suffice to entice many to serve him. Ning Yao was left speechless. She turned to glance at the young couple next door, who wore smiles, and sighed. The child is merely experiencing diarrhea, but without the necessary medicine, I cannot assist. I only know that Harmony Brings Wealth has the medicine, but he charges 50,000 for a box of montmorillonite powder. 50,000. The young couple was taken aback. Indeed. Ning Yao nodded. If not, perhaps you should ask others. If all else fails, you may have to purchase it from Harmony Brings Wealth. A wave of helplessness washed over her. She truly could not afford to offend Harmony Brings Wealth, as her household was running low on food, and she hoped to purchase some provisions from this esteemed individual the following day. If she were blacklisted, she would be unable to buy anything. Rumor had it that Lao Wang and Hua Kai Fu Gui had been blacklisted by Harmony Brings Wealth, and they were now starving. Soon enough, someone in the owner group sent out a message. Changdao Auto Repair. May I ask if anyone has montmorillonite powder? My child has diarrhea, and I'm willing to trade 2 packs of instant noodles. Ilu Feishing, I have some. Just as we agreed, I'll trade for 2 packs of noodles. Changdao Auto Repair. Ilu Feishing, rest assured, I will keep my word. I've added you as a friend. Please accept my request so we can chat privately. Watching their exchange, Shen Heng scoffed. It seemed that the child Ning Yao had sought to help was indeed this Ilu Feishing. He was unwilling to part with 50,000 for the medicine, but was ready to trade 2 packs of instant noodles. What a fool. As time passed, he would come to realize that not only 50,000, but even 500,000 would not buy him instant noodles. Money held no value whatsoever. However, if these two wished to trade, let them do so. While Shen Heng appeared to have blacklisted a few individuals, it was merely to cultivate an image of authority, instilling fear in others. To be frank, he hoped these individuals would survive. At least until he had fully extracted their savings, it would be best for them to remain alive. Once their funds were depleted, they would no longer concern him. Changdao Auto Repair believed he had struck a bargain, as 2 packs of instant noodles were merely 4,000, while Harmony Brings Wealth demanded 50,000 for montmorillonite powder. Excitedly, he rushed downstairs to complete the trade. Ilu Feishing was equally satisfied, having exchanged a virtually useless box of medicine for 2 packs of noodles. In no time, the once quiet owner group buzzed with activity again. Many were inspired to trade goods. Of course, with food being the most sought-after commodity, others who fell ill sought to buy medicine but found Harmony Brings Wealth's prices exorbitant, ultimately reaching agreements with fellow residents. Gui Yuping sent a message. Brother Shun, should I prohibit them from trading privately? He had already sold a considerable amount of supplies during the day and had tasted the sweetness of profit. He had also interacted with Zhao Weilong, and knew Shen Heng had enlisted Zhao to secretly recruit followers to maintain the sales operations. Gui Yuping's loyalty to Shen Heng only deepened. Brother Shun said that as long as I obey, I would be taken care of with supplies for my family. Let them be. I don't care what they trade. Shen Heng replied indifferently. In the end, all the money will flow into my pockets. Gui Yuping nodded repeatedly. And seeing that Shen Heng had no further instructions, he did not dare to impose. The system would finish upgrading in the early hours of the morning, and the next day he would go to the underground passage, allowing him to carry vast quantities of supplies. At that point, all would be entrusted to Gui Yuping for sale, testing him for a few days. Once Gui Yuping passed the test, he would finally have the bandwidth to prepare for other communities. After the apocalypse descended, snow had fallen continuously for over a week. When the first snowfall ceased, the sun would emerge. However, the temperature across Blue Star remained unchanged, devoid of any warmth. Yet, this heavy snow would continually solidify under the sun's rays. This meant that after a day or two of sunshine, the accumulation of snow would harden, allowing people to walk slowly on its surface. At that time, all the snow would sink slightly, but the snow would begin to freeze, ensuring that people walking on the compacted snow would no longer sink into it. Once people could venture outside, it signified that order would gradually be disrupted. Those quick to react would rush to gas stations, restaurants, supermarkets, and clothing stores to loot. Meanwhile, those who were slower would gather friends and family, forming various factions. Ultimately, they would descend into chaos over the struggle for resources. Shen Heng hoped to seize Jiangsheng, or, more accurately, to capture a significant portion of its residential areas before chaos erupted among the populace. What level would the vending machines reach then? In the neighboring Villa No. 3, the sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan huddled together in the basement. It wasn't that they didn't want to stay upstairs, it was simply too cold. In contrast, the basement, blanketed by snow, seemed to maintain a slightly higher temperature. In their subterranean chamber, the floor was covered with sofa cushions, layered with thick mattresses and bedding. A few bags of snacks lay before them, alongside the shells of seafood that Shen Heng had previously sent. Not far away, a fire crackled. Yang Jinxian had ruthlessly moved a table from the house to fuel the flames for warmth. This was a brand-name table that had cost her several tens of thousands. Yet in such dire weather, what value did it hold if they could not find a way to stay warm? With the fire, they roasted the seafood Shen Heng had gifted them, indulging in a hearty meal. With no beverages available, they could only sip red wine to quench their thirst. Indeed, In earlier times, one might have deemed it a jest to suggest that red wine could serve as a thirst quencher, but in this apocalyptic reality, it had become a viable option. The only drink left in the house was red wine. The sisters, wary of becoming too intoxicated and leaving the fire unattended, nibbled cautiously, endeavoring not to choke on their food. Only when their thirst became unbearable would they take a small sip. All the heavy blankets had been gathered around them, wrapped in the comfort of their bedding while basking in the warmth of the fire. Yet, how long could such days persist? Over the past few days, they had occasionally ascended to check upstairs, but the weather remained unchanged, with the heavens relentlessly pouring snow. The food supplies were visibly dwindling. What were they to do? The sisters gazed at the flickering flames in silence. Yang Jinxian recalled the message that Huamiao had sent her. Uncertain of her own feelings, she quietly opened the call history with Huamiao. Would you two sisters like to be my husband's girlfriends? Upon receiving this message, Yang Jinxian thought Huamiao had lost her mind. Soon after, Huamiao sent another message, this time devoid of text, but filled with numerous images. There were pictures of Huamiao cooking a variety of delectable meals, along with photos of her in a delicate nightgown. There were also images of Shen Heng embracing Huamiao while watching television, and Huamiao's selfies. In the photos, Shen Heng appeared in a thin nightgown, his hair damp, as if he had just bathed. Yang Jinxian could hardly believe her eyes. Yet, upon closer inspection, both Huamiao and Shen Heng looked radiant and clean, so unlike herself, who had not bathed for 4 days and felt filthy. Huamiao's selfies in the bathroom showcased her using high-end cosmetics and wearing a face mask. How had they managed to live so well? The few photos had been viewed countless times, and in the stillness of the night, her envy surged to an all-time high. Shen Heng's beautiful girlfriend had asked if she wanted to become his girlfriend. Though not explicitly stated, Yang Jinxian understood well. If she and her sister agreed, they would be welcomed into their home. There would be no scene of a primary wife confronting a mistress. Instead, they would coexist harmoniously. After all, it was Shen Heng's girlfriend who had extended the invitation. Wait, Yang Jinxian suddenly furrowed her brow. Could the person messaging her be Shen Heng himself? Were they playing some sort of game and deliberately sending this to her? That seemed plausible. The whims of youth were often perplexing, and she found herself unable to keep up. She chuckled awkwardly at her earlier earnestness. At that moment, Yang Mushuan, silent and engrossed in her phone, suddenly looked up, her face a mask of confusion as she gazed at her sister. Sister, what did she ask? When I inquired, she was all mysterious, only telling me to ask you. Chapter 64. Yang Jinxuan's decision. Startled by her sister's question, Yang Jinxuan's body jolted. Yang Mushuan, skeptical, replied, what did you and Huamiao discuss? What did she ask you? I told you it's nothing. Noticing her sister's apparent irritation, Yang Mushuan refrained from pressing further, rising to add 2 legs from the table to the fire before settling onto the mattress. Yang Jinxian continued to scrutinize the photos Huamiao had sent. She knew her sister would undoubtedly pry for details later. Reluctantly, she typed out a message to Huamiao. What do you mean? Jinjia, I only asked you one question, Huamiao replied. Yang Jinxuan's face twitched, and she covertly glanced at her sister. It's quite literal. My husband is Shen Heng. Would you and your sister like to be Shen Heng's girlfriends? Huamiao wasted no time in beating around the bush, stating directly, you've seen the photos I sent. And while the world outside is frigid, I'm living a high-quality life with my husband. If you agree, I'll talk to him. A pair of beautiful sisters like you will surely meet his approval. Yang Jinxian was taken aback. You and Shen Heng are together. And yet you want to find him a girlfriend? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, her expression was one of utter shock. At just 28 years old, she felt the world changing around her in a way she had never experienced before. Yang Mushuan, lying on the mattress, continued to watch her phone. But her thoughts were entirely focused on her sister. It was evident that Huamiao's revelations had left her sister stunned, her eyes wide open. What could they possibly be discussing? Her curiosity piqued. She wanted to lean in and see. Yet, she recalled her sister's discomfort during her earlier inquiry, indicating that she preferred not to share. So, she resolved to abstain from prying. Is this really you, Huamiao? After a long pause, Yang Jinxian finally typed. Have you been brainwashed by Shen Heng? Do you even realize what you're saying? I am fully aware, Huamiao responded. At that moment, Shen Heng was busy settling Zhao Weilong, who had been performing admirably, rallying a dozen young and robust followers. Though his skills were lacking, he was efficient in his tasks. May I ask a bold question? Do you still have any food at home? Huamiao chuckled. Even if you do, it likely isn't much. Yang Jinxian fell silent. Beyond the seafood meal they had shared, their supplies had indeed run dry. Moreover, the seafood had barely satisfied their hunger, leaving them hungry for 12 hours. See, I knew it. Huamiao teased. If you agree, not only can you stay in our warm home, but you can also enjoy a variety of delicious foods. Shen Heng assures me that there's no need to worry about food supplies. And Huamiao was indeed correct. Shen Heng had not lied. Over the past few days, no matter what they wished to eat, Shen Heng had conjured it out of thin air, even producing a plethora of fresh fruits. Huamiao was bewildered by Shen Heng's ability. After all, outside, the world was frozen solid, and food had long since turned to ice. Yet the vegetables and fruits Shen Heng presented were as fresh as if just plucked. When Shen Heng had previously traded supplies, Huamiao had worried about what would happen if all the goods were sold out and they faced hunger. Yet Shen Heng had assured her that they could eat for 10 lifetimes without exhausting their supplies. What was there to worry about? Drawing these sisters closer would unify their cause, preventing Shen Heng from straying elsewhere. Many had perished outside, and Huo Miao understood that if she remained at the company without food or water, she would likely have met the same fate long ago. No wonder Shen Heng called it the apocalypse. In this world of scarcity, while resources were hard to find, beautiful women were abundant. The thought of Shen Heng growing weary of her and casting her aside was what truly instilled despair. During her earlier video call with Su Chao, she had clearly seen their former home, now coated in ice, with Su Chao curled up under blankets, his beard unkempt, looking haggard. In comparison, she still enjoys a life of abundance. Moreover, after spending these past few days together, she has developed a profound affection for Shen Heng. Women are often drawn to powerful men, and Huo Miao understands that she has irreversibly fallen for Shen Heng. To avoid being separated from him, she must make a decision. Should she confide in Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan, or prepare for the possibility of being cast aside? It is wise to plan ahead. By demonstrating her magnanimity, Shen Heng is sure to grow fonder of her. Furthermore, the sisters Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan are allies she has actively courted, and they will stand by her side. In the future, even if more sisters join their ranks, they will always be newcomers, while she and the Yang sisters will remain united in their loyalty to her. Over the past few days, while perusing news videos at home, she has noticed something amiss. As a member of the workforce, she longs for the azure sky and the sea, which has led her to follow several coastal bloggers. However, all of these bloggers have ceased posting. She even deliberately searched for updates about the seaside, yet found no news, which only heightened her anxiety. What could be happening at the coast? This realization solidifies her determination to cling tightly to Shen Heng, ensuring she cannot be abandoned. At present, Shen Heng treats her with great affection, and she finds herself content. Her parents in the countryside are safe for now. They have a habit of stockpiling food, grow vegetables, and have ample supplies, including coal and firewood behind their home, ensuring their safety. With a beloved man by her side and her parents unharmed, Huo Miao feels exceedingly satisfied. Thus, she is even more unwilling to lose her current way of life. Yang Jinchuan's expression stiffens. Unbeknownst to her, Huo Miao's thoughts are far from rational. She perceives this woman as insane. How could she even entertain the idea of finding a girlfriend for her husband? Initially, she thought the snow disaster outside was enough to drive one mad, but Huo Miao's thoughts are even more outrageous. Yang Jinxian finds it incomprehensible. Are you pitying me? Do you wish for me to barter my body for resources? Can you truly earn Shen Heng's affection that way? Yang Jinxian suppresses her anger, feeling compelled to inform Huo Miao that there is a prominent figure in their community selling supplies, albeit at a steep price. Yet she believes she will not go hungry for now. She can contact the seller and purchase some provisions. However, she fears that if she leaves, the sycophants from the Song family next door will seize the opportunity to rob her. Although she is uncertain why they have yet to break down her door, Yang Jinxian remains cautious, unwilling to venture outside. Unexpectedly, Huo Miao's melodious laughter rings out. What are you laughing at? Yang Jinxian frowns. Sister Jean, you might not know, but harmonious wealth is my husband, Shen Heng. Huo Miao replies with a light chuckle. And you should have heard that a few people have already been blacklisted by my husband. Even if you wanted to buy supplies, you couldn't. She continues, what would you do if I told my husband not to sell you any supplies? What? Yang Jinchuan's eyes widen in disbelief. Harmonious wealth is actually Shen Heng? She instinctively wants to refute this, but suddenly recalls the photos Huo Miao sent, falling silent. Huo Miao has no reason to lie to her. She could directly verify with Shen Heng. Furthermore, Huo Miao's current standard of living is indeed quite elevated. While others are without water, Huo Miao can still take a bath. Yang Jinxian grits her teeth in frustration. Are you suggesting I enjoy a good life? Is it for your husband's enjoyment? She wants to refuse but glances at her younger sister. Mushuan is still alive, but her disheveled appearance lacks any semblance of femininity. She has even forced her sister to endure hunger. I truly am not a competent sister. Yang Jinxian clenches her fists and, after a long pause, despondently implores. I beg you not to do this to me. I can agree to your demands, but my sister is still young. Chapter 65. Someone outside the door. I've managed to secure one. Huo Miao beams with delight. Just then, Shen Heng turns to her and asks, what are you laughing about? My dear? Oh, nothing. Just saw something amusing. Huo Miao waves her hand dismissively. Shen Heng, trusting her completely, feels assured that she would never betray him. Even without checking her phone, he knows she is entirely devoted to him. Today, Zhao Weilong performed admirably, gathering numerous followers, and he is quite invested in acquiring greenery. His home is already filled with various plants. Shen Heng worries that the plants might perish in the cold at Zhao Weilong's house, urging him to deliver them tomorrow. Zhao Weilong eagerly agrees, as he now harbors a deep-seated fear of Shen Heng. After all, Shen Heng possesses a firearm. He is not your average boss. Moreover, the boss has assured him that as long as he works diligently, he will never go hungry. Although Zhao Weilong has lost sight in one eye due to Shen Heng, he does not dare harbor any resentment. At that moment, Shen Heng's phone buzzes again. Someone has requested to add him as a friend. Typically, Shen Heng rejects such requests. As he has delegated the task of selling supplies entirely to Gui Yuping, he casually opens the request, intending to dismiss it, eager to eliminate the unread notification. However, this time, the request message reads, I am Yang Jinxian. You must be Shen Heng. Shen Heng is taken aback. Has his identity as harmonious wealth been exposed? He turns to Huo Miao and asks, may I see your phone? Huh. Huo Miao is momentarily stunned as Shen Heng takes her phone. The screen displays their conversation. Shen Heng stares in disbelief at the dialogue between them, utterly flabbergasted. My dear, you discussed this with Yang Jinxian? Huo Miao is actually seeking a woman for him? Am I dreaming? Observing his stunned expression, Huo Miao pouts and leans closer. My dear husband, you won't be angry, will you? After all, your obedient wife is merely trying to help you find a woman, right? What on earth are you doing? Shen Heng chuckles in confusion. If I tell you. You mustn't be upset, she continues. Last night, Shen Heng is momentarily stunned before realizing that Huo Miao must have felt insecure after noticing a strand of hair, leading her to believe he had a woman outside. You're acting so obediently because you fear I might abandon you someday? He asks, wrapping his arms around her gently. Yes, Huo Miao replies, her face a picture of grievance. So I thought it wise to bring in a companion. The three of you can serve you together, ensuring you have no time for distractions outside, and you will always remember my kindness, never forsaking me. Shen Heng is touched, assuring her, rest assured. I have promised you before, so long as you do not betray me, I will always take care of you. He never imagined that someone like Huo Miao would be so obedient, tenderly coquettish, and even propose to take a concubine. It's not just any woman, but the beautiful lady next door, along with her sister. To take two at once, what a grand ambition. The thought of Yang Jinxuan's lovely visage makes Shen Heng swallow hard. Truth be told, he had entertained thoughts of Yang Jinxian before, but never expected it to happen so suddenly. Moreover, she has acquiesced. Reflecting on their conversation leaves him feeling parched. You, who have clearly been moved, still pretend as if you are disinterested, though your body has already betrayed you. Huo Miao, sensing Shen Heng's unusual demeanor, shoots him a disapproving glance. My dear Miao Miao is quite affectionate. Shen Heng replies with a grin, then leans in to kiss her. Am I not enough on my own? Why must women complicate matters for one another? Furthermore, are you truly willing to share your husband with others? It is utterly absurd. Why the silence? Am I not enough for you? Yang Jinxian once again sent a message on WeChat. Do not push me too far. Yet Shen Heng, lost in an embrace with Huo Miao, paid no heed to the ringing phone. I found myself at a loss for words. She is my sister. I promise to take good care of Shen Heng. Just spare her. If he is dissatisfied with both of us, I am more than willing to assist him in finding someone else. Surely that is acceptable? Where is the camaraderie among sisters? Shen Heng is a prosperous individual. To go against him could lead to dire consequences. At that point, even if one possesses wealth, what good would it do? Without food or water, one could soon perish in the basement. Yang Mushuan observed her sister's expressions of shock, confusion, and sorrow, growing increasingly curious. What had Huo Miao said to her sister? Just as she opened her mouth to speak, a sudden, loud banging resonated from the basement door. Bang, bang, bang. Both women were startled. Yang Jinxuan's complexion turned pale as she trembled towards the basement door. The knocking grew more insistent. Yang Mushuan dared not speak, her eyes darting nervously to her sister. It must be someone from the Song family. Surely, it was someone sent to monitor us from next door? Why had there been no activity for days? Only to come knocking at this late hour? Were they eager? Or had the watchers from next door run out of supplies and wished to forcibly take us away? But outside, the freezing wind howled. Was it Song Zhengming leading the charge, driving through the snow? Yang Jinxuan's mind raced with chaotic thoughts. She peered through the peephole. But the darkness outside obscured her view. A chill ran down her spine. The peephole was blocked. Outside, Su Chao and Feng Lu, wrapped in blankets, trembled with cold. Su Chao hid nearby while Feng Lu shivered uncontrollably, nearly collapsing as the blanket slipped from her grip. She leaned against the basement door's peephole, straining to see inside, then turned her head to whisper. We've already knocked on 3 doors. Be patient. There are only 20 households in total, and we've checked 1/7. Su Chao huffed, his breath visible in the cold air. Earlier, Shen Heng had informed them that he was in the second row of townhouses, and upon hearing this, the two had armed themselves and ventured to the underground passageway. As they walked, their minds felt numbed from the cold. Arriving at the second row of townhouses, they began their search, starting from the west and moving eastward. This was the third house they had knocked on in the west second row. The first 2 had been unoccupied, with no response despite their persistent knocking. They even sent a message to Shen Heng, but it, too, fell into the void. Shen Heng had just powered on his old phone, yet he ignored Feng Lu's message. He thought it unwise to leave his phone off for an entire night. For Feng Lu might suspect he was toying with her. Turning it off for a short while would suffice. She would inevitably message him again. When that happened, he could simply claim he had just turned it on. Little did he know that Feng Lu had already set off with Su Chao, even arriving next door. Feng Lu peered through the peephole for what felt like an eternity, but saw nothing. She then picked up her phone to message Shen Heng. Someone is indeed there. Inside the house, Yang Jinxian, who had been crouched by the door, gasped in shock. She had seen the figure outside, dressed in a blanket, their features obscured. They were sending a text message, and Yang Jinxian caught a glimpse of the phone's screen lighting up. Surely, they were messaging Song Zhengming. Shen Heng, lost in a passionate kiss with Huo Miao, reluctantly released her as he heard the sound of the old phone ringing. Upon glancing at it, he realized Feng Lu had sought him out. She had braved the cold to come out at this hour, showing remarkable resilience. However, he certainly would not open the door to let her in. Ding! Just as Feng Lu prepared to stand and leave, she suddenly perked up, turning with excitement to Su Chao. She waved her hand urgently. Su Chao cautiously approached. Feng Lu whispered, "This house has someone inside." But they wouldn't open the door. It has to be Shen Heng. Chapter 66. Decision. Both parties, inside and outside the door, stood frozen in place. Feng Lu carefully pressed her ear against the door, attempting to glimpse inside through the peephole. Yang Jinxuan's expression darkened. The earlier silence was broken by the sound of a notification. And fearing it might be heard by those outside, she too leaned against the peephole. The peephole was once again obscured. The figures outside had blocked it. She was now utterly convinced. Late at night, knocking on doors, and deliberately standing in front of the peephole. It had to be the Song family monitoring her from next door. What should she do? Panic surged within her. Shen Heng had sent a message to Feng Lu. Are you joking? You've come out in the middle of the night without fear of freezing to death. Huo Miao also messaged Yang Jinxian. Sister Jean, why are you ignoring me? Are you perhaps trying to persuade Mu's sister? Ding dong. Inside and outside, WeChat notifications chimed simultaneously. Yang Jinxuan's face turned pale with terror. Were they planning to break down the wall? Or climb over from next door? With the snow so thick, it wouldn't be difficult to scale the wall. With this thought, she quickly signaled her sister to sneak upstairs for a look. Yang Mushuan nodded, her expression serious, and quietly ascended the stairs. Hiding in the corner of the bedroom, watching the second-floor window. Outside, upon hearing the phone notification, Feng Lu was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly grabbed her phone. But when she opened it, she nearly exploded with anger. After running so far, she was practically frozen solid, and yet he was accusing her of joking? Inside, I promise. I promise. As for whether my sister is willing, I cannot say, but I have vowed to be Shen Heng's woman. I will wholeheartedly serve him and listen to your words. Can you please come and save me? There are people outside our door. In this moment, she could only turn to Shen Heng for help. She did not want to fall into the hands of that pervert Song Zhengming. Although she thought Huo Miao was somewhat unhinged, she was surely better than Song Zhengming, wasn't he? People? Huo Miao was taken aback. Glancing at the time on her phone, it was already nearly 1 a.m. At such a late hour, there were indeed people outside Yang Jinxuan's home? She was right next door and hadn't heard a thing. They must want to move in, but felt too shy to be too forward, hence this ruse. My husband's charm is truly remarkable. She glanced up at Shen Heng, only to find him wearing a peculiar expression as he looked at his phone. Feng Lu had sent another message. I am at the west second row, house number 3, Shen Heng. I am not lying. Where are you staying? I am about to freeze to death. West second row, house number 3. Wasn't he that Yang Jinxuan's home? Right next door. Feng Lu was currently in the underground passage. What had Yang Jinxian told her? Shen Heng looked on in astonishment at Huo Miao. Huo Miao, feeling pleased, replied sweetly. She said she has agreed. But she urged you to save her immediately, claiming there are people outside her door. Yang Jinxian truly understands my intentions. She clearly stated that even with Shen Heng's affection, she would still hold me in high regard. How thoughtful of her. Shen Heng, on the other hand, found the situation both amusing and perplexing. Good heavens. Feng Lu really did come. Just then, Huo Miao's phone buzzed again. She picked it up and, with a solemn expression, said, she sent another message, stating that there are at least 2 people outside, and she fears you may not be their match, so to be careful. After reading the message, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Sister Jean is so dramatic. She wants my husband to rescue her while also worrying about his safety. They haven't even entered our home yet, and she's already fretting over Shun Ge. Haha. Shen Heng chuckled. What are you laughing at, husband? Huo Miao asked. A bit puzzled. Oh, nothing. Shen Heng shook his head gently, embracing Huo Miao as they settled down. All right, we have witnessed quite enough of the spectacle. It is time for the curtain to fall. Huo Miao looked perplexed, but obediently lay beside him. Shen Heng picked up his phone and dialed Feng Lu for a video call. The phone rang, and Feng Lu jumped, nearly dropping her device in shock. Initially irritated, her expression transformed into a smile upon recognizing Shen Heng as the caller, and she quickly accepted the call. Inside the house, Yang Jinxian felt her heart race. The individuals outside were still on the phone. Surely, Song Jingming was dispatching more people. What to do? In a flurry, she turned and hurried upstairs, where she found her sister, Yang Mushuan, curled up in a corner on the second floor. Sister, what are you doing up here? Yang Mushuan asked, puzzled. In a hushed tone, she continued, is there no one outside? Did the people from the underground passage leave? No. Yang Jinxian bit her lip and spoke earnestly. If Song Jingming captures me, you might also be in danger. She was acutely aware of her sister's beauty, which rivaled her own, though there was a few years' difference. Their features bore a striking resemblance. Yang Jinxian understood the allure of their sisterly charm to men. If she were to be taken by Song Jingming, her sister would not escape unscathed. Even if he did not take her away, in this desolate villa without food or water, her sister would surely perish. Yang Mushuan's delicate face tightened, turning pale. It's my fault for getting you into this mess. Yang Jinxian held her sister tightly. Sister, please don't say that. Yang Mushuan comforted her. The classmates who remained at school are also starving, trapped in their dormitories, and some have already fainted. At least I can be here with you. We will be fine. I promise to keep you safe. A resolute glimmer shone in Yang Jinxuan's eyes. She had promised their parents to look after her sister. Even if it cost her life, she could not allow Mushuan to suffer harm. Accepting her role as Shen Heng's woman, she had made peace with it. Yet, she understood that he had a legitimate wife. Her position would merely be that of a mistress. She set aside her misgivings. If her sister truly developed feelings for Shen Heng, she would gladly share him. However, if her sister had feelings for someone else, he must not impose. She picked up her phone, this time speaking calmly rather than texting. Huo Miao, tell Shen Heng that as long as he is willing to rescue us sisters, I, Yang Jinxian, will belong to him, unwavering in my loyalty. Furthermore, I will accept his other women. In fact, I will introduce him to a friend of mine whose husband is missing and is exceptionally beautiful. If Shen Heng is willing, I will help persuade her. Huh. Yang Mushuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her sister. What are you saying, sister? Yang Jinxian added. If my sister develops feelings for him, I have no objections and am willing to share, but if she has someone she likes, he must not coerce her. Yang Mushuan's face flushed instantly. The pieces began to fall into place. Now she understood why her sister had been conversing with Huo Miao earlier. Did Shen Heng wish to possess both sisters? And Huo Miao, his legitimate wife, was complicit in this scheme? Chapter 67. She was exhausted and had fallen asleep. If Song Jingming's subordinates returned to the underground passage, escape would become even more impossible. At this moment, they could only plead with Shen Heng. There were only two of them. Perhaps Shen Heng could prevail. Moreover, with Huo Miao, along with herself and her sister, they had the advantage in numbers, 4 against 2. The numerical superiority slightly outweighed their disadvantage in gender. As long as they could leave with Shen Heng, given the inclement weather, even if Song Jingming attempted to send more people, it would take considerable effort. Yang Jinxian was acutely aware that this was the optimal moment to state her terms. Yang Mushuan stared at her sister in disbelief. Yang Jinxian couldn't meet her sister's gaze and slightly turned away. Sister, have you lost your mind? Yang Mushuan exclaimed in shock. This is my only chance to escape the Song family. Yang Jinxian bit her lip. With the heavy snow, everyone is short on supplies. And the Song family is no exception. I wager they are currently preoccupied with stockpiling resources and lack the means to come after me. If we act now, with our combined efforts, we might truly escape. But once we get out, where do we go? It's over 60 degrees below zero, far beyond human tolerance. We have no destination. Yang Jinxian sighed. Shen Heng is the one who sells supplies in the neighborhood. He has ample resources to ensure we are fed, and his home is warm enough for us to survive. When their parents passed away, she had silently vowed to protect her sister at all costs. Yang Mushuan's eyes turned red with emotion. Sister, the two embraced tightly. The video call was soon connected. Upon seeing Shen Heng's yawning face in the brightly lit room, Feng Lu felt a surge of frustration. I braved the cold to come all this way, and you're sleeping? It was evident that the room Shen Heng occupied was as warm as spring, with only a thin blanket draped over him. She was envious to the point of madness. Shen Heng, where are you staying? I need to get in quickly. I'm nearly freezing to death. Although she felt irritated, Feng Lu dared not express her anger. She forced a smile, shivering, and stomped her feet. Beside her, Su Chao stood quietly, trembling, afraid to be noticed by Shen Heng. Are you in the underground passage? Shen Heng raised an eyebrow. Yes. Feng Lu nodded vigorously. I'm at West Row 2, number 3. Are you alone? Shen Heng inquired again. Well, of course. Feng Lu glanced nervously at Su Chao before adding. I sneaked over while Su Chao was asleep. I'm all by myself. It's already 1 a.m. Aren't you going to let anyone come over to keep you company? Shen Heng remarked with a chuckle. Shaking his head, he continued. Feng Lu, do you know what I detest the most? What? Feng Lu was taken aback. I loathe being deceived, Shen Heng said, narrowing his eyes. What is your relationship with Su Chao? You better clarify this. In no relationship. Feng Lu stammered, waving her hands frantically. There's really nothing between us. You must be overthinking it. Huo Miao just called you, right? Even if you don't trust Su Chao or me, Huo Miao surely has no reason to deceive you. Let me ask you again, are you alone? Shen Heng's voice turned cold. Yes. You're lying to me. Shen Heng scoffed. Feng Lu, I've given you a chance. Su Chao is right beside you. Do you think I'm unaware? Also, Huo Miao is not with you at all. I truly despise liars. Now that I think about it, when you told me you were pregnant, that was probably a lie too, wasn't he it? Feng Lu, stop sending me videos. Since you chose Su Chao, I have automatically become your ex. Naturally, we have no relationship anymore, do we? I wish you a long and happy life with Su Chao. Goodbye. Oh, and if you try to deceive me again, don't expect to come to my home. With that, Shen Heng abruptly ended the call. Hey, Shen Heng, I didn't deceive you. Feng Lu hurriedly protested, but after only a few words, Shen Heng had already hung up. Damn, Feng Lu cursed. How did she get exposed? She was certain she hadn't revealed anything. How could Shen Heng know about their relationship? Did you secretly contact Shen Heng behind my back? Su Chao asked suspiciously. Me? Contact him behind your back? Feng Lu jumped up, as if a cat had stepped on her tail, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Chao. Why would I do that? We are in this together. We rise and fall as one. If I were to contact him behind your back, at the very least, I should be able to enter his abode, right? But what is the situation now? Neither of us can gain entry. He no longer trusts you, and I find myself doubting you as well. Su Chao remained silent, sharing the sentiment that Feng Lu would never betray him. If Feng Lu were to sever ties with him, he could still inform Shen Heng about the nature of their relationship. At that point, Shen Heng would surely disdain Feng Lu. Before entering Shen Heng's home, he and Feng Lu had been steadfast allies. Who could it be? Su Chao scowled. Huo Miao? Feng Lu's eyes immediately sparkled with certainty. It must be her. If it weren't for Huo Miao, how could we have been exposed? She knows about our connection and must have secretly informed Shen Heng. You must contact your skiing friend and instruct her to abandon Huo Miao. Let her freeze at the company. Su Chao fell silent as he dialed Lu Chenxi. They had a common enemy and were now close allies. Moreover, with Wang Qingguang's sweet talk, Lu Chenxi had become more open, after several days without a date. She felt a yearning. Currently, the card game was in full swing, leaving no room for distractions. No one answered. Su Chao furrowed his brows and called again. Lu Chenxi had just reached for her phone. Upon seeing Su Chao's name, she rolled her eyes and hung up. She was engrossed in Wang Qingguang's embrace. She actually hung up on me. Su Chao's expression darkened. Could it be that Huo Miao had led to Lu Qinxi's demise? Otherwise, she wouldn't have hung up on me. Call Huo Miao and clarify. Feng Lu suggested from the side. Su Chao nodded and dialed Huo Miao. Huo Miao pressed the answer button. But the phone was seized by Shen Heng. Hello? Shen Heng deliberately lowered his voice. This is Huo Miao's phone. Who are you? Su Chao was stunned for a moment, failing to recognize Shen Heng's voice. Shen Heng chuckled, then slowly replied in a deep, bubbly tone. She is tired and has already gone to sleep. Su Chao was engulfed in a state of disbelief. He didn't even register that Shen Heng had hung up. Huo Miao was with another man. How could this be? Wasn't Lu Qinxi supposed to pick her up? Hadn't they made plans? Why was Lu Qinxi ignoring his calls and blocking him, while Huo Miao was with a man? She is tired and has already gone to sleep. This revelation drove him nearly to madness. Huo Miao had been with him for 6 months, and he had been unable to fully possess her. And now, she was sleeping next to a man he didn't even know? His head buzzed, and he felt like a statue of ice. What's wrong? Feng Lu asked anxiously. I don't know, Su Chao stammered. Don't know? You useless fool. How can you not understand a simple phone call? Feng Lu cursed vehemently. As soon as she spoke, she regretted it. Their relationship had shifted from romantic partners to allies. If she lost her temper, Su Chao would surely retaliate. However, to her surprise, Su Chao did not counter her. He appeared utterly lost. After Shen Heng hung up, Huo Miao could no longer contain her laughter, bursting into giggles. You are so naughty, Huo Miao said, gazing at Shen Heng with a flirtatious look. But, sister, I like you so much. Darling, I like you too, Shen Heng replied, pulling Huo Miao closer. This frigid beauty had now devoted herself entirely to him. Fearing to lose his favor, she even generously invited her alluring neighbor, Yang Jinxian, to join them. The thought of Yang Jinxuan's graceful figure made his heart race. Oh, you like someone? I assume it's Sister Jinxian? Huo Miao pouted, filled with jealousy. Sweet girl, even with Yang Jinxian, you remain the most important woman in my heart. Shen Heng assured her earnestly. Now that's more like it, Huo Miao said, pouting before adding softly, you can't abandon me. Absolutely not. Shen Heng replied, squeezing Huo Miao tightly. All right. It's not that I'm jealous since I reached out to her first. I was prepared for this. Leaning against Shen Heng, Huo Miao said after a tender moment. Shouldn't we let Sister Jinxian and the others come over now? By the way, Sister Jinxian mentioned that there are 2 people outside the underground passage. Those are Feng Lu and Su Chao. They are already on their way. Shen Heng scoffed. I'll make them leave right now. Shen Heng had also installed several miniature cameras in the underground passage. The dim lighting made them nearly undetectable. As he checked the situation on his phone, he noticed Feng Lu berating Su Chao, who appeared lost and dazed. It seemed his previous remark had a significant impact, leaving Su Chao utterly confused. Stop scolding him. Feng Lu had never witnessed Su Chao's features contorted in such a manner. Even when she had previously scolded him, there had been an air of disdain. But now, she sensed a glimmer of malice in Su Chao's eyes. What is wrong with you? It was just a phone call. I was just anxious to know how things were going. Feng Lu stammered. Su Chao's teeth chattered as he ignored Feng Lu and strode purposefully down the underground passage. Currently, Shen Heng had completely lost trust in him, and Lu Qinxi was unreachable. He felt as though his mind was in turmoil, utterly unaware of how the situation had devolved. More importantly, Huo Miao had betrayed him. That wretched woman. Hadn't she always been pure and chaste? In the 6 months they had been together, she had never allowed him to touch her. I am her boyfriend. And now, she is tired and asleep? Why would she be tired? The veins on his temples throbbed, and his eyes widened in fury as he walked briskly. Where are you going? Feng Lu asked weakly. Although she longed to spend the night in Shen Heng's warm home, it was evident that he did not trust her. Furthermore, he was convinced that her relationship with Su Chao was abnormal. Did he already know? If he was aware, she would need to come clean. In that case, there might still be a sliver of hope. After all, they had been together for 3 years. Even raising a dog would forge a bond. At worst, she could kneel before him. Once inside his home, she would serve him well. Feng Lu stole a glance at the rapidly departing Su Chao, cursing him internally. Su Chao was such a useless fool. Tomorrow morning, she would sneak away and confess to Shen Heng. This time, there would be no turning back. Watching the two leave the surveillance feed, Shen Heng donned his clothes and entered the underground passage. Arriving at the entrance to the basement of Villa number 3, he knocked on the door and sent a message to Yang Jinxian. They've been sent away. It's just me outside. Open the door. Upon receiving the WeChat message, Yang Jinxian sighed in relief. However, her heart soon filled with trepidation. Shen Heng was outside. Was she truly going to follow him? Reflecting on Song Jingming's entanglements, she made up her mind. Yang Jinxian beckoned her sister to the basement and peered through the peephole to see only Shen Heng outside. She opened the door, and upon seeing Shen Heng, her cheeks flushed. Remembering her promise to Huo Miao, she found it hard to believe. Let us go? Seeing Yang Jinxian appear like a bashful girl, and recalling the messages she had just sent to Huo Miao, Shen Heng could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and grabbed Yang Jinxuan's hand, saying, let us go. With Shen Heng's large hand holding hers, Yang Jinxuan's face turned even redder. Instinctively, she followed Shen Heng, leading her sister away. Shen Heng, will I have to call you brother-in-law from now on? Yang Muxuan teased, winking at Shen Heng. Shen Heng remained silent. But Yang Jinxian glared at her sister. Be quiet. Haha, brother-in-law, my sister is blushing. Yang Muxuan laughed. Yang Jinxian hurriedly pulled her sister along. Don't worry. Shen Heng waved his hand, offering no further explanation. In truth, Feng Lu and Su Chao had come seeking him. However, observing Yang Jinxuan's demeanor, it appeared that someone was watching her, prompting her to hastily seek help, which inadvertently benefited him. After taking a few steps, Shen Heng paused at the entrance of the basement of Villa Number 4. Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan's expressions were somewhat tense as they softly urged, "Let us leave quickly." "Leave? What for?" Shen Heng asked, puzzled. In the wake of their astonished gazes, he approached and knocked on the door. "Open up." Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan were utterly bewildered. To their astonishment, the door swung open, revealing the beautiful face of Huo Miao. "Darling," Huo Miao exclaimed, enveloping Shen Heng in a warm embrace. Then, with a beaming smile, gestured towards the stunned sisters. "Welcome to our home. From now on, it's our home. Our home." Yang Jinxuan's lips trembled, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yang Mushuan's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. Previously, her sister had insisted that this villa was meant for her. How could Shen Heng and Huo Miao be living here? And who was responsible for the commotion that had emanated from Villa Number 4 earlier? Chapter 69. This is my home. The sisters, Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan, were completely flabbergasted. They instinctively followed Shen Heng into the house, where the sight within left them utterly astounded. From the basement to the first floor, the space was brimming with an array of supplies, dazzling to behold. Even more astonishing was the warmth that enveloped them upon entry. It felt as if spring had arrived. Clad in thick clothing, they stood for a moment, only to find themselves feeling overwhelmingly hot. "If you have any questions, we can discuss them later," Huo Miao interjected, stepping forward to assist them in removing their outer garments. "First, go wash up." Exchanging glances, Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan blushed, acutely aware that they hadn't bathed in over 4 days and felt quite dirty. "All right." They nodded in agreement. The four of them descended to the first floor, where Huo Miao carried pajamas into the bathroom and signaled for Yang Mushuan to go wash up. Once Yang Mushuan was inside, Huo Miao led Yang Jinxian into the bathroom adjoining the bedroom. "Sister Jinxian, here are some fresh pajamas for you. You can wash up here while I prepare dinner," Huo Miao said with a gentle smile. Yang Jinxuan's initial awkwardness gradually subsided as she nodded. "Thank you." A multitude of questions swirled in her mind. This was her meticulously decorated home, intended for her sister. How had Shen Heng and Huo Miao come to reside here? Moreover, these two seemed to embody the role of the homeowners. It felt utterly absurd. And what of the earlier sounds emanating from Villa Number 4? Were they indeed produced by them? What about the individuals that Song Jingming had sent to surveil her? Nevertheless, bathing was her foremost priority. She had a slight obsession with cleanliness and felt uncomfortable. Before entering the bathroom, she glanced at Shen Heng. She had promised to become one of his women. The thought alone made her blush. Had she known Shen Heng lived next door, she would have been far less anxious. Upon stepping into the bathroom, she locked the door behind her, and the sound of running water soon filled the space. As she sank into the bathtub, Yang Jinxian nearly cried out in joy. She hadn't even a drop of drinking water, yet Shen Heng's home was so lavish that it even afforded her a bath. The sheer volume of water was likely something others would covet. Hearing the sounds from the bathroom, Huo Miao raised an eyebrow at Shen Heng, who sat at the edge of the bed. "My dear brother, aren't you going in?" She had already noticed that Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan had been in a daze ever since she opened the basement door. Their astonishment was not merely due to the abundance of supplies, but rather the incredulity of having Shen Heng and her living next door to them. Did they truly believe that it was inappropriate for her and Shen Heng to reside so close? It was only natural that if Shen Heng were to be their neighbor, he should be quite familiar to them. Yet, Yang Jinxuan's shock suggested that in her mind, Shen Heng should not be living next door. Reflecting on their previous encounters with Su Chao, where they often dined together with Shen Heng and Feng Lu, it became evident. Shen Heng was an orphan, having inherited nothing from his parents. Even the apartment in Taiyuan community was earned through his tireless efforts in writing. How could he possibly inhabit such a villa? Though Shen Heng had never offered an explanation, she would not press him for one. However, Huo Miao, with her keen intuition, swiftly pieced together the reason. Observing Yang Jinxian's expression, it seemed she could hardly accept the reality of Shen Heng living next door. Would she, after having made promises to Huo Miao, reconsider them? She urged Shen Heng, "Why are you just sitting there? Don't tell me you've lost your resolve." After she mentioned Yang Jinxian's name. "And you're now at your wit's end." Ahem, Shen Heng coughed lightly. "Well, she locked the door, and I can't just barge in, can I? Here." Huo Miao produced a key, placing it in Shen Heng's hand. "I deliberately led her into this bathroom. Once she finishes her shower, the bedroom is right outside. Humph, I've put a lot of thought into this for you." With that, Huo Miao shot Shen Heng a playful glare, twisting her body as she exited the bedroom, thoughtfully closing the door behind her to avoid any interruptions from Yang Mushuan. Once the door clicked shut, Shen Heng was left alone in the bedroom, the sound of water still audible from the adjoining bathroom. He glanced at the key in his hand, took a deep breath, and quietly rose to open the door. He was no paragon of virtue. Moreover, having reached this point, it would be preposterous not to enter. As he opened the door, he beheld Yang Jinxuan's fair arms glistening with water, her face adorned with an expression of bliss. "Finally, I can enjoy a proper bath," she thought, only to be startled as the bathroom door swung open. Her face flushed crimson as she turned to Shen Heng. "Why you? How did you get in?" "I thought I locked the door." "I have a key," Shen Heng chuckled. Meanwhile, Yang Mushuan emerged from the bathroom, towel drying her hair, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of food wafting through the air. "You're done?" Huo Miao looked up with a smile. Go dry your hair. Even though it's warm inside, don't catch a cold. All right, Yang Mushuan nodded. Where's my sister? She's in the other bathroom, Huo Miao replied. Once she's done, we'll all eat together. I'm sure you're both starving. Thank you, Miao Jia. Yang Mushuan inhaled the fragrant air and set off to dry her hair. After ensuring her hair was dry, she still hadn't seen her sister and began to feel puzzled. Miao Jia, is my sister still not done? Yes, she might need a bit more time. Huo Miao waved her hand. Stop standing around and come help me. Yang Mushuan obediently nodded and hurried to the kitchen. As she gazed at the familiar cooking utensils, a wave of discomfort washed over her. Every item in this villa had been carefully selected by her sister and herself. Now, she felt like a guest. While Huo Miao assumed the role of the hostess. Miao Jia, is this my brother-in-law's home? Yang Mushuan could no longer contain her curiosity and inquired. Indeed. Huo Miao replied nonchalantly, what else would it be? This is my home. Yang Mushuan furrowed her brow. Confusion etched on her face. I mean no offense. I'm truly grateful that you've allowed us to enter, but this villa was prepared by my sister for me. Even the kitchen utensils were chosen by my own hand. Huo Miao halted her cooking, looking at Yang Mushuan in surprise. Not just this villa, but the entire west 2 row of villas belongs to my sister. So, Huo Miao's tone grew a touch colder. So Yang Mushuan opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. The ownership of this villa was uncertain to her, and ultimately, it mattered little in the grand scheme of things. Huo Miao turned her head and said nonchalantly, all I know is that Shen Heng brought me here. He is my man, and wherever he goes, I shall follow. Chapter 70. The principal wife Yang Mushuan lowered her head, remaining silent. She felt a twinge of fear at Huo Miao's stern expression and dared not retort. Besides, they were currently under Huo Miao's shelter. If she truly moved in, it was impossible for them to relinquish the villa, leaving them utterly helpless. Call the police? How absurd. With so many lives lost outside, who would care about their home being taken over? Huo Miao chose not to speak further, silently preparing the meal. She could discern that Yang Jinxian was gentle and understanding. But Yang Mushuan was like a spoiled younger sister, whimsical and unpredictable. She needed to assert her authority as the mistress of the house to keep them in check. Yang Jinxian was agreeable and had even mentioned that, despite receiving Shen Heng's affection, she would still prioritize her own desires. However, Yang Mushuan needed a firm lesson to realize that even if she were to become Shen Heng's woman in the future, Huo Miao would remain the principal wife. During their silence, a faint sound suddenly emerged from within the house. Had it already progressed from the bathroom to the bedroom? Should she step in to assist? Huo Miao found herself somewhat distracted. Yang Mushuan also heard the sound, her face initially displaying confusion before widening with shock. Had her sister already begun with her brother-in-law? How swift. No wonder she hadn't seen her sister and Shen Heng after the shower. It turned out they were preoccupied. The two fell silent again, straining their ears until the sound subsided. Only then did Huo Miao turn and instruct, serve the dishes. Yang Mushuan obediently complied. The 5 dishes and a soup were quickly arranged, the delightful aromas wafting through the air, nearly causing Yang Mushuan to drool. She longed to sneak a taste. The spread included stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, sot ed bok choy with mushrooms, minced eggplant, cola chicken wings, a cold dish of sauced beef, and a steaming pot of tofu, and 3 delicacies soup. The medley of scents made her wish to devour the food whole. Yet, Huo Miao did not touch her chopsticks. And neither did she dare. She could only wait patiently. Moments later, Shen Heng and the rosy-cheeked Yang Jinxian emerged from the bedroom. Upon seeing the two at the dining table, their faces flushed even deeper. The long-lost feeling was intoxicating. The earlier sounds had evidently reached them as well. At that moment, Yang Mushuan's gaze towards her sister was rather complex. Let us eat. I am exhausted and famished, Shen Heng said, pulling Yang Jinxuan's hand as they approached the table. Yang Jinxian shot him a glare. What are you saying? If it weren't for you earlier, how could this have happened? No wonder Huo Miao wanted to find Shen Heng a girlfriend. It seemed that managing this situation alone was beyond her capabilities. Seated at the table, Huo Miao proactively served soup to the 3. Shen Heng, Yang Jinxian began softly, filled with questions, but just as she opened her mouth, Huo Miao interrupted. Sister Jinxian, you should address him as husband. Yang Jinxuan's face flushed as she recalled her intimate relations with Shen Heng and softly uttered, husband. Both Shen Heng and Huo Miao nodded in satisfaction. Shen Heng relished the moment, never expecting that the alluring neighbor would now sweetly call him husband. Huo Miao was pleased as well, realizing that Yang Jinxian was quite obedient. It appeared that her position was firmly established. I would like to ask you. Yang Jinxian inquired cautiously, is this your house? Yang Mushuan, having just finished a bowl of soup and eager for more, paused at the question, perking up her ears. No, it's not, Shen Heng replied, shrugging. If this was my house, we would have been neighbors long ago, and you wouldn't have just met me on that rainy day. Then how did you move in? Yang Jinxian pressed. When did this happen? On that rainy day, Shen Heng chuckled. My girlfriend betrayed me with my good friend and kicked me out. I happened to encounter you, and thought having a beautiful neighbor would be splendid, so I moved in. Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan stared at him in disbelief, glancing at Huo Miao. Huo Miao waved her hand dismissively. The girlfriend he mentioned is not me. I'm his good friend's girlfriend. You two certainly have a complex arrangement. Yang Jinxian and her sister widened their eyes again. I am Su Chao's girlfriend. He stole my home, so I took over his. Shen Heng laughed. Huo Miao playfully punched Shen Heng and nestled into his embrace. Although I am Su Chao's girlfriend, I have never been touched by him. You are my first man. I certainly know that, Shen Heng replied, wrapping his arms around Huo Miao. Yang Jinxian felt no jealousy. Having chosen to follow Shen Heng, she had mentally prepared for this. This house is mine, Yang Jinxian said hesitantly. I renovated it last year, initially intending to gift it to my sister. However, now that you have moved in, husband, I shall renovate the neighboring villa for Mushuan once the snow stops. The snow will not stop? Shen Heng shook his head slightly. Although this snowfall would cease in a few days, more would follow, and the temperature would remain at a chilling -70 degrees. The snow won't stop? Yang Jinxian was astonished by his expression. I believe it won't. Shen Heng replied, withholding details of past events. The entire world has irrevocably changed since that day of the storm. In his previous life, both Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian had perished, and Yang Mushuan had likely met a similar fate at school. Yet in this life, he had saved them, transforming them into his women. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Heng's butterfly effect had already altered the fates of many. If he were aware that Wang Qingguang had also survived, he would have been even more reflective. Brother-in-law, where did you acquire so many supplies? Yang Mushuan inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. That is not for you to worry about. Just know that the resources I possess far exceed what you saw in the basement. Together, the four of us could feast for lifetimes. Shen Heng chuckled. The vending machine was his secret. He would not even share it with Huo Miao. Yang Mushuan calling him brother-in-law certainly added a touch of urgency. Once he secured her affection, having her embrace him and call him brother-in-law would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Chapter 71. A changeable heart. Having already submitted to Shen Heng, Yang Jinxian naturally had no reservations. She confided her circumstances to him, initially believing that the neighbor was someone sent by Song Zhengming, only to discover it was Shen Heng, resulting in a comical misunderstanding. However, unlike Shen Heng, she remained steadfast in her belief that once the snow ceased, order would surely be restored to society. The authorities were formidable. They could not allow such chaos to persist. When that time came, she would simply embrace her role as Shen Heng's little woman. Whether they married or not mattered little to her. In the face of overwhelming danger, following Shen Heng ensured they had food and shelter without fear. Shen Heng treated her well, which was more than sufficient. Moreover, she found herself experiencing a long-lost feeling in Shen Heng's presence. Previously, she had deemed it absurd to allow her sister to serve Shen Heng as well, believing her sister was still too young and destined for marriage. At the dining table, Shen Heng earnestly assured her that he harbored no intentions towards Yang Mushuan. Of course, should Yang Mushuan fall for him, that would be an entirely different matter. Yang Mushuan pouted. Although her brother-in-law was indeed exceptional and capable of guiding them through the icy period, he seemed rather arrogant at times. Moreover, he has already ensnared 2 women, one of whom is his own sister. How could I possibly harbor feelings for him? My husband, Yang Jinxian, expressed her concerns, stating, Song Zhengming is psychologically disturbed. When I was at the Song residence, he had already set his sights on me. After my former husband passed away, he became even more intent on coercing me. Once this snow ceases, I fear that Song Zhengming will return, and I worry that it may implicate you. Do not fret. Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively. He was taken aback to discover that Yang Jinxian was actually the sister-in-law of Song Zhengming, and that Song Zhengming harbored thoughts about his sister-in-law. You may not realize, but Song Zhengming is. As Shen Heng appeared indifferent, Yang Jinxian grew anxious and sought to clarify. I know, he is the current head of the Song family. Shen Heng replied with a faint smile. He was quite familiar with the Song family. In his previous life, the entire northern region of Jiangxing was under the Song family's control, wielding immense power. However, prior to the apocalypse, the Song family was merely a second-rate family in Jiangxing. This was largely due to the exodus of the first-rate families into shelters. In the absence of the tiger, the monkeys claimed the throne. With the first-rate families retreating to safety, the Song family seized the opportunity to rise. Moreover, the Song family controlled the grain storage of Jiangxing. With ample resources, they recruited soldiers, establishing a formidable presence that overshadowed other factions. Now that Shen Heng aspired to build his own power, he would inevitably clash with the Song family. It was only a matter of time. Yang Jinxuan's predicament bore no weight on him. Well, then, Yang Jinxian hesitated. Rest assured, you need not worry about the Song family. As your man, I will naturally resolve these troubles. Shen Heng declared coldly, when soldiers come, they shall be met with soldiers. When water rises, earth will cover it. I do not regard the Song family with any trepidation. Yang Jinxuan's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Shen Heng. His words seemed to provide her with immense support and courage. After all, she was still a woman who needed a man's shoulder to lean on. Meanwhile, Yang Mushuan could only roll her eyes in silence. How boastful. Although the Song family may not be a top-tier force, they are certainly not something that Shen Heng alone can contend with. This is not confidence, but arrogance. However, witnessing her sister's adoration, she chose to remain silent and continued to eat her meal. By the way, is your husband named Song Guangming? Shen Heng suddenly recalled something and inquired. Yes. He was my former husband, Yang Jinxian replied, her cheeks flushed. And now, my husband is you. This woman, once her heart was stirred, truly became tender as water. Shen Heng drew her closer with one arm and asked, have you ever heard of a man named Wang Peng? He is a leader in the Jiangxing military district. Wang Peng. Yang Jinxian paused. I have seen him at the Song residence a few times. He seems to be a friend of Song Zhengming. I heard Wang Peng mention that he sent someone to kill Song Guangming, just to allow Song Zhengming to take over the Song family. What? Yang Jinxian was taken aback. Wang Peng. Indeed. Shen Heng nodded. They both spoke these words. Yang Jinxian did not doubt the authenticity of his statement. She understood that previously, Shen Heng was merely an online writer, devoid of any social circle. As for the Song family, it was inconceivable that Shen Heng could have any contact with them. The mere mention of Wang Peng's name by him could not be mere coincidence. Moreover, since Song Guangming was deceased, and she had become Shen Heng's woman, there was no reason for him to deceive her. Tears welled up in Yang Jinxuan's eyes. She had always suspected that the car accident was peculiar. Her primary suspicion had rested on her younger brother-in-law, Song Jingming. Yet, lacking evidence, she had no choice but to relinquish her doubts. It turned out that everything was orchestrated by Song Jingming behind the scenes. I will avenge my former husband. Shen Heng spoke gently, and I must thank him, for if not for his demise, how could a beauty like Yang Jinxian have fallen into my hands? Regardless, I will confront the Song family, and when the time comes, I will also owe my gratitude to my former husband. Having just unlocked numerous actions, he now understood the heart of Chao Mingde. To comprehend Chao Mingde, to become Chao Mingde, to surpass Chao Mingde. Suddenly, he remembered that Yang Jinxian had previously mentioned to Huo Miao that she had a friend who was exceptionally beautiful and whose husband had gone missing. In such circumstances, being missing was almost tantamount to being dead. Did this imply that Yang Jinxian intended to introduce a new sister into their midst? Times had changed. Previously, Shen Heng's household had only Huo Miao, and he had naturally been cautious. But now, he had completely lowered his guard against Huo Miao, with her watching over him. Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan would likely not stir up much trouble. Furthermore, Shen Heng could not fathom why they would betray him. He provided them with a warm home and endless resources. How could they ever contemplate treachery, even if there were another woman? Shen Heng narrowed his eyes. Would he become the first person in the world to possess supernatural abilities and worry about discord within his household? The more powerful he became, the more steadfast these women would remain. By the way, you mentioned to Miao Miao that I cannot force Mushuan, but you would introduce a friend. Shen Heng said with a smile. Yang Mushuan, who was tidying up the dishes, nearly stumbled, rolling her eyes. Men are so unreliable, just as you have taken my sister. You are already eager for her to introduce friends? I didn't deceive you, Yang Jinxian pouted. You insatiable husband, is it so urgent already? Huo Miao also pinched Shen Heng's waist. Husband, you are rather fickle, aren't you? Jinxian has only just entered our home. Shouldn't you cultivate your bond with her first? Why are you already thinking of new sisters? Aren't you worried about your health? Haha, I was merely joking. Just joking. Shen Heng coughed awkwardly. He simply intended to tease Yang Jinxian. As for women, he truly had not contemplated them so deeply. Huo Miao had proactively arranged for Yang Jinxian to join them. Now, he already had two enchanting women at home. One was cold and alluring, the other gentle and graceful. Though their styles differed, both were stunning beauties. Moreover, with Qin and a little sand, these two beauties were equally captivating. While Qin might require some emotional nurturing, the little sand could be easily won over. A simple calculation revealed that he already had 4 beauties. Additionally, there were 3 from Wang Jie's side. Of course, Shen Heng only intended to enjoy their company and would not develop any genuine feelings. It was all a jest. Even Wang Jie would not form any emotional attachments with them. What feelings could he possibly harbor? It was merely a matter of mutual benefit. Chapter 72. Su Chao's nightmare. I'm off to bed, Yang Mushuan said, glancing at Shen Heng, who seemed so pleased with himself. She cleared the dishes and retreated to her bedroom. She couldn't quite grasp why, but seeing Shen Heng in such a state made her feel somewhat irritated. Could it be that she had developed feelings for this scoundrel? Returning to her room, she buried her head under the covers and resolutely shook her head. Impossible. This is my brother-in-law. Besides, we have hardly interacted. How could I possibly like him? Especially given his flirtatious nature. It must be that too much had happened recently. And she was simply exhausted. A good night's sleep would suffice. She lay on the comfortable bed, the room warm and inviting, requiring only a light blanket for comfort. It was already late into the night, and after several days of tension, she could finally relax a bit. Yet, sleep eluded her. Thoughts of her sister's earlier words lingered in her mind. Initially, Huo Miao had suggested that she and her sister serve Shen Heng together. How could that be possible? Even though Shen Heng resided in her home, Yang Mushuan found it hard to harbor any dislike toward him. Perhaps it was due to his willingness to take her and her sister in? Somehow, she recalled the sound of her sister playing cards in the bedroom before dinner. Yang Mushuan, now quite grown, fully understood the implications of such activities. It seemed her sister was genuinely enjoying herself, having completely let go after playing cards with Shen Heng, affectionately calling him husband. As her younger sister, Yang Mushuan could discern that the smile on her sister's face radiated true happiness, devoid of any pretense. Was such pleasure truly attainable? It was as if her sister had fallen under Shen Heng's spell. Unable to suppress her own rising heat, she tossed and turned in bed, ultimately staring at the ceiling until sleep finally overtook her. Outside, Shen Heng was comfortably seated on the sofa, embraced by Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian. With beautiful women beside him and fruit offered to him, it felt like a royal indulgence. Darling, why don't you spend some time with Sister Jinxian tonight? It's getting late. Huo Miao suggested softly. Shen Heng playfully patted Huo Miao's curvaceous figure. This woman truly thought of his needs in every regard. Meanwhile, Yang Jinxuan's cheeks flushed, shyly resting her head on Shen Heng's shoulder. Thank you, Miao Mei. Husband, it's already past 2. Shall I attend to you? Shen Heng's impressive card skills had already captivated her earlier. Such sensations were rare. She had never felt this way even after years of marriage to Song Guangming. The thought of playing cards with Shen Heng again made her heart race. Just thinking of his robust physique sent warmth coursing through her. Shen Heng, equally restless, suddenly recalled something. What time is it? It's, just past 2. Yang Jinxian hesitated. Last night. Wasn't it around this time that she upgraded the vending machine to level 10? His consciousness sank into the mental space. However, upon entering, the surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. With a countdown timer suspended in the air, the upgrade still had 10 minutes left. Shen Heng exited. Tonight, he intended to wait for the system upgrade to conclude before consuming the ability fruit and retiring for the night. With some time still available, why not play cards with Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian? He reminisced about the wild night at Wang Jiu's villa with a sense of nostalgia. He playfully tapped the two women. Sisters, you're both so devoted, serving me together. Brother, you're so wicked. Huo Miao teased. But if my husband insists. What can I say? Yang Jinxian remained silent, her face still flushed, looking down. Upon entering the room, he kicked the television with a forceful thud, shattering the screen worth over 10,000 yuan. Huo Miao, Huo Miao. Su Chao's eyes blazed with fury as he gritted his teeth. You dare to cuckold me. You wretched woman. If Shen Heng were there, he would have spat in Su Chao's face. Was it only permissible for the officials to set fire while the commoners could not even light a lamp? Su Chao had pursued Huo Miao while simultaneously blaming her for the betrayal. Clearly, Su Chao was oblivious to the hypocrisy of his actions. In his mind, after having devoted so much effort to win Huo Miao and finally having her move into his home, she was undeniably his, even if they did not share a bed. Her first time would belong to him. Yet, inexplicably, upon learning of his connection with Feng Lu, Huo Miao had opted for a breakup. Su Chao was irked but felt powerless due to the heavy snow blocking the roads, reluctantly agreeing to the separation. However, he believed it was only temporary. After all, there had been feelings involved. Who could have predicted that just after their breakup, Huo Miao would be with another man? The bubbling sound from earlier echoed in his mind, driving him mad. Wretched woman. Su Chao was not yet satisfied. He lifted the television and smashed it onto the floor. This television was bought by Huo Miao, who had mentioned feeling guilty for staying with him rent-free. Initially, he thought he had found an innocent girl, only to realize it had all been a fade. Feng Lu, sitting quietly nearby, remained silent. Observing Su Chao's distorted features, filled with rage, her eyes flickered. Being with such an emotionally unstable man was perilous. She increasingly longed for the warmth of Shen Heng's home. Now, she recalled many of Shen Heng's virtues, his gentleness, obedience, willingness to do chores, absence of vices, and most importantly, his unwavering kindness towards her. Such a man was hard to find. Yet, she had foolishly let him go. Perhaps, after Su Chao fell asleep, she could secretly send Shen Heng a video, confessing everything and asking him to take her away. Shen Heng had treated her so well. Surely he would forgive her for her careless infidelity, especially since it was only with his good friend. At worst, she could feign remorse, and with his soft heart, he would surely refrain from reproaching her. They had been together for 3 years, and Feng Lu felt quite confident. She knew Shen Heng's weakness was his preference for gentleness over harshness. With this thought in mind, she cautiously glanced at Su Chao. He was panting heavily, surrounded by the wreckage of the television. After casting a cold glance at Feng Lu, he expressionlessly retreated to the bedroom, wrapping himself in blankets. Shivering as he prepared for sleep, Feng Lu followed suit, squeezing in beside him, not out of desire but rather for warmth. They would figure out a way to buy food from Guo Yuping tomorrow. Su Chao's voice was hoarse, having exhausted himself smashing the television. Xiao Lu, I must have embarrassed you. It's nothing. Feng Lu waved her hand dismissively, having no intention of staying with Su Chao anymore. What did Huo Miao say to you on the phone to make you so angry? As the words nearly escaped her lips, Su Chao struggled to voice his thoughts. Should he admit that Huo Miao had betrayed him? But they were already broken up. There was no longer any betrayal involved. Huo Miao could choose to sleep with whomever she wished. It was her freedom. Yet, he was still infuriated. Where was Huo Miao? How could there be another man around her? Wasn't Lu Chenxi the one who had taken her away? Remembering Lu Chenxi only fueled his anger further. This good sister, who had been devoted to him, had dared to hang up on him. Ignoring the time, he grabbed his phone and dialed Lu Chenxi's number once more. At that moment, Lu Chenxi and Wang Qingguang had just finished their battle and were soundly asleep. Wang Qingguang caressed her face, feeling quite proud. After all, she was an athlete. Her physique was unparalleled. Moreover, she had performed difficult moves that left him in awe. The ordinary women at home could never compare to Lu Chenxi. He vowed to treat the skiing girl well. She had saved his life. He secretly hoped that the ordinary woman at home would freeze to death in this weather, so he could openly be with Lu Chenxi in the future. Speaking of that ordinary woman, it had snowed for 4 days, and she had only called once on the first day to check in. For the next few days, she hadn't inquired about him at all. Wang Qingguang frowned. Just then, Lu Chenxi's phone vibrated faintly. Who could be calling at this late hour? Picking it up, Wang Qingguang's expression darkened further. It was Su Chao. Knowing the connection between Su Chao and Lu Chenxi, a cold smile crept onto his face. He couldn't wait to see if Su Chao would be furious upon discovering that Lu Chenxi was now his. He pressed the answer button. Hello, Chenxi. I asked you to pick up Huo Miao. What happened? Also, why did you hang up on me earlier? Why is there another man around Huo Miao? Wang Qingguang smirked, taking a deep breath before responding in a low voice. She's tired. She's already asleep. He mechanically turned his head, gazing out at the pristine white snow, enveloped in silence. This world seemed unrecognizable to him. How could there possibly be men around Luchensi? Are you all mocking me? Strangely, the words of both men were identical. He tugged fiercely at his own hair and struck himself hard across the face twice. Feng Lu huddled in the corner of the bed, her expression tense. Had Su Chao lost his mind? Why did he seem even more unhinged after every phone call? Haha, he suddenly burst into laughter, his voice growing increasingly loud. Feng Lu felt a rising tide of fear. Scoundrels, they are all scoundrels. Su Chao's eyes brimmed with hatred. Huo Miao, Lu Chenxi, and even you. I, of course, will never abandon you. I know, Xiao Lu, that you love me the most. Su Chao wrapped his arms around Feng Lu, a twisted smile spreading across his face. She trembled in his embrace, now regretting her earlier thoughts. Outside, the icy world claimed many lives. If she contacted Shen Heng while hiding Su Chao, once he discovered it in his unstable state, he might very well kill her. With so many already dead, what difference would her demise make? To survive, she had to cooperate with Su Chao. She lifted her head and softly said to Su Chao, although I am uncertain of what transpired between the two of them, rest assured, I will always stand by you. We have quarreled before, but that is all in the past. Why bother with those wretched women? Su Chao paused, his smile widening. Indeed, why should I care about them? They are nothing but scoundrels. My true love remains with you, Xiao Lu. We must devise a plan to infiltrate Shen Heng's home. Feng Lu got up and tossed the broken television into the fire. Moments later, the flames roared to life, warming the room slightly. She turned to Su Chao. There is nothing left in the house to burn. Our immediate priority is entering Shen Heng's home. I will send Shen Heng a video, informing him that we have had a falling out, pleading for him to take me in. But you must not show yourself. Hide for now, understood? After a brief pause, she added, rest assured, I will never part ways with you. In this weather, we must unite to survive. At least you can cook instant noodles. I am utterly useless. Without you, I cannot survive. Su Chao remained silent, tightening his embrace around Feng Lu. After a long moment, he finally released her and nodded slightly. I will go hide in the restroom for now. Feng Lu watched as Su Chao entered the bathroom, breathing a sigh of relief. She was terrified. Su Chao's expression just now had resembled that of a deranged killer. Yet, such a person seemed to be the most suitable partner for survival. People in the building had already begun to scramble for supplies. Some had acquired resources only to have them snatched away by others, and the atmosphere was rife with tension. Would entering Shen Heng's home guarantee safety? If she was discovered hoarding supplies, wouldn't she face the same fate? Su Chao's current demeanor made her believe that such a man could indeed protect her, enabling her to endure the bitter cold. Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian ascended to the master bedroom on the second floor, while Shen Heng washed his face, invigorated and awaiting the system upgrade to complete. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw that Feng Lu had sent another video. Damn it! Shen Heng spat, hanging up and even turning off the old phone. Why was Feng Lu sending videos at such a critical moment? She was ruining his luck. Seeing the video was disconnected, Feng Lu sent several more attempts, but none were answered. She tried calling Shen Heng, only to find his phone switched off. Fury ignited in her eyes. Shen Heng, I gave you a chance. It is your own inadequacy. Since you turned down this opportunity, I shall deepen my bond with Su Chao. Once I locate your home, you'll meet your end. Shen Heng was blissfully unaware that in Feng Lu's mind, he had been sentenced to death. Even if he knew, he would scoff at the notion. It was truly laughable. How could he ever want a traitorous wretch back? Especially after being betrayed by the two of them in his past life. He would never forgive. Feng Lu desired Shen Heng's demise, and Shen Heng felt the same. However, he would not allow Feng Lu to die easily. Instead, he would ensure she endured torment before her end. Ding! The host vending machine reached level 10. The system upgrade was complete. Please check the vending machine at your convenience. Without delay, a cold mechanical voice resonated in Shen Heng's mind. His eyes gleamed as he sank into his consciousness space. After each previous upgrade, the space had expanded slightly. Now, at level 10, the entire area was over 200 cubic meters. This time, however, the system upgrade had more than doubled the space. Shen Heng estimated it to be nearly 1,000 cubic meters. At the center of the space stood a vending machine, now even more splendid, radiating brilliance. Approaching the vending machine, he noticed a line of text on the screen. The host successfully upgraded the vending machine to level 10. A reward awaits at the vending machine's output. Additionally, the host is now deeply bonded with the vending machine and may check their various physical attributes. Physical attributes? Shen Heng was taken aback. Previously, he had merely selected various supplies, but now the entire interface had changed. Only two options remained: personal information and purchasing supplies. By selecting purchasing supplies, a search bar appeared, allowing him to search for and acquire items. He clicked on personal information, and the screen transitioned to display a young man's likeness. It was a three-dimensional representation, identical to Shen Heng. Next to it, numerical attributes appeared. Host, Shen Heng. Current level, 10. Personal assets, 156, 652, 000. Strength, 5. Stamina, 6. Speed, 6. Specialty, 8. Personal assets likely represented his remaining currency, primarily derived from Wang Jia's 20 million, which enabled Shen Heng to elevate the vending machine to level 10. However, he was now left with merely 13 million, barely sufficient for the next level. As for the attributes, the first three were unremarkable, but the appearance of the specialty intrigued Shen Heng, and he quickly realized, is this an actual system? He cursed inwardly. Why was this information even listed? Moreover, I am clearly 18, so why does it say 8? The system is slandering me. Yet, he soon noticed that each attribute had a plus sign beside it. Could it be that these physical qualities could be enhanced? Shen Heng's eyes lit up as he tentatively clicked the plus sign next to strength. This attribute must be on a scale of 10, meaning his stamina and speed barely met the passing mark, while his strength fell short. As a man, how could he allow his strength to lag behind? After clicking, a prompt appeared. Increasing strength by 1 point requires 100,000. Does the host confirm? 100,000? To Shen Heng at this moment, that was mere pocket change. He clicked to increase strength 5 times, bringing it to 10. His personal assets dwindled by 500,000. Soon, he was automatically ejected from his consciousness space. Simultaneously, a sensation akin to ants gnawing at him coursed through his body, a painful ache. Sweat broke out on Shen Heng's forehead as he struggled to endure. After a few minutes, the discomfort dissipated, and he let out a sigh of relief. He did not rush back into the consciousness space, but instead stood up to attempt some simple exercises. His arms and legs crackled with bone sounds. He clenched his fists, and a surge of powerful strength coursed through him. It was indeed effective. A smile spread across Shen Heng's face. He glanced at his phone once more, discovering that all his assets had vanished, reduced to 0. Had the system absorbed them all? What a formidable system, not even providing a hint on the phone. He opened the transaction records to investigate further. The previous balance showed transfers made to someone called Super Vending Machine. Was this a person? Surely. It had to be artificial intelligence. Nevertheless, this convenience suited him well. After all, the transfer methods employed by those outside were convoluted. In the future, when funds ran dry, they might resort to settling debts with jewelry, which the system had previously mentioned was also acceptable. It could automatically deposit all received funds into the vending machine's balance, thus sparing him the trouble of redoing the operation. At present, Shen Heng's gaze shifted. It was time to enhance his strengths. I am 18, not 8. Chapter 74. The system's gift. Standing once again before the vending machine, Shen Heng noticed that after increasing his strength to 10, the plus sign had turned gray. Was he unable to augment it further? Was 10 the limit? A look of confusion crossed his face. He allocated his speed and stamina to 10 as well, instantly depleting his assets by 800,000. He was once again expelled from the consciousness space, that familiar sensation of soreness and numbness enveloping him anew. This time, it was likely due to his multiple attribute enhancements, causing him to weep from the pain, quickly resorting to biting down on a cushion on the sofa. If Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian heard him, they would undoubtedly rush down in concern. He simply could not explain. Shen Heng writhed on the sofa, the sensation ultimately dissipating after a prolonged struggle. Covered in sweat and gasping for breath, he managed to rise. After stretching a bit, he realized he felt as light as a feather. Even his vertical leap was significantly higher than before. As for stamina, that required gradual testing. It was evident, however, that his senses had also notably improved, though like stamina, he would only gradually discern this over time. Likewise, the plus sign had turned gray, indicating no further attribute enhancements were possible. I shall fill you up as well. Shen Heng steeled his resolve and clicked the plus sign. Yet, the system promptly displayed a message. Increasing 1 point in strength requires 1,000,000. Does the host confirm? Good heavens. This was tenfold the cost of the other 3 attributes. 1 point of strength could buy an ability fruit. It was exorbitantly priced. Shen Heng felt a pang in his heart, yet he was unwilling to concede. It was currently at 8, and he was determined to see what changes would occur at 10. He directly increased it to 10, then voluntarily exited the system, reclining on the sofa to await the impending pain. I am a great man. What is a little pain to me? Wait, it wouldn't hurt there, would it? I cannot endure that. However, the anticipated pain did not manifest. Instead, a warm sensation surged in his lower abdomen. Delightful. This feeling was immensely comforting. Yet, moments later, it faded away. Was that all? He glanced around. No one was in the room, allowing him to measure discreetly. The system wasn't deceiving him, was it? I am indeed 18, but my size seems to have increased slightly. Shen Heng wore a puzzled expression. Was this a comprehensive assessment of strength? At that moment, the bedroom door on the first floor suddenly opened. Yang Mushuan, rubbing her eyes, emerged. Brother-in-law, I just heard you scream. What happened? Upon seeing Shen Heng holding a measuring tape, her mind went blank. Shen Heng, equally astonished, quickly stashed the tape away in his space and adjusted his pants. Hastily reclining on the sofa. What's wrong? Upstairs, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian were engaged in conversation when they heard the commotion downstairs and hurried down. Darling, what happened to Mushuan? Yang Jinxian inquired anxiously. I have no idea, Shen Heng replied innocently, shrugging his shoulders. I was merely at a disadvantage here. Who knew this girl wouldn't sleep for so long and suddenly burst out, catching me unawares. What a loss. I'm fine. Came Yang Mushuan's voice from the bedroom. Really? Yang Jinxian approached the bedroom door, still feeling uneasy. Yang Mushuan's cheeks flushed crimson, burying her face in the blanket, and exclaimed loudly, I'm fine, just a bit restless. I dreamed about the Song family. You should go to sleep. All right. Yang Jinxian nodded, not suspecting anything amiss. She felt a twinge of concern for her sister, wanting to share a room with her and offer comfort. Yet, she was uncertain of what to say. Should she tell her sister, by the way, you needn't worry since I'm now Shen Heng's woman? Moreover, Shen Heng had just indicated that she should go upstairs with Huo Miao while he intended to join them later. Yang Jinxian contemplated this. Once assured that her sister was okay, she turned to Shen Heng and whispered, "Darling, when will you come up?" "I'll be up shortly." Shen Heng waved his hand. Smiling, "I still have a few matters to attend to." "Okay." Yang Jinxian obediently nodded. She understood that harmonious relationships with Shen Heng were beneficial for prosperity. Today, Shen Heng did not sell any supplies, but instead entrusted them to Gui Yuping for management, perhaps even needing to settle Gui Yuping's affairs. Huo Miao's sister was right. Since she had become her husband's woman, the more powerful he grew, the better she could survive. As for her husband's secrets, if he chose not to disclose them, she would absolutely refrain from being curious. "Husband, we'll wait for you." Once the villa fell silent again, Shen Heng exhaled in relief. "That nearly frightened me to death." His gaze turned towards Yang Mushuan's bedroom. Should he enter now and speak with his sister-in-law? He couldn't let the opportunity slip away. However, if he did so, he feared Yang Mushuan might be utterly shocked. Thinking of her dazed expression just moments ago, Shen Heng couldn't help but chuckle. He sat up once more and descended into the consciousness space. Arriving at the vending machine, he observed that all his personal attributes had reached 10. Furthermore, all the plus signs had turned gray, clearly indicating that enhancement was no longer possible. He wondered when he could continue to allocate points to his attributes. Crouching down, he discovered a delicate little box at the vending machine's outlet. The box was merely the size of a palm, prompting Shen Heng to silently deride. Surely this gift from the system isn't a necklace or some jewelry. What use would that be? However, when he opened the box, he was taken aback. Inside lay a gray-brown fruit. An ability fruit? Shen Heng stared at the fruit. Swallowing hard, he had anticipated that the system would present him with this. He had thought he would purchase an ability fruit from the vending machine tonight, but instead, it had gifted him one. The gray-brown fruit emitted a serene fragrance. Without hesitation, he swallowed it whole. A wave of warmth filled his lower abdomen. In his previous life, he had consumed ability fruits and knew that his abdomen was about to form a golden core. A powerful warmth surged from his abdomen, coursing through his entire body. After navigating through his veins and blood, this warmth finally settled in his lower abdomen, beginning to rotate and contract. Ultimately, it solidified into a golden sphere. He had acquired an ability. The lower abdomen was the core of an ability user, a crucial area to protect. The golden sphere he had formed was the mark of an extraordinary individual. Shen Heng's thoughts shifted, and he suddenly grasped what his ability in this life would be. He never expected. Chapter 75. Shen Heng's ability. Shen Heng could hardly believe that in this lifetime, he possessed the ability of fire. Had he truly aligned himself with fire? He shook his head in disbelief. With a flick of his fingers, a ball of fire appeared out of thin air. In his previous life, he had already mastered various forms of flames, and now, once again endowed with this familiar ability, he felt no hesitation whatsoever. However, under this icy apocalypse, the fire-based powers seemed rather lacking. As a combat-oriented ability, it was completely restrained by the frigid weather, rendering it of little practical use. If only Su Chao's ice powers were his, he would be in a much better position. Shaking his head, Shen Heng pondered. Nevertheless, possessing an ability, albeit a weak one, was still advantageous for survival in the wild. Making a fire for cooking was quite convenient, was it not? Shen Heng chuckled at himself. What was a fire-based ability worth? I haven't even purchased an ability fruit from the vending machine yet. After reaching level 10, I should be able to buy several powerful abilities, right? Such as X-ray vision, wall phasing, or instant teleportation. He typed ability fruit into the vending machine. Soon, a grayish-brown icon appeared, and the option to purchase was no longer grayed out. He could buy an ability fruit. Shen Heng's face lit up as he entered the quantity of 10. Let's buy 10 to savor the flavor. Yet, to his surprise, a prompt box popped up. Unable to purchase the requested quantity of items, please adjust your order. What? Shen Heng was taken aback. Checking his personal assets, he recalled he had spent 3 million to enhance his attributes, leaving him with 36 million. He changed the number to 9, but the same purchase restriction applied. Staring incredulously, he stepped back and finally managed to buy one ability fruit. Only to despair as the purchase option reverted to gray. Only one purchase allowed. Shen Heng almost cursed aloud. Upon focusing on the gray words, he noticed the system notification. Current level purchase balance is 0. Upgrade your level to purchase again. In other words, I need to level up the vending machine to continue buying? This is truly. Shen Heng braced himself mentally. From now on, I must treat the ability fruit as a staple. Yet, who knew the vending machine would only sell one? What a stingy setup. It's practically forcing me to spend more money. He gazed at the ability fruit he had just purchased and swallowed it. A familiar warmth flowed through his abdomen. Shen Heng was perplexed. Soon, he realized that his ability had not increased, but rather that his fire-based powers seemed to have grown stronger. Is this some kind of joke? Shen Heng stared in shock. Exiting the purchase interface, he noticed a small red dot in the upper right corner of his personal information and clicked on it. Within his personal attributes, a new ability appeared. Ability, Fire. Current level, 2. Volcanic Flame. This special fire burns as intensely as a volcano, capable of igniting rocks. My fire ability has reached level 2? Shen Heng's anger dissipated, replaced by curiosity, especially regarding the description below. The volcanic flame can burn on rocks. He was quite knowledgeable about fire abilities from his previous life, having battled many extraordinary beings while scavenging for supplies. He understood well how weak fire abilities could be. During snowstorms, his flames often extinguished before they even reached the enemy, blown out by the fierce winds. Truly pathetic. He had heard that many fire users, after aligning with major powers, had become support roles, assisting in starting fires, cooking, and providing warmth. During battles, fire users often had to hide and watch, ready to flee at the first sign of trouble. Shen Heng was no exception. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been easily slain by Su Chao's ice abilities. But now, it seemed his flames had strengthened. Rubbing his chin, Shen Heng quietly stepped outside. The snow in the courtyard had deepened considerably. However, the snow was not compact. Stepping into it left a deep impression. But as he filled all his attributes, he found he could easily control his body. Walking through the snow, he only sank slightly instead of being wholly enveloped. As he willed it, the searing flames coursed through his body. Even clad in pajamas, he felt little chill. Outside, the sky was pitch black, the cold wind howled, and large flakes of snow danced and swirled in the air. With a snap of his fingers, a small flame burst forth at his fingertips. The flame glowed deep red, and even as the cold wind rushed by, the flame remained steadfast, burning defiantly. Shen Heng's eyes brightened as he pointed his right hand. The flame flew into the snow, creating a small hole that burrowed deeply. Inside the snow cave, the fire continued to burn, undiminished. Watching the flame flicker for a while before it gradually extinguished, a smile spread across his face. It appeared that even though he had awakened a fire ability in this life, it was far stronger than in his previous existence. He would show everyone that a fire-based ability was not merely that of a cook in an icy apocalypse, but held immense power. The swirling snowflakes melted entirely before they could reach Shen Heng, vanishing without a trace. It was as if he himself was an unquenchable flame in this icy world. With all his might, he activated his ability. Boom. Shen Heng transformed into a being of fire. Surrounded by flames, he felt no sensation of burning. I have become a fire being. Shen Heng's smile flickered amidst the flames, obscured from view. He could sense that both his defense and strength had significantly increased. Yet the energy within him was rapidly depleting. He estimated he could maintain this fiery state for about 5 minutes. However, 5 minutes in this flame state would be more than sufficient. Previously, Shen Heng had primarily used his fire abilities for ranged attacks, but now, he felt confident enough to engage in close combat with physical-type extraordinary beings. With his enhanced attributes and the various bonuses from his fiery state, he would not be inferior to them. With a thought, the blazing flames extinguished instantly, dissipating into thin air. Shen Heng returned to his normal state, his clothes showing no signs of burning. Perfect. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. With the vending machine, as long as he continued to upgrade it, he could continuously obtain ability fruits. Moreover, he could elevate his extraordinary fire to even greater heights. At that time, he would become one of the most powerful extraordinary beings in Jiang City, Jiang Province, and even the entire nation. Chapter 76, Leveling Up Again. Checking his account balance after purchasing the ability fruit, he found he still had 36 million left. The experience required to level up from level 10 to 11 was 24 million. Having just reached level 10, Shen Heng realized that all the money he spent on attribute enhancements counted as experience for the vending machine. He had even bought an ability fruit. Now, his experience bar had transformed into 3 million of 24 million. Almost halfway there, he felt a surge of excitement. With enough money, should he continue to upgrade the vending machine? Without hesitation, he decided to do it. After all, earning money was for the sake of leveling up. He began to purchase extravagantly from the vending machine. With plenty of food stored in the basement, he had little else left to buy. Fruits and vegetables, along with drinking water, would only be purchased as needed. After all, anything bought in advance would freeze solid. To upgrade, Shen Heng selected various luxurious women's clothing. With 3 women at home, he could gift them while also making them happy. In their delight, he might even unlock more actions and achievements. Especially upon seeing the exquisite designs from Balenciaga, Shen Heng's eyes sparkled. This is fantastic. He immediately purchased 50 pieces, though the unit price was a bit low, only 1588 each. However, after purchasing the high C, Shen Heng opened the door to a new world and suddenly thought of lingerie. He rummaged through the vending machine, which was an eye-opening experience for him. Following the measurements of Yang Jinxian and Huo Miao, he bought quite a few items, and then recalled the necklace he had bought for Huo Miao, so he selected a Cartier Diamond Series necklace for Yang Jinxian as well. Good heavens. It truly felt like a tax on intelligence. He couldn't quite understand what was so special about the necklace. It seemed ordinary, labeled as a classic style. Yet it was priced at over 500,000. Nevertheless, it was a valuable experience. He had no use for his money, other than ensuring his livelihood. It was all meant to be exchanged for experience. Naturally, he bought what was expensive. Before long, the area around the vending machine was piled high with items, and his level finally rose to 11. To reach the next level, he needed 48 million. He was left with only 4 million. To level up again was undoubtedly a pipe dream. However, upon checking his personal attributes, he discovered that he could purchase upgrades for his attributes again. Each attribute could only be upgraded once. After allocating 1 point to each attribute, Shen Heng once again experienced pain, but this time, whether it was due to the limit of 1 level or the enhancement of his physical condition, the pain was within tolerable limits. Once all attributes reached level 11, the plus signs turned gray, indicating that further upgrades were not permitted. Shen Heng realized that these attributes were tied to the level of the vending machine. The vending machine's level restricted the enhancement of his attributes. After searching for the ability fruit again, the purchase button returned to its normal color. He could buy it. Shen Heng immediately bought one. However, just as he was about to consume it, he suddenly noticed the number 2 next to his abilities on the personal panel. Below the number, there was a small bar divided into 2 sections, both of which were empty. This little bar looked remarkably like an experience bar. Shen Heng frowned. Suddenly alert. Now that his had reached level 2, did it mean that to reach level 3, he needed to consume 2 ability fruits? If he consumed this one now, wouldn't it mean he couldn't level up? The ability fruits were exceedingly precious. If consuming one didn't lead to an upgrade, it would be a complete waste. The system was quite tricky. It was entirely possible this was the case. Shen Heng had grown wiser. Ultimately, he resisted the temptation of the ability fruit and placed it in the system's small box. It was better to keep it in the space. After all, he had tested it, and time in the space would stand still, ensuring the fruit's effect would not diminish. If this ability fruit couldn't elevate his to level 3, it wouldn't serve him much purpose. Instead, it could grant someone else the ability. For an ordinary person, it would be an immense enhancement. Should he give this ability fruit to Huomiao? Shen Heng hesitated. He did not doubt Huomiao's feelings for him. However, if Gui Yuping managed to sell a significant amount of supplies tomorrow, he could quickly continue upgrading the vending machine. At that time, he would possess 2 ability fruits, and his would undoubtedly ascend. With a level 3, his fireman state would surely last longer. With greater power, he could take on the Song family. A 5-minute duration was still somewhat perilous. He was uncertain if he could withstand firearms in his fireman form. The Song family was armed. Moreover, once the fireman state ended, he would fall into weakness. Although he could still emit fiery attacks, his combat capability would diminish significantly. Furthermore, Shen Heng was reluctant to expose his identity easily. If he could eliminate the Song family without anyone knowing, it would be much simpler. If he revealed his abilities, he would become a target. Shen Heng understood the wisdom of accumulating wealth quietly. Alas, he would wait to see the selling situation tomorrow. Now that his consciousness space had recovered, he could sell supplies in bulk. He believed Gui Yuping was no fool. He wouldn't secretly hoard supplies. After all, where could Gui Yuping escape in this weather? There were still too few loyal subordinates. Shen Heng suddenly thought of Grandpa Qin in the community. Although he was currently uneasy about Gui Yuping and Zhao Weilong, he could trust Grandpa Qin. Having lived 2 lives, he was well aware of Grandpa Qin's character. Moreover, if it weren't for Grandpa Qin in his previous life, he might have perished long ago, never giving Su Chao or Feng Lu a chance to act. Other ability users in different communities had fought over resources discovered simultaneously with Shen Heng. As a fire-type chef, he was no match for the physical-type ability users and was left on the brink of collapse. At a crucial moment, Grandpa Qin appeared without hesitation and dispatched his adversaries, subsequently rescuing Shen Heng. He even had Nurse Fu Xiaozhu bandage Shen Heng's wounds and care for him for 2 days. During these days, Grandpa Qin provided him with food, drinks, and even medicine free of charge. A life-saving grace deserved a profound return. Furthermore, it was just a mere ability fruit. Grandpa Qin was trustworthy. As long as he extended an invitation, he would surely come. Not only could he provide supplies, but he could also have a warm place to stay. Why not? According to his wife, the row houses in the west second section were all hers and well decorated, albeit not as lavishly as Villa number 4. He decided to let Grandpa Qin reside in the adjacent Villa number 5. He would surround the area with landmines, ensuring Grandpa Qin's safety. In the future, he would entrust the security to Grandpa Qin. As for Zhao Weilong, as long as he could follow him with peace of mind, once the greenery produced ability fruits, he would reward him, allowing him to become his little brother as well. In this way, the Taoyuan community would be entirely under his control. Then, he could begin conquering other communities. It was settled. Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. Checking the time, it was already past 3 in the morning. There were still 2 lovely ladies waiting for him upstairs. He quickly got up and ascended to the 2nd floor. Inside, the 2 women were still chatting, albeit yawning. It was so late. Would their husband come up or not? Both women were anxious, yet no one spoke. Upon seeing Shen Heng, Huomiao leaped from the bed and into his arms. Husband, why did you take so long? Huomiao pouted. What, were you anxious? Shen Heng embraced her mischievously. Someone is both inexperienced and loves to play. How rude. Huomiao's face flushed as she protested. I had Sister Jean helping me tonight. She glanced back at Yang Jinxian, only to find her lying still on the bed. Was she pretending to sleep? Huomiao shot Shen Heng a knowing look. Shen Heng immediately understood and pounced on her. Yang Jinxian had been waiting. When Shen Heng held her, her body shivered. Jin Bao, we haven't even started yet. Chapter 77. Yang Jinxuan's friend. The next day at noon, Shen Heng awoke, gazing at the 2 women sleeping beside him with great satisfaction. The previous night, the 3 of them had played cards until dawn, with Shen Heng, the landlord, winning each hand, leaving them both astonished. His combat prowess seemed to have increased significantly. He did not feel weak. Instead, after a night's rest, he felt invigorated. He wrapped his arms around Yang Jinxian, hearing her murmur in her sleep, Husband, you are amazing. Shen Heng chuckled and resumed playing cards with her. In her astonished gaze, he won the game. Once Yang Jinxian was utterly exhausted, he turned to see that Huomiao had already been roused from sleep. After a brief spar with Huomiao, she too succumbed to defeat. Only then did Shen Heng feel refreshed enough to rise and wash up. Descending the stairs, he found Yang Mushuan, sporting dark circles under her eyes, cooking with a forlorn expression. Mushuan, you're up quite early. Shen Heng greeted cheerfully. Early? Brother-in-law, it's already noon. Yang Muxuan retorted with a pout. She and T slept well the previous night. Although the villa was soundproof, the occasional noises were hard to ignore. She only managed to fall asleep in the early hours of the morning after hearing her sister's voice, unable to tolerate it any longer. Yang Muxuan got up to prepare breakfast. Shen Heng remained silent, engrossed in his phone on the sofa. As the night passed, the chatter in the owners group dwindled significantly. Complaints about the weather were still present but had lessened considerably, as it seemed everyone had resigned themselves to the situation. What remained were exchanges of supplies. The sudden drop in temperature had caused many with weakened immune systems, including the elderly and children, to fall ill. They pleaded in the group for supplies in exchange for medicine. However, medications were scarce and exorbitantly priced, and everyone had grown wise to the situation. No one was willing to comply anymore. One user, flying all the way, posted, "Who has ibuprofen? My child is sick and urgently needs medication. Thank you." Shen Heng recognized this person as the one who had traded medicine with Changda Auto Repair the previous night. Changda Auto Repair was located across from Ningyao, who sought to purchase montmorillonite powder from Shen Heng, but Shen Heng quoted 50,000. The user quickly reached a deal with flying all the way in the group, exchanging 2 packets of instant noodles for the medicine. Shen Heng had scoffed at the time. It seemed foolish to sell medication for such a low price when it was in high demand. Moreover, he had clearly stated that a box of medicine cost 50,000. Yet this user still wanted to trade it for 2 packets of noodles. Absurd. It was unexpected that only one night later, their child had fallen ill. What was even more surprising was that Changda Auto Repair chimed in. Flying all the way, "Brother, your child has a fever? I still have some ibuprofen." Flying all the way was overjoyed and quickly tagged him in the group. Changda Auto Repair, "Brother, I gave you montmorillonite powder last night. Can you spare me some ibuprofen?" Changda Auto Repair was slightly irritated. "Brother, that montmorillonite powder wasn't a gift. I traded 2 packets of noodles for it. Come on, ask around. That medicine has a market price of 50,000. Why on earth would I trade ibuprofen for just 2 packets of noodles?" Flying all the way replied in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Changda Auto Repair continued. "I'm not unreasonable. How about this? You give me 10 packets of noodles, and I'll give you the ibuprofen. What do you say?" Flying all the way was indignant. "Are you kidding? I saved your child last night. How could you do this?" Changda Auto Repair replied, "Sorry, brother, but you might want to ask someone else. By the way, that montmorillonite powder is quite effective. I need to go give my child some medicine now." Flying all the way protested, "Changda Auto Repair, is this how you treat people? You can't lack a conscience." He continued to plead, "Changda Auto Repair, speak up. Changda Auto Repair, don't pretend you can't hear me. I sold you the medicine at such a low price, and this is how you repay me?" Shen Heng found their exchange utterly amusing. In the apocalypse, those with good intentions were often the first to perish. Flying all the way was a prime example. Being a good person? Sure, try that in your next life. He had sold the medicine for 2 packets of noodles, but how had others treated him? Survival was so challenging that no one remembered your kindness. Sympathy and pity only hastened your demise. Yang Muxuan was quite skilled at cooking, and soon, Shen Heng caught the delightful aroma of food wafting through the air. Looking up, he saw his sister-in-law had already set the dishes on the table. Meanwhile, Huo Miao and Yang Jinxian sauntered down the stairs, looking relaxed and radiant. Especially Yang Jinxian, who had shed the previous night's anxiety and appeared as a vibrant young woman. It was hard to look away. She gazed affectionately at Shen Heng and sat down beside him, saying, "Muxuan, why do you still have dark circles? Did you not sleep well?" "You don't say?" Yang Muxuan retorted, "Sister, for goodness sake, lower your voice. Otherwise, let us switch places tonight, and you can see if you can sleep." Yang Jinxian blushed. "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you say we should switch? I'm only protecting you, my dear sister. For our well-being, I have sacrificed myself." Huo Miao picked up her chopsticks, teasing, "Oh, Muxuan, you really know what you're doing. You even made oysters for your brother-in-law." Yang Muxuan whispered, "He doesn't need that. If we keep this up, I'm afraid I'll have to join in too." Huo Miao's eyes sparkled as she looked at Shen Heng, causing a flicker of uncertainty in Yang Jinxian. Indeed, she had witnessed Shen Heng's impressive card skills last night. Even with Huo Miao, they had not managed to win. Could it be that her sister also wished to share him? No, that was too absurd. How could sisters share a husband? What about her own future? She had already resigned herself to becoming Shen Heng's mistress if it came to that, especially since Huo Miao seemed accepting of her. Moreover, Huo Miao had a pleasant disposition. But her sister was still young. She couldn't allow that. Stealing a glance at Shen Heng, she found him fixated on Yang Muxuan, seemingly lost in thought. Unable to restrain herself, she pinched his waist. "Are you really thinking about that?" Ahem. When Yang Muxuan had suggested switching places, he had indeed entertained the thought. If it were her, with an additional sister-in-law, would he be swept away by a chorus of brother-in-law? And Yang Muxuan had cast a furtive glance at him. Her eyes filled with an alluring depth. Could it be that she was serious about this? Yang Jinxian leaned closer to Shen Heng and whispered, "What is going on?" Shen Heng's eyes lit up. Indeed, Jinxian had mentioned that she would bring a friend over. Was this about to happen? "Sweetheart, who is that friend you mentioned?" Shen Heng chuckled. "Look at you, so pleased with yourself." Yang Jinxian playfully punched him, though her touch was gentle, akin to a playful tickle. The previous night, before Shen Heng went upstairs, she had chatted with Huo Miao. Huo Miao had said that Shen Heng possessed a vast amount of resources, but that also meant he would undoubtedly attract many women. Rather than guard against those wildflowers, It would be wiser to enhance the quality and quantity of the flowers in his garden to prevent him from straying. She had also explained why she was bringing Yang Jinxian and her sister into the mix, which had instilled a sense of urgency in Yang Jinxian. After all, she was not Shen Heng's first woman. She had to seize this opportunity. Moreover, unlike Huo Miao, she was not alone. She had her sister to consider. They both relied on Shen Heng. Only by capturing Shen Heng's heart and making him infatuated could they hope to survive in such a harsh environment. Chapter 78. Huo Miao's position. Ning Yao? Upon hearing this name, Shen Heng was taken aback. He hadn't expected that the sister Yang Jinxian sought to recruit would be the compassionate Ning Yao from the group. This woman, although Shen Heng certainly needed a doctor, preferably a female one, he was not particularly fond of Ning Yao's approach. In fact, he felt somewhat repulsed. In this apocalyptic world, where everyone was on edge, it was laughable that she would still seek to save others. Was she a fool? People were inherently self-serving. Did she really think she could save anyone? In the group? He had seen Yi Zhiqiu step in to help people time and again, receiving gratitude as if she were a deity. Unfortunately, despite Ning Yao's impressive medical skills, she lacked sufficient supplies, and many ailments left her powerless. She could only turn to Shen Heng for help. Yet Shen Heng had clearly set his prices. Ordinary medications went for 50,000, while more valuable ones were priced several times higher. It was a take-it-or-leave-it situation. Now, Ning Yao had caught on to Shen Heng's temperament and no longer contacted him first. Rumor had it that Dr. Ning was quite beautiful. A skilled and attractive woman would surely survive in the apocalypse. However, one can only rely on powerful men, regardless of who becomes the dominant force. The medical profession remains an indispensable key role. Moreover, being a beautiful woman only increases the likelihood of being noticed. Darling, do you know her? Seeing Shen Heng shake his head slightly, Yang Jinxian felt a pang of anxiety and quickly added, Yao Yao is quite nice. We can discuss that later. Shen Heng replied coolly, I do not want any saintly maidens here. After a pause, he turned his gaze towards the sisters, Jinxian. Remember this, in a post-apocalyptic world, do not harbor any feelings of pity, or it will only bring misfortune upon yourselves. The two fell silent. Yang Jinxian and Yang Mushuan were acutely aware of their own beauty. After marrying into the Song family, even with her husband deceased, her brother-in-law Song Zhengming still eyed her with desire. Her sister, Yang Mushuan, was still in graduate school and had received countless advances from suitors. Do not casually give away any food, even if it spills. You both understand the principle of possessing beauty brings trouble, so I shall not elaborate further. The sisters trembled slightly, particularly Yang Jinxian, whose eyes were reddening. After having just consummated their marriage the previous night, how could he speak of her in such a manner? He even omitted calling her by her pet name. As for Ning Yao, Shen Heng shook his head. She is obsessed with saving others. Let her continue her endeavors. In this environment, I have plenty of resources. I will not lack for beautiful women. There are countless beautiful women in the world. There are also many doctors. Of course, beautiful female doctors are rare, but I shall not risk anything for a woman. Shen Heng would not accept Ning Yao until she changed her ways. Even if she were to starve, it would not concern him in the slightest. I am well fed. Shen Heng set down his utensils and rose to head towards the basement. Miao Miao, come down for a moment. Oh, all right. Huo Miao hurriedly followed him. Upon entering the basement, Shen Heng produced a Walther pistol he had prepared earlier and handed it to Huo Miao. Take these 2 guns for self-defense. A handgun? Huo Miao exclaimed in shock. Although she was curious about her husband's extraordinary abilities, she never expected him to possess such items. With the stringent regulations in Long Country, where did this gun come from? I may be spending less time at home in the future, so make sure to keep the gun secure. Shen Heng gently advised, today, I will set up some landmines and simple defensive tools outside, but for your safety, having a gun on you will serve as a means of self-protection. Of course, this is merely a temporary measure. In a few days, I will provide you with something even better. Shen Heng continued. The significance of these 2 guns lies primarily in guarding against the Yang sisters. I will be home much less, and although Yang Jinxian came to me last night, I naturally place greater importance on you, Miao Miao. Huo Miao was wholeheartedly devoted to him, and Shen Heng was quite pleased. If he had to choose only one partner in this apocalypse, it would solely be Huo Miao. He would also ensure to reserve one of the future abilities for her. Should those sisters harbor any saintly inclinations, wanting to take in relatives or friends, I will certainly oppose it. Huo Miao looked serious. Indeed. But with only 3 women in the house, if they join forces, I fear you may not be able to contend with them. Should such a situation arise and you have no chance to call me, then eliminate them directly. Shen Heng's gaze turned cold. What? Huo Miao's eyes widened. According to her husband's implication, did that mean she held the power of life and death over the Yang sisters? If Shen Heng were not home, she could secretly eliminate them, and it seemed Shen Heng would not blame her. Darling, Huo Miao felt a warmth in her heart as she leaned into Shen Heng's embrace. She now understood her status in his heart. Silly girl. MHM. Huo Miao nodded eagerly. All right, I have a few matters to attend to and must step out. The once crowded room instantly felt spacious. The house is in your care. Shen Heng walked toward the lower basement, giving his instructions. His promise made her heart blossom with joy. She was not only the primary wife, but now held a powerful position. Meanwhile, Shen Heng felt no remorse for his decisions. In a world turned upside down, even long-term spouses could become estranged, let alone someone like Yang Jinxian, whom he had only just accepted. Naturally, he did not wish for Yang Jinxian to betray him. After all, she was more intriguing than Huo Miao, and could provide him with a sense of conquest. That scenario was utterly unacceptable to him. To Shen Heng, women were akin to resources. Only those who had been tested and earned his recognition would receive his sincere regard. If he truly desired to play games, there were 3 girlfriends of Wang Ji, who were far more cunning than Yang Jinxian. Engaging with them outside, tossing them some food and drink, they would eagerly await his return. Chapter 79. The boss is truly handsome. Stepping out of the basement door, Shen Heng purchased a pickup truck from a vending machine and drove southward. Arriving at a position directly beneath the square, he parked the vehicle, gesturing towards the truck bed. In the next instant, the once empty bed was filled to the brim with supplies. Shen Heng unloaded all the goods, surrounding the truck with a considerable amount as well. He then sent a message to Gui Yuping, "Come downstairs." He was not yet ready for others to see his abilities, since Gui Yuping had only just joined him. Shen Heng was naturally cautious around him, just as he was with Yang Jinxian. However, in a few days, if they proved themselves satisfactory, he would gradually increase their rewards. In his past life, the influence of Song Jingming was not the greatest. Zhao Erbao, the boss of the Donglin group in the eastern part of the city, was far more formidable. He commanded many brothers and had somehow acquired firearms, creating quite a spectacle. Unfortunately, before Zhao Erbao could unify Jiangqing, he was betrayed by his most trusted brother. Subsequently, the Donglin group collapsed, fracturing into 4 or 5 smaller factions, never to regain its former glory. It was rumored that the one who eliminated Zhao Erbao had been bought off by Song Jingming. After Zhao Erbao's demise, he brought many subordinates to join Song Jingming, elevating the Song family to become the dominant power in the northern part of the city, thus establishing it as the foremost force in Jiangqing. The idea had originated from Gui Yuping. For this reason, Gui Yuping earned Song Jingming's trust and was appointed as his strategist. Shen Heng did not consider Gui Yuping to be of poor character. On the contrary, he believed that the most remarkable strategist in history was not Zhuge Liang, but the infamous poison master Jiasu. If Gui Yuping could truly follow his lead, Shen Heng would naturally employ him extensively. However, this was contingent upon his ability to make Gui Yuping willingly assist him. He did not wish to end up like Zhao Erbao, betrayed by those closest to him. Until he completely trusted his subordinates, he would not easily divulge any secrets. Yes. Within 5 minutes, Gui Yuping hurried over, rubbing his hands together, dressed in warm clothing. Upon seeing the pickup from a distance, he was momentarily taken aback and couldn't resist rubbing his eyes. There was a pickup truck in the underground passage. His curiosity about Shen Heng deepened, and he resolved firmly. He absolutely could not betray Shen Heng. It should be noted that the entire underground passage merely connected the high-rise buildings ahead and the row houses, with each household having only one door connecting them, completely unrelated to the ground above. How had this vehicle made its way into the underground passage? He approached Shen Heng respectfully and said, "Hello, Brother Shen." MHM. Shen Heng nodded, pleased with Gui Yuping's speed. "Here are the supplies for today. Take a look." Shen Heng gestured toward the pile on the ground. Gui Yuping then carefully examined the mountain of goods, his eyes gleaming. So much stuff. How much could this sell for? Among the items, in addition to daily necessities, he even spotted various meats, seafood, bedding, and even electric kettles. "You are tasked with selling these items. The instant noodles were priced at 2,000 yesterday, correct? Today, the price has doubled." Shen Heng stated nonchalantly. "A pack of instant noodles costs 5,000. The prices of other goods will be calculated accordingly." 5,000. Gui Yuping gasped. "To be honest, that is exceedingly expensive. Is there a problem?" Shen Heng inquired. "No, no problem." Gui Yuping hastily shook his head, internally acknowledging, "Brother Shen, I initially intended to suggest a price of 3,000, yet you directly proposed 5,000. I never imagined you would be even more ruthless than I. However, working alongside such a boss seems to promise a brighter future, does it not? Regardless of when this snow ceases, the boss will undoubtedly profit immensely, and as his most loyal sales associate, I shall not be neglected in the future." Shen Heng continued. "Did you reserve something specifically for me?" Gui Yuping was taken aback, instinctively glancing towards the back seat of the vehicle. The seat was crammed with thick blankets and winter clothing, with drinking water beneath the seat, alongside a substantial portion of pork, beef, and lamb, and even a kettle, pots, and bowls. Among these supplies, various medications were also tucked away. Particularly, upon seeing the children's acetaminophen, Gui Yuping could no longer contain himself. "Thank you, Brother Shen." His nose tinged with emotion, he knelt before Shen Heng, exclaiming, "Rest assured, Brother Shen, I will handle everything impeccably." Last night, he had discovered that his 1-year-old child was suffering from a runny nose, and he was frantic. Although he knew Brother Shen had medicine, he dared not disturb him at such an hour. He had merely hoped to ask Shen Heng for some today, considering he had some savings. To his surprise, Brother Shen had been so thoughtful as to bring this for him. Clearly, Brother Shen had noticed the message he sent in the owner's group. "In the future, if you need anything, just message me directly. Do not solicit transactions in the group. You are, after all, my subordinate. As your boss, it is rather embarrassing for you to buy medicine from others, is it not?" Shen Heng chuckled, helping him to his feet. "I reside in the row house community. Unit 3 of row 2. Please park this vehicle downstairs, and tomorrow, come by to collect the goods. I will not be making any further runs." "Understood, Brother Shen." Gui Yuping nodded vigorously. Shen Heng patted his shoulder and sent a message to Zhao Weilong, instructing him to bring his subordinates to maintain order. After all, there were many items today, and he wanted to prevent any potential looting. However, how could he possibly expose his actual location? Villain no. Free was where Yang Jinxian had previously resided. At worst, he could place some supplies in Yang Jinshuan's basement tomorrow and summon Gui Yuping to assist with the transportation. By the way, if you find it overwhelming, select 2 trustworthy individuals to help with sales. Afterwards, offer them some food. I believe many would gladly oblige. Shen Heng advised. Yes, Brother Shen. Gui Yuping promptly replied. Soon, he announced in the various owner groups, the supplies have arrived. Due to the current scarcity, all items are being sold at double the price. Ham sausages, instant noodles, and bread are each 5,000. Oil tincture is 100,000. Blankets are 50,000. The owner groups erupted in chaos. Many individuals frantically tagged Gui Yuping, accusing him of price gouging. 5,000 for a pack of instant noodles? Why don't you go rob someone? Those unwilling to purchase, please remain silent. Continue to complain, and I will remember your names, even if you offer a higher price. I will not sell to you. This was the authority granted to him by his boss. If anyone disobeyed, they would be immediately blacklisted. He had no time to waste on them. Furthermore, from today onward, all private transactions are suspended. Whether purchasing medicine or supplies, I will provide everything. As long as you pay. Gui Yuping further declared in the group. Anyone I catch attempting to trade privately will also be blacklisted. Of course, I will accept barter as well. In this manner, he secured control over all the supplies in the community, though he was unclear about his boss's intentions. The astute Gui Yuping began to ponder Shen Heng's thoughts, issuing various commands. In the future, only one individual would wield control over the supplies in the community, my boss. By the way, Brother Shen, Gui Yuping cautiously inquired after posting several messages. You won't hold it against me for taking initiative, will you? Shen Heng smiled. Feel free to act independently. Make your own decisions. Since I have entrusted this to you, as long as you can generate profit for me, I will not interfere. This young man certainly had a unique way of speaking. I hope he isn't too indiscriminate. Noticing Gui Yuping's handsome face, Shen Heng instinctively took a step back and continued sending voice messages to Zhao Weilong. Recruit more people today, and inform them that anyone with green plants should come to Gui Yuping for exchanges. Understood, Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong replied eagerly. Gui Yuping looked at Shen Heng with admiration, silently thinking, my boss is truly impressive. Chapter 80. Chu Zhengping Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong approached Shen Heng, accompanied by over 10 subordinates, bustling with energy. His tall stature, coupled with the eye patch he donned after Shen Heng had incapacitated one of his eyes, gave him a more formidable appearance. He was starting to resemble a leader. Observing his state, Shen Heng nodded in satisfaction. As before, assist in maintaining order. Should you encounter any thieves, break their hands without hesitation. Afterward, find Yuping to collect the supplies. By the way, Weilong, continue acquiring green plants. Yes, Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong respectfully nodded. I collected over 100 pots yesterday. They are all at my place. However, upon learning that we were exchanging supplies for plants, some people have become unreasonable, demanding 5 packs of instant noodles for a single plant. Shen Heng frowned slightly before waving his hand. Then make the exchange. 5 packs of instant noodles only cost about 10 yuan from the vending machine. This is hardly an issue for me. Of course, he could directly lead a group to seize their goods. However, Shen Heng prided himself on being a civilized person and disdained engaging in such behavior. More importantly, he aspired to rule Jiangcheng in the future, and naturally, he did not wish for his subordinates to be merely superficial allies. If he went to rob their possessions now, how could he expect them to follow him faithfully in the future? All he desired was the money they held. As long as they contributed their funds and remained loyally by his side, he would undoubtedly reward them handsomely. Otherwise, no matter how invincible he became, he could not constantly protect those he wished to safeguard. Shen Heng casually tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Zhao Weilong, and the group of subordinates instantly lit up with excitement. They had no habit of hoarding cigarettes. By the time the heavy snow had fallen, they had already smoked all they had. It had been 5 days since they last had a puff. Now, witnessing Shen Heng casually tossing 2 packs, everyone looked eagerly at Zhao Weilong. If you all work diligently alongside me, the boss will ensure that good things are never in short supply. Zhao Weilong distributed the cigarettes to his brothers, cautioning, if anyone has ulterior motives, don't blame me for being unkind. Rest assured, Dragon Brother, we will certainly obey. We understand the rules, Dragon Brother. In an instant, half a box of cigarettes was gone, leaving only 3. Zhao Weilong stuffed the remaining box into his pocket and approached Gui Yuping, offering him a cigarette. Thanks, brother. Gui Yuping smiled at Zhao Weilong, accepting the cigarette and lighting it up. Having just posted the announcement for the sale of supplies, the homeowners had not yet come down, allowing him to enjoy a moment of leisure. The supplies provided by Brother Shen were already sorted and stacked, requiring no further concern. Is this the vehicle Brother Shen provided? Zhao Weilong gazed enviously at the pickup truck. Indeed, Gui Yuping nodded, observing the other subordinates spreading out to maintain vigilance. Seizing the opportunity when they were not paying attention, he discreetly slipped Zhao Weilong a few ham sausages and a can of meat. Brother you. Zhao Weilong's eyes widened. We are all comrades. Gui Yuping chuckled. Rest assured, I took these from the back seat. They were personally given to me by Brother Shen. I can't finish them all, so I'm sharing some with you. Dragon Brother. He was acutely aware that he was merely a pawn in Shen Heng's game, essentially serving as the steward. Zhao Weilong would most likely assume the role of Shen Heng's bodyguard. Both were in this venture to prosper alongside Brother Shen, part of the inner circle. Thanks, man. Zhao Weilong grinned, a hint of envy in his tone. Brother Shen treats you well, providing you with so much. He even gave you cigarettes. Indeed, Zhao Weilong nodded, casting a glance toward Shen Heng. Brother Shen is truly formidable. Initially, I had no idea who he was. It was more like I was bested by him. I merely succumbed to his strength without realizing he possessed such an abundance of resources. He even dares to sell them. In these times, when families hoard their own food and drink, it's remarkable that he has a truckload to spare for sale. I wonder how he manages to acquire so much stock, especially with the roads blocked by snow and no word from the authorities. If we run out, where will we find more food? Everyone will starve. Gui Yuping mused aloud. And it seems the prices may rise even further tomorrow. Zhao Weilong was taken aback. A pack of instant noodles is already 5,000. If the prices go up, who can afford it? But that was of little concern to him. As long as he was with Brother Shen, he would be taken care of. Soon, people began to descend the stairs, queuing to purchase supplies, while more gathered around the pickup truck. Zhao Weilong discarded his cigarette and stood to maintain order, swiftly dealing with anyone attempting to seize supplies amidst the chaos. There was a semblance of order amidst the disorder, and overall, it was manageable. From a distance, Shen Heng observed with satisfaction, then crouched down to inspect a small blade of grass at the steps of Building 16. Overnight, it appeared to have grown significantly. This plant seemed to have undergone a mutation. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't have grown so rapidly. Reflecting on his past life, where after the emergence of supernatural fruits, certain animals had mutated, he could make sense of it. If humans could manifest powers, what of the flora and fauna? Just as he was about to rise, a commotion erupted near the pickup truck. Shen Heng frowned, sauntering over. After only a few steps, he noticed the uproar intensifying, with a throng of people creating a cacophony. Many households that had stockpiled food were now on their 5th day of dwindling supplies. Even those with food had to brave the descent for water, prompting an unusually large crowd in the underground passage. The tunnel was nearly packed, with close to 1,000 people. Many wielding kitchen knives surrounded Zhao Weilong's group of subordinates. Shouting angrily, one of Zhao Weilong's men lay on the ground, motionless, having sustained a fatal wound to the neck. Qiu Jingping, how dare you lay a hand on me? Zhao Weilong's expression darkened. A hefty man, weighing at least 300 pounds, brandished 2 kitchen knives, grinning menacingly at him. Zhao Weilong, you're nothing. A one-eyed waste. I'm warning you now, get lost, or I'll take you down right here. Qiu Jingping, a foreman, stood with over 30 men, encircling Zhao Weilong and his few subordinates, all brandishing knives in readiness. They aimed to seize the truckload of supplies, which promised not just food, but also essential winter provisions, including firewood. Gui Yuping, right? The second-hand car dealer? I recognize you. Qiu Jingping pointed his knife at Gui Yuping. Get out of here now, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The crowd of property owners, initially intent on purchasing supplies, began to murmur nervously and retreat, eyeing Qiu Jingping anxiously. Enough with your nonsense. These are supplies from Brother Shen. I'm his subordinate, so you'd best tread carefully. Zhao Weilong shot back, his demeanor icy. Though Gui Yuping's face was tense, he urged the gathered crowd. If they take the supplies, we won't be able to buy anything. And we'll all go hungry today. There are only 30 of them. We can drive them off. Shut your mouth. Qiu Jingping snarled, suddenly lunging at Gui Yuping with his knife. Gui Yuping dodged, but the blade grazed his back, ripping through his layers of clothing and scattering cotton fluff everywhere. This batch of goods is mine. Who dares oppose me? Qiu Jingping glared menacingly at the crowd. The property owners' faces paled as they stepped back once more. Though some had already succumbed to the cold and hunger, none had witnessed a murder in the streets. As they gazed at Qiu Jingping's bloodied knife, anxiety gripped them. The lifeless body of Zhao Weilong's subordinate was a stark reminder of the danger they faced. Seeing the lack of response from the crowd, Gui Yuping furrowed his brow. To be frank, if everyone charged together, even with Qiu Jingping wielding a knife, a crowd of 1,000 could easily overpower them. Unfortunately, in times of crisis, more people chose to be cowardly. Even when their own supplies were at stake, they hesitated to step forward. Zhao Weilong, I advise you not to play the fool for them. Whatever Brother Shen is to you, he means nothing in my presence. Qiu Jingping scoffed. Join me, and I might just toss you a scrap. Though he feigned calmness, he felt a twinge of fear. He had indeed killed someone. Yet, with the authorities nowhere in sight, and so many perishing outside, what was one more life? Once the snowstorm passed, surely they wouldn't hold him accountable, would they? He was on the brink of starvation. Even if he faced consequences later, he had to seize the moment. His greedy gaze darted toward the supplies. So much bounty. If I can secure all of this today, it could last me at least half a month. Enough to keep me alive. Chapter 81. The sweep enough with the chatter. Zhao Weilong gritted his teeth. I suggest you don't court death. If Brother Shen finds out, who cares about him? Qiu Jingping interrupted angrily, launching another strike at Zhao Weilong. Zhao Weilong swiftly evaded. Seeing their leader attack again, Qiu Jingping's men brandished their knives and rushed forward. Zhao Weilong's subordinates scattered in panic. In the ensuing chaos, the knife-wielding thugs, seeing no resistance, began hastily stuffing their clothes with supplies from the ground. Stop! Gui Yuping's eyes blazed with fury. Those are Brother Shen's supplies. If we lose them like this, how will I explain it to him? More importantly, the property owners, who had been hesitating, were now stirred into action. As the chaos erupted, especially with Qiu Jingping ignoring Gui Yuping and frantically shoving supplies into bags, the crowd began to surge forward. Why pay when we can take it for free? Someone shouted, and the rest quickly followed suit. Stop you all! Gui Yuping cried in despair. Just then, A deafening sound reverberated through the air. Qiu Jinping, with a maniacal grin, was stuffing his bag with supplies when suddenly his body jerked and he collapsed heavily to the ground. As people scrambled for supplies, they instinctively moved away from Qiu Jinping, fearing his knife. With him now lying on the ground, the crowd froze in shock. That's a gun. Gunfire. The crowd seemed to be frozen in time, staring blankly at Qiu Jinping. Who? Qiu Jinping clutched his chest, agony etched across his face as blood oozed between his fingers. After a brief pause, when they realized the gunfire had ceased, the crowd resumed their frantic looting. The crowd surged forward, pressing frantically as those at the front rummaged for supplies. A cacophony of curses erupted, plunging the scene into chaos once more. Is my gun useless? Shen Heng stood at the back of the throng, his expression darkening. He tossed his pistol into the void, and, in its place, a Type 47 appeared in his grasp. Amidst the frenzy, no one seemed to notice Shen Heng in the distance. Earlier, he had observed Qiu Jinping leading a group to seize supplies, but he had dismissed it, thinking, what is there to fear with a gun? Little did he expect that even the 1,000-strong homeowners would partake in the looting. Even more surprising was the reaction after Qiu Jinping fell to the ground, shot. The crowd hesitated only for a moment before resuming their frenzy. Initially, they had been too intimidated to approach Qiu, but upon seeing him lying there, gasping for breath and devoid of his earlier authority, they swarmed around him. Even the sack he clutched was torn from his grip. Those who had not managed to secure supplies began to quarrel with those who had. Shen Heng smirked, preparing his ammunition. Click. The weapon emitted a faint yet crisp sound. Gui Yuping, Zhao Weilong, get inside the car now. Shen Heng bellowed into a megaphone. Gui Yuping, engaged in a struggle for supplies, did not hesitate to dive into the vehicle, huddling on the seat. Zhao Weilong blinked in surprise, but instinctively followed suit. Just as he scrambled into the car, Shen Heng's gun discharged. Bang bang bang. Each bullet unleashed a thunderous roar that tore through the air, sharp and jarring. The throng of looters before Shen Heng collapsed, as if mowed down by a scythe. A gun. There's a gun. People are dying. After witnessing the carnage, the crowd snapped back to reality, abandoning their plunder and fleeing in terror. Whoever runs will be shot. Shen Heng turned, coldly replacing the magazine and firing another volley at the retreating homeowners. Those caught mid-flight were struck in the back, their bodies flung into the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The fleeing masses halted abruptly, raising their hands in surrender. Please, don't kill me. I surrender. The slain on the ground were fortunate, while the living writhed in agony, clutching their arms or thighs, howling in pain. Silence. Shen Heng retrieved the megaphone, his icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. They trembled in apprehension, rendered mute. Brother Shen, Gui Yuping, and Zhao Weilong crawled out of the vehicle, a mix of astonishment and relief illuminating their faces. They had not anticipated Shen Heng's display of lethality. The sight of dozens lying lifeless on the ground instilled a deep unease within them. This was real bloodshed, and many had perished. Shen Heng approached with a calm demeanor. As he neared, one homeowner, visibly pale with fear, fell to his knees. Please, don't kill me. Bang. The response was a bullet from Shen Heng's expressionless face. The man fell silent, lifeless. The crowd collectively swallowed hard, trembling in silence. Gui Yuping's legs turned to jelly as he anxiously regarded Shen Heng. Shen Heng stood over Qiu Jinping, who, despite his injuries, was still alive, staring at Shen with a pale face. You dare to rob me? Shen Heng sneered, aiming his gun at Qiu's limbs. Bang bang bang. I hope this is the last time. He addressed the gathered homeowners coldly. I only wish to conduct fair business with you. You pay, and I provide supplies. Though the prices may be steep, you are free to choose not to buy. Why must you steal from me? The homeowners knelt, trembling in fear. Click. Shen Heng replaced the magazine, pointing the barrel at Qiu Jinping's head. This is a lesson against provocation. If you're not afraid of death, feel free to try again. Qiu's mouth opened wide in a futile attempt to speak. But no words came forth, his eyes filled with terror. Who was this man? He had a gun? Unfortunately, that question would remain unasked. Shen Heng pulled the trigger. The explosive sound of the bullet reverberated in the ears of the crowd. They winced in agony, cautiously covering their ears. When the gunfire ceased, they beheld Qiu Jinping's head, reduced to a gruesome mess. Those closest to the scene began to retch at the horrific sight, but quickly stifled their reactions, recalling Shen Heng's words. Their eyes fixed nervously on him. Zhao Weilong, count how many of your men are still alive. Shen Heng's voice rang out. He had not aimed for anyone specifically. A stray bullet had struck one of Zhao Weilong's men, killing him instantly. Of course, the majority of the deceased were Qiu Jinping's cohorts wielding knives and those who had participated in the looting. Everyone, listen to me. Yes, Brother Shen. Zhao Weilong hastily rallied his men around the pickup truck. After setting down the supplies, they began to strip off their outer garments, tossing them aside. The group shivered in the cold but dared not utter a word. This pleased the younger men, who were now in high spirits. Many female homeowners, having been caught in the earlier scramble, were now stripped of their coats, revealing thick sweaters. The young men conducted meticulous searches, their hands roaming, while the women could only endure in silence. Some were accompanied by their husbands, yet even they remained silent, heads bowed in defeat against the unwelcome advances. Shen Heng remained unperturbed. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently from the start. As time passed, the homeowners, after surrendering their supplies, huddled in their coats, obediently standing by, hoping to continue purchasing goods. After all, their homes were nearly devoid of food. Observing that Shen Heng had ceased his lethal actions, many approached him, attempting to plead for mercy. Stand in line and behave. One of Zhao Weilong's men barked at the crowd. What are you standing around for? If you want supplies, line up. Then, this young man turned to Shen Heng with a smile. Brother Shen, I noticed they were crowding around you, and I feared they might offend you. No matter. Shen Heng waved his hand dismissively. What is your name? Brother Shen, I'm Rin Jie. The young man replied with utmost respect. From now on, you'll assist Zhao Weilong. Shen Heng nodded, tossing Rin Jie a bottle of ointment. Apply this. Don't get frostbite. Shen Heng had noted Rin Jie's brave demeanor during the earlier confrontation when he had even taken down 2 men while confronting them with a knife. In contrast, Zhao Weilong had merely dodged, lacking any resistance. Rin Jie's hand bore some injury from the scuffle. Thank you, Brother Shen, Rin Jie exclaimed, his face bright with surprise. By the way, what did you do before this? Shen Heng casually inquired. Rin Jie's expression stiffened. I didn't expect my girlfriend to drag her lover to the military to report me. I had no choice but to retire. And it has only been a little over a month. I was planning to find a security job when I got caught in this storm. No, this blizzard. A soldier, huh? No wonder I noticed your decisive movements earlier against Xu Jinping's men. Indeed. Shen Heng patted Rin Jie on the shoulder, asking, do you know how to use this gun? Of course. Rin Jie replied proudly, then suddenly realized he should temper his tone. Brother Shen, I can use it. Zhao Weilong. The gun is now in your hands, Shen Heng instructed, tossing it to Zhao Weilong. Make sure Rin Jie teaches you well. You need to practice quickly. My previous words were directed at you. I fervently wish to no longer witness such circumstances. Indeed. Zhao Weilong, surprised, took the gun and, with a joyful expression, hurriedly assured Shen Heng. The other owners were filled with trepidation, too frightened to speak. Let me go, let me go. At this moment, a female voice came through. Shen Heng furrowed his brows and followed the sound. The owners were orderly returning supplies, and it was a girl's turn. She appeared to be just over 20, with short hair and a youthful radiance. Although she could not quite compare to the women at home, she was certainly a class beauty. Several younger men surrounded her, their faces grim. Fu Xiaozhu. Shen Heng was somewhat astonished. This was the woman that Grandpa Qin had taken in after consuming the ability fruit in his previous life. In that life, Grandpa Qin was upright and possibly gifted, leading Fu Xiaozhu to ally with him, ultimately falling under his charm and becoming inseparable from him. Shen Heng spoke up. Brother Shen, it seems she has hidden some bread in her clothes that she hasn't taken out, explained one of the younger men. This is something I purchased earlier. Fu Xiaozhu exclaimed loudly. I didn't even dare leave it at home for fear of someone breaking in. So I kept it close to me. Is that not permissible? Moreover, I did not participate in the looting. I was at the back. You clearly intended to take advantage of me. Who would touch you? The leading younger man glared and reprimanded, his expression awkward. Enough. Shen Heng waved his hand. Ignore her. Yuping, give her some canned ham and self-heating hot pot. Yes. Although Gui Yuping did not fully comprehend the situation, he complied obediently and handed several items to Fu Xiaozhu. Shen Heng gestured to her. Fu Xiaozhu appeared somewhat dazed. She gazed at the man before her, adorned with a leather hat and mask, unable to discern his appearance. Why is he giving me things? She pondered. Just moments ago, Shen Heng had been decisively ruthless, directly killing dozens, including the leader Xu Jinping, whose head had been reduced to a bloody pulp. It was indeed a display of cold brutality. Yet, unexpectedly, he neither quarreled with her nor contested her claims, but instead offered her supplies. She clutched the heavy items in her arms, curiously observing Shen Heng. That same look from her previous life. A warm current surged through Shen Heng's heart. After being rescued by Grandpa Qin, he, too, had awakened to see Fu Xiaozhu looking at him with curiosity. In the days that followed, Grandpa Qin provided him with food and drink, and he consumed a significant portion of their shared resources. However, neither Grandpa Qin nor Fu Xiaozhu had spoken much, allowing him to recover in peace. In contrast, Feng Lu had sent him several messages during his 3-day absence, lamenting that she and Su Chao were hungry. Take it. You can keep it, Shen Heng said with a gentle smile. Okay, Fu Xiaozhu, possessing a fiery temperament and not one to be coy, nodded and accepted the supplies, softly saying, thank you. No need for thanks. We shall meet again. Reflecting on his previous life, he remembered how Grandpa Qin and Fu Xiaozhu had quickly fallen in love, igniting a passionate romance. While Fu Xiaozhu was indeed beautiful, was it merely Grandpa Qin's innate talent that attracted her? Perhaps it was because Fu Xiaozhu had lost her father at a young age, resulting in a lack of paternal affection. Shen Heng felt a mischievous inclination. He wondered if this time around, bringing Grandpa Qin and Fu Xiaozhu together would still spark the flames of love. Carry on. Shen Heng waved his hand, signaling to continue the search. Gui Yuping, puzzled, glanced at Zhao Weilong beside him, who exchanged a knowing look with him, implying, Brother Shen must fancy this woman. Although she appeared to be a notch below a tiny grain of sand, they had different styles. Ignoring the grain of sand and instead providing supplies to this girl was indeed casting a wide net. Not only they, but even the other owners began to realize that this man, who had killed dozens, was undoubtedly a lecher. Moreover, he seemed to revel in pure love pursuits. Continue the search, he commanded, then instructed Gui Yuping. Today, someone provoked us. The owners not only disregarded your arrangements, but also banded together against those individuals, even participating in the looting. For this reason, all previously prepared supplies will now be priced at double. Do you understand? Yes. Gui Yuping hurriedly nodded. Doubling the price? His heart sank. This meant a packet of instant noodles would cost 10,000. The other owner's eyes widened, eager to speak, but upon seeing Shen Heng, they obediently lowered their heads. Shen Heng prepared to leave. Spotting Fu Xiaozhu reminded him that it was time to visit Grandpa Qin. In his previous life, Grandpa Qin had survived for 15 days before consuming the ability fruit from the green plants in the entrance, awakening his powers. This time, with his own reminders, Grandpa Qin was certainly living more securely. Shen Heng had not sought him out earlier because Grandpa Qin's entrance was a simple bungalow within the community. On the first day of the apocalypse, a night of snowfall had buried Grandpa Qin's dwelling under a thick blanket of snow. It was time for the foolish snow-clearing robot to get to work. Just as he was about to leave, he spotted Feng Lu in the line. Was this woman returning to purchase supplies again? She clearly had no intention of staying. You have 9 days left, Shen Heng thought, calculating Feng Lu's survival period. In 10 days, the ability fruit would appear, but to be cautious, he naturally would not allow her and Su Chao to live until then. What if they happened to consume the ability fruit just as it ripened? By that time, while his own powers would be formidable, Shen Heng was unwilling to create more enemies. Since they had only a few days left, he could begin to have some fun with them. Otherwise, he would miss out on many enjoyable moments after 9 days. Seeing Shen Heng gaze deeply at her, Feng Lu's heart skipped a beat. Having observed Shen Heng generously providing Fu Xiaozhu with supplies, she speculated that he must have found Fu Xiaozhu attractive, which was why he did not pursue the matter regarding the bread in her clothes, but instead offered her plenty of food. Men are all creatures of their lower instincts. She mused. She smiled at Shen Heng and sweetly called out, "Brother Shen, wait a moment." Fully armed, Feng Lu could not discern that this formidable brother Shen was, in fact, her infatuated boyfriend, Shen Heng. She leaned closer to Shen Heng, deliberately accentuating her chest. "How about you personally check?" Offering this brother Shen a little benefit. The supplies slipping through his fingers would be more than enough for her to feast upon. Why bother paying? Shen Heng found himself amused by Feng Lu's foolish antics. Is she trying to seduce me? He chuckled and extended his hand. Feng Lu's face flushed. Although there were many people around, given the situation, what was there to be modest about? Numerous bold women had already climbed into the beds of men with supplies. I have nothing to lose. Even if Su Chao sees. He should understand, right? She gleefully watched as Shen Heng's hand approached. Yet, in the next moment, Shen Heng's hand suddenly struck with force, delivering a resounding slap across her face. Smack! Feng Lu cried out in agony, falling to the ground, the tremendous force causing her to roll over. There are no mirrors at home. Do you have any sense? Just look at your own worth. You think a filthy thing like you deserves my touch? You've sullied my hands. Shen Heng spat disdainfully and turned to Guo Yuping, saying, "Remember this woman. If she wants to buy supplies, the price will double." Chapter 83. Grandpa Qin in the entrance. Feng Lu sat on the ground, clutching her face, gazing at Shen Heng's retreating figure with eyes full of resentment. Many owners around her pointed and whispered, "I even offered myself, and you rejected me. Am I less attractive than her?" Truly ungrateful. Unbeknownst to her, the man she had attempted to seduce was none other than Shen Heng. In Shen Heng's eyes, she had already been sentenced to death. 9 days from now would mark her end. Zhao Weilong narrowed his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Feng Lu, surprised by the woman's open demeanor and her appealing appearance. While Brother Shen showed disinterest, Zhao found himself intrigued. He glanced at his surrounding subordinates and chuckled softly before commanding Feng Lu to approach him. Startled, she hurried to his side and forced a smile, greeting him with hello. Dragon Brother. The gun resting in Zhao Weilong's possession indicated his esteemed status in Brother Shen's eyes. "I will search you myself. Do you have any objections?" Zhao Weilong raised an eyebrow. "Of course not." Feng Lu quickly understood, her seductive fox-like eyes locking onto Zhao. This was a situation that even a brother could not ignore. Her enchanting gaze elicited a smile from Zhao Weilong as he took her hand, leading her toward the nearest building's basement. Guo Yuping frowned. Although Brother Shen had entrusted the gun to Zhao Weilong, indicating his trust, he dared not take matters into his own hands. "Weilong, stop," he called out. "That woman just received a direct message from Brother Shen. She wants to buy supplies at double the price. To put it simply, if she wants a pack of instant noodles, she needs to pay 20,000. He pointed at Feng Lu. "Are you really going to give her the noodles?" Zhao Weilong frowned. "We are all under Brother Shen's command. It shouldn't be this clear-cut." He patted his shoulder, making it clear that he was indeed one of Shen Heng's trusted confidants. "Weilong, I don't care about others, but she is different." Guo Yuping shook his head. "If you want to give her the supplies that Brother Shen allocated to you, that's your business. However, I will not simply hand over items that Brother Shen plans to sell." He was firm. "You, Weilong, are being foolish, and I am not naive. This woman has clearly irritated Brother Shen, yet you still wish to pursue her? I wouldn't say a word if it were another woman." "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Weilong's annoyance was evident. "Do you not understand the literal meaning?" Guo Yuping's expression darkened. "I follow Brother Shen, not you, Zhao Weilong. You can directly report to Brother Shen, can't you? You have the gun, and I cannot provoke you. But I will keep a thorough account of the supplies left by Brother Shen. For what we consume among our brothers, I will list everything. But I will not simply give away the items intended for sale." Guo Yuping said coldly. "If you wish to continue, I won't stop you. But I will report everything to Brother Shen." "You," Zhao Weilong glared. "Is that really necessary? It's just 2 packs of instant noodles." "Indeed. 2 packs of noodles come at a price of 40,000, Guo Yuping replied coolly. Zhao Weilong's expression turned icy. "Brother, I believe Peng Gu is right. Ren Jie gently tugged at Zhao Weilong, speaking softly. Are you not listening to me either? Zhao Weilong glared at Ren Jie. Brother Shen asked you to teach me how to use a gun, yet you dare to oppose me? Ren Jie furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Dragon brother, Feng Lu pouted, feigning innocence. Please don't argue. Don't let me be the cause of discord among you brothers. You like me, don't you? She leaned closer to Zhao Weilong's ear, whispering, I'm not after your looks. I simply want to bring you some joy. Let us exchange WeChat, if you miss me. I'll come to keep you company, okay? What a charming and understanding little sister. Zhao Weilong nodded vigorously, taking out his phone to add Feng Lu on WeChat. She hurried away, and only then did Zhao Weilong turn around, somewhat disgruntled. Are you satisfied now, Chief? Gui Yuping sighed in relief, shaking his head. Weilong, it's not that I have an issue with you. It's just that I can't explain this to Brother Shen. Yes, I know. Zhao Weilong patted his shoulder and, feeling generous, offered Gui Yuping a cigarette from his pocket. As the various owners began to purchase items in an orderly fashion, Gui Yuping became busy while Zhao Weilong's gaze remained deep, observing him in silence. Buzzing, Shen Heng stood on the snowy ground, retrieving a robot. He placed it on the ground, aimed it at the front of Old Qin's door, and pressed the switch. The robot's front claws plunged into the snow, swiftly digging. A large mound of snow was hurled toward Shen Heng. With experience, he remained expressionless, waving his hand to open an umbrella that shielded him from the falling snow. Damn it, the term idiot seems quite befitting for you. Every time the button was pressed, the robot would automatically aim snow at its owner. Who would be so foolish to design it this way? Even though the device was somewhat dim-witted, its snow-clearing efficiency was remarkable. In no time, a snow path was carved directly to Old Qin's door. As it reached the entrance, the robot continued its work, its claws aiming directly at the wooden door. Before Shen Heng could react, the door was torn in two. What the hell? Shen Heng remained silent, but a booming voice emerged from within. As he looked up, he saw Old Qin hurriedly pulling up his pants, looking astonished as he stared at the robot. Cough, cough, Shen Heng paused, realizing Old Qin's unusual activity might reveal his unique talents. In this biting cold, he still found time for such pursuits? Casually glancing at the overflowing trash bin, he noted it was filled with used tissues. Old Qin, you're still quite vigorous. Little Shen, what brings you here? Old Qin's face flushed. Aware that his previous actions had been witnessed by Shen Heng, he quickly cleared his throat and stood up. Indeed, Old Qin still possessed remarkable stamina. Shen Heng smiled. What nonsense are you spouting? Old Qin warily glanced behind Shen Heng, ensuring no one else was present before relaxing. What brings you here? Old Qin, I am here to take you away. Shen Heng retracted the robot, looking at Old Qin with utmost seriousness. In my previous life, you saved me more than once. In this life, I will ensure that you live well. Chapter 84. The Past of Old Qin. So, this is a fruit of extraordinary abilities? If I consume it, will I possess such powers? Old Qin looked at the gray-brown fruit in Shen Heng's hand with astonishment. After listening to Shen Heng's explanation, he had begun to grasp the situation. He never imagined such a miraculous fruit could exist in this world. Consuming it could grant extraordinary abilities. What an unbelievable notion. Seeing his disbelief, Shen Heng snapped his fingers. A flicker of flame appeared at his fingertips, burning with an eerie red hue. Old Qin's eyes widened. Initially thinking Shen Heng was speaking nonsense, he was stunned to see the flames materialize. Old Qin, this is my extraordinary ability. Shen Heng chuckled softly, then pointed his fingers outside toward the accumulated snow. Whoosh. The flame shot forth, penetrating the snow with ease. This is simply outrageous. Old Qin stood in shock, staring blankly at the gaping hole in the snow. Now do you believe? Shen Heng smiled, watching Old Qin's reaction. You mean if I eat this fruit, I could attain such abilities as you? Old Qin swallowed hard, filled with disbelief. Each person's constitution varies, and the extraordinary abilities triggered by consumption will differ as well. Shen Heng explained. He recalled that in his previous life, he had possessed fire-based abilities, and now, reborn with a vending machine and a conscious space, he had once again acquired fire abilities. Even having consumed 2 extraordinary fruits, he had failed to awaken a new power. Shen Heng suspected this was related to one's inherent constitution. In his previous life, Grandfather Qin possessed an ability that was quite ordinary. He merely had enhanced physical strength and constitution, surpassing that of an average person. It remains uncertain whether he shall retain such traits in this lifetime. Grandfather Qin lifted his gaze, his expression grave as he spoke. If it truly is the case, the value of the ability fruit is exceedingly high. I cannot accept such a precious item without due consideration. Upon acquiring an ability, one becomes akin to a superhero. Grandfather Qin had ventured online and was aware of the chaotic state of the world. The entire social order had collapsed. Reports had emerged online indicating that in some remote areas, individuals had commenced acts of arson and robbery. With abilities in hand, one would naturally rise above any established rules. Such a rare treasure is something I could never repay. Grandfather Qin, I trust your character and hope you can assist me, Shen Heng said earnestly, regarding Grandfather Qin. The world is in turmoil. The authorities have yet to show themselves, and everyone is on edge. Society is in disarray. I do not seek to be a savior, merely to protect my family and friends in this apocalyptic scenario. However, I cannot do this alone. If you are willing to follow me, I shall gift you this ability fruit. Hearing this, Grandfather Qin hesitated. Truth be told, upon witnessing Shen Heng's ability moments ago, he was first shocked and then filled with envy and desire. Who wouldn't wish for such powers? They were far superior to the superheroes depicted on television. Although Grandfather Qin was over 50, his spirit remained youthful. He too longed to be exceptional. Now, an opportunity lay before him. By consuming the ability fruit, he could become akin to Shen Heng. Of course, he understood that he must pledge loyalty and devotion to Shen Heng. Furthermore, Shen Heng's reasoning was sound. He had a daughter working in Tianhai City. While not too distant from Jiangqing, how could he possibly find her in this apocalyptic world? If he possessed an ability, he might have a chance to visit her. Otherwise, if the snow continued, he would be confined to this door room indefinitely. All right. Grandfather Qin was not one to be overly sentimental. He nodded in agreement, then knelt before Shen Heng without hesitation, proclaiming, "Young Master Shen, my life, henceforth, belongs to you. You may call me Old Qin," he added. Shen Heng smiled and helped Grandfather Qin to his feet, stating earnestly, "Old Qin, upon consuming the ability fruit, you shall become my right-hand man." Old Qin nodded, no longer hesitating, and took the grayish-brown fruit, promptly placing it in his mouth. As he closed his eyes, he felt a surge of warmth erupting from his abdomen, coursing through his limbs. This warmth swirled within him before settling in his lower abdomen, solidifying into a golden elixir. Am I already endowed with an ability? Grandfather Qin looked up, bewildered, at Shen Heng. Take a moment to experience it, and you shall understand the nature of your ability, Shen Heng said with interest. In his previous life, Grandfather Qin's ability was strength. Would it be the same in this life? Grandfather Qin nodded, then quietly contemplated. After a brief moment, he rose and looked at Shen Heng. My ability seems rather modest. I merely sense an enhancement in my stamina, strength, and speed. As for the extent of the enhancement, he glanced at the wall of the door room, took a deep breath, and then struck with a powerful punch. Boom. The wall reverberated with a thunderous sound, and Shen Heng stood stupefied as he witnessed Old Qin's fist penetrate the wall. Good heavens, what tremendous strength, he thought, silently giving a thumbs up. In his previous life, most individuals who consumed the ability fruit experienced a boost in physical prowess, and Old Qin was no exception. Such individuals often became the backbone of various factions. Though significantly stronger than ordinary people, they would falter against those with specialized abilities. Shen Heng had not previously witnessed Old Qin in action. Other ability holders in the neighborhood rarely crossed paths with him. Old Qin had remained low-key, initially attempting to maintain order in the community, yet ultimately became powerless, leading a life devoid of shame alongside Fu Xiaozhu. It was only after Shen Heng was gravely injured while scavenging for supplies that Old Qin fortuitously appeared and saved his life. However, Shen Heng had been unconscious and could not fully grasp Old Qin's strength at that moment. Reflecting on it now, Old Qin's ability to rescue him from Sun Lihai's grasp spoke volumes about his prowess. Sun Lihai was a guest elder of the Mo family in the west of the city, possessing remarkable strength and status. His ability was earth-based, with formidable defensive capabilities. Shen Heng's flames could not even breach the earthen armor Sun casually summoned. Their strengths were not on the same level. Yet, Old Qin's ability to extricate him from such peril indicated that, although his abilities might be average, he was indeed a standout among physical ability holders. Young Master Shen I. Old Qin began, but Shen Heng cut him off. Call me boss, Old Qin. From this day forward, I shall ensure you are well taken care of. Yes, boss. Old Qin bowed deeply. Old Qin, I noticed your punch had considerable momentum. Have you trained before? Shen Heng suddenly recalled something and inquired. He had seen Rin Jie in action earlier, but Old Qin seemed to strike with even greater ferocity. I worked in a special operations team during my youth. Old Qin replied with a sigh. Alas, my daughter was brainwashed by her maternal grandparents, convinced that my reckless actions led to her mother's demise. She ordered me to leave Tianhai City, forbidding me from disturbing her life. Thus, I came to Jiangqing, at least close enough to her. Should anything happen, I could visit her promptly. Shen Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected this seemingly harmless Old Qin to possess such an impressive past. No wonder his punch had been so powerful. He had not only served in a special operations team, but also as a mercenary. Such individuals constantly flirt with death. He had truly stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 85. Speculations by the Sea. Originally, Shen Heng had only wished to express gratitude for Old Qin's life-saving assistance in his past life. He had not anticipated Old Qin to be this formidable. Is your daughter safe now? Shen Heng inquired. Safe. Old Qin nodded. Her maternal grandparents have some wealth in Tianhai, and their family is engaged in business. I discreetly inquired with their maid, and there is still plenty of food stored at their home. The elderly and children are staying in the villa, so they are relatively secure for the time being. That is reassuring. Shen Heng sighed in relief. He still aimed to conquer the entire Jiangqing. What if Old Qin became preoccupied with his daughter and hesitated to join him in his quest? All right, Shen Heng resolved, nodding decisively. Old Qin, come with me. I shall arrange accommodation for you. Let me tidy up some belongings. Old Qin turned around, intending to gather the bedding in the door room. You need not worry about those. Shen Heng waved his hand, his gaze sweeping the room before settling on a pot of green devil's ivy by the window. In his previous life, Old Qin had remained trapped in the door room, never venturing outside. It was only after acquiring an ability that he had shattered the accumulated snow with a single punch, emerging from the door room. It was almost certain that this pot of ivy had borne the ability fruit. Within the room, apart from this pot of ivy, there were no other plants to be found. Boss, what is it? Old Qin asked, noticing Shen Heng staring intently at the ivy. Do not take anything else. Just bring this along. Shen Heng instructed, pointing to the ivy. All right, Old Qin nodded. Although he was somewhat puzzled by Shen Heng's decision, he wisely refrained from questioning it, agreeing and cradling the ivy in his arms. As Shen Heng and Old Qin prepared to leave, he recalled something and deliberately exposed the ivy to the snow outside. Based on his deductions, plants covered by snow would not bear ability fruits. Only some exceedingly aberrant flora might mutate. In contrast, plants untouched by snow could potentially yield ability fruits. He was eager to test his theory. Old Qin's pot of pothos, under normal circumstances, would undoubtedly bear extraordinary fruits. However, after being exposed to this snow, will it still yield any? It is merely the loss of one extraordinary fruit. Although Shen Heng currently lacks any extraordinary fruits, he has discreetly instructed Zhao Weilong to collect greenery. In his previous life, it seemed that over 40 extraordinary beings emerged within the Taoyuan community. This does not even account for those like Shen Heng, who managed to survive in hiding. Thus, it is reasonable to expect that at least 50 extraordinary fruits should manifest within the community. What I must do now is to gather all the indoor plants. In the future, all these extraordinary fruits will belong to me. This will also grant them the ability for self-preservation. Let us go. Shen Heng instructed Old Qin to wrap himself up thoroughly, even covering his head, before they departed. In his past life, Shen Heng's thoughts were consumed by survival. Now, with an abundance of resources, he began to contemplate. In this apocalyptic scenario, aside from the extreme cold, the greatest danger lies in the drifting snowflakes. Additionally, there are unknown occurrences along the coastline. The authorities are currently fixated on the seaside. Whatever has emerged there must be exceedingly troublesome. It is likely that the current officials may not even stand a chance against it. When extraordinary fruits appear, the outside world is inundated with mutated flora and fauna. With such a multitude of marine life, could they not also have mutated? Shen Heng speculated that some mutated creatures may have directly come ashore, which is why the authorities are preoccupied with managing the coast rather than the city. After all, Shen Heng had experienced the previous life, even in just 3 months. He understood clearly the destructive potential of those mutated organisms. Could the mutations have originated from the ocean depths? The thought sent a chill down Shen Heng's spine. The ocean is home to a rich diversity of life, nearly 300,000 species. Imagine a shark or a whale, with their immense size and destructive power. If they were to land ashore, the devastation would be unimaginable. In his past life, Shen Heng had encountered a mutated cat that effortlessly claimed many lives. It had reached nearly 3 meters in length and could leap over 10 meters in a single bound. Its claws were over 10 centimeters long. Sharp and sturdy, a true weapon of destruction. It seemed that this cat also belonged to a resident of the community. After all, those who kept dogs had long resorted to eating their pets due to extreme hunger. The people of Longwood do not have a concept of consuming cat meat, which is why a couple of cats miraculously survived. However, after the mutations, they wreaked havoc upon the Taoyuan community. Later, it was rumored that Old Qin had slain it. He glanced back at Qin Yiming. Old Qin, while walking, was still assessing his fists, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Given Old Qin's current strength after consuming the extraordinary fruit, one could only wonder how much stronger he would become with a few more fruits. Would he awaken other superpowers? Shen Heng turned to Old Qin and asked, "Do you know why I had you bring this pot of greenery?" "Huh." Old Qin replied, puzzled, "I don't know, but I'm sure you have your reasons." Shen Heng smiled. "What?" Old Qin widened his eyes, incredulous as he examined the pot hose in his hands. This thing can bear fruit. In the past, he would have scoffed at such an idea. However, now that he had ingested the extraordinary fruit, he could clearly perceive the changes around him. Though now with the snow, it is unlikely to bear fruit. Shen Heng added. Old Qin reacted quickly, hastily opening his coat to tuck the plant inside. He was well aware of the rarity of extraordinary fruits. They are treasures that are priceless, yet scarce. There's no need to rush. I merely wish to conduct an experiment. Yes. Old Qin stood straight, respectfully saluting Shen Heng. There is no need for such formalities between us. I have said that the territory we conquer is equally yours. Shen Heng patted Old Qin's shoulder. Old Qin had saved his life. Even if he had not saved him in this life, Shen Heng would still remember. After all, if it were not for Old Qin, he might have long since perished, let alone uncovering the true natures of Feng Lu and Su Chao. Acquiring greenery is a crucial task. That fellow Zhao Weilong is merely a raucous little thug and is unlikely to accomplish the task properly. It is better entrusted to Old Qin. Chapter 86. The kept man due to the snow-covered ground and the fact that Old Qin's post was located in the high-rise area of the community. Shen Heng chose to walk with Old Qin to avoid drawing attention to their tracks in the snow. However, he was pleasantly surprised, even with the thick snow. After enhancing his attributes to 11 points, Shen Heng walked upon the snow without sinking. His body had become light, and he could move with ease. Although he could not yet walk without leaving tracks, the footprints he left behind did not sink into the snow. Behind him, Old Qin, likely due to his enhanced physique, appeared equally agile despite his increased strength. As they proceeded to the row of villas, Shen Heng brought Old Qin to villa number 5 in row 2 and said, Old Qin, from today onward, you shall reside here. Rest assured, this is my wife's property. Thank you, boss. Qin Yiming's eyes brightened, nodding repeatedly. Though he had earned a fair amount of money as a mercenary, he had never lived in a villa. After all, he intended to save that money for his daughter. Shen Heng led Old Qin into the courtyard. Today, the snow had already covered the windows of the second floor, and the courtyard walls were completely submerged. requiring no effort to step over. The top of the courtyard wall was seamlessly connected to the snow. Approaching the window, Shen Heng exerted a bit of force to pry it open, then jumped inside with old Qin. The interior was quite beautifully decorated. Though it did not compare to Shen Heng's own villa number 4, it was still quite commendable. With a wave of his hand, various insulation materials and heating devices appeared on the floor, startling old Qin, who blinked in astonishment. Boss, what is this? Old Qin swallowed hard, his eyelids twitching. This is living supplies. You can rest assured, as long as you follow me, these things will never be lacking for you. Shen Heng reassured old Qin, explaining. This is insulation film. You can stick it on the walls to retain the warmth inside. And this is strong adhesive. You can replace these curtains with ones that also have insulation properties. After explaining the usage of these items, he continued, all right. I will be residing next door in villa number 4. You can tidy up your new home first, and come find me once you're done. Yes, old Qin replied. Watching Shen Heng leave the villa, he quickly began applying the insulation film. How did the boss conjure so many supplies with just a wave of his hand? Looking at the insulation film in his hands and the mountains of food on the ground, old Qin could hardly believe his eyes. Not only were there various emergency supplies, but also rice, flour, oil, pork, lamb, beef, seafood, and fruits. The boss is simply a mobile warehouse. Wait, old Qin furrowed his brow. That previous display by the boss must have been his extraordinary ability, right? Could it be that the boss's power is to possess an infinite supply warehouse? Old Qin found this notion plausible. Therefore, the boss must first find a bodyguard to ensure his safety. And I, being honest and courageous, was chosen by the boss. I will not disappoint his expectations. After consuming the extraordinary fruit, I awakened my own powers. Am I the chosen one? Old Qin stroked his chin, suddenly realizing. No, the boss had already demonstrated his fire-type powers before. So does that mean the boss possesses 2 formidable abilities? Old Qin was filled with astonishment, gazing up at Shen Heng's departing figure with admiration. Following the boss means there will be plenty to eat. Upon seeing Shen Heng, Huo Miao joyfully dropped the game controller and leapt into his embrace. In a hushed tone, she remarked, Darling, that Dr. Ning Yao just contacted Yang Jinxian. It seems she is preparing to seek out Gui Yuping for supplies and intends to procure some medications as well. She borrowed several $100,000 from Yang Jinxian, but did not disclose anything about our situation. Shen Heng nodded slightly, recognizing Huo Miao's earnestness in relaying her assigned task. It was reassuring that Yang Jinxian had refrained from divulging their circumstances, reflecting her understanding. Had it been someone like Feng Lu, she would have likely boasted about her fortunes long ago. Yang Jinchuan's discretion indicated her compliance with his instructions, as long as she was willing to heed his words. Shen Heng did not mind accepting her into his circle. After all, who could resist a beautiful woman who was both obedient and sensible? Jin Bao, he called. Turning to Yang Jinxian, she had risen to her feet, gazing at him with an alluring expression. Following his stern warning at noon, she dared not entertain any other thoughts. Fully aware of Shen Heng's disdain for overly sentimental women, even though Ning Yao was celebrated as the belle of Jiangxing People's Hospital, she did not dare to extend an invitation to her. If her husband had not consented, she would never presume to act independently. Hearing Shen Heng affectionately refer to her, as Jin Bao reassured her that he was not upset with her. Next door, I have invited old Qin to stay. He is the caretaker, Shen Heng explained. He is one of us. Shortly, I will introduce you, and should you need anything and cannot reach me, you may contact old Qin. All right. Yang Jinxian nodded obediently, lowering her gaze. I will follow your wishes. By the way, how much money do you have? Shen Heng inquired, momentarily forgetting that his beloved Jin Bao was quite affluent, even with Song Guangming deceased, as the former head of the Song family's wife. It was improbable that she lacked funds. Instead of lending to a self-proclaimed savior like Ning Yao, it would be wiser to keep it for himself. He knew that Ning Yao was not genuinely ill and was merely enthusiastically treating some residents of the community. This was borrowing money to buy medicine under the guise of saving lives. Although he held little respect for such individuals, he did admire Ning Yao's medical ethics. The lives of others hold no significance for me. I still have 20 million. Wow. Shen Heng had not anticipated Yang Jinxian to possess such a substantial amount of cash. 20 million. After upgrading the vending machine to level 11 and purchasing an ability fruit, his balance had dwindled. Although his experience had increased to just over level 11 with a gain of 3 million, he was still far from the 48 million experience required to reach level 12. With that 20 million, he would have enough to elevate himself to level 12. Regretting not having asked Jin Bao sooner, he pondered how, had he not given the ability fruit to old Qin, he could have possessed 2 and raised his flame to level 3. At that point, he could infiltrate the Song family and eliminate Song Jingming. With Song Jingming gone, the Song family would disband and pose no further threat. Give me all your money, Shen Heng commanded. Oh, all right. Yang Jinxian promptly transferred the funds to him, even breaking it down into smaller denominations. Over 9 million. Sister, Yang Mushuan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. You're not keeping a single cent? She observed her sister's balance had been reduced to 0. Had her sister lost her senses? And Shen Heng, was he truly so brazen as to expect to benefit from her generosity? You, a grown man, dare to say such a thing?